Chapter 1 Quadruplets. The iceberg-like female CEO comes knocking. Hiss. A red Ferrari spun gracefully across the school gate. White casual shoes extended from the car door, revealing a long, slender, snow-white leg. A stunningly beautiful woman wearing a loose shirt, black shorts, and sunglasses got off the bus. She leaned against the Ferrari door and looked up at the school's name, Nanxiang Vocational and Technical College. After confirming that everything was correct, she took out her phone and made a call. The sun was scorching in June. At the school gate, as usual, people came and went. Students, teachers, and even the gatekeeper all turned to look at the beautiful woman. Wow, who's that? A Ferrari. A Ferrari. I've only ever driven one in a video game. 5/8, their background must be amazing. Holy crap, someone's trying to force me into marriage. I need to hide. The cell phone rang in Lu Yan's pocket as he dragged a suitcase. The box contained all his belongings. Last night, he stepped in to help a female classmate who was being bullied, only to discover that the bully was actually the son of a school board member. To his surprise, the girl turned on him in order to protect herself. He was notified of his dismissal this morning. Lu Yan took out his phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He swiped his finger to his ear and asked, "Hello, who is this?" "I am Jiang Yueshue." "Jiang Yueshue?" Phe. Lu Yan's brain was so shocked it was practically scorched and then seasoned. Memories flooded my mind. That happened 3 months ago. A stormy night at the Ho Ting Hua International Hotel. Room 6626. While going downstairs for a late-night snack, Lu Yan negotiated a price with the person on WeChat and confirmed the code, "Give me a room." Then came that beautiful encounter and misunderstanding. At the time, he doubted the platform's professionalism, as the beautiful woman they called in was completely drunk. The only thing that pleased him was that the quality was top-notch, and the staff were also enthusiastic and proactive. The next day, when he woke up, Jiang Yueshue was no longer there. He originally wanted to give a bad review, but seeing the 3 stacks of RMB on the bedside table, he was speechless. There was a note under the money, "I forgot about last night. You did a good job. This money is your compensation." At that moment, he had only one thought: he had been. Just as he was getting out of bed, he picked up the gold embossed business card with her name on it. Jiang Yueshue. Jiang's group CEO, an icy female CEO, and the #1 beauty on the list of Yunqing City's top 10 beauties. When Lu Yan saw the bright red blood under the bedding, he went numb. He felt he must have eaten dog shit to encounter such a life scenario that only exists in wish fulfillment novels. However, the story didn't continue. Instead, he went straight into the lowest point of his life. He saved someone but was falsely accused and even expelled from school. Looking at the beautiful woman with snow-white skin in front of him, Lu Yan asked in confusion, "Oh. What do you want with me? Are you at your school right now? I need to talk to you about something. How did you know I'm a student?" "I checked. Where are you now?" "At the school gate." Jiang Yueshue scanned the area at the school gate and immediately located Lu Yan's position. "I see you." Lu Yan looked at the phone in confusion, his mind a complete mess. Just as he was wondering if he had encountered a scammer, a fragrant breeze wafted over. Then, a stunningly beautiful woman wearing sunglasses appeared before him. Lu Yan. Lu Yan looked at the beautiful woman in front of him with a puzzled expression, not recognizing her. Jiang Yueshue took off her sunglasses, and her stunning face finally made an impression on Lu Yan. "She's gained some weight, but she's become even more feminine." "Jiang Yueshue?" "Yes, I need to talk to you." "How did you know my name? How did you find me?" "I checked. Are you free now?" "Have. Let's talk on the bus." After saying that, Jiang Yueshue reached out and took Lu Yan's hand. Jiang Yueshue's visit to Lu Yan caused a stir. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! What am I seeing? Isn't that Jiang Yueshue, the #1 beauty in Yun City? Lu Yan? He wasn't harassing classmates. He was expelled this morning after being publicly announced to the whole school. Goddess, you're so beautiful. Why does her stomach feel like? Breaking news: expelled from school, beautiful CEO wants to be my sugar daddy. The car was spacious, and a faint fragrance wafted through the air. Jiang Yueshue did not start the car immediately, but instead raised the roof. The atmosphere in the enclosed space was somewhat oppressive. What are you trying to say? Lu Yan was the first to break the silence. He had a falling out with his family, and they had cut off his food support long ago. During his university years, he barely managed to get by with his mother's secret financial assistance. He's broke, but if this female CEO takes care of him, he can just relax and do whatever he wants. Afraid she'll try to extort money from him? It's still unclear who's trying to scam whom. Zhang Yueshua lowered her head, took out a piece of paper from her handbag, and handed it to Lu Yan. Take a look at this first. Lu Yan took it. It was a hospital examination report. He frowned as he unfolded the document, his gaze falling on the diagnosis results section. Intrauterine pregnancy, approximately 11 weeks. Lu Yan's brain is awful. The brain was once again crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Pregnant? He suddenly looked at Zhang Yueshua and blurted out, pregnant? Hit her with one shot? Trying to scam me? You've got the wrong person. His words were barbed. You were the one who said you'd forget that night, and now you're the one coming to my door. How? You're bullying us farmers. Haven't you studied law? Zhang Yueshua's expression turned cold, but she still suppressed her anger. She then took another document out of her bag and handed it to him. It was a paternity test report. She said, I didn't come to the wrong person, the child is yours, here is the paternity test report. Lu Yan. Lu Yan stared at the report. The black and white text, the red seal, and the phrase 99.99% match stimulated every nerve in his body. 21 years have passed, and I've become a father like this? The child's mother is none other than Zhang Yueshua, the most beautiful woman in Yuncheng, known as the Iceberg CEO? This seems a bit absurd, but it fits the formula of a wish fulfillment novel. So, what do you want? Do you want me to take responsibility? President Jiang, you must be joking with me. I was just expelled from school. How can I take responsibility? Or are you saying you want your 30,000 yuan back? And that you want me to pay you compensation for emotional distress? Lu Yan threw the report onto the control panel. He didn't believe what the woman was saying. Who knows if she's been messing around somewhere and is using me as a fall guy? Zhang Yueshua was furious. The child was his. How could he act like it was none of his business? She bit her lip tightly, and her eyes gradually reddened. The ruthless and cold-blooded female CEO in the business world is more vulnerable than a lost child. I'm not here to ask you for money. Her voice choked with sobs, on the verge of tears. Lu Yan, Don't cry yet. I'm asking you, how did you get my DNA? Lu Yan voiced his doubts. When I left that day, I mistakenly put your underwear in my bag. There were your hairs on the underwear. Zhang Yueshua's eyes and face were red as an apple. You have a weird collecting fetish? Lu Yan recalled that when he woke up that day, his underwear was indeed missing. He never expected that she had taken it. Who would have known a grown man like you would wear red underwear, especially briefs? Zhang Yueshua blushed and retorted, feeling embarrassed. It's my birth year. Lu Yan scratched his head awkwardly, told a little lie, and then said, just say what you have to say. Zhang Yueshua closed her eyes, seemingly preparing herself mentally. When he opened his eyes again, his face had a resolute look on it. She said, slowly and deliberately, the doctor said I'm having quadruplets. Phe. Lu Yan's brain was once again charred and tender. Quadruplets? Am I fucking hallucinating? He stared blankly at Zhang Yueshua, his mouth opened and closed, but he couldn't utter a single word. Zhang Yueshua did not give him time to process the situation. An ultrasound image was brought to Lu Yan's face. She stretched out her fair hand and pointed to the 4 small gestational sacs on it. Her fingertips trembled slightly. Look carefully, here, and here, there are 4 in total. Lu Yan's gaze was completely fixed on the black and white photograph. The 4 blurry, shapeless dots now felt like 4 mountains, crashing down on his heart. He felt his heart beating faster and faster, so fast that he could hardly breathe. Zhang Yueshua's voice continued to ring in his ears, tinged with sobs. The doctor also said that because it is an extremely rare monochorionic quadruplets, the risk is very high. If I have a reduction in the number of fetuses now or have an abortion, I may never be able to be a mother again in my life. After she finished speaking, she could no longer hold back, covered her face with her hands, and her shoulders trembled violently. Suppressed sobs echoed in the carriage, each sound pounding against Lu Yan's fragile heart. Lu Yan was completely dumbfounded. On the day he was expelled from school, his life seemed to take a turn at a crossroads he could never have imagined. Outside the car window, the group of students who hadn't dispersed were pointing and commenting on the Ferrari. Lu Yan suddenly felt that he and Jiang Yueshue were from two completely different worlds, one inside the car and one outside. Now, a tremendous accident is about to force these two worlds together. He looked at Jiang Yueshue's trembling shoulders, her face filled with helplessness and fear. She was no longer the aloof and powerful President Jiang, but a woman terrified by the sudden turn of events. Lu Yan's Adam's apple bobbed. What do you want me to do? Chapter 2, The System Arrives. Poor boy instantly becomes a winner in life. What do you want me to do? Faced with Lu Yan's question, Jiang Yueshue raised her head, her eyes brimming with tears, her swollen eyes filled with despair and a glimmer of hope. I have no idea. She choked up, her voice breaking intermittently. I really don't know. Lu Yan fell silent. What to do? He's a student who was just expelled, and he's penniless. What makes him think he can take responsibility? But looking at the 4 tiny gestational sacs on the ultrasound report, and the paternity test report that showed a 99.99% match, he couldn't bring himself to say the words abort the child. That was his child. There are still 4. Don't cry. Lu Yan took a few tissues from the center console and handed them over. Crying won't solve the problem. Jiang Yueshue took the tissue and wiped her face haphazardly, but tears still streamed down her face uncontrollably. Lu Yan sighed and decided to get to the bottom of things. I can't understand it. With your status and position, how could such a thing happen? And of all people, they came looking for me. This is a crucial question. Jiang Yueshue is a prominent figure in Yunqing City, the head of the Jiang Group, and the men who pursue her can stretch from the south to the north of the city. How could I possibly need to satisfy my physiological needs in that way? Unless. A bad thought popped into Lu Yan's mind, a honey trap? But that's not how honey traps are supposed to go. Judging from her current demeanor, she's not faking it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yueshue stopped crying, replaced by a deep sense of humiliation and anger. Her nails dug deeply into her palms, and her body trembled slightly with excitement. That day was my company's celebration banquet. Her voice was low, tinged with resentment. My business rival drugged my drink. Lu Yan's heart sank. I sensed something was wrong, so I excused myself to go to the restroom, and then went to the front desk. I was already in a very blurry state of mind at the time, and all I wanted to do was find a place to hide and wait for the effects of the drug to wear off. Jiang Yueshue closed her eyes, seemingly unwilling to recall that chaotic night. Then what? Lu Yan pressed for an answer. That was the room I booked. How did you get in? I told the front desk I needed a room, and they gave me a room key. Jiang Yueshue's voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. And then you came in. Lu Yan. The case is solved. It turns out that the beautiful woman invited by the platform wasn't drunk, rather, this imposter had wandered onto the wrong set and entered the wrong room. No wonder I thought the quality was top-notch and they were so proactive and enthusiastic. So it turns out they've fallen for his trick and are using him as an antidote. And he was that bastard who took advantage of someone's misfortune. Lu Yan's face instantly turned bright red, overwhelmed by guilt and self-reproach. He always thought he was being taken advantage of, but it turns out he was the one who took advantage of him. They've already done more than enough by not calling the police to arrest him. Now, what right does he have to suspect that she is trying to extort him? Sorry. Lu Yan lowered his head, his voice hoarse. I didn't know it was like this. Jiang Yueshue shook her head, and tears streamed down her face again. It's not your fault, we were all at fault. A deeper silence fell over the car. Lu Yan's mind was in complete chaos. Quadruplets. These 3 words swirled in his mind like a spell. The cost of baby formula, diapers, and the future tuition fees, extracurricular classes, and various other expenses for 4 children. That would be an astronomical figure. How can a poor student like him support himself? But when she thought about what the doctor said, that if she aborted the child, Jiang Yueshue might never be able to be a mother again in her life, she realized that she would never be able to. Lu Yan's heart clenched again. He looked up at Jiang Yueshue's belly, which was pregnant with 4 little lives, and a wonderful feeling of blood connection welled up inside him. Those were his flesh and blood. We can't do without it. At that very moment, a voice suddenly rang in Lu Yan's mind. Ding. Host's strong paternal love and sense of responsibility detected. The Supreme Dad system is being activated. Activation successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a newbie gift pack. Who? Who is speaking? Lu Yan was startled and looked around. There was no one else in the car besides him and Zhang Yueshue. Host, don't panic. This system is a top-tier dad system from a higher dimensional universe, designed to help you become the strongest dad in the universe. A virtual blue panel unfolded in front of Lu Yan. Host, Lu Yan. Wealth, 95.27 yuan. Physical fitness, 75 average for the average person is 70. Skills, none. Item, new player gift pack to be opened. System? Lu Yan was completely stunned. He got fired, became a father of quadruplets, and now a new system has appeared? What day is it today? Is it a day when all the turning points in one's life come together? What's wrong with you? Zhang Yueshue noticed Lu Yan's unusual behavior and asked him cautiously. No. It's nothing. Lu Yan snapped out of his daze and forced a smile. I'm thinking about how to raise a child. Zhang Yueshue's eyes dimmed. I'm sorry, I've dragged you into this. Don't say that. Lu Yan interrupted her. The child is mine, and I must take responsibility for him. He tentatively muttered to himself, opened the newbie gift pack. New player gift pack successfully activated. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a villa in Bailing Villa A01, valued at 60 million. The property certificate has been stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. North Ridge Villa? Isn't that the most exclusive upscale neighborhood in Yuncheng? A villa like this costs tens of millions, but the system just gave you one worth 60 million? Lu Yan's heart began to pound. He quickly muttered to himself, retrieve the property ownership certificate. The next second, a red property ownership certificate appeared out of thin air in his pants pocket. Lu Yan pulled out the property ownership certificate, his hands trembling. He opened the certificate, and in the rights holder column, his name was clearly written, Lu Yan. Address, Building A01, Bailing Villa, Yuncheng City. It has a steel stamp and a serial number, everything is there, it doesn't look fake at all. Lu Yan's mind was buzzing. Is this real? Is he dreaming? Call. Lu Yan let out a long breath, his entire being instantly lifted from the abyss of despair to the clouds. He raised his head again, his eyes becoming incredibly determined. Child, give birth to the baby, I'll take responsibility. Zhang Yueshue suddenly looked up, staring at him in disbelief. What did you say? I said, give birth to the child. Lu Yan spoke each word deliberately and forcefully. I'll take responsibility. Zhang Yueshue's tears welled up again, but this time, they were tears of joy. She looked at the boy in front of her, who was 3 years younger than her. He still looked very young, but his eyes revealed an undeniable sense of responsibility. Are you sure? She asked tentatively. Raising 4 children requires a lot of money. Is she short of money? She has nothing to lack. She just wanted to know if Lu Yan was truly responsible. Don't worry about the money. Lu Yan patted his chest, feeling confident. I can deliver food, I can drive for Didi, and if all else fails, I can work on a construction site. In short, I won't let you and your 5 children go hungry. His words were bold and inspiring, yet they carried a sense of tragic grandeur. Zhang Yueshue looked at him and suddenly burst out laughing. Her tearful appearance was quite charming. Why are you laughing? Lu Yan became anxious. I'm telling the truth. I know. Zhang Yueshue stopped laughing and looked at him gently. I trust you. Ding. The host has successfully gained the child's mother's trust. A reward of 1 million cash has been given. The cash has been automatically transferred to your bank card. Please check your account. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yan's phone vibrated, and a bank text message popped up. Your savings card account ending in 6688 received a deposit of 1 million renminbi on June 15 at 14:30, leaving a current account balance of 1,095 renminbi and 27 cents. China Construction Bank. Looking at the long string of zeros in the text message, Lu Yan almost cried out. It's out. It really happened. He took a deep breath, suppressing his overwhelming joy, and then looked at Zhang Yueshue with a solemn expression. Yueshua, I know I'm not good enough for you right now. But I swear, from this day forward, I will give my life to be good to you and to the children. He held the brand new property certificate in both hands and handed it to her. This is a house I just got, in North Ridge Villa. Although I don't know why I suddenly have it, I think it must be God helping me. Let me be able to take care of you and the children. John Yueshua stared at the property certificate, completely stunned. North Ridge Villa? That's the most exclusive and affluent area in Yuncheng. She herself only owns an investment property there, and can't afford to live there normally. This is real? Absolutely true. Lu Yan shoved the property certificate into her hand. Look, my name is on it. Zhang Yueshua opened the certificate and saw that Lu Yan's name was indeed written in the rights holder column, which made her even more confused. How could a student who has just been expelled possibly own a villa worth 60 million? This is not scientific. But the property certificate is indeed genuine, complete with a seal, serial number, and everything else. How did you get this? It's a long story. Lu Yan scratched his head. In short, I am now able to take care of you and the children. Moon Snow, would you be with me? Zhang Yueshua's heart was in turmoil. She looked at Lu Yan in front of her. This boy, who was 3 years younger than her, was, in her eyes, a chance encounter and a mistake just a few hours ago. But now, he made a lifelong promise to her in the most sincere way. Recalling that night, even though she was under the influence of drugs, she could feel a reassuring power within the young man's body. She is a traditional woman who believes that once a relationship has occurred and a child has been conceived, the couple should stay together. What's more, she was pregnant with his 4 children. Zhang Yueshua lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. After a long while, she nodded gently. A single word, yet it carries immense weight. Lu Yan was overjoyed and reached out to hug Zhang Yueshua, but then hesitated for fear of startling her, his hand remaining suspended in mid-air. Can I hug you? Zhang Yueshua's face instantly turned bright red, but she still nodded gently. Lu Yan then pulled her into his arms. Inside the Ferrari, 2 people who should never have crossed paths found their fates intertwined by the unexpected arrival of 4 little lives. Zhang Yueshua pressed her cheek against his chest, listening to his strong and powerful heartbeat, and her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. She gently raised her hand and wrapped it around his waist. Outside the car window, the group of students who hadn't dispersed were pointing and commenting on the Ferrari. But the 2 people in the car only had each other at that moment. Lu Yan looked down at Zhang Yueshua in his arms, and a sense of responsibility he had never felt before welled up in his heart. Chapter 3 Quadruplets? Mom, your son's made it big. The warm, soft body in his arms made Lu Yan's heart skip a beat. This feeling is wonderful. In his 21 years of life, this was the first time he had such intimate contact with a woman. And this woman is the mother of his 4 children. Zhang Yueshua's body was soft and carried a faint fragrance. She was a little stiff at first, but quickly relaxed in his arms. She simply wrapped her arms around his waist, yet it made Lu Yan feel as if he possessed the whole world. After a long while, Lu Yan reluctantly let go of her. He scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face. What do we do next? Zhang Yueshua straightened her slightly disheveled shirt, the blush on her cheeks still lingering. She looked up, a hint of confusion in her beautiful eyes. I don't know. Lu Yan said decisively, I know. In that brief moment, he thought about many things. The system, the villa, 1 million in cash, and 4 babies in her belly. All of this was pushing him to become a real man immediately. A responsible father and husband. First of all, we need a home. Lu Yan looked at her earnestly. That villa in Bailing Villa is our home. We'll go take a look and buy some things there later. Zhang Yueshua softly hummed in agreement, a warm feeling welling up inside her. Secondly, Lu Yan continued, I think our parents should meet. Phe. This time, Zhang Yueshua's brain was charred and torn by red. Meeting the parents? How long have they known each other? All told, this is only the 2nd time we've met? Even though we already have a child, isn't this happening a bit too fast? Isn't it too fast? Zhang Yueshua asked in a low voice, her confidence clearly lacking. Don't rush. Lu Yan waved his hand. You're already 3 months along. If you keep delaying, your belly won't be able to hide it anymore. Do you want your children to be born without any legal status? Jiang Yueshua was stumped by the question. She was a traditional woman, and being pregnant out of wedlock was the biggest surprise of her life. She absolutely did not want her child to be called an illegitimate child by others. What about your home? Jiang Yueshua looked at him with some concern. She had looked up Lu Yan's information. His family was relatively well off, his parents were tea farmers, and he himself was an expelled student. She was confident she could handle things with her parents. But will Lu Yan's parents accept her as a daughter-in-law who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, is 3 years older than their son, and has 4 children? When Lu Yan mentioned his family, a complex emotion flashed across his face. He remained silent for a moment before speaking. My family has an ancestral tea garden in Yunwu Mountain, our hometown, and we make a living by selling tea. My dad always wanted me to follow in his footsteps and even wanted to send me abroad to study business management. I felt that staying in the tea plantation was a dead-end job, so I had a falling out with him and came to Yunqing to learn how to operate an excavator. At this point, Lu Yan himself felt a little embarrassed. Looking back now, I realize how naive I was. Jiang Yueshua nodded gently after listening. So that's how it is. But don't worry, Lu Yan patted his chest, things are different now. I have a house, I have money, and I'm about to have 4 kids. My parents will be overjoyed when they find out. As he spoke, he took out his phone and found a number saved as mother. Looking at the number, he hesitated for a moment, but finally pressed the dial button. The phone rang for a long time before being answered, and a woman's voice came from the receiver. Hello? Mom, it's me. Lu Yan's nose felt a little sore. Lu Yan? Wang Xiulan's voice was tinged with surprise. You still remember to call home? What, have you run out of money? Lu Yan gritted his teeth. Mom, I'm not asking you for money. I just want to tell you something. What is it? Wang Xiulan's tone was full of suspicion. Lu Yan mustered his courage and said, I'm getting married. There was silence on the other end of the phone. After a good 10 seconds, Wang Xiulan's voice came through again. Marry? You? With whom? What are you going to use to pay for this? Do you have a job? Do you own a house? What does that girl want from you? A barrage of questions came crashing down on him. Lu Yan knew this would be the outcome, and he turned to look at Jiang Yueshua. Then, speaking slowly into the phone, she said, Mom, she's pregnant. The breathing on the other end of the phone instantly became heavy. Pregnant? Wang Xiulan's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Lu Yan? You little bastard? You got that girl pregnant? Mom, please don't get agitated. How could I not be excited? Wang Xiulan's voice was almost cracking. Whose daughter is she? How old is she? What kind of person is she? Don't you dare mess around with other girls outside? Ding. Detected that the host has bravely taken on family responsibilities and proactively communicated with parents. Reward, Divine Tea Ceremony Skill Grandmaster level. The system's voice rang in my mind. But Lu Yan had no time to pay attention to that. He gripped his phone tightly. Speaking into the phone, she said, slowly and deliberately, Mom, she's pregnant with quadruplets. PHE. This time, Lu Yan's mother, Wang Xiulan, was so shocked that her brain was completely scrambled. A crisp sound came from the other end of the phone, as if the phone had fallen to the ground, followed by a flurry of frantic activity. After a long while, Wang Xiulan's trembling voice finally came through the receiver. What did you just say? Several? 4, Mom. Lu Yan repeated, it's quadruplets, and she's 3 months pregnant. There was complete silence on the other end of the phone. Lu Yan could even imagine his mother's stunned expression at that moment. For a long time. Wang Xiulan's voice rang out again. This time, all the previous questioning and anger disappeared, replaced by a sense of urgency and excitement. But at the same time, there was also a hint of worry. Quadruplets. How dangerous is it to give birth to quadruplets, and how much does it cost? Have you considered the costs? Can you afford to support her? Have you even thought about what kind of girl she is? Lu Yan, where are you living now? Have you found a job yet? Why don't you take that girl back to your hometown? Our family's tea plantation. Mom? Lu Yan interrupted her. He glanced at Jiang Yueshua, then smiled. Your son now owns a house and has money, so you can rest assured. Have you heard of the villas at Bailing Villas? I still have $1 million in cash, so you don't need to worry about me not being able to support you. There was another silence on the other end of the phone, this time lasting even longer. Finally, Wang Xiulan's voice rang out, "Lu Yan, you didn't do anything illegal, did you?" Her voice was filled with fear. That money, it couldn't be. Mom! The money was all earned honestly. Lu Yan was both amused and exasperated. Don't worry. I just wanted to ask if you and my dad could come to Yunqing City? I want you to meet her and her parents so we can finalize the marriage. Wang Xiulan seemed to have discussed something with Lu Zhenfeng. Then she said into the phone, "Okay, we'll go tomorrow. Send me the address. Also, what's the girl's name? How old is she? What does her family do?" Her name is Jiang Yueshue, she is 3 years older than me, and she is the president of the Jiang Group. Lu Yan confessed honestly. There was another silence on the other end of the phone. Finally, Wang Xiulan only said one sentence, "You're something else. A woman 3 years older than her husband is a lucky charm." Then he hung up the phone. Lu Yan put down his phone and let out a long sigh of relief. He turned to look at Jiang Yueshue, shrugged, and said, "It's all settled. My mom said she and my dad will come over tomorrow." Jiang Yueshue's heart jumped into her throat. So fast? Then, should I include it too? She asked nervously, her usual icy demeanor completely gone, replaced by the coquettish air of an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. Of course. Lu Yan grasped her hand firmly. From now on, we are family, so of course we have to face things together. Jiang Yueshue felt a sense of peace as she watched him hold her hand. Yes. They are a family now. The next morning. Villa A01, Bailing Villa. Lu Yan got up early and busied himself around the villa. Jiang Yueshue sat on the sofa, watching his back, a smile unconsciously curving her lips. Last night, they came to take a look at this villa together. The villa was exquisitely decorated and fully furnished with all kinds of furniture and appliances. Jiang Yueshue originally wanted to go back to her own home, but Lu Yan insisted that she stay. "This is our home, of course you should stay here." That's what he said. So Jiang Yueshue stayed. This was the first time she had spent the night in a man's house. Although they did nothing, Jiang Yueshue slept soundly on the bed he had made for her. Ding dong! Ding dong! Ding dong! The doorbell rang, and Lu Yan and Jiang Yueshue exchanged a glance. Lu Yan straightened his clothes, went to open the door, and saw a middle-aged couple standing outside. Even with fine lines around the eyes, a woman who takes good care of herself can still exude the charm of her youth. The man was tall and had a resolute face. He stood with his hands behind his back and a serious expression. It was his parents, Wang Xiulan and Lu Zhenfeng. "Dad, Mom," Lu Yan called out. Wang Xiulan's gaze swept past him and around the villa. Then it landed on Jiang Yueshue in the living room. She was stunned. The woman was wearing simple home clothes, her long hair casually tied back. With delicate features and outstanding temperament, she is so beautiful that you can't take your eyes off her even without makeup. My own daughter-in-law is so damn beautiful. Most importantly, her lower abdomen was already slightly protruding. Wang Xiulan's eyes instantly reddened. She quickly walked in and grabbed Jiang Yueshue's hand. "You must be Yueshue? My child, you've suffered." Chapter 4, Publicly Declaring Sovereignty. The Iceberg Female CEO's Domineering Kiss. "My child, you've suffered." Jiang Yueshue's eyes instantly reddened. From childhood to adulthood, she had heard countless praises and flattery, but no one had ever spoken to her with such tenderness. Lu Zhenfeng stood behind him, his hands behind his back, his face resolute. He sized up the legendary Jiang Group president, who was said to be worth over $1 billion, and his future daughter-in-law. When the gaze fell on her slightly protruding belly, the lines of her usually stern face softened. "Dad, Mom, don't stand, please sit down." Lu Yan quickly took the local specialties from their hands and led them into the living room. The villa's luxury made Wang Xiulan and Lu Zhenfeng feel somewhat uncomfortable. "Although my own home is also a small villa, it's far inferior to this place." They sat carefully on the soft leather sofa, their bodies somewhat stiff. Wang Xiulan pulled Jiang Yueshue to sit beside her, carefully examining her, becoming more and more satisfied with her. "This girl is even prettier than she appears on TV. She has a good temperament. The key is to look at the dependents and trust your own son shows that can't be faked. Yueshue, don't be nervous, we'll be family from now on." Wang Xiulan patted the back of her hand. Jiang Yueshua nodded obediently, auntie, uncle. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Xiulan finally turned her fire on Lu Yan. Lu Yan, tell me the truth, what's going on with this house? She lowered her voice, but her accusatory tone remained undiminished. Have you done something bad outside? Lu Zhenfeng also cast a scrutinizing glance at him. Explain yourself clearly. Lu Yan felt a chill run down his spine from his parents' questioning. He can't exactly say he has a system, can he? Dad, Mom, what are you thinking about? Lu Yan chuckled dryly. I bought a lottery ticket a while ago. Buy lottery tickets? Wang Xiulan was taken aback. Yes, I won over 60 million. Lu Yan spoke without batting an eye. Phe. Wang Xiulan and Lu Zhenfeng were both stunned into silence. 60 million? Wang Xiulan's voice changed. You spendthrift. You won 60 million, and you used it all to buy such a big house? She was cursing, but everyone could hear the excitement and joy hidden in her words. Yu Shui is pregnant, and with 4 babies at that. We have to give them a better home. Lu Yan quickly brought up Jiang Yueshua as a shield. Sure enough, Wang Xiulan's arrogance immediately vanished when her grandchildren were mentioned. You can't spend money like that. She was still nagging. What about the rest of the money? Don't spend it recklessly. You have to save it for the baby's formula, and it'll cost a lot more for school later. Have you paid your taxes? Lu Zhenfeng asked the crucial question. I've submitted it, it's all done through the proper procedures. Lu Yan nodded repeatedly. I'll keep the rest of the money, so you two can rest assured. Hearing that the money came from a legitimate source, the 2 elderly people finally felt relieved. Wang Xiulan looked at Jiang Yueshua, then at Lu Yan, and sighed. In that case, you'd better get things done as soon as possible. She turned to Jiang Yueshua and asked in a consultative tone, Yueshua, when would be a convenient time for us to meet with your parents and finalize your marriage plans? Jiang Yueshua was a little shy, but she still nodded. I'll take care of things for my parents. They probably want to see you soon too. The matter was settled, and it was agreed that both sets of parents would meet at Bailing Villa the next day. After arranging rooms for his parents, they stopped pointing their guns at him. He didn't even mention that he had been expelled from school. Lu Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing his tired appearance, Jiang Yueshua handed him a glass of water, saying, You've had a hard time. It's not hard work. Lu Yan took the water glass and casually grasped her hand, saying, Serve your wife and children. Jiang Yueshua's cheeks flushed, and she gently withdrew her hand. I have to go back to the company, I have some urgent business to attend to. I send you. No need, I drove here. Jiang Yueshua paused, then added, Tonight. I'll go back to my apartment, and come directly from there tomorrow. She was still a little unaccustomed to it. The development has been too fast. Lu Yan didn't insist and nodded, Okay, then be careful. As evening falls, the city lights begin to twinkle. Lu Yan drove the Ferrari that Jiang Yueshua had left behind to a famous old established pastry shop in the city center. He remembered Jiang Yueshua saying that her tastes changed after she became pregnant, and she especially liked sweet and sour foods. He carried a box of freshly baked, still steaming osmanthus cakes to the ground floor of Jiang Yueshua's apartment building. He didn't go up, he just sent a message. Jiang Yueshua came down quickly. She changed out of her smart business attire and into a loose cotton long dress, her long hair flowing over her shoulders. She's lost some of her CEO aloofness and gained more of her domestic gentleness. Why did you come here? She was pleasantly surprised to see Lu Yan. I'm bringing you a late-night snack. Lu Yan handed over the box of pastries in his hand. My mom brought these today. Try them. She said they're a specialty from our hometown. Jiang Yueshua took the box, opened it, and smelled it. The sweet aroma made her eyes crinkle into a smile. Thanks. The two stood by the streetlights below the apartment building. One watched her eat, while the other lowered his head and ate his snack in small bites. The scene is warm and peaceful. Just then, a screeching sound of brakes shattered the silence. A flashy blue Porsche was parked on the side of the road. A young man with slicked back hair and a powdered face got out of the car. Oh, isn't this President Jiang? The man's eyes lit up when he saw Jiang Yueshua, but he immediately turned his disdainful gaze to Lu Yan. And this is President Jiang's new assistant? The person who arrived was Li Yuefan, one of Jiang Yueshua's most ardent suitors. He was arrogant and domineering, and recently committed some offenses, resulting in him being grounded at home. I finally managed to sneak out today, but I never expected to run into this. He put a lot of effort into pursuing Jiang Yueshue, but she never even gave him a second glance. At this moment, I saw Jiang Yueshue standing with a boy wearing an ordinary t-shirt and jeans. And anger welled up inside me. When Jiang Yueshue saw him, her delicate eyebrows furrowed, and her pretty face instantly turned icy. Li Yuefan, my affairs are none of your business. Of course it's none of my business. Li Yuefan shrugged, walked around Lu Yan, and clicked his tongue in disapproval. But Mr. Jiang, your taste is truly unique. He looked Lu Yan up and down, his eyes full of contempt. Look at this outfit, is it a Taobao bestseller? Your car is quite nice, a Ferrari SF90, but isn't this your car, Mr. Jiang? Li Yuefan smiled, I understand, President Jiang is training new talent. TSK, what a blessing. Following President Jiang, you can skip 20 years of hard work. Lu Yan's face darkened. He was about to speak when a soft hand pulled him back. Jiang Yueshue walked out from behind him and stood in front of him. She looked up and met Lu Yan's eyes. Those eyes, usually so cool and aloof, now shone with unwavering determination. Then, under the astonished gazes of Li Yuefan and Lu Yan, she did something that surprised everyone. She stood on tiptoe. She wrapped her arms around Lu Yan's neck. He kissed her. Lu Yan's mind went completely blank. The sweet aroma of osmanthus cake and its unique fragrance wafted from my lips. Soft. It's warm. With a slight tremor. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The world around us fell silent. Passers-by stopped in their tracks. The elderly woman standing in front of the convenience store stared wide-eyed. Li Yuefan's face went from surprise to ashen. Jiang Yueshue released him, but did not back away. She turned to look at the dumbfounded Li Yuefan, and spoke each word clearly. He is my man. The father of my child. She took Lu Yan's arm and rested her head on his shoulder. Also, Li Yuefan, please stay away from me in the future. I don't want my man to misunderstand. Li Yuefan's expression changed repeatedly. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. This is the woman he has been pursuing for 2 years. This icy female CEO never gave him a second glance. She actually kissed another man right in front of him. And he's just an ordinary-looking kid. You all. Li Yuefan pointed at them, his fingers trembling. Jiang Yueshue, are you crazy? Do you know who he is? A good-for-nothing who got expelled from vocational school. You, the dignified president of the Jiang Group, are actually with someone like this? Jiang Yueshue frowned. Lu Yan laughed. He put his arm around Jiang Yueshue's shoulder and looked at Li Yuefan. Young Master Li, thank you for your concern. But who I am is none of your business. Also, my wife likes me, and that's enough. My wife. These 3 words made Jiang Yueshue's heart skip a beat. She looked up at Lu Yan's profile. This man is protecting her. They stood up for her. Li Yuefan was so angry that he was trembling all over. Good, very good. Jiang Yueshue, you'll regret this. Don't come begging to me when you've been swindled out of everything. He turned around, got into the car, stepped on the gas, and sped away. The Porsche's taillights disappeared into the night. The surrounding crowd gradually dispersed. Lu Yan and Jiang Yueshue stood under the streetlight. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Jiang Yueshue's face turned as red as a ripe apple. She just kissed him in public. Although it was just a fleeting glance. But that was also her first kiss in her life. That. Jiang Yueshue lowered her head and spoke as softly as a mosquito's buzz. I'm sorry, I was too impulsive just now. I just didn't want him to continue insulting you. Lu Yan looked at her. This is a female CEO who is usually as cold as ice. But at this moment, she looks like a little girl who has done something wrong. He's incredibly soft-hearted. Fool. He reached out and ruffled her hair. I should be thanking you. You know what? Just now, I felt like the happiest man in the world. Jiang Yueshue raised her head, her eyes glistening with tears. Real? Real. Lu Yan nodded seriously. I'm even happier than winning 60 million. Jiang Yueshue stopped crying and started laughing. She wiped her eyes and took a deep breath. Well. I'm going back now. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Lu Yan watched her walk into the apartment building until her figure disappeared into the elevator. He then turned and left. When I walked up to the Ferrari, a system notification sounded in my mind. Ding! For babies have sensed their mother's unwavering protection. The children exclaimed, "Mommy is so cool. We want to give Mommy a thumbs up." Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward of 1.88 million yuan. Bonus reward, Advanced Culinary Mastery. Lu Yan paused for a moment, then smiled. He got into the car and started the engine. Today is a wonderful day. Meanwhile, on a street corner not far away, inside a black sedan, a middle-aged man put down his camera and looked through the photos he had just taken. A scene of Zhang Yueshue and Lu Yan embracing. A scene of kissing. There's also a scene of Li Yuefan leaving in a fit of rage. Interesting. The middle-aged man muttered to himself. The scandal involving the president of the Zhang Group should fetch a good price. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, is this Lao Zhan? I have some big news. Chapter 5 North Ridge Villa? Building A01 is my home. When Lu Yan returned to the villa in Bailing Villa, Wang Xiulan and Lu Zhenfen were already asleep. He tiptoed back to his room. I had just lain down when my phone started vibrating incessantly. It's the Nanxiang Technical School Excavator Elite Class 3 WeChat group that's been quiet for a long time. Someone posted a photo. It was the scene tonight when Zhang Yueshue tiptoed and kissed him. The camera angle was tricky, capturing both of them and Li Yuefan's ashen faces in the shot. Below the photo are hundreds of unread messages. Holy crap! Isn't that Lu Yan? And who's that woman next to him? Zhang Yueshue from the Zhang Group? Really? Is it photoshopped? Wasn't Lu Yan just fired yesterday? Bullshit. Look at that guy next to him, isn't that Li Yuefan from the Li family? You can't photoshop his shit-eaten face. Holy crap, this is the biggest news ever. A poor guy who got fired from his job hooks up with an aloof female CEO? What kind of wish fulfillment novel plot is this? Several classmates who had previously mocked and looked down on him in the group are now tagging him like crazy. At Lu Yan, come out and say something, what happened? Did you get kept by a rich woman? Yanzi, you're a hidden gem. Teach us brothers how to hook up with rich and beautiful women. Lu Yan looked at these sour news reports and a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He did not offer a lengthy explanation. I simply typed a line of text slowly and clicked send. My wife. We're getting ready to get our marriage certificate. After sending the message, he immediately switched to Do Not Disturb mode and tossed his phone aside. The whole world is quiet now. The next morning, Lu Yan got up just as dawn was breaking. He used the master-level cooking skills he received as a reward from the system to prepare a sumptuous breakfast. Fried eggs, bacon, handmade bread, and freshly ground soy milk. Wang Xiulan and Lu Zhenfeng praised the food highly, repeatedly complimenting his improved culinary skills. After breakfast, Lu Yan drove his red Ferrari and arrived at Zhang Yueshue's apartment building on time. He didn't have to wait long. Zhang Yueshue then walked out of the lobby. She wore a beige dress today, with a thin knitted cardigan over it. Her long, soft hair cascaded down her shoulders. She exudes a gentle and quiet temperament. Lu Yan was about to get off the bus. A car brazenly blocked the Ferrari's path. It's still that flashy blue Porsche. Li Yuefan got out of the car with a gloomy face. He had clearly not slept all night. He had heavy dark circles under his eyes and exuded a menacing aura. The news spread overnight. Young Master Li became the laughingstock of the entire Yun city, and a mere backdrop for the poor boy. He couldn't swallow this insult. Lu Yan, get down here. Li Yuefan pointed at Lu Yan in the car and started cursing. Zhang Yueshue stopped in her tracks. She quickly walked to the Ferrari and stood between Li Yuefan and the car door. Li Yuefan, what do you want to do? Her voice was icy cold, devoid of any warmth. What do I want to do? Li Yuefan sneered. Yueshue, don't be fooled by this kid. He's just a penniless pauper, a good-for-nothing who got expelled from vocational school. What can he possibly give you? What he gave me, you can't give me. Zhang Yueshue spoke slowly and deliberately. He gave me a home and the title of father to the child in my womb. And you? Besides throwing money at people, what else can you do? Li Yuefan was speechless. His face turned a deep liver color. Lu Yan got out of the car, walked to Jiang Yueshua's side, and gently put his arm around her shoulder. Honey, don't argue with a mad dog. He looked at Li Yuefan and said calmly. Young Master Li, instead of wasting your time, why don't you go home and ask your father how the Li Group's stock price is doing today? After saying that, he pulled Jiang Yueshua, walked past Li Yuefan who was standing there dumbfounded, and got into the car. The Ferrari engine roared and sped away. Li Yuefan was left alone, his expression shifting constantly. Noon. Jinjiakan is the most famous private restaurant in Yuncheng. In the antique-style private room, the two families finally met. Lu Yan's parents seemed somewhat reserved. Wang Xiulan held Jiang Yueshua's hand, asking her how she was doing. Lu Zhenfeng sat to the side with a stern face, only occasionally uttering a word or two. Jiang Yueshua's parents, Zhang Zhendong and Qian Xingwan, however, have a completely different aura. Zhang Zhendong was slightly overweight, dressed in a well-fitting tang suit, and had a friendly smile typical of businessmen on his face. But those eyes were silently observing Lu Yan. Qian Xingwan is very well maintained, and her cheongsam accentuates her gentle and graceful temperament. However, her speech and demeanor naturally exuded the poise of a well-bred lady. After 3 rounds of meals and 5 courses of dishes, Qian Xingwan put down her chopsticks and gently wiped the corners of her mouth with a napkin. Then he looked at Lu Yan and spoke with a smile. Xiao Lu, Yushue said you two met at the hospital? Her voice was gentle, but her words carried a hint of probing. Lu Yan picked up some food for Jiang Yueshua with his chopsticks before looking up. Yes, Auntie. Yushue wasn't feeling well at the time, and I happened to be there, so I helped out. Help? Qian Xingwan picked up her teacup and gently blew on it. Yushue has had no shortage of suitors since she was a child. But she has never given them any attention. Xiao Lu, you must have some extraordinary qualities to win her heart. These words sound like a compliment, but the scrutinizing tone is impossible to hide. Wang Xiulan's smile froze for a moment. Lu Zhenfeng's chopsticks also stopped in mid-air. Zhang Zhendong coughed and took over the conversation. Xingwan means that it's good for young people to date, but marriage is a lifelong commitment. Xiao Lu, what kind of work do you do now? We haven't found a suitable one yet. Lu Yan answered truthfully. The atmosphere in the private room became subtle. Qian Xingwan and Zhang Zhendong exchanged a glance, the meaning in their eyes was self-evident. So, where do you plan to live after you get married? Qian Xingwan asked again. Yushue has never suffered since she was a child, and now that she is pregnant, she cannot make do with her life. This problem has arisen. Both Wang Xiulan and Lu Zhenfeng looked somewhat unnatural. Their family's tea plantation in their hometown was quite well off. But in a place like Yuncheng, it's simply not enough. Zhang Yueshue was about to say that Lu Yan had his own villa. Lu Yan spoke first. He put down his chopsticks, looking calm and even smiling. Auntie, you don't need to worry about that. I've already prepared the wedding room. His words stunned everyone. Zhang Zhendong frowned slightly. Chen Xingwan's smile faded slightly. Oh? Where? Her tone already carried a clear hint of doubt. Lu Yan looked at her and said, word by word. North Ridge Villa. It's a detached villa of over 300 square meters, all the renovations are done, and it's ready to move in any time. The words fell. The private room fell eerily quiet instantly. That's Yuncheng's truly top-tier wealthy area. Zhang Zhendong and Qian Xingwan's expressions quickly changed from surprise to something else. Disappointment. Contempt. And compassion. Qian Xingwan put down her teacup, her smile completely gone. Xiao Lu, it's a good thing for young people to be ambitious. But as a person, you still have to be down to earth. Zhang Zhendong also coughed lightly. Bailing Villa is a place that money can't buy. That villa you mentioned, the down payment alone would be. He paused, not finishing his sentence. But the meaning in his eyes was already very clear. Boast. These were the two words that simultaneously popped into their minds. A young man who had just been expelled from vocational school. How could anyone afford a 300 square meter villa in Bailing Villa? That's an incredibly exaggerated claim. Just as Lu Zhenfeng was about to speak up to explain for his son, Lu Yan stood up. He looked around at the various expressions on everyone's faces. Finally, our attention fell on Zhang Zhendong and Chen Xingwan. Uncle, Auntie. I know you don't believe me. He smiled. Seeing is believing, and we've almost finished eating. Why don't we go take a look now? After saying that, he picked up his coat from the back of the chair and took Zhang Yueshue's hand. Come on, I'll show you our home. Zhang Zhendong and Chen Xingwan exchanged a glance. He finally nodded. They wanted to see how this young man would handle things. The group split into 2 cars and headed towards Bailing Villa. The atmosphere inside the car was terribly oppressive. Chen Xingwan sat in the back seat, watching the scenery rushing past the window. Old Zhang, do you think this kid has been scammed? She lowered her voice. These days, scammers are very clever. They specifically target young people who have just won a little money. Zhang Zhendong remained silent for a moment. You'll find out when we get there. If it really is a scam, we can try to persuade Yueshue. He paused, then added. This child isn't a bad person, but he's too concerned about saving face and isn't reliable. Xian Qingwan sighed. Yueshue has been stubborn since she was little. Once she's made up her mind, nothing can change it. Now that she's pregnant again, we can't say anything too harsh. We can only take it one step at a time. Half an hour later. The convoy slowly drove into a tree-lined area. When the 4 gilded characters Bailing Villa and the magnificent gate appeared before everyone's eyes, everyone fell silent. Security personnel in crisp uniforms stood at the entrance. They were all in high spirits. In the distance, villas nestled among the green trees are arranged in a pleasing, staggered pattern. Zhang Zhendong and Xian Qingwan put away their disdain. Instead, it was awe-inspiring. Although they are quite wealthy. But it's also very clear that Bailing Villa isn't a place you can just get into with money. Lu Yan drove his Ferrari and slowly stopped at the front. He rolled down the car window and nodded to the security captain at the entrance. The security captain immediately jogged over. He gave Lu Yan in the car a respectful, standard salute. His voice traveled clearly through the car window to the ears of everyone in the cars behind. Mr. Lu, Ms. Jiang, welcome home. Chapter 6, an 80 million yuan villa. The father-in-law kneels on the spot. Welcome home. The security captain stood ramrod straight, his voice penetrating the car window and clearly reaching the car behind. Zhang Zhendong's hands on the steering wheel froze. Qian Xingwan's pupils suddenly contracted. The two looked at each other and saw 3 words in each other's eyes: impossible. Absolutely impossible. This script is wrong. As they expected, either Lu Yan would stage a scene at a friend's house, or he would be stopped at the door by security guards. But now? The security captain saluted personally, his tone unusually respectful. Can you get this kind of attitude by renting a house? Zhang Zhendong stared intently at the Ferrari in front of him. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. Lu Yan's Ferrari slowly drove over the raised railing. The car behind followed closely behind. The moment I stepped through that door, the world changed. The noise outside was shut out by the high walls. All that remained was the rustling of leaves in the wind, the faint chirping of birds in the distance, and the soft sound of tires rolling over the cobblestones. Each villa is separated by a large green space, with different designs yet harmonious unity. Wang Xiulan sat in the back seat and secretly pinched her husband's thigh. Lu Zhenfeng winced in pain, but dared not utter a sound. They stayed there last night and were already shocked. But looking at the expressions on Zhang's parents' faces, he still felt nervous. Xian Qingwan gripped the car door, her fingers trembling slightly. She had been in business for 30 years and considered herself worldly wise. But what she was seeing was beyond her comprehension. The car stopped in front of a 3-story modern villa. It occupies a hilltop with a wide view, and the small garden in front of the door is meticulously manicured. Zhang Zhendong stared at the door number A01. My mind was racing with calculations. Bailing Villa A01, this location, this size. Last year's market value was 60 million. This year? A minimum of 80 million. Who exactly is this kid? Xian Qingwan tugged at her husband's sleeve, signaling him not to keep a stern face. Let's go in first and talk about it later. Lu Yan got out of the car first, walked around to the passenger side, and opened the door. Watch out for the steps. He held Zhang Yueshue's wrist with practiced ease. Zhang Yueshue calmly got out of the car, turned around to look at the 4 elders, and smiled. Mom and Dad, Uncle and Aunt, we've arrived. She paused, a hint of smugness in her voice. This is our home. Lu Yan walked to the door and pressed his fingerprint. The electronic lock made a soft click, and the heavy solid wood door opened in response. Zhang Zhendong stood still, holding onto the car door, staring at it. Fingerprint lock. It's not a password, it's not a key. It's a fingerprint. What does this tell us? This means that the owner of the property is Lu Yan himself. The string in his heart snapped completely. With mixed feelings, the group entered the villa. The first floor features a high-ceilinged, spacious living room. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows bring the garden views into full view. The interior design is understated yet luxurious. While there is no outward display of opulence, every piece of furniture and every material used silently proclaims I am very expensive. Zhang Zhendong's gaze swept across the living room. He was looking for a flaw. However, abstract paintings on the wall, a soft, cloud-like wool carpet underfoot, a sound system in the corner. Everything about him was a slap in the face. Qian Xingwan stood in the center of the living room, feeling as if she were not on a visit, but being judged. Wang Xiulan smiled as she observed the reactions of Zhang's parents. His eyes held an undisguised pride. Lu Zhenfeng stood with his hands behind his back, silently observing the carpenter finishing the edges in the corner of the wall. The corners of his mouth curled up almost imperceptibly. Lu Yan didn't rush to introduce them, but first poured water for the elders. Feel free to look around, don't be shy. He handed the warm water to Zhang Yueshue. Are you tired? Do you want to rest first? Zhang Yueshue shook her head and subtly gestured with her chin towards her parents. The meaning is obvious. Look, the man I chose, isn't he great? Qian Xingwan couldn't hold back any longer. She stood up and began to wander around the room. In the open kitchen, all the kitchen utensils are top-tier German imported brands. It was so new that the packaging film hadn't even been removed. She ran her fingers over the pots and pans, mentally estimating their value. This set costs around 10,000. She murmured to herself. Wang Xiulan followed over, smiling, and said, My dear-in-laws have a good eye. Xiaoyan said this is a Miller custom model, worth 180,000. Chen Xingwan's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Wang Xiulan and noticed that there was no boastfulness in the other's tone. Only the pride of being a mother. She went up to the second floor. There are 3 bedrooms on the second floor. One of the south-facing rooms was set up as a nursery. The wallpaper was pale yellow, and the floor was covered with anti-collision mats. In the corner, 4 crib boxes were placed side by side. When Qian Xingwan saw the 4 boxes, she froze. Not 1. Not 2. There are 4. She turned around and saw Wang Xiulan following behind. The eyes of the 2 women, who were about to become grandmother and maternal grandmother, both reddened at the same time. This was all prepared by Xiao Lu? Qian Xingwan's voice trembled. Yes. Wang Xiulan nodded, tears welling in her eyes. He knew Yueshue was pregnant with 4, so he prepared 4 sets of everything. I'm afraid of upsetting any of the children. Zhang Zhendong and Lu Zhenfeng followed. Zhang Zhendong stared at the nursery, his Adam's apple bobbing. He recalled what he had said at the dinner table, young people should be down to earth. Now it seems. Lu Yan is not the one who is down to earth. It's not that he, as the elder, is blind. He looked at Lu Yan, examining the young man for the first time with his own eyes. Did you prepare all of this? Lu Yan nodded. Yueshue is pregnant with 4, so we should prepare more things. His tone was calm, as if he were talking about something trivial. Lu Zhenfeng stood to the side, his dark face revealing undisguised pride. He patted his son on the shoulder. He didn't say anything. But that sense of recognition and pride is more powerful than 1,000 words. After visiting the master bedroom and study on the 3rd floor, the group returned to the living room on the 1st floor. The atmosphere has completely changed. Zhang Zhendong and Qian Xingwan sat on the sofa, no longer displaying the condescending attitude they had before. Zhang Zhendong picked up his teacup and took a sip. Xiao Lu. His voice was hoarse. We misjudged them. Qian Xingwan pulled Zhang Yueshua's hand and scolded her, You child, why didn't you explain such a big thing earlier? You made us worry for nothing. Zhang Yueshua leaned on her mother's shoulder and said coquettishly, You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. I thought he was a scammer who wanted me to abort the baby. One sentence made Zhang Zhendong and Qian Xingwan lose face. Seeing this, Lu Yan quickly tried to smooth things over. Your uncle and aunt are just concerned about Yue, so it's not your fault. He stood up and bowed solemnly to the four elders. Dad, Mom, Uncle, Aunt. Don't worry. Although I, Lu Yen, am young, I know how to write the word responsibility. I assure you. In this lifetime, I will never let Yue and the children suffer the slightest grievance. The words had barely left his lips. Wang Xiulan's eyes reddened, and she nodded repeatedly, good child, good child. Xian Qingwan looked at Lu Yen and became more and more satisfied. Steady and responsible. The key is that he truly loves his daughter. The last knot in her heart was finally untied. All right, we're all family, no need for formalities. Qian Qingwan made the decision. Now that the house is ready, the wedding should be held as soon as possible. She looked at Jiang Yueshua with heartache. You're carrying 2 or 4 babies now, so you can't overwork yourself anymore. Let's put the company matter aside for now. Go home and rest during your pregnancy. What about the company? Jiang Yueshua asked subconsciously. Qian Qingwan glared at her, is the company more important than my grandchildren? Let your dad go back and hold the fort first. If all else fails, have Yue come back from abroad to help. Zhang Jindong, who was drinking tea nearby, nodded upon hearing this. My old bones can still move. Just relax and focus on your pregnancy, the sky won't fall. That's settled. Jiang Yueshua couldn't hide her happiness. Now, let's get down to practical matters. Wang Xiulan cleared her throat. Although she knew her son was promising, she couldn't break the rules. Father-in-law, about the betrothal gifts. She didn't finish her sentence. Lu Yen took over the conversation. Mom, let me talk about this. He looked at Jiang Zhendong and Chen Qingwan. Uncle and aunt, I have prepared 10 million for the bride price. In addition, transfer another 20 million in pocket money to Yue's personal account. A house and car have already been prepared, so they are not included in the bride price. The words fell. The living room was eerily quiet. Jiang Zhendong nearly dropped the teacup in his hand. Qian Qingwan opened her mouth, but no sound came out for a long time. Wang Xiulan and Lu Zhenfeng were also stunned. Yesterday, all they knew was that their son had won 60 million in the lottery, but didn't he use the money to buy a villa? How come he still has money? And he's so rich? A dowry of 10 million? 20 million in pocket money? Jiang Zhendong realized what was happening and quickly waved his hand. No, this is too much. Our Jiang family does not sell our daughters. Lu Yan smiled and said, Uncle, it's not a question of whether to sell or not. This is my heartfelt message to Yue and the children. If you think it's not enough, I can add more. Jiang Zhendong was speechless. He has been in business for 30 years. This is the first time I've encountered someone complaining that the bride price is too low. Qian Qingwan took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. Xiao Lu, we appreciate your kind gesture. But the bride price really doesn't need to be that much. Just for good luck. Lu Yan was about to speak. Jiang Yueshua tugged at his sleeve and shook her head at him. She understands her parents. If we insist any further, it would be disrespectful to our elders. All right then. Lu Yan nodded. According to the customs of Yunqing, it is 88,888. Just hoping for good fortune. As for the rest, they are personal gifts I give to Yue and are not included in the betrothal gifts. Jiang Zhendong and Qian Qingwan finally accepted this compromise. Chen Qingwan breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, then we can't be stingy. She looked at Jiang Zhendong. We'll provide a car as part of the dowry, and give the children 1 million yuan as startup capital. Jiang Zhendong nodded, it's settled then. A negotiation that could have been filled with conflict was resolved in a harmonious atmosphere, leading to a consensus. Both families wore satisfied smiles. Lu Yan and Jiang Yueshua sat together, their hands secretly clasped under the sofa. Lu Yan could feel that Jiang Yueshua's palms were covered in fine sweat. He turned his hand over and enveloped her small hand in his palm. He gave her a reassuring smile. Everything has been agreed upon. Only one item left. Wang Xiulan looked at the calendar and spoke excitedly. The bride price and dowry have been set, but what about the wedding date? Chapter 7, the moment he knelt down to propose, the system gave him money again. In-laws, now that everything is settled, what about the wedding date? Before Wang Xiulan could finish speaking, Chen Qingwan gently interrupted her. Mother-in-law, there is no rush. Xian Xingwan took her daughter's hand, her eyes filled with tenderness. Yueshue is currently pregnant with 4 babies, her health is very precious, and she must not overexert herself. Weddings are for show, the child's health is the most important thing. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiulan nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. My mother-in-law is right. My mind was so focused on having a grandson that I almost made Yueshue tired. What do you think? Xian Xingwan made the final decision. I think we should hold the wedding after the children are a month old. When Yueshue recovers, we'll hold a grand celebration, and no one will have anything to say about it. Zhang Zhendong chimed in, I agree. We can't let my daughter and grandchildren suffer. Lu Zhenfeng rarely spoke up, let's do it this way. The 4 elders made the decision in just a few words. Xian Xingwan then looked at Lu Yan, Xiao Lu, now that the marriage is settled, Yueshue will move in from today. I'm worried about her living alone. Your villa is big, it's just right. She took out her phone, I'll call Aunt Li right now. She is a top-notch nanny and has the most experience in taking care of pregnant women. They acted swiftly and decisively, giving no one a chance to object. That afternoon, Zhang Yueshue officially moved into building A01 of Bailing Villa. Aunt Li arrived carrying large and small bags, and as soon as she entered the door, she began planning her pregnancy diet and daily routine. After seeing his parents off, Lu Yan drove Zhang Zhendong and Xian Xingwan home in his Ferrari. The atmosphere in the carriage was harmonious. Xian Xingwan looked at Lu Yan's profile as he focused on driving in the rearview mirror, and the more she looked at him, the more pleasing he seemed. Xiao Lu, I'm entrusting Yueshue to you from now on. She's a stubborn child, so please bear with her if anything happens to her. Lu Yan readily agreed, Auntie, don't worry, I will take good care of her. They sent the 2 elders to the Jiang family mansion. Lu Yan did not return to the villa immediately. The Ferrari made a U-turn at an intersection in the city and eventually stopped in the underground parking garage of the IFC Mall, the most upscale shopping mall in Yuncheng. He walked into the jewelry store on the first floor, which was marked by a red square box. The sales manager, dressed in a business suit, was leaning lazily against the counter. I saw a young man in a plain t-shirt walk in, but I didn't pay much attention. But when she glanced at the Ferrari key in the other person's hand, he immediately stood up straight, his face beaming with a professional smile. Hello sir, what would you like to see? Lu Yan's gaze swept over the dazzling array of diamond jewelry. Finally, it stopped at a diamond ring with a simple yet dazzling design. Let me see this. The sales manager put on white gloves and took out the ring. Sir, you have excellent taste. This is our brand's classic one and only piece, with a 3-carat main diamond. Lu Yan didn't waste any more words, how much? This ring is priced at 880,000. Wrap up. From entering the door to swiping the card, it took no more than 5 minutes. The sales manager respectfully handed the beautifully packaged gift box to Lu Yan. She felt like she was dreaming. Are there still such easygoing customers these days? I was driving back to the villa. Lu Yan took out the small red velvet box from the storage compartment. Open. Even in the dim light inside the car, the diamonds still refracted a captivating fire. He suddenly smiled. 2 days ago, he was a good-for-nothing who had been expelled from school, had only 90-odd yuan left in his pocket, and couldn't even see a future. 2 days later, he owns a mansion worth 80 million. There are nearly 3 million in cash in the bank account. He also has a beautiful female CEO fiancée with a net worth of over 1 billion. She was pregnant with his 4 children. The ups and downs of life are just too damn exciting. Back at the villa, the living room was quiet. Aunt Li was busy in the kitchen. Zhang Yueshue stood alone in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the night view outside. His figure appeared somewhat frail. She turned around when she heard the door open. You're back? Lu Yan changed his shoes and walked over, stopping behind her. What are you thinking about? Nothing. Zhang Yueshue lowered her eyes. It just feels a bit unreal. She turned around and looked intently into Lu Yan's eyes. Lu Yan, I'm giving you one last chance. The voice was soft, yet solemn. You're only 21 years old, your life has just begun. It's not too late to back out now. I won't blame you. I will raise the child myself after it is born and will never disturb your life. She laid out all her escape routes for him. Lu Yan laughed. He did not answer immediately. Instead, he reached out and pulled her into his arms. Isn't that stupid? He lowered his head and inhaled the fragrance of her hair. Why do you think I agreed to be with you? Is it because you're pretty? It was in the car when I saw that ultrasound report. When I saw those 4 little ones, I told myself, I'm sticking with you for life. He released her and took a step back. Under Jiang Yueshue's astonished gaze, he knelt on one knee. He solemnly opened the small red velvet box and held it up in front of her. I know, it all happened too fast. It's happening so fast that we haven't even had a chance to get to know each other properly. But I'm sure my feelings are genuine. Jiang Yueshue, will you marry me? Let me spend my whole life taking care of you and our children. Jiang Yueshue stared at him blankly. Look at the ground beneath his knees. Looking at the dazzling diamond ring in his hand. Tears streamed down my face. This time, it wasn't about feeling wronged or afraid. It was an overflowing happiness. She extended her slightly trembling left hand. He choked up, but nodded with unwavering determination. I do. Lu Yan was overjoyed. He placed the ring securely on her ring finger. The size is just right, not too big or too small. Ding! Host's marriage proposal is successful, and a formal marriage contract is now in effect with the destined heroine. Bonus, 9 million yuan wedding preparation fund. Cash has been received. A system notification sounded in my mind. Lu Yan stood up and hugged Jiang Yueshue tightly. At that moment, he felt like he owned the whole world. Late at night, Jiang Yueshue rubbed her stomach. Lu Yan, I'm hungry. What do you want to eat? I'll make it. Lu Yan immediately jumped out of bed. It seems there are some dumplings that Aunt Li made in the refrigerator. Wait. Lu Yan threw on his clothes and rushed into the kitchen. When he placed a plate of steaming dumplings in front of Jiang Yueshue, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Detected that the host is cooking a late-night snack for his beloved wife. Reward, mastery of a divine musical instrument. Bonus, 1 million renminbi in cash. Lu Yan was stunned for a moment. A master of musical instruments at a godlike level? What is this? He looked at his hands, which were holding the plate. It seems like nothing has changed. What's wrong? Jiang Yueshue picked up a dumpling and blew on it. Fine. Lu Yan sat down on the edge of the bed with a grin. I just think my wife is really beautiful. After finishing their late-night snack, the two lay down again. The villa is very large and has many rooms. But Jiang Yueshue insisted on sleeping in the same room as him. Of course, we sleep in separate beds. Jiang Yueshue was sleeping on the large bed in the master bedroom. Lu Yan slept on a small bed that had been recently moved in next to him. Good night. Lu Yan tucked the blanket around her. I promise I won't touch you until the children are born. Jiang Yueshue's cheeks flushed, and she murmured an It was late at night. Both of them had trouble sleeping. Just as Lu Yan was about to drift off to sleep, Jiang Yueshue, who was standing next to her, suddenly let out a short exclamation. She suddenly grabbed Lu Yan's hand. Lu Yan. Her voice trembled with surprise. What's wrong? Lu Yan instantly regained consciousness. They moved. Lu Yan froze. He practically crawled to Jiang Yueshue's bedside. Lifting her pajamas revealed her slightly protruding belly. He bent down. Gently press your ear against it. The whole world fell silent. He could even hear his own heartbeat. Thump. Knock knock. Suddenly, a very slight sensation, like a small fish blowing bubbles. I gently touched his ear through his belly. Lu Yan's body tensed instantly. A surge of ecstasy and awe exploded from head to toe. He looked up and met Jiang Yueshue's gaze. The same light shone in both of their eyes. Just then, a blue panel, visible only to him, slowly unfolded before his eyes. Ding! The host has felt fetal movement for the first time. Reward, 800,000 renminbi in cash. Friendly reminder, listening to your baby's heartbeat daily can strengthen the bond between father and child. This is a daily recurring task, with a maximum of 3 attempts, and each attempt rewards 800,000 yuan in cash. Chapter 82,400,000 a day? This system is toxic. It was late at night. Lu Yan pressed his ear against Zhang Yueshua's slightly protruding belly, holding his breath. That slight touch was like a fish blowing bubbles, or like four little creatures greeting him. Friendly reminder: listening to your baby's heartbeat daily can strengthen the bond between father and child. This is a daily recurring task, with a maximum of 3 attempts, and each attempt rewards 800,000 yuan in cash. Lu Yan's breath caught in his throat for a moment. 3 times? 800,000 each time? He quickly did the math in his head. 3 times would be 2.4 million, and that would be a month. Holy crap! Based on a 30-day work week, that's 84 million a month? Lu Yan sat up abruptly, staring at his hands. That's not a hand, that's a money printing machine. No, even a money printing machine can't do that fast. What's wrong? Zhang Yueshue was startled awake by his movements, her eyes still sleepy. It's nothing. Lu Yan lay back down and pulled her into his arms. It's just that I feel. He paused, then looked down at her. Moonlight streamed in through the gaps in the curtains, casting a soft glow on her face. My wife smells amazing. Zhang Yueshue blushed, snuggled closer to him, and said softly, You smooth talker. Lu Yan smiled but didn't say anything. But he was thinking about something else. The system's rewards are becoming increasingly outrageous. What is the purpose behind this? But then I thought, who cares? The most important thing now is to take good care of Yueshue and the children. As for the system, when soldiers come, generals will block them. When water comes, earth will dam it. The next morning, before dawn, Lu Yan quietly got up. He quietly lifted the blanket and pressed his ear against Zhang Yueshue's stomach again. Ding! Host detected listening to baby's heartbeat. Reward, 800,000 renminbi in cash. Lu Yan's eyes lit up. He waited 5 minutes and listened again. Ding! Reward of 800,000 yuan in cash. 5 more minutes passed. Ding! Reward of 800,000 yuan in cash. 3 times in a row. Lu Yan only stopped, satisfied, when the system notified him that today's tasks have reached their limit. He took out his phone and opened the bank's app. Looking at the long string of zeros after the account balance, Lu Yan took a deep breath. There are 4.8 million more. Adding the 2.4 million from last night, today's total is 2.4 million. This feeling. It's like playing a game, but with a cheat engine. But Lu Yan quickly calmed down. The fact that the money came too easily made him somewhat uneasy. He recalled what Aunt Li had said last night, that carrying quadruplets was like teetering on the brink of death. Lu Yan's heart tightened. No matter how many rewards the system gives, it will all be meaningless if Yueshue and the children get into trouble. He looked down at the sleeping Zhang Yueshue. Her sleeping face was peaceful, with a faint smile on her lips. Lu Yan reached out and gently brushed away the stray hairs from her forehead. Don't worry, I will protect you. He made a silent vow in his heart. On the breakfast table, the atmosphere should have been joyful and harmonious. But Wang Xiulan stormed in, phone in hand, her face ashen. Lu Yan. Yu Shui. Look. On the phone screen was the photo from last night. The title was simply changed to something unbearable. Shocking. Cold-blooded female CEO Zhang Yueshue meets with a mysterious man at night, suspected of keeping a gigolo. Unveiling Zhang Yueshue's new love, a vocational school expeller. Is it true love or something else? The comments section was even more filthy. This woman is pregnant and still going on dates? Does the baby's father know? A vocational school expelled student, TSK, how useless must he be? The world of the rich is so chaotic, they're really living it up? Lu Yan glanced at it and frowned. But before he could speak, Jiang Zhendong suddenly spoke up. It's 9:30. He opened the financial software. Everyone's heart sank. Jiang Group's stock plummeted immediately upon opening, turning a shocking red. In just a few minutes, the market value evaporated by 300 million. These damned bastards. Wang Xiulan trembled with rage. Isn't this bullying? Yueshue is pregnant. Xian Xingwan also looked worried, holding her daughter's hand. Yueshue, don't look at these things, they'll affect your mood. Lu Zhenfeng kept a straight face and didn't say a word. But his clenched fists betrayed his anger. Call the police. Wang Xiulan blurted out. It's no use. Jiang Zhendong shook his head. The more you try to clarify these kinds of gossip stories, the more enthusiastic they become. Unless. He turned his gaze to Lu Yan and Zhang Yueshue. There is a fact they cannot refute, which hits them right in the face. The four elders exchanged glances and instantly reached a consensus. Xian Xingwan made the final decision: go to the Civil Affairs Bureau, right now. Lu Yan glanced at Zhang Yueshue. Her face was pale, clearly hurt by these malicious remarks. He took her hand. Yueshue, let's go get our marriage certificate. But not because of these people. It's because I want the whole world to know that you are my wife. Zhang Yueshue raised her head and looked at him. His gaze was firm, without the slightest wavering. She nodded, okay. Half an hour later. Yunqing Civil Affairs Bureau. The appearance of Lu Yan and Zhang Yueshue caused quite a stir. Look, isn't that Zhang Yueshue? Isn't that the pretty boy from the news? She's alright looking, but she looks very young. TSK, they're really after money, they've even gotten a child out of it. The whispers were soft, yet every word was piercing. Zhang Yueshue was wearing flat shoes and a loose beige dress. She lowered her head and clenched the hem of her clothes with both hands. She was used to being the center of attention, but had never been scrutinized so maliciously. Lu Yan noticed her stiffness. He didn't say anything, but simply stepped forward and shielded her completely in front of him. It blocked all inquiries. Then he lowered his head and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Don't listen. They're just jealous. Jealous that I found the best treasure in the world." Zhang Yueshue slowly loosened her grip. She looked up at his resolute profile and felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Lu Yan, Zhang Yueshue, window A03. The announcement of numbers came over the loudspeaker. The staff member in charge of registration was a young girl. She was visibly taken aback when she saw their ID cards. But he quickly regained his professionalism. "Gentlemen, please confirm the information. If there are no problems, please sign here." Zhang Yueshue picked up the pen, but her fingertips felt a little cold. Lu Yan held her hand, his palm was warm and dry. "Yueshue, do you regret it?" Zhang Yueshue shook her head and met his gaze. There was not a trace of impurity in it, only a clear and unwavering determination. "My only regret is not meeting you sooner." She picked up the pen and, stroke by stroke, solemnly wrote her name. When the two brand new red books were handed to him, the murmurs outside disappeared. Lu Yan took her hand and turned to face the crowd that was still peering in. He found a kind-looking girl and asked her to take some photos for him. After getting into the car, Lu Yan's fingers flew across his fingers as he posted photos on his various social media platforms, along with captions. "My wife, Zhang Yueshue. Those who are legally certified to work are protected by law. As for those who spread rumors and cause trouble, my lawyer's letter is already on its way." After posting the photos on his own social media, he sent them to Zhang Yueshue. "Yueshue, send those photos to your company's legal department." Zhang Yueshue was puzzled, but quickly understood what Lu Yan was planning to do. "Tell them to sue all those who spread rumors. Budget. No upper limit. I'm going to bankrupt them." Zhang Yueshue looked at him, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Lu Yan turned to her and smiled before starting the car. "Don't be afraid, I'm here. Anyone who dares to bully you will regret ever being born." Zhang Yueshue's eyes welled up with tears, and she said softly, "Lu Yan, thank you." "Silly girl." Lu Yan ruffled her hair. "We're husband and wife, why are you thanking me?" Back at Bailing Villa. The villa has been completely renovated. Antli was directing a team of domestic workers in professional uniforms to finish up the last bit of work. "Sir, madam, you're back." Antli greeted them with a smile. "I figured that since madam is heavily pregnant, the house needs to be absolutely clean, so I took the liberty of hiring a professional company to do a deep cleaning and disinfection." Xian Xingwan nodded in satisfaction. "Antli, you've thought of everything." In the living room, Lu Zhenfeng and Wang Xiulan were already sitting upright. A brand new tea set was laid out on the coffee table. Zhang Yueshue was a little nervous. Chen Xingwan patted her hand and gave her an encouraging look. She picked up her teacup, walked to Lu Zhenfeng and Wang Xiulan, and knelt down steadily. "Dad, Mom, please have some tea." Wang Xiulan's eyes immediately reddened. She quickly helped Zhang Yueshue up, "Oh, good child, get up quickly, the ground is cold." She took the tea, took a sip, and then took out a thick red envelope from a bag that had been prepared beforehand and stuffed it into Jiang Yueshue's hand. "Here's the fee for changing your address, take it. From now on, we're family. Nobody will dare to bully you." Lu Zhenfeng also drank tea. Unlike Wang Xiulan, he wasn't outgoing, he simply pulled a rustic wooden box from his pocket. "This bracelet has been passed down in our family. Here, take it." Jiang Yueshue looked at the red envelope and bracelet in her hand, feeling a warm glow in her heart. The atmosphere at dinner was warm and harmonious. Jiang Zhendong personally cooked a large table of dishes. The two fathers sipped their wine and chatted about tea and business. The two mothers surrounded Jiang Yueshue, constantly serving her food. "Yueshue, eat more of this fish. It's not fishy and it's good for the baby," Wang Xiulan said. "She can't stand the smell of cooking oil fumes now, so this steamed sea base is more suitable for her," Chen Xingwan said. "My mother-in-law is right," Wang Xiulan immediately changed her tune. "As for the 3 gold pieces and 5 gold pieces, I think we shouldn't delay any longer. Let us go buy them tomorrow. They must be the heaviest ones." Jiang Zhendong, listening nearby, raised his glass and said, "Don't worry, in-laws, our dowry won't be lacking either. I've already ordered a custom-made bulletproof Rolls-Royce. Safety is the most important thing." Lu Zhenfeng slowly sipped his tea. "Our family doesn't have that much money. Those 10 ancestral tea mountains will be divided into 5 parts. Each of the 4 siblings will get 1 part, and the remaining part will go to Yueshue." A meal turned into a lavish display of wealth, with everyone competing to be the best they could be to the younger generation. Lu Yan and Jiang Yueshue exchanged a glance, both seeing a bittersweet happiness on each other's faces. After dinner, Jiang Yueshue was a little tired, so she went back to her room to rest. After seeing Jiang's parents off, Lu Yan had just returned to the living room when Aunt Li pulled him aside. The smile that had graced Aunt Li's face during the day was gone. "Sir, I have something to say to you. Please speak." Aunt Li hesitated for a moment, but still spoke up. "My wife is pregnant with quadruplets, which is different from a normal pregnancy. I once cared for a woman who was pregnant with twins, and it was extremely dangerous." Quadruplets. She didn't continue speaking. But Lu Yan already understood what she meant. "You must pay close attention to your wife's health tonight. Especially if her calves and feet swell, or if she gets cramps in the middle of the night, you must not take it lightly. Also, your wife's emotions are fluctuating a lot right now, so please be more understanding." After Aunt Li finished speaking, she sighed. "I know you are good to your wife, but some things require more than just good intentions, you have to put your heart into them. That kind of thing." Chapter 9, 10 million arrives. "I want to be a real man. That kind of thing." Aunt Li's face flushed, but she still insisted on finishing her story. "You must exercise restraint, and it's best to avoid it completely. It can cause uterine contractions, which is dangerous for both the child and the mother." Lu Yan's face instantly burned. He didn't expect Aunt Li to be so blunt. "Aunt Li, I've got it." He nodded solemnly. "Don't worry." Aunt Li breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to the kitchen. Lu Yan sat on the living room sofa for a long time. A cool night breeze crept in through the window cracks. He brought up the blue panel that only he could see. Host, Lu Yan. Wealth, 12,480,095.27 yuan. Physical fitness, 75. Average for the average person is 70. Skills, Master Level Tea Ceremony, Advanced Culinary Skills, Master Level Musical Instrument Skills, and Basic Excavator Operation Skills. Items, none. Asset, Villa A01, Biling Villa. Original value 60 million. Looking at the numbers in the wealth section, Lu Yan felt somewhat dazed. Just a few days ago, he was still worrying about how to pay for food next month. Now, he owns tens of millions in cash and a luxury mansion. Life's turning points can happen so quickly that they catch you off guard. He returned to his bedroom. The light is still on. Jiang Yueshue leaned against the headboard and looked at her phone. Instead of reading the news, she was helping Lu Yan's parents book high-speed rail tickets back to their hometown. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Lu Yan sat down next to her. "My parents are going back tomorrow. I'll check their tickets for them." Jiang Yueshue handed him her phone. "They'll be home in the afternoon, so it won't delay them." Lu Yan looked at her serious profile. This woman always warmed his heart unintentionally. This one will do. Jiang Yueshua nodded and placed the order. After paying, she put down her phone and placed her hand on her lower abdomen. Lu Yan suddenly felt playful and pressed his ear against it. Let me hear if you've been good today. Ding. Host detected listening to baby's heartbeat. Reward, 800,000 renminbi. Lu Yan felt a surge of joy. He whispered to Jiang Yueshua's belly, "Hey, you four little ones inside, I'm your dad. Did you bother mommy today?" Jiang Yueshua was amused by him and gently nudged him. Stop joking, they wouldn't understand. They understand. Lu Yan confidently pressed his ear back to the screen. I'll listen to their response. Ding. Close interaction between the host and the baby detected. A reward of 800,000 yuan has been given. They said you were very well behaved today, and that your mom has a beautiful smile, Lu Yan reported earnestly. Jiang Yueshua's cheeks flushed red, and she glared at him reproachfully. Lu Yan enjoyed it immensely. With Jiang Yueshua's indulgence, which was both amusing and exasperating, he used up all his daily task quota. Ding. Host detected. Reward, 800,000 renminbi in cash. Ding. Today's task limit has been reached. Please try again tomorrow. 3 times in a row. Another 2.4 million arrived in my account. Lu Yan sat up straight and looked at the extra 2.4 million yuan in his mobile banking app. But he did not experience the ecstasy one might expect. He began to make plans. The annual property management fees and maintenance costs for this villa amount to a considerable expense. Aunt Lee is a top-notch nanny, so her salary is naturally quite high. After the 4 children were born, there was the need for formula, diapers, clothes, toys. As they get older, there's education. Kindergarten, primary school, middle school, university, all kinds of extracurricular classes. For children mean 4 expenses. Based on this calculation, the more than 10 million in the card won't last long. No. We can't rely solely on the system. The money provided by the system is startup capital and a guarantee. But he must have his own career. It must be able to create a continuous stream of wealth. He wanted to give Jiang Yueshua and the children a truly stable and prosperous future. Once this thought arises, it takes root wildly in your mind. He wants to start a company. We need to turn this money into more money. He wanted to be a man who could truly protect his wife and children from the wind and rain. A qualified stay-at-home dad. Just as he made up his mind, the system's voice sounded in his mind again. Ding. Detected that the host has set a long-term goal of becoming the universe's strongest dad. The system is very pleased and has decided to contribute to the host's grand ideals. Bonus, a 3 million renminbi startup fund for new dads. Lu Yan was stunned. The system can even sense his thoughts? Before he could think it through, Jiang Yueshua suddenly let out a soft gasp. They've moved again. Lu Yan's attention was instantly drawn back. He immediately reached out and placed his hand on Jiang Yueshua's lower abdomen. He could feel it clearly through the thin nightgown. One after another. That wasn't the same light touch as last night. Instead, it was a powerful kick. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lu Yan looked up in surprise, all 4 little ones are moving. Jiang Yueshua smiled too, her eyes glistening with tears. They are responding to you. Lu Yan lowered his head and kissed the slightly raised skin. These kids are quite strong. He suddenly thought of something. No, we need to buy a fetal heart rate monitor so we can hear their heartbeats every day. Okay, Jiang Yueshua replied softly. Let us go shopping together tomorrow, and we can also look at cribs and baby clothes. Okay, whatever you say. Looking at Jiang Yueshua's peaceful sleeping face, Lu Yan felt an unprecedented sense of responsibility welling up in his heart. He wanted to give this woman and her 4 children the best life possible. He didn't rely on the system's charity, but on his own hard work. He opened his phone and started searching for company registration procedures. The light from the screen shone on his face. His eyes held an unprecedented firmness. It was very late at night. The villa was very quiet. Only the soft sound of keyboard typing echoed in the darkness. In his memo, Lu Yan listed out his business plan item by item. Step 1, register a company and choose a direction. Step 2, assemble a team and recruit talent. Step 3, find projects and get started quickly. He wanted to build his business empire before his children were born. He wanted to make Jiang Yueshue the happiest woman in the city. He wanted his 4 children to be born at the top of the pyramid. But the more Lu Yan thought about it, the less he could sleep, tossing and turning. A sense of happiness and responsibility intertwined, putting him in a state of high excitement. He quietly got out of bed and walked to Jiang Yueshue's bedside. Looking at her peaceful sleeping face, he couldn't help but lean down and place a gentle kiss on her forehead. Jiang Yueshue seemed to be startled. Her long eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. "What's wrong?" Her voice was soft and sweet, as if she had just woken up. "Nothing, I just wanted to see you." Lu Yan sat down beside her bed and took her hand. Neither of them spoke, they simply looked at each other in silence. The atmosphere in the room was subtly heating up, becoming somewhat sticky. Lu Yan's Adam's apple bobbed, and the heat in his body began to surge again. He slowly leaned closer and kissed those soft lips. Jiang Yueshue did not flinch, but instead tilted her head slightly and responded to him awkwardly. Lu Yan's breathing became heavy, and his hand restlessly slid into her nightgown. Just as he was on the verge of losing control, Aunt Lee's words from earlier that day suddenly resonated in his mind. "You must restrain yourself from that kind of thing. Extremely dangerous." Lu Yan's movements suddenly froze. He pulled his hand back as if he'd been electrocuted, bracing himself to get off her, his forehead already covered in fine beads of sweat. Jiang Yueshue also woke up, her face flushed red. She pulled the blanket over her head, not daring to look at him. Lu Yan sat on the edge of the bed, panting heavily, feeling a wave of fear wash over him. He almost made a big mistake just now. He looked at Jiang Yueshue, who was curled up in a ball under the covers, and his voice was a little hoarse. "I'm sorry, I..." From under the covers came Jiang Yueshue's muffled voice. "It's not your fault." After a long silence, Jiang Yueshue poked her head out. She looked at Lu Yan with a hint of heartache. "If it's too painful to bear, then..." Her face flushed red, and she swallowed hard. "May I?" Her coquettish voice was like a gentle breeze. "Thank you, my dear wife." Chapter 10. This shop is on me, all irrelevant people get out. The next morning, before dawn, Lu Yan woke up. He turned to the side, his ear gently touching Jiang Yueshue's slightly protruding belly. Knock knock, knock knock. The heartbeats of the 4 little ones could be clearly heard. This is his daily routine, even more punctual than an alarm clock. Lu Yan smiled and placed a light kiss on that warm skin. Jiang Yueshue opened her eyes groggily, a faint blush rising on her cheeks. Eavesdropping again. That ass called caring. Lu Yan smiled and stood up. "I'll make you breakfast." Ding. Host interacts with lover. Reward, a shopping black card. At 10 a.m., my father-in-law and mother-in-law prepared to leave. Zhang Jindong pulled Lu Yan aside and handed him a cigarette. Lu Yan waved his hand in refusal. "Xiao Lu, you and Yu Shui have gotten your marriage certificate. What are your plans for the future?" Zhang Jindong exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze deep and thoughtful. "I'm planning to start my own company," Lu Yan said calmly and firmly. Zhang Jindong raised an eyebrow slightly. "Ambitious." He flicked his cigarette ash. "However, starting a company is not child's play, it's a very complex business. Here's what we'll do. I own a food processing plant with an annual revenue of around 30 million. I'll give you the position of general manager so you can get some experience first." Qian Xingwan also chimed in, "Yes, Xiao Lu, it's our own business, we can't be afraid of all the trouble." Lu Yan understood that this was a kind gesture from his parents-in-law. It was also a test. Accepting the offer brings stability, but also confines one to the Jiang family system. That's not what he wants. "Uncle, aunt, thank you for your kindness." Lu Yan stood upright with clear eyes. "But I want to start from scratch and use my own abilities to give Yueshue and the children a future." Zhang Jindong gave him a deep look. After a moment of silence, he patted Lu Yan on the shoulder. "Fine, you chose this path yourself. Remember, the door to this house is always open for you." After seeing the 2 elders off, Jiang Yueshue took Lu Yan's arm, her face full of anticipation. "Let's go shopping, to prepare cribs and clothes for the babies." "Okay." Lu Yan gently pinched her nose. "I'll do whatever my wife says." A red Ferrari drove into the Waterfa Shopping Plaza, the most prestigious commercial complex in Yuncheng. Lu Yan parked the car in the VIP parking space, walked around to the passenger side, and opened the door. He stretched out his arm to protect the top of the car door, and used his other hand to support Jiang Yueshue. Slower. Jiang Yueshue wore a loose-fitting off-white long dress and flat shoes today. She was bare-faced, yet so beautiful that it was impossible to look away. The two held hands and slowly walked into the mall. The sales assistants passing by all turned their heads in surprise. Isn't that President Jiang? The man next to her is so handsome. Look at how he protects President Jiang, so tenderly. I'm so jealous, what an amazing love story. Jiang Yueshue blushed slightly and leaned closer to Lu Yan. Let's go to the mother and baby section on the 4th floor first. I know a brand that's very cost-effective. Wife. Lu Yan interrupted her, pulling her towards the elevator on the other side. From now on, let's cross the word cost-effectiveness out of our dictionary. He looked down at Jiang Yueshue, his tone serious. My wife and my children must have the best in the world. A warm feeling welled up in Jiang Yueshue's heart. She tiptoed and kissed Lu Yan on the cheek. Good. The two went straight up to the 6th floor. This is a gathering place for top international luxury brands, with luxurious decor and an air of extravagance. Jiang Yueshue looked at the shops and hesitated. Aren't the clothes here too expensive? Expensive? Lu Yan put his arm around her shoulder. My wife deserves the best. He pulled Jiang Yueshue into a lavishly decorated women's clothing store. The greeter at the store entrance bowed and greeted them, but their enthusiasm waned noticeably after glancing at Lu Yan's outfit, which cost no more than 500 yuan. Inside the store, several impeccably made-up employees were chatting together. He glanced at them lazily as they came in, then continued with his own conversation. Only one young woman, who looked like she had just started working, quickly came forward to greet them. Sir, madam, welcome. Her gaze lingered for a moment on Jiang Yueshue's slightly protruding belly, and she gave a kind smile. Madam, we just received a batch of new silk dresses. The fabric is mulberry silk, which is very breathable, and the style is loose, which will suit you very well. She led the two to the rest area and brought them 2 glasses of warm water. Please sit down and rest first, I'll bring the clothes over for you to see. Lu Yan nodded. This girl is perceptive. Soon, the girl came over carrying several pieces of clothing and showed them off one by one. This champagne color complements your skin tone. This hazy blue color makes people look gentle. There's also this classic style, which can be worn with a cardigan, making it very practical. Jiang Yueshue touched the soft fabric, a look of liking flashing in her eyes. Lu Yan said directly, wrap up these items, and that cardigan you mentioned. The young woman's eyes lit up, and she couldn't hide her surprise on her face. Yes, sir. I'll be right there. Xiao Ya. A woman with big, wavy hair walked over with her arms crossed. She is the store manager. Are you new here and don't you know the rules? Bringing in just any kind of guest is a waste of everyone's time. Another shop assistant, with thin eyeliner, chimed in sarcastically. Exactly, look at what he's wearing. These clothes cost over 10,000 yuan. Can he afford that? Their voices were neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for Lu Yan and Jiang Yueshue to hear. Jiang Yueshue's face darkened. The girl named Xiaoya's face turned bright red, and her eyes were red. Manager, the customer didn't say they didn't want to buy. Lu Yan took out a pure black card from his wallet and handed it to Xiaoya. Swipe your card. Xiaoya took the card and was stunned. The store manager and the employee's mocking remarks stopped abruptly. Black card. Limited global release, cardholders must have assets of at least 1 billion. The store manager's expression changed instantly. He forced a smile that looked more like a grimace and quickly stepped forward. Oh dear, sir, I'm so sorry. They didn't recognize your greatness. She pushed Xiaoya aside and tried to take the black card. I'll be there, I'll serve you personally. Lu Yan pulled his hand back. He put the card back into Xiaoya's hand. Let her come. He looked at the store manager, his tone indifferent. Give her triple commission for whatever sales she makes today. The store manager's face turned pale and then red. Xiaoya was completely at a loss, holding the card, not knowing what to do. Sir, this is against the rules. Now it's in accordance with the rules. Lu Yan looked at the store manager with an indifferent gaze. You have a problem with that? The store manager dared not object and could only grit his teeth and nod. No. No objection. just as Xiaoya was about to swipe her card. Wait a moment. A sharp sound came from the doorway. Everyone turned to look. A pot-bellied man with a thick gold chain around his neck. He was carefully helping a woman who was also heavily pregnant walk in. The man had an oily face, while the woman had a sharp and mean expression. When she saw Jiang Yueshue, she was taken aback for a moment. His face immediately showed a mixture of jealousy and disdain. Oh, isn't this the famous President Jiang from Yuncheng? The woman spoke in a sarcastic tone. What? You just dumped young Masterly and already found some pretty boy? And you're even buying discounted goods at a place like this? That's hilarious. Lu Yan's eyes instantly turned cold. The woman didn't even look at him. She walked straight up to Xiaoya and snatched the clothes from her hands. Snap! The clothes were thrown on the ground. These, and all the new styles in your store, I'll take them all. She looked at Jiang Yueshue defiantly. Excuse me, Mr. Jiang, I'm treating this place to the whole restaurant today. Get out, you bystanders. Chapter 11. You dare touch my wife? You're asking for death. The sarcastic and cynical shouts echoed in the luxury store. The silk dress, tossed on the ground, lost its champagne-colored sheen. Xiaoya's face turned deathly pale instantly. She looked helplessly at the clothes on the ground, then at the arrogant couple. The store manager reacted quickly, his embarrassment instantly replaced by flattery. She jogged over, bent down to pick up the clothes herself, and carefully patted off any non-existent dust. Mrs. Hu, please don't be angry. I'll get you a new dress. Turning her head, she sternly reprimanded Xiaoya. What are you all standing there for? Didn't you hear Mrs. Hu? Get this gentleman and his wife out of here. Jiang Yueshue's body stiffened slightly. She's seen arrogant people before. But this was the first time he had ever been publicly called a nonsense by someone pointing their finger at him. Lu Yan gently patted the back of her hand. He didn't even look at the woman called Mrs. Hu, but instead focused his gaze on the pot-bellied man. The man's name was Hu Hai. From the moment he entered, his small eyes never left Jiang Yueshue. His naked greed and desire were nauseating. People from the Wang group? Lu Yan stepped forward, completely blocking Jiang Yueshue behind him, and spoke calmly. Hu Hai then turned his attention to Lu Yan for a moment. He looked Lu Yan up and down, and his outfit, which cost no more than 500 yuan in total, made him sneer. Kid, do you even have the right to speak here? The woman beside him immediately chimed in shrill voices. That's right. A gigolo who lives off a woman dares to stand up? Get your sugar daddy out of here right now, don't offend Mr. Hu's eyes. Lu Yan ignored the woman. He simply looked at Hu Hai, his tone remaining calm. My wife is looking at clothes here, and you came in and started making a scene, scaring her. How should we settle this score? Hu Hai felt like he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Settle accounts? You think you're qualified to settle accounts with me? With his beer belly protruding and an arrogant look on his face, he said, Kid, I'll give you a chance. Ask around, have you ever heard of the Wang Group in Yuncheng? I am Hu Hai, vice president of the Wang Group. This entire Waterfa shopping plaza is full of people connected to the Wang family. I can make anyone leave, and they'll have to leave. Wang's Group. Jiang Yueshue gently tugged at Lu Yan's sleeve from behind. The Wang family started out in heavy industry, and their assets are no less than those of the Jiang family. They are known for their domineering behavior. More importantly, the Wang family does indeed have an investment stake behind the Waterfa shopping plaza. Upon hearing this, the store manager bent down even lower. Mr. Hu. It's truly an honor for our shop to have you and Mrs. Hu here. She knew that what Hu Hai said was true. The Wang Group is one of the major shareholders of this shopping mall, and Hu Hai is always personally received by the mall's senior management whenever he visits. Offend him? That's because they think they're living too comfortably. Hu Hai enjoyed the flattery. He waved his large hand, pointing at Lu Yan. This kid offended my wife, what do you suggest we do about it? The store manager immediately understood, turned to face Lu Yan, and adopted a businesslike demeanor. Sir, I think this is a misunderstanding. You see, Mr. and Mrs. Hu are our VIP customers. Why don't you take your wife and leave first? I'll give you a 10% discount on the clothes you've been looking at today. These words sounded polite, but they were actually a way of telling him to leave. He didn't say anything, but just looked at Hu Hai. His calmness made Hu Hai feel very uncomfortable. How could a poor boy be so calm? Hu Hai's gaze passed over Lu Yan and landed on Zhang Yueshua again. The lewdness in those small eyes intensified. Kid, I won't make things difficult for you. He licked his thick lips and said to Zhang Yueshua, President Zhang, what's the point of following a penniless guy like this? He can't even afford a decent piece of clothing. Okay, you dump him and come with me. I promise you'll wear the latest styles every day from now on, and you can buy whatever you want. The best villa in Yunqing, the most expensive sports car, just ask, and I'll buy it all for you. Even Mrs. Hu, who was standing next to him, was stunned by these words. Zhang Yueshua's face turned completely cold. The smile on Lu Yan's face also disappeared. Ding! The heroine of destiny has been severely harassed. The villain's intelligence has completely vanished. He's recklessly courting death. Hidden quest triggered, protect your wife's dignity. Mission reward, 100% ownership of the Waterfa shopping plaza valued at 1 billion, ownership transfer in progress. Congratulations, host. From this moment on, this entire shopping mall is yours. A series of prompts exploded in Lu Yan's mind. He was momentarily taken aback. Then, a wonderful feeling welled up inside me. This shopping mall, is it his now? What are these few clowns in front of us? Seeing that Zhang Yueshua didn't speak, Hu Hai assumed that she had fallen for him. He grew bolder and actually reached out to grab Zhang Yueshua's wrist. Mr. Jiang, would you mind considering it? I'm much better than this pretty boy. Sir. Please have some self-respect. Xiaoya, who had been standing to the side at a loss, mustered up her courage and rushed forward. She spread her arms to block Zhang Yueshua. Who do you think you are? Get out of my way. Hu Hai's mood was ruined, and he flew into a rage, forcefully swinging his fat arm. Xiaoya, a girl, couldn't withstand his strength. She cried out in surprise and was thrown away. Bang! She crashed heavily into the clothes rack behind her. With a crash, a bunch of clothes hangers fell over. Lu Yan's pupils suddenly contracted. He moved, but no one could see how he moved. There was a crisp snap sound. Crisp, loud, and decisive. The entire shop fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned. Hu Hai covered his rapidly swelling left cheek, his eyes filled with disbelief. He got beaten up by a poor kid? You dare hit me? Hu Hai's voice trembled, half from pain and half from anger. Lu Yan shook his hand and moved his wrist. I dare not only to hit you. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chilling edge. I dare to cripple you too. Ah! You bastard! How dare you hit my husband? Mrs. Hu finally realized what was happening and let out a piercing scream. Like a madwoman, she bypassed the stunned Hu Hai and rushed towards Lu Yan. Instead, he went straight for Zhang Yueshua, who was behind Lu Yan. It's all your fault, you vixen. You slut. You're the one who seduced my husband. Her fingers, painted with bright red nail polish, spread out like eagle claws, aiming precisely at Zhang Yueshua's hair and face. Zhang Yueshua was pregnant, which made it difficult for her to move around. The claws were about to scratch his face. The store manager was right next to me. She shouted, Hey, don't hit me, let's talk this out, but cleverly shifted her body to the side, blocking Lu Yan's path as he rushed forward. This way of playing the slanted frame is simply art. However, she underestimated Lu Yan's speed and anger. Lu Yan had no intention of wasting words with her. He pressed down on her shoulder with his left hand and pushed her hard. The store manager stumbled and bumped into the counter next to him. At the same time, Lu Yan extended his right arm and grabbed Zhang Yueshua's wrist a second before Mrs. Hu's hand touched her hair. Let me go. You pretty boy. Let me go. Mrs. Hu struggled frantically, and her other hand scratched at her. Lu Yan's eyes turned cold, and he tightened his grip slightly on his wrist. Ah! Mrs. Hu let out a scream. His whole body went limp, and he was held by the wrist by Lu Yan, unable to move. Honey, are you all right? Lu Yan asked without turning his head. I'm fine. Zhang Yueshua's voice trembled slightly, but more than that, it was filled with lingering fear. If Lu Yan hadn't stopped him just now. She dared not think about it. Hu Hai also came to his senses at this time. He pointed at Lu Yan, trembling with anger. They've rebelled. They've defied the heavens. Security. Where the security guards are? Break this man's legs and throw him out. Beat him to death. The store manager scrambled to his feet and pulled out a walkie-talkie, yelling, "Dior counter on the 6th floor. There's a disturbance. Call security. Call General Manager Wang too." She knew this was a big deal. Hu Hai has very strong connections in this shopping mall. Last time, a customer got into a conflict with him and was beaten so badly that he ended up in the hospital. This poor kid is finished, he's finished. Lu Yen didn't even bother to look at them. He released Mrs. Hu's wrist. The woman immediately collapsed to the ground, clutching her wrist and wailing in despair. Lu Yen walked over to Xiaoya, who had been knocked down, and helped her up. "Are you all right?" Xiaoya turned pale with fright, shook her head, and tears involuntarily streamed down her face. "I'm sorry, sir, madam, it's all my fault." Chapter 12. Biaozi, bring some men to help me kill that kid. "I'm sorry, sir, madam, it's all my fault." Xiaoya's apology, tinged with tears, sounded particularly jarring in the quiet shop. Lu Yen didn't say anything, but simply reached out and helped her to Jiang Yueshu's side. His movements were light, but a storm was brewing in his eyes. "Honey, you and this lady should move to the back." Lu Yan's voice was calm, so calm it was unsettling. "Don't let the dirt splash on you." The room fell silent as soon as he said that. Hu Hai covered his swollen left cheek, finally recovering from the shock of being hit. "It's burning hot." He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. "You fucking bastard." Hu Hai's voice changed tone, and his eyes were bloodshot. "You dare hit my wife? I'll kill you today." Before he finished speaking, his bulky body had already rushed out. There was no order or method, it was just the most primitive and savage collision. Weighing over 200 pounds, if that impact had landed squarely, an ordinary person would have broken several ribs. Jiang Yueshu's heart clenched painfully. She instinctively grabbed Xiaoya's arm, her nails digging into her flesh. Xiaoya felt the pain, but she endured it. The store manager quietly took 2 steps back. A slight smile even appeared on her lips. This arrogant poor boy was about to pay the price. Just then, the system notification sounded in Lu Yan's mind. Ding! Host detected engaging the villain head-on to protect family. A truly manly act. The system gives it a thumbs up. Special reward, Constitution plus 25. Boom! A surge of scorching warmth instantly coursed through my entire body. Lu Yan felt his muscles, bones, and even every cell were cheering with joy. His physique, which was originally 75, skyrocketed to 100. What does this mean? The average adult male's physical fitness level is around 70, while professional athletes who can reach 90 are considered exceptionally gifted. A score of 100 already represents the quality of a Special Forces elite soldier. The world before my eyes has slowed down. Hu Hai's clumsy charge was full of flaws in Lu Yan's eyes, as slow as a slow-motion replay in a movie. Lu Yan didn't even bother to lift his hand. He merely shifted his body slightly to the side just before Hu Hai was about to collide with him. At the same time, his right foot was extended out with neither too much force nor too little force. Ouch! A scream. Hu Hai's massive body was tripped by his own momentum and that foot, causing him to lose his balance. Face down. He crashed heavily onto the polished marble floor in an extremely awkward manner. Bang! The muffled thud made people's eardrums tingle, and the entire shop fell silent once again. Mrs. Hu stopped crying and stared blankly at her husband, who was lying on the ground struggling like a turtle whose shell had been flipped over. The store manager and several employees stared wide-eyed, their jaws practically dropping. Is that all? Hu Hai lay on the ground, feeling that his front teeth were loose. My nose felt sore and numb, and tears welled up uncontrollably. But what he found even more unbearable than the physical pain was the extreme humiliation. He, vice president of Wang's group, in a shopping mall where I own a stake. He got slapped across the face by a poor kid. He was taken down in one move? Hu Hai let out a beast-like roar. He struggled to get up from the ground, his face flushed, not even bothering to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He took out his phone, his fingers trembling with anger, and it took him several tries to dial the number. Hey! Biaozi! Hu Hai's voice was trembling. Bring a few men and get over here. Dior, 6th floor of Watfa Shopping Plaza. Now! If I don't break this kid's legs today, I'll change my surname to yours. After yelling, he hung up the phone. She stared intently at Lu Yan with her bloodshot eyes, her gaze filled with a hatred that seemed to want to devour him alive. Hey kid, you better not run away. If you can walk out of this mall today, I'll walk backwards. Lu Yan completely ignored him. He turned around and walked up to Jiang Yueshue, reaching out to tidy her wind-blown hair. Were you scared? Her voice was so gentle, like she was coaxing a child. Jiang Yueshue shook her head. In her eyes, besides feeling at ease, there was also a hint of admiration. No. Lu Yan smiled and then looked at Xiaoya, whose face was still pale. Are you all right? Xiaoya quickly waved her hand. I'm fine, sir, thank you. Her voice was still trembling, but her eyes already held a hint of gratitude and admiration. All right, you two go sit on the sofa over there. Lu Yan pointed to the rest area in the corner. The following scenes may be a bit bloody and are not suitable for pregnant women to watch. This nonchalant attitude completely enraged the store manager. Looking at the mess on the ground, she was already plotting how to completely absolve herself of responsibility. The store will definitely suffer losses now that things have escalated to this point. Hu Hai called in some thugs. What if they smash up the shop? Who will take responsibility for this? She quickly went through it in her mind. Right. It's all this poor kid's fault. He started it, he angered Mr. Hu, and he caused the store to be vandalized. Thinking of this, the store manager also took out his phone. Her fingers trembled, but her dialing motion was resolute. Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, something terrible has happened. Her voice was sharp and panicked, trembling with sobs. Something terrible has happened at the store. A customer got into a fight with Mr. Hu and beat him up. President Hu has now called in some thugs from the streets, saying they're going to go smash up the shop. Come here quickly. Isn't Vice President Zhao from the mall with you? Please invite him to come with you. She absolved herself of all responsibility with just a few words. The conflict between Lu Yan and Hu Hai was distorted into an incident where an unknown customer angered General Manager Hu, leading to Hu's intention to vandalize the store. As for who is right and who is wrong, does that matter? The important thing is that President Hu is rich and powerful, while that poor boy has nothing. She breathed a slight sigh of relief after hanging up the phone. His gaze toward Lu Yan was filled with resentment and schadenfreude. Kid, you just wait. Our boss and the mall's vice president will be here soon. Let's see how you get out of this mess. Less than 3 minutes. A series of hurried footsteps came from outside the shop. 4 young men dressed in flashy clothes and with brightly colored hair rushed in. The leader was bald, with a menacing scorpion tattoo on his neck. He was clearly no pushover. Brother Hu. Bald Biaozi came in shouting loudly. Who the hell is so blind? Daring to touch you? When Hu Hai saw that his reinforcements had arrived, his courage instantly surged. He pointed at Lu Yan, his voice trembling. It's this little bastard. Cripple him. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Okay. Bald Biaozi grinned maliciously and clenched his fist. The joints made a cracking sound that sent chills down your spine. Brothers, let's get to work. Let's teach this kid a lesson today. He'll see what it means to be arrogant and domineering. The 4 blonde-haired thugs immediately scattered. It forms a semicircle, surrounding the Lu Yan. Their eyes were fierce, and their movements were practiced. They were clearly seasoned veterans who frequently did this kind of thing. The female shop assistant screamed in fright and hid behind the counter. Xiaoya stood up nervously, gripping the hem of her clothes tightly until her knuckles turned white. Although Jiang Yueshue was also nervous, looking at Lu Yan's composed back, she felt inexplicably at ease. Wife, close your eyes. Lu Yan's voice came through, still calm. Jiang Yueshue obediently closed her eyes. Xiaoya also covered her eyes, but still left a small gap. The instant Jiang Yueshue closed her eyes, Lu Yan made a move. The blonde-haired guy on the far left was the first to rush up and throw a punch at Lu Yan's face. The punch made a whooshing sound, and it was quite powerful. But in Lu Yan's eyes, this punch was as slow as a stop-motion animation. He tilted his head and easily dodged it. His right hand shot out like lightning, precisely grabbing the other person's wrist. He pulled himself towards him. At the same time, thrust your left shoulder forward. Ah! The blonde-haired man felt an irresistible force coming at him. She flew forward uncontrollably and crashed heavily into a clothes rack full of new dresses. Whoosh! The metal clothes hanger collapsed with a crash. Expensive clothes were scattered all over the ground, with several pieces lying directly under the blonde-haired man. My clothes! The store manager let out a scream, but was quickly drawn to what was happening next. Upon seeing this, one of the thugs on the right pulled out a baton from his waist. He circled around behind Lu Yen and smashed the knife at the back of his head. If this hits hard, it could cause a concussion at best, or even death at worst. But Lu Yen seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He didn't even turn around, he suddenly squatted down. The baton swept past his head with a whistling sound, missing him by a hair's breadth. He then swept his leg out. Ah! The thug who launched the sneak attack let out a scream. A sharp pain shot through my ankle, and I lost my balance and fell to the ground. He rolled on the ground, clutching his legs, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Bald Biaozi and the last blonde-haired guy exchanged a glance. A look of horror flashed in both of their eyes. This kid's got some skills. And he's an expert. Attack together. Biaozi roared. He and the last blonde-haired man pounced on Lu Yen from the left and right at the same time. The two worked together seamlessly, one attacking the top lane and the other the bottom lane, effectively shutting down Lu Yan's escape route. At least that's what they think. Lu Yen snorted coldly and advanced instead of retreating. He charged straight at the bald-headed thug. Just as the two were about to collide, he touched the ground with his toes. The body twisted at an incredible angle, as if it had no bones. While dodging Biaozi's punch, he delivered a precise chop to the back of Biaozi's neck. Snap! Biaozi rolled his eyes, didn't even utter a sound, and collapsed limply to the ground. After dealing with the three, Lu Yen turned around. He looked at the last blonde-haired man, who was already terrified. The blonde-haired man looked at his fallen companions, his hands and feet turning cold. He could barely hold on to the baton, and it fell to the ground with a thud. You stay away. His voice was trembling. Lu Yen walked towards him step by step. The footsteps were exceptionally clear in the quiet shop, like the footsteps of death. The blonde-haired man's psychological defenses completely collapsed. Ah! He yelled and turned to run away. How could Lu Yen let him get away? He stepped forward and kicked a glass display case next to him that was showing handbags. Bang! He kicked the glass cabinet, sending it sliding out and hitting the blonde-haired man's leg. The blonde-haired man screamed and fell to the ground. The glass cabinet shattered, and several expensive handbags rolled out. It took no more than a minute. The four menacing thugs were all lying on the ground groaning in pain. Lu Yen stood in the middle of the chaotic shop. Not even the hem of her clothes was disheveled. He flexed his wrists, feeling the surging power within him. 100 points in physique, truly impressive. He didn't even use 30% of his strength in those few moves. Just then. Stop! A furious shout came from the shop entrance. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie, with a stern face, strode in. Behind him followed a well-dressed man with an anxious expression. He was none other than Mr. Wang, the owner of the store. The two men's faces turned as black as the bottom of a pot when they saw the mess in the store and the thugs lying on the ground. The clothes hangers were all over the floor. The glass cabinet is broken. Expensive clothes and handbags were scattered everywhere. How much money will we have to pay in compensation? The store manager felt like he had seen a savior. She scrambled over and pointed at Lu Yen, who was standing in the center. The voice cried out in a piercing, mournful voice. Boss! Vice President Zhao! It's him! He beat up General Manager Hu and even sent people to smash up our store. Look at the state of the store. Chapter 13. Who do you think you are? Kneel down and call me daddy. Look at the state of the store. The man in the suit and tie is Zhao Tianhao, the deputy general manager of Watfa Shopping Plaza. The well-dressed middle-aged man next to him is Wang Jiangwo, the general agent of Dior brand in Yuncheng. The two were stunned by the sight before them as soon as they stepped into the store. The clothes hangers were leaning to one side and crooked to the other. The glass cabinet was shattered all over the floor. Bags and clothes worth millions were scattered everywhere. 4 thugs were lying on the ground groaning. This isn't a luxury store, it's a scene of gang warfare. Hu Hai covered his face, but when he saw Zhao Tianhao arrive, he straightened up instantly. He shoved aside the store manager who was blocking his way, rushed up to Zhao Tianhao, and spat in his face. Vice President Zhao. You've come at the perfect time. Is this how your shopping mall ensures the safety of its VIP customers? I was spending money here and got beaten up by some bastard who I don't even know. If you don't give me an explanation for this, I will immediately report it to the board of directors of the wine group. You Waterfa should just wait to withdraw your investment. Zhao Tianhao's expression changed. Originally, the Wang Group was the major shareholder of Shanyu, but now it has changed hands. But they still had to give face to the Wang family, and Hu Hai was the brother-in-law of the vice president of the Wang Group, and was notoriously difficult to deal with. If I offend him, I can forget about being the vice president. He nodded quickly. President Hu, please calm down. We will definitely handle this matter seriously and will not tolerate it. After he finished speaking, he turned around and his gaze fell on Lu Yan. We're prepared to assert the authority of the mall's management and teach this brat who dared to cause trouble on our turf a lesson. But before he could even speak, Jiang Yueshua stepped forward. She pulled Lu Yan behind her, her cold gaze fixed on Zhao Tianhao. Sir, I am Jiang Yueshua from the Jiang Group. What happened today was a misunderstanding. We will bear all the losses. If you have any questions, please speak directly with my lawyer. She wanted to use her position to suppress the matter and protect Lu Yan. Lu Yan frowned, reached out and grasped Jiang Yueshua's wrist, gently pulling it back. Yu Shui. His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable authority. I'll handle this myself. Jiang Yueshua was taken aback. She looked at Lu Yan's calm profile, opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He simply took half a step back. Hu Hai's wife then got up from the ground and started yelling in a shrill voice. Wow! President Jiang, you're really showing off. She really is protecting her pretty boy. What, are you worried your little lover can't afford to pay for it and you'll have to pay out of your own pocket? Zhao Tianhao frowned. He certainly knew about the Jiang Group. But compared to the Wang family, it still falls short in importance. He cleared his throat, adopting a business-like attitude. President Jiang, this is not a problem that can be solved by losing money. This gentleman assaulted someone inside the shopping mall, which has had an extremely negative impact. We must hand him over to the police. No sooner had he finished speaking than several mall security guards surrounded him, glaring menacingly. The store manager wore a smug smile. Hu Hai's face was contorted with rage, as if he could already see Lu Yan being arrested and taken to the police station. He pointed at Lu Yan and said, Kid, you think you're so tough? Go ahead and fight the police if you dare. You think I've been in Yunqing for so many years for nothing? Dare to touch me, and I'll break your legs in jail. Lu Yan looked at him, his gaze as calm as if he were looking at a dead man. Just then, Zhao Tianhao's phone started vibrating wildly in his pocket. He didn't want to pay attention, but his phone kept vibrating, so he had no choice but to impatiently take it out and glance at it. At just one glance, Zhao Tianhao froze. That was an internal group announcement marked with the highest priority. The ownership of the Waterfa shopping plaza was transferred at 10:30 a.m. today. The current owner is Mr. Lu Yan. A passport photo was also attached to the notice. Zhao Tianhao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He suddenly looked up at the photo. Then he looked at the young man who was surrounded by security guards and looked calm. The photo and the real person look exactly alike. Pochi. Zhao Tianhao's brain was completely stunned. New boss? Did you just say you were going to hand the new boss over to the police? Should we have security arrest him? A chill ran from the soles of my feet straight up to the top of my head. His blood froze instantly. What are you still standing there for? Seeing that Zhao Tianhao was not moving, Hu Hai urged him impatiently. Arrest him. Zhao Tianhao suddenly came to his senses. His next move surprised everyone present. He shoved Hu Hai aside and staggered to Lu Yan. Then, under everyone's horrified gaze, he bent his usually haughty waist and bowed at almost a 90-degree angle. His voice trembled violently with fear. Chairman Lu. Chairman Lu. I'm sorry. I didn't recognize your greatness. I deserve to die. I really deserve to die. Snap. He raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face, plunging the entire shop into a deathly silence. Chairman Lu? Hu Hai's face changed, turning from rosy to deathly pale. Vice President Zhao, what are you saying? He's just a poor bastard, not some Chairman Lu. Zhao Tianhao whirled around, his face contorted in a horrifying grimace, and roared at Hu Hai, shut your stinking mouth. This is Chairman Lu Yan. This entire Waterfa shopping plaza now belongs to Chairman Lu. Who do you think you are, daring to run wild on Chairman Lu's turf? Boom. These words were like a nuclear bomb, exploding in the small shop, leaving everyone stunned. Hu Hai opened his mouth wide enough to fit an egg. His wife collapsed to the ground, her face ashen. The store manager's smug smile froze. Dior's CEO was trembling violently, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. The entire waterfa? This shopping mall is worth over $1 billion. The most luxurious shopping center in Yuncheng. It actually belongs to this young man? That penniless pauper, that pretty boy, in their eyes? Even Jiang Yueshue was stunned. She looked at Lu Yan in confusion, and then at Zhao Tianhao, who was almost lying on the ground. Lu Yan remained calm. After all, he had already received a notification from the system. He lowered his eyes and looked at Zhao Tianhao, who was trembling like a leaf. He spoke calmly, "You just said you were going to deal with me? Are you going to hand me over to the police?" Zhao Tianhao knelt down with a thud. "Chairman Lu. I was wrong. I'm foul-mouthed. I'm not human. You're so generous, just let me go like a fart." Lu Yan ignored him, turned around, and looked at Hu Hai, who was already terrified. "You just said. Am I a bastard?" Hu Hai's legs went weak, and he opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word. Lu Yan then looked at Hu Hai's wife and asked, "You're telling me, am I her gigolo?" The woman's face turned deathly pale, and she shook her head frantically. "No. No. That's not what I meant." Lu Yan chuckled and walked up to Zhao Tianhao. "Stand up." Zhao Tianhao scrambled to his feet. "Chairman Lu. First, from now on, Hu Hai and his wife are prohibited from stepping into Watfa Square. Put on the permanent blacklist. I don't care who's behind him, whether it's the Wang family or the Li family. In my territory, I call the shots." Zhao Tianhao nodded frantically. "Yes, yes, yes. I'll get right on it." Hu Hai completely broke down. He threw himself at Lu Yan's feet, crying, "Chairman Lu. Chairman Lu, spare me. I was blind to your greatness. Please give me a chance." Lu Yan looked down at him as if he were an ant. "You've been in Yunqing for so many years? Didn't you want me to have my legs broken in the police station? Now, kneel down and apologize to Miss Jiang." Hu Hai trembled violently, but he dared not disobey. He was the vice president of a company under the Wang Group. He doesn't have hundreds of millions in assets, he's just the president's brother-in-law on the surface. But if his profit-driven brother-in-law found out, that old fox would skin him alive. He crawled to Jiang Yueshue and slammed his forehead heavily against the ground. "President Jiang. I'm so sorry. I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness. Please forgive me." Jiang Yueshue frowned, glanced at Lu Yan, and said nothing. Lu Yan then turned to the shop manager who was slumped on the ground. "You're fired. From today onwards, you will be blacklisted in the entire luxury goods industry of Yuncheng. No shop will hire you." The store manager's face turned deathly pale instantly. She opened her mouth to beg for mercy, but Lu Yan was no longer looking at her. His gaze fell on Mr. Wang, the CEO of Dior. "Mr. Wang, right?" Mr. Wang trembled all over. "Chairman Lu. Chairman Lu. From today onwards, Waterfa Shopping Plaza will terminate all cooperation with Dior. Empty your store by tomorrow." Mr. Wang's vision went black, and he almost fainted. This is a Waterfa. Their store's annual sales account for 1/3 of the entire Yuncheng. This was tantamount to cutting off half of his life. "Chairman Lu. Chairman Lu, please give us another chance." "At our headquarters." Lu Yan interrupted him. "Your headquarters are in France, right? Okay, I'll have someone contact the LVMH group later. Ask them if they'd rather lose the Waterfa channel in the entire Chinese market, or replace your Yunqing agent." Mr. Wang was completely desperate. LVMH Group is the parent company of Dior. If Lu Yan really has the ability to contact them, I'm doomed. Lu Yan ignored the group of people. He walked up to Xiaoya, who was hiding in the corner, trembling with fear. "May I have your name?" Xiaoya shuddered. I am Lin Xiaoya." Lu Yan nodded. "You're very good. They have vision and courage." He turned to Zhao Tianhao and said, "Lin Xiaoya will be the director of customer service for the mall starting today. Responsible for overseeing the service quality of all brand stores. If any employee who looks down on others appears again, the brand will immediately dismiss them and never cooperate with them again." Zhao Tianhao nodded hurriedly. Yes, yes, yes. Don't worry, Chairman Lu. Lin Xiaoya was completely stunned. She was just a newly hired intern. How did I become a director? No. No, Mr. Lu, I don't know how to do anything. If you don't know how, learn it. Lu Yan said firmly, I'll give you 3 months. If they can't do it well, replace them. If you do well, you'll be promoted to vice president. Lin Xiaoya bit her lip, then nodded emphatically, I understand. Thank you, Chairman Lu. Lu Yan then looked at Zhao Tianhao, you will remain as vice president for the time being. But from today onwards, Waterfarer's corporate culture will change. I don't care whether the guests are rich or poor. As long as they follow the rules, they should be respected. Anyone who dares to look down on others can just get lost. Do you understand? Zhao Tianhao nodded frantically, understood. Understood. I'll call a meeting with all the brands right now. Lu Yan waved his hand, go and do it. Zhao Tianhao felt as if he had been granted a pardon and ran away as fast as he could. Hu Hai was still kneeling on the ground. Lu Yan walked up to him. Looking down at him, she said, if you want to survive in Yunqing, remember this day. Next time you encounter someone you don't like, find out who they are first. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Roll. Hu Hai and his wife scrambled out of the shop. The entire Dior store was left in a mess, with only the store manager, who was completely terrified, remaining. Lu Yan took Jiang Yueshua's hand. Her palms were ice cold. Let's go eat somewhere else. Jiang Yueshua responded softly. She let him lead her and followed behind him. The two left the Dior store, followed by Zhao Tianhao and a group of mall executives bowing respectfully. And the shocked looks of the onlookers. Once inside the car, Jiang Yueshua remained silent, gazing out the window in a daze. Lu Yan didn't say anything. He drove to a quiet private restaurant. The dishes were served quickly, all of them light and appetizing. Jiang Yueshua didn't move. She raised her head. Those clear eyes gazed quietly at Lu Yan. I watched it for a long time. Finally, she spoke softly. Lu Yan. Is there something you need to explain to me? Chapter 14. My body and my heart belong only to you. The private rooms in the private restaurant were unusually quiet. Outside the window is a meticulously maintained bamboo grove, rustling softly in the evening breeze. The dishes on the table were steaming hot and looked as exquisite as works of art. Lu Yan served Jiang Yueshua a bowl of matsutake mushroom and chicken soup. The soup was golden and clear, with a refreshing aroma. He gently pushed the small white porcelain bowl in front of her. Have some soup to warm your stomach first. Jiang Yueshua did not move. She didn't even look at the bowl of soup. Those clear eyes simply gazed at him quietly, filled with complex emotions. There is confusion, exploration, and vulnerability. After a long silence, she finally opened her mouth. Lu Yan. Her address was very formal, carrying a business-like distance. Please answer me? The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Lu Yan's hand holding the chopsticks froze in mid-air. How can this be explained? He claims he was struck by a system called Daddy and thus reached the pinnacle of life? Will she believe it? They might just assume he's mentally ill and then run away with the child overnight. He put down his chopsticks, and his deep eyes met hers. What do you want to know? Everything I don't know. Jiang Yueshua's thinking is very clear. She truly deserves to be the president of a large company. That black card, Watfa Shopping Plaza, and you. She paused, as if searching for the right word. The abilities and financial resources you suddenly displayed were not those of a student expelled from a vocational school. Her words were calm, without questioning, merely a statement. But each word was like a small hammer, gently tapping on the thin layer of trust between the two. Winning 60 million in the lottery, that's fake, right? She added another sentence. Lu Yan fell silent. He could neither answer yes nor no to this question. Jiang Yueshua interpreted his silence as tacit agreement. She lowered her eyelashes, her long lashes casting a small shadow under the light. Lu Yan, I'm a little scared. Her voice was very soft, with a barely perceptible tremor. I don't know how many more things you're hiding from me. Everything you're doing right now feels very unfamiliar to me. I'm not even sure if your kindness to me is fake. Is it just because of the baby in my belly? She almost spoke those last words in a whisper. That cautious probing made Lu Yan's heart clench. It turns out that the domineering aura he displayed in the mall today brought her not only shock but also unease. He made her feel insecure. Lu Yan stood up from his seat, walked to her side, and squatted down. He tilted his head back so that he could look her in the eye. He took her hand, which was resting on his lap and was a little cold. Yueshua, look at me. Jiang Yueshua slowly raised her head, her beautiful eyes already misty with tears. Answer me one question. Lu Yan's voice was deep and serious. Are your feelings for me also fake? Jiang Yueshua was taken aback, then shook her head. No. That's good. Lu Yan smiled, a smile that contained a hint of self-mockery, but more so of relief. Now, I will answer your question. I was stunned when I saw the ultrasound image. I was penniless back then. I was expelled from school and didn't even know where I would get my food money for the next month. It's impossible not to be stunned when a wife and 4 children suddenly appear out of nowhere. But I told myself that since it's my child, I have to take responsibility. That's a man's most basic responsibility. Lu Yan paused, his voice becoming even gentler. But after spending time with them, I discovered. I love seeing you smile, I love hearing you talk, and I love seeing you the first thing I see when I wake up every day. I've realized that I've truly fallen in love with you. It's not because you're the president of Jiang's group, it's not because of the child, it's simply because you're Jiang Yueshue. I want to spend my whole life with you, I want to see our children born and grow up, and I want to grow old with you. He gazed into her eyes. So now, I'm good to you, 100% because I love you. Jiang Yueshue could no longer hold back her tears. It wasn't sadness, it was being moved, it was feeling wronged, it was an outpouring of all my unease. Lu Yan raised his hand and wiped away her tears. As for money in shopping malls. His expression turned serious. I can't tell you where they came from, it's a secret I must keep. But I can swear to God that everything I've done is in accordance with my conscience and I haven't broken the law. I may have more businesses and more money in the future. But none of that matters. The important thing is that my person and my heart will always belong only to you and the children. Yueshue, are you willing to believe me? Jiang Yueshue looked at him, looking into the sincerity and deep affection in his eyes. She knew that eyes don't lie. She nodded emphatically, I believe you. Lu Yan smiled. He stood up and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Okay, stop crying, or the baby will protest. He sat back down and picked up the bowl of soup. I'll ask the waiter to give me a hot one. He sat back down in his seat and brought over the bowl of soup that had gone a little cold. I'll ask the waiter to get you a hot bowl. Need not. Jiang Yueshue sniffed, took the cup herself, and began to drink it in small sips. After a bowl of soup, both body and heart feel warm and cozy. All the previous unease and fear vanished. The atmosphere became warm again. As Lu Yan served her food, he looked at her and suddenly felt playful again. Alright, now it's my turn to ask questions. Jiang Yueshue looked up at him with her big, watery eyes. President Jiang. Lu Yan said in a serious tone, back then, as the famously cold and aloof female CEO of Yunqing, why would you agree to? Why did you choose to come to me, and even marry a clueless guy like me who has no money, no career, and was expelled from school? He leaned closer, lowered his voice, and spoke with a hint of cunning. To be honest, is it because of the baby in your belly that you have no choice but to make do? He had actually wanted to ask this question for a long time. Jiang Yueshue's cheeks flushed red instantly. She gave him a reproachful look, and that charm made Lu Yan's heart flutter. I'm not. She retorted softly, her voice as sweet as cotton candy. Why is that? Because I'm handsome? Lu Yan continued to tease her. Jiang Yueshue was both embarrassed and ashamed by him. She picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of pork rib, and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Even eating can't shut you up. Lu Yan chewed on the ribs, laughing indistinctly. Looking at her shy and bashful appearance, he felt his heart melt. The meal was enjoyed in such a sweet atmosphere. Jiang Yueshue's inner conflict was completely resolved, and her appetite improved considerably. Ding! The host has confessed their love to the destined heroine, resolved their inner conflicts, and engaged in sweet interactions. Reward, drink as much as you want. Skill, never get drunk. Drinking all the time? What kind of skill is that? Lu Yan was speechless. What kind of useless reward was this? After they had eaten and drunk their fill, the two left the private room, ready to depart. Jiang Yueshue linked arms with Lu Yan, resting her head gently on his shoulder, her face filled with blissful contentment. She was about to speak, to answer the questions he hadn't finished asking at the dinner table. A voice full of sarcasm and disdain suddenly came from not far behind them, shattering the warmth of the moment. "Hey, isn't this Lu Yen, the poor guy from our school who bravely stood up for what's right?" Chapter 15 Pregnancy? Could she be a sucker? "Hey, isn't this Lu Yen, the poor guy from our school who bravely stood up for what's right?" The sharp, piercing voice instantly shattered the warm atmosphere between the two. Lu Yen stopped and slowly turned around. The dim light in the corridor shone on the faces of those who came in. "It's Qian Tianlu. The son of a board member of Nanxiang Vocational and Technical College is a fool who thinks too highly of others because his family is rich." He was arm in arm with a heavily made-up woman dressed provocatively. "It's Wang Yaxin." Lu Yen stared at the face, his thoughts drifting back to the noisy KTV room a few days ago. That day, the school organized a social event, and Qian Tianlu took a liking to Wang Yaxin in his class, constantly urging her to drink. Lu Yen inadvertently saw that Qian Tianlu had dropped pills into Wang Yaxin's wine glass while she was in the restroom. When Wang Yaxin returned, Qian Tianlu forced her to drink. Lu Yen intervened, and a conflict ensued, with the two wrestling. The matter escalated to the point of reaching the school and even alarming the police. He thought he had acted bravely and righteously, and that he should be rewarded. But what he received was Wang Yaxin's tearful accusations in the office. She said that Lu Yen had ulterior motives towards her and wanted to get her drunk. She said that it was Senior Qian Tianlu who stepped in to protect her. To distort the truth and call a deer a horse. The next day, he received a notice of dismissal. The reason given was misconduct and malicious harassment of female classmates. Now, the girl who cried and said he harassed her is intimately linked with the man who actually wanted to hurt her. Zhang Yueshue sensed the change in Lu Yan's aura. The gentleness and satisfaction vanished in an instant, replaced by coldness. She followed Lu Yan's gaze and saw the couple. The woman's makeup was heavy, but you could still tell she was quite attractive. The man, on the other hand, was a slick-haired, pampered playboy, his gaze filled with disdain. "Lu Yen?" Zhang Yueshue called his name softly, her hand unconsciously tightening. Lu Yen snapped out of his daze, took her hand in his own, and patted it gently to reassure her. Qian Tianlu also saw Zhang Yueshue. His previously disdainful expression froze instantly. Those eyes greedily scanned Zhang Yueshue from top to bottom. She was barefaced, wearing a simple beige dress, and her beauty was so stunning that he couldn't take his breath away. A cool and aloof demeanor, an exquisitely beautiful face, and a slightly protruding belly that does not detract from her beauty. Looking at Lu Yen next to her, dressed in cheap clothes, Qian Tianlu's jealousy instantly flared up. On what grounds? How can a penniless guy who was expelled from school have such a beautiful woman by his side? Who do we have here? It's Lu Yen, our school's great hero. Qian Tianlu spoke in a sarcastic tone, deliberately emphasizing the word hero. Wang Yaxin, who was next to him, lowered her head even further, seemingly afraid to look at Lu Yen. What? Expelled from school and nowhere to go, so you've come to a place like this to hook up with a rich woman? Qian Tianlu continued his mockery, but his gaze remained fixed on Zhang Yueshue. What's your name, beautiful lady? It's so degrading to be with a poor guy like this. My name is Qian Tianlu. My father is a board member of Nanxiang College. Shall we be friends? As he spoke, he even reached out to touch Zhang Yueshue's shoulder. Lu Yen stepped forward, completely shielding Zhang Yueshue behind him. Qian Tianlu's outstretched hand froze in mid-air. He felt as if he were being stared at by a ferocious beast, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. You dare touch my wife? Lu Yen spoke slowly and deliberately, each word squeezed out from between his teeth. Wife? Qian Tianlu and Wang Yaxin were both stunned. Is this woman Lu Yan's wife? Qian Tianlu's expression shifted from shock to jealousy, and finally to extreme resentment. How could a peasant he trampled underfoot marry such a heavenly wife? This was unacceptable to him. Ha 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 ha. Qian Tianlu laughed exaggeratedly. Wife? Lu Yen, are you awake yet? You? Can you afford to support her? He deliberately raised his voice, attracting the attention of diners passing by. Perfect timing. Our student council members are having a gathering here today. You've come at the perfect time. He put his arm around Wang Yaxin and looked at Lu Yen provocatively. Come on, let's go over there together and let everyone see what a mess you've made of yourself. Let everyone judge for themselves. Do you even deserve to have a wife? This isn't an invitation, it's clearly a trap. She wanted to humiliate him severely in front of all her old classmates. Lu Yan was too lazy to waste words with him. Arguing with such an idiot will only lower your own standards. All he wants to do now is take his wife home and not let these filthy things affect her mood. Not interested. Lu Yan coldly uttered 3 words, took Jiang Yueshue's hand, and turned to leave. Hey! Lu Yan! He had only taken 2 steps when a rough voice came from behind him. A tall, dark-skinned young man led 7 or 8 people out of another private room. The young man leading the group was Yang Qianying, Lu Yan's former squad leader in the elite excavator team. I recognized your voice just now, and it really is you. Yang Qianying rushed over and slapped Lu Yan on the shoulder with considerable force. Wow, you're amazing. You got married without saying a word? Such a big event as your wedding, and you didn't even invite us old classmates to your wedding banquet? You look down on your brothers, don't you? Several classmates behind him joined in the jeering. That's right, Lu Yan, that's not fair. Why hide your beautiful sister-in-law? I must punish myself with 3 drinks today. A group of people swarmed around them, their enthusiasm irresistible. Jiang Yueshue felt a little uncomfortable at the scene and subconsciously leaned closer to Lu Yan. Lu Yan patted her back reassuringly, but his heart sank. He knew that this matter wouldn't be so easily resolved. He knew perfectly well how many of these people were genuinely happy for him, how many were there to watch the spectacle, and how many were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Squad leader, brothers, I'm really sorry. Lu Yan forced a polite smile. The main reason is that my wife is pregnant and it's not convenient for her, so we didn't have a big celebration. He pulled Jiang Yueshue in front of him, making her slightly protruding belly more noticeable. When the baby is born and we have a full month celebration, I'll definitely treat everyone to a good drink. This is the best excuse, and it makes perfect sense. Yang Qianying glanced at Jiang Yueshue's belly. His smile froze for a moment, but he quickly regained his enthusiasm. Pregnant? That's double happiness. He laughed heartily. Then we should celebrate even more. Your wife can't drink, so you can drink for her. Come on, we've been waiting for you. Come in, have a seat, and meet everyone, okay? As he spoke, he reached out to pull Lu Yan. Lu Yan dodged to the side. His patience was almost exhausted. Just as he was about to completely break off relations and forcibly take Jiang Yueshue away, that sound that should never have been heard rang out again. Xian Tianlu crossed his arms, leaned against the wall, and a vicious sneer appeared on his lips. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. Pregnant? He dragged out his words, his malice almost overflowing. You've only been expelled from school for a few days? Could it be that he's just doing this for money, becoming someone else's sucker? Chapter 16. If you want, it's not impossible to find another woman outside. The word scapegoat instantly silenced the sounds in the corridor. Jiang Yueshue's body stiffened for a moment. She could feel Lu Yan beside her growing even colder. Xian Tianlu was still smiling, staring at Lu Yan's gloomy face, his smugness almost overflowing. He wanted to trample Lu Yan into the mud in front of everyone. But his smugness didn't last more than 3 seconds. Lu Yan made a move. Without warning, he swung his right leg and kicked Xian Tianlu directly in the stomach. Bang! Xian Tianlu's body, weighing over 200 pounds, arched backward like a shrimp, his feet leaving the ground, and he flew backward, crashing heavily into the solid wood door of the private room before bouncing back and falling to the ground. He curled up in a ball, clutching his stomach, his face contorted in agony, his mouth agape but unable to make a sound, only able to gasp for breath. The entire room fell silent. The lively expressions on Yang Qianying's and his classmates' faces froze. They looked at Xian Tianlu, who was lying on the ground convulsing, and then at Lu Yan, who was standing still and slowly retracting his leg. Is this still the same honest and simple Lu Yan? He kicked the school board member's son away with one kick? Lu Yan! You're insane! Yang Qianying finally realized what was happening and roared in shock and anger. Do you even know who he is? How dare you hit him? He wanted to step forward, but when he met Lu Yan's gaze, he stopped in his tracks. There was no anger or excitement in those eyes, only a deep, unfathomable calm. Lu Yan ignored him. He turned around and took Jiang Yueshue's hand again, the coldness instantly turning into warmth. Let's go home. His voice was very soft, as if he wasn't the one who had just kicked someone. Zhang Yueshue didn't say anything, letting him lead her, and silently followed behind him. The two walked toward the elevator under the watchful eyes of everyone. Stop right there! Yang Xieying shouted, his voice trembling with fear. You think you can just walk away after hitting someone? Lu Yan didn't stop walking, nor did he turn his head. If you keep talking nonsense, you'll be next. A simple sentence sent a shiver down Yang Xieying's spine, and the rest of the words stuck in his throat. He watched helplessly as Lu Yan and Zhang Yueshue walked into the elevator, and the elevator doors slowly closed. The people in the corridor only came to life when the elevator numbers started to change. Quick! Call an ambulance. Xian Xiao. Xian Xiao, how are you? A group of people surrounded Qian Tianlu in a chaotic manner. Only then did Wang Yaxin dare to run over, crying out, Tianlu, Tianlu, don't scare me. It took Qian Tianlu a while to finally be able to speak. He was helped up, one hand clutching his stomach, the other trembling as he pointed towards the elevator, his face full of resentment. Lu Yan. I'll fuck your mother. If I don't kill you today, I'm not Qian. He pulled out his phone, dialed a number, and roared into the other end, hey. Third uncle. I've been beaten up. Yes. The private restaurant right next to Nanshan. Bring your men over. I'm going to cripple that kid named Lu Yan. Underground parking lot. The red Ferrari emitted a deep roar. Zhang Yueshue sat in the passenger seat, watching the street scene rushing past the window without saying a word. The atmosphere inside the car was somewhat somber. Lu Yan reached out and turned on the music, and a soothing piano piece flowed out. He freed one hand and placed it on the back of Zhang Yueshue's hand, which was resting on her lap. Did I scare you? No. Zhang Yueshue shook her head, turning her head to look at his profile as he focused on driving. I was just wondering, did you often do this back in school? Lu Yan was taken aback, then burst into laughter. No way. I used to be a model student, the kind who always did good deeds. Zhang Yueshue rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. Being expelled for doing a good deed? That was an accident, Lu Yan chuckled. But it won't happen again. I have a wife and kids now, so I need to be more mature. Zhang Yueshue remained silent, but a subtle smile curved her lips. Back at Bailing Villa. Lu Yan parked the car, and the two had just stepped into the living room when the doorbell rang. Lu Yan was somewhat surprised. Who could it be at this time? He looked through the video intercom and saw a girl standing at the door. It was Lin Xiaoya, the intern who had helped them at the Dior store during the day. She stood awkwardly at the door, carrying several large shopping bags. Lu Yan opened the door. Chairman Lu, madam. Lin Xiaoya bowed quickly upon seeing the two, her face flushed red. She held up the bag in her hand. I came to deliver clothes to my wife. Zhang Yueshue looked at the familiar luxury brand logos with some surprise. Lin Xiaoya placed the bag in the entryway and hurriedly opened it. Those clothes got dirty during the day, and I'm worried my wife won't feel comfortable wearing them. So I took the liberty of picking out a few similar styles for you from other brands. The clothes she took out were all of superior quality in terms of style and material, and were quite expensive. Zhang Yueshue looked at the nervous young girl and asked gently, these aren't cheap, are they? You. She didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was clear. This girl looks like she comes from an ordinary family, how come she has the money to buy these things? Lin Xiaoya's face turned even redder, and she stammered, unable to speak. He must have gotten an advance on his salary from that old bastard Zhao Tianhao. Lu Yan walked over with a smile and helped Lin Xiaoya out of the predicament. He patted the girl on the shoulder. That's kind of you, but you don't have to do that next time. I'll pay for the clothes. No. Mr. Lu, this is what I should do. You've given me such a good job. Lin Xiaoya quickly waved her hand. One thing at a time. Lu Yan took out his phone. Add me on WeChat, and I'll transfer the money to you. Lin Xiaoya couldn't refuse, so she took out her phone and added him as a friend. Lu Yan transferred 200,000 yuan directly. Lin Xiaoya was shocked when she saw the amount. Chairman Lu. It doesn't need to be this much. These clothes only cost a little over 100,000. The rest is your advance salary and bonus, Lu Yan said without room for argument. You've just taken over as director, and you'll have a lot of expenses. Get yourself some presentable clothes so you don't embarrass me. Keep up the good work, I believe in you. Lin Xiaoya's eyes reddened, and she nodded heavily. Thank you, Chairman Liu. I will definitely not let you down. After seeing Lin Xiaoya off, Zhang Yueshua leaned back on the sofa, looking at Lu Yan with amusement. Chairman Liu, you have quite the airs of an official. Lu Yan walked over, sat down next to her, and casually picked up a cushion to put behind her back. What? Are you jealous? I wouldn't dare, Zhang Yueshua snorted and said slowly, that young girl is young and beautiful, has good taste, and admires you so much. If you really like it, I can understand it. She paused for a moment, then dropped a bombshell. Anyway, I'm pregnant right now and it's not convenient for me. If you really have any ideas, I can just pretend I don't know anything. As long as they don't give birth to a younger brother or sister for my babies outside, it's fine. Lu Yan's forehead veins throbbed as he listened. What kind of talk is that? He reached out and gently tapped her smooth forehead, sounding annoyed. What are you thinking about? Do you think I'm that kind of person? In my heart, in my eyes, from head to toe, inside and out, there's only you. Zhang Yueshua covered her forehead, watching his embarrassed yet eager expression of loyalty, and finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. He. Look how impatient you are. Lu Yan looked at her helplessly and then smiled. He loved seeing her laugh like that, so unrestrained and flamboyant, so much more vibrant than her usual aloof demeanor. A system notification sounded in my mind. Detected sweet interaction between the host and the destined heroine successfully defused the heroine's teasing probing. Couple's relationship is getting better, and family harmony is at its peak. Reward, God-level skill, photographic memory. Photographic memory? This is great. From now on, I'll be unbeatable when reading documents and memorizing information. Lu Yan was delighted with his new skill when his phone rang at an inopportune moment. It was an unfamiliar number. He answered the phone and put it to his ear. Hello. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a slightly hesitant female voice. Excuse me, are you Lu Yan? This voice sounds familiar. Lu Yan thought for a moment. It's me. And who are you? I'm Yishina, the woman on the other end of the phone said. We're in the same class, the Elite Excavator Class 3. Yishina? A vague impression surfaced in Lu Yan's mind. It seemed to be the prettiest girl in the class, who was usually very aloof and didn't talk to people much. What does she want from me? What's up? Lu Yan asked. I want to see you, is that alright? Yishina's voice was tense. Chapter 17 Great Hero, why don't you go and rescue the damsel in distress? I want to see you, is that alright? Before Lu Yan could answer, Zhang Yueshua, who was standing next to him, had already cast a glance at him. He turned on the speakerphone, cleared his throat, and said into the phone, whatever it is, we can talk on the phone. This matter it's hard to explain over the phone. Yishina's voice became even more nervous. Lu Yan, let us talk in person, okay? Just for a little while. Lu Yan glanced at the night view outside the window, then looked at Zhang Yueshua beside him. It's too late, it's inconvenient. His refusal was swift and decisive. There was silence on the other end of the phone. A few seconds later, suppressed sobs came through the receiver. Wa'ada. Lu Yan, please. I really have an emergency. The crying was so fragile that it could soften any man's heart. The atmosphere in the living room cooled down. The smile on Lu Yan's face also disappeared. Zhang Yueshua looked at him, wanting to see how he would deal with this sudden trouble. I'll give you 3 seconds to get down to business. There was no warmth in Lu Yan's words. Otherwise, I'll hang up. The crying stopped abruptly. Yishina was startled by the coldness and choked out, I owe money, I want to borrow some from you. Now we've finally gotten to the main topic. Lu Yan reacted quickly, how much? Send me the account number. He just wanted to finish this quickly and then spend time with his wife. No. Yishina's sobs resumed, this time tinged with obvious panic. They don't want the money transfer, they only want cash. They've caught me. Lu Yan, come save me. I'm so scared. Lu Yan tapped his fingertips lightly on the phone case. Usury? Yishina sobbed uncontrollably. It's at the anti-resettlement site in the southern suburbs of the city, Building 13, Block B. They said if I don't pay back the money, they'll. Wha? Lu Yan, you're the only one I know, please save me. anti-resettlement site in the southern suburbs of the city. That place is notorious for being a melting pot of all sorts of people, from all walks of life. A girl was trapped there in the middle of the night. The consequences would be unimaginable. Understood, Lu Yan replied. Wait. After saying that, he hung up the phone. The living room fell silent again, with only the two people on the sofa breathing softly. Lu Yan didn't move. He held his phone, his expression calm. Zhang Yueshua finally couldn't hold back and spoke slowly. What? Aren't you going to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress? Her words carried a hint of teasing. Lu Yan still didn't move. This scheme has too many flaws. Are debt collectors afraid of leaving records of bank transfers? How could a girl who was illegally detained give her address so clearly? This isn't a cry for help, it's a trap. And that urn was most likely dug by Qian Tianlu. Seeing that he didn't react for a while, Zhang Yueshua moved closer and her warm breath brushed against his ear. Aren't you getting up yet? What if your classmates get impatient? Lu Yan turned his head and met her clear yet cunning eyes. Are you jealous? I wouldn't dare, Zhang Yueshua snorted softly. If I were to ruin Mr. Lu's good time of showing tenderness to women, wouldn't I be committing a terrible sin? Lu Yan suddenly smiled. He didn't say anything more, but unlocked his phone again in front of Zhang Yueshua. Zhang Yueshua, seeing his movements, assumed he was going to call someone or arrange for a driver. However, Lu Yan pressed 3 numbers on the screen. 110. Zhang Yueshua was slightly taken aback, a look of surprise flashing in her eyes. The call was answered quickly. Lu Yan's voice was calm and clear, without the slightest ripple. Hello, I need to call the police. I am reporting that a gang is suspected of illegal detention and usury activities in Building 13, Block B, anti-resettlement site in Changnan. A friend of mine was passing by and overheard this. He saw that there were a lot of them and they were carrying weapons. He thought there might be something big going on that night, maybe a gang fight. In just a few words, he elevated the nature of the matter to a higher level, while simultaneously absolving himself of any responsibility. He didn't even leave his own name. The entire process of hanging up the phone took no more than a minute. Zhang Yueshua was completely stunned. She thought he would fly into a rage, or at least personally resolve the problem. Unexpectedly, he chose the simplest and most effective method. You aren't going? She couldn't help but ask. The police officers will handle this better than I will. Lu Yan tossed his phone onto the sofa and stood up. Professional matters should naturally be left to professionals. He walked up to Zhang Yueshua and bent down. Besides, my wife is still here, I'm not going anywhere. What I need to deal with is you, this bewitching little vixen. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly bent down, slipped his arms under her knees and back, and easily lifted her up in his arms. Ah! Zhang Yueshua gasped softly and instinctively reached out her arms to wrap around his neck. A familiar masculine scent enveloped her. A light blush rose to her cheeks. What are you doing? It's getting late, pregnant woman needs to rest early. Lu Yan winked at her, his matter-of-fact look making her both embarrassed and amused. I'll keep you company. He carried her steadily towards the bedroom on the 2nd floor. The living room lights stretched their shadows long, eventually merging into one in the corner. Meanwhile, in the southern suburbs of the city, at the anti-resettlement site, smoke filled the dark, damp room in Building 13, Block B. Qian Tianlu paced anxiously around the room. Third uncle. Why hasn't that kid arrived yet? Could it be that he's scared and doesn't dare to come? Sitting on the sofa in the corner was a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. He was Qian Tianlu's third uncle, Qian Qingcheng. He slowly exhaled a smoke ring, his cloudy eyes revealing a fierce glint. What's the rush? The hero saves the damsel in distress scenario always needs a bit of build-up. Don't worry, he won't get away. In another corner, Yasina huddled up, hugging her knees, trembling all over. She dared not look at Qian Qingcheng, much less at Qian Tianlu's face, which was contorted with excitement. She regretted it. Just then, a series of chaotic footsteps came from outside. Here it comes. Qian Tianlu perked up and grabbed a steel pipe from beside him. Qian Qingcheng also stood up, cracked his knuckles, and made a snapping sound. The thugs in the room all revealed sinister smiles. Bang! The door was kicked open. The blinding beam of light illuminated the entire room. However, the person standing at the door was not Lu Yan, who they had expected to be all alone. Police! Don't move! Put your hands up! A dozen or so uniformed and armed police officers rushed in and took control of the scene. Qian Tianlu and his nephew Qian Xingcheng, holding the weapon in their hands, were completely dumbfounded. Police? How could it be a police officer? That's not how the script was written. That night, the North Ridge villa was quiet and peaceful. Lu Yan held his wife in his arms and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, a ray of sunlight peeked through the gap in the curtains and crept up the edge of the bed. Jiang Yueshue opened her eyes, but did not see Lu Yan in the room. She stretched, her hair all fluffy, and opened the door, immediately smelling the delicious aroma wafting from downstairs. Voices came from the direction of the kitchen. Husband? Chapter 18. Where can you find a son-in-law like this, even with a lantern? Husband? Jiang Yueshue, supporting her slightly protruding belly and sporting a head of fluffy sleeping hair, walked out of the bedroom. The living room downstairs was empty, but the aroma of rice porridge wafted from the kitchen, mixed with the fresh smell of seafood, and went straight to her nose. The four little ones inside seemed to have smelled it and started to get restless. She held onto the carved railing on the second floor and walked down step by step. I just woke up, my mind was still foggy, and I was already thinking about the breakfast downstairs. My foot slipped. Ah! Jiang Yueshue let out a short cry, her body leaning forward uncontrollably. The talking in the kitchen stopped abruptly. The next second, Lu Yan rushed out of the kitchen, moving so fast that he created a gust of wind. The composure on his face vanished completely. He rushed up the stairs in 2 strides and caught Jiang Yueshue firmly in his arms just as she was about to fall. How are you? Did you hurt yourself? Does your stomach hurt? Lu Yan's voice was tense and trembling noticeably. He supported her, carefully checking her from head to toe with both hands, afraid that she might have bumped or hurt herself somewhere. Jiang Yueshue's heart was still pounding, half from fear and half from being warmed by his anxious expression. She shook her head, leaned against his chest, and felt his strong heartbeat. I'm fine, I just lost my footing. You're still all right? Lu Yan's voice rose 8 octaves. You're under close protection now. You dare to go downstairs alone? What if something happens? His rebuke contained no anger, only worry and lingering fear. A woman around 50 years old, wearing an apron and with a kind face, followed them out of the kitchen and stood at the bottom of the stairs, her face full of concern. Miss, are you all right? It's Aunt Li, the family's housekeeper. Jiang Yueshue was a little embarrassed, and her cheeks flushed. I'm fine, Aunt Li, I'm sorry to have worried you. Lu Yan ignored her. He bent down, put his arms under her legs, and picked her up in his arms without saying a word. From now on, you must call me when you go downstairs, understand? His actions were domineering, but his words were gentle. Jiang Yueshue struggled symbolically for a moment, pounding her small fist on his chest. Put me down, Aunt Li is still watching. Look if you want to. It's only natural for me to hug my own wife. Lu Yan carried her, walking with exceptionally steady steps. Aunt Li stood below, watching the scene, a relieved smile on her face. She's been in this industry for over 20 years and has seen too many wealthy couples who are only superficially harmonious. It's rare to see one so sweet and loving. Lu Yan gently placed Jiang Yueshue on a chair in the restaurant and then placed a soft cushion behind her back. Sit still, breakfast will be ready soon. The delicious aroma wafting from the kitchen grew stronger, and Jiang Yueshue's stomach growled involuntarily. She tugged at Lu Yan's sleeve and looked up at her clean-cut face. Honey, what are you making? It smells so good. I made you seafood porridge. Lu Yan gently pinched the tip of her nose. Are you craving it? Jiang Yueshue nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I want to go and see. The kitchen is smoky, you wait here. No, I just want to take a look. Jiang Yueshue shook his arm, her voice soft and sweet. Lu Yan couldn't stand her like this and instantly surrendered. Okay, just one look. He helped Jiang Yueshue, and the two slowly walked into the kitchen. In the clay pot, the milky white porridge was bubbling and boiling, the rice grains had already split open and blended with the broth. Several bright red prawns and thinly sliced scallops floated among the fish, emitting an enticing aroma. Aunt Li was holding a spoon and carefully stirring the mixture to prevent it from sticking to the bottom. Aunt Li, let me do it. Lu Yan walked over and naturally took the spoon. As he stirred, he said to Antly, this kind of porridge is all about controlling the heat. You have to use a high flame to bring the rice grains to a boil and extract the rice oil, then turn to a low flame and simmer it slowly. This way, the porridge will be smooth and creamy, and the flavor of the ingredients will be brought out to the maximum extent. His movements were skillful and professional. He was clearly not a young man in his early 20s, but a master chef who had been immersed in culinary arts for many years. Antly listened from the side and nodded repeatedly, her eyes full of admiration as she looked at Lu Yan. Son-in-law, you know so much. She turned to Jiang Yueshue and exclaimed from the bottom of her heart, Miss, you've really found a good husband. My Antly has been cooking for decades and has served so many wealthy families, but I've never seen a son-in-law who is so caring and even cooks for his wife himself. Jiang Yueshue felt a sweet warmth in her heart as she listened. She looked at Lu Yan's focused profile under the light. His strong features appeared exceptionally gentle. This man is her husband, the father of her children. The porridge was ready quickly. Lu Yan ladled out a bowl, skimmed off the steam with a spoon, blew on it repeatedly, and then carefully handed it to Jiang Yueshue's lips. Come on, wife, have a taste. Jiang Yueshue opened her mouth and took a small bite. Fresh. The ultimate sweetness explodes on the taste buds. The soft, sticky rice porridge, the springy shrimp, and the fresh scallops blended perfectly together, warmly sliding into her stomach and soothing her entire being. Tasty. She squinted her eyes contentedly. Eat more if it's delicious. Lu Yan then arranged for Antly to cook 2 light and refreshing dishes, and then took Jiang Yueshue to wash up. At the breakfast table, Jiang Yueshue sipped her porridge slowly, her appetite unusually good. Lu Yan barely touched his chopsticks. He moved a small stool and sat next to Jiang Yueshue, occasionally pressing his ear against her slightly protruding belly. He was listening intently, completely focused. Even if Jiang Yueshue had a thick skin, she couldn't withstand his torment. What are you doing? Antly is watching. Aren't you ashamed? Antly was tidying up the kitchen when she saw this scene and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Miss, please don't criticize the young master. He's just showing concern for the babies in your belly. That's called fatherly love. Lu Yan didn't even look up, speaking with an air of self-righteousness. Let me listen to see if my son and daughter kicked their mother today, and whether they were good. Ding. Host and baby are having a close morning interaction. Reward, 800,000 wealth points. Lu Yan moved it to a different spot and stuck it on again. De Bao seems to have moved slightly. Let me listen to Air Bao again. Ding. Host and baby are having a close morning interaction. Reward, 800,000 wealth points. No, the 3 treasures and the 4 treasures cannot be neglected either, they must be given equal attention. Ding. Host and baby are having a close morning interaction. Reward, 800,000 wealth points. In just a few minutes, 2.4 million yuan arrived in the account. Lu Yan raised his head with satisfaction, a silly fatherly smile on his face. This money couldn't be easier to earn. Jiang Yueshue looked at his silly appearance, feeling both annoyed and amused, and in the end could only helplessly let him be. She found that she seemed to be growing to like this sticky and cozy feeling more and more. Once upon a time, she was that aloof, unyielding, and icy female CEO. In just a few days, the hard shell on her body had been melted away by this man's gentleness. She would blush at a single word from him, her heart would race at a single gesture from him, and she would act coquettishly and depend on him. This change felt unfamiliar to her, yet also incredibly reassuring. After breakfast, Lu Yan helped Jiang Yueshue sit down on the sofa in the living room, while he brewed a pot of calming and nourishing herbal tea. He watched his wife lounging on the sofa, bathed in the morning light, and felt exceptionally happy. He called over Antly, who was clearing the dishes. Antly, when I'm done with my work, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Antly wiped her hands and walked over respectfully. Son-in-law, please feel free to give me any instructions. Lu Yan's expression turned serious. He looked at Antly and said, word by word. When you go out this afternoon, could you please go to the largest bookstore in the city center for me? Antly was a little curious. Son-in-law, what kind of book do you want to buy? Lu Yan's gaze fell on Jiang Yueshue's belly, and his focus moved even Antly. Buy me every single book on prenatal care, newborn feeding, and early childhood education that is available on the market. Chapter 19 Quadruplets at High Risk? I'll just buy the top expert. Buy them all, without missing a single one. Antly held the small notebook, the pen tip hovering over the paper, hesitant to write. She's been raising children for 20 years and has served at least 80 or 100 wealthy young masters and ladies, but this is the first time she's seen such a serious expectant father. Son-in-law, could you please say that again? Lu Yan leaned back on the sofa armrest, his tone calm. Twin care, multiple birth care, infant nutrition, child psychology, Montessori early education, buy all the books you can find. He paused for a moment, domestic and foreign versions, Chinese versions and original versions, I want them all. Aunt Lee gasped. This isn't just about buying books, it's about emptying out the entire mother and baby section of the bookstore. Yes, son-in-law, I'll write it down right away. Jiang Yueshua nestled on the sofa, turning her head to look at the sunlight outside the window. This man always gave her the most reassuring sense of security in the most clumsy way. After Aunt Lee left with the long list of books, Lu Yan sat down next to Jiang Yueshua and gently pulled her into his arms. Ding! Host detected as preparing for scientific parenting. A true dad starts by learning. Reward, 500,000 points. A comprehensive parenting knowledge package. A deluge of information flooded my mind. Nutritional ratios during pregnancy, management of neonatal jaundice, infant massage techniques, and the schedule for introducing complementary foods, all of these are clearly imprinted in my mind, more detailed than any textbook. Lu Yan suppressed the urge to cheer and took Jiang Yueshua's hand. Wife, let's go for a prenatal checkup. Prenatal checkup? Jiang Yueshua looked up. Didn't I already go? I wasn't there, so that doesn't count. Lu Yan shook his head. You're carrying quadruplets, you must go to the best hospital and find the best doctor. He squeezed her hand. I have to make sure you and the babies are safe. Seeing his serious expression, Jiang Yueshua's last bit of hesitation disappeared. Good. Half an hour later, the red Ferrari drove out of the garage at North Ridge Villa. Problems soon arose. The sports car had a low chassis, making it difficult for Jiang Yueshua, who was heavily pregnant, to get in and out. Lu Yan protected her head and supported her waist, and it took him a while to get her into the passenger seat. The car started and merged into the traffic. Lu Yan drove very slowly, but the sports car's suspension system was naturally stiff, and every time Jiang Yueshua went over a speed bump, she would subconsciously protect her lower abdomen. Lu Yan's brows furrowed more and more tightly. This car is no good. While waiting at a red light, Lu Yan suddenly said, Wife, we need to change cars. Change cars? Jiang Yueshua was a little surprised. Isn't this one pretty good? What's so good about it? Lu Yan pursed his lips. Your belly isn't that big yet, and you're already having so much trouble getting in and out of the car. In a few months, you won't even be able to get into the car. He was already thinking, didn't your parents say they'd give us a car as a wedding gift? We can't wait until then, we have to buy one now. Jiang Yueshua thought about it and agreed, then let's get an SUV? A Porsche Cayenne or a Rolls-Royce Cullinan would be fine. As expected of President Jiang, he immediately mentioned luxury cars worth millions. Lu Yan shook his head, an SUV is still too small. Small? Jiang Yueshua asked, puzzled. Cullinan is small? Think about it, when we go out, we'll need to bring 4 baby carriers, right? Lu Yan counted on her fingers. For babies' bottles, diapers, changes of clothes, toys, it'll add up to several big bags. Aunt Lee will have to come along, and we might need to hire 1 or 2 more nannies later. The more he talked, the more convinced he became of his idea. Even a 7-seater SUV might not be enough. And with limited space inside the car, it's inconvenient to change diapers or feed the babies when they cry. Jiang Yueshua was somewhat stunned by what he said. It seems, that makes sense. Then what do you suggest we change to? Lu Yan's eyes lit up. Buy a motorhome. A motorhome? Jiang Yueshua wondered if she had misheard. Yes. Buy the biggest and most luxurious one, with a bedroom, living room, kitchen, and bathroom. Lu Yan became more and more excited as he spoke. Turn the living room into a play area for the babies, lay down a carpet, and fill it with toys. Put 4 cribs side by side in the bedroom. We can just drive wherever we want to go. The kids can sleep in the car when they're tired and eat in the car when they're hungry. He turned to look at Jiang Yueshua. Isn't this a mobile home? Jiang Yueshua pictured the scene before her eyes, a huge RV driving on a scenic highway, with her, Lu Yan, and 4 children laughing and chatting inside. Warm and beautiful. Seeing Lu Yan's excited expression, she couldn't help but laugh. Okay, I'll do as you say. Ding. Host detected as having deep-seated plans for family travel. That's the kind of vision a stay-at-home dad has. Price, a custom-made Earth's Palace RV, valued at 30 million renminbi. The vehicle is currently being expedited on the production line and is expected to be delivered in 1 week. Lu Yan felt secretly pleased. Not bad, system, you're getting better and better. The car soon arrived at Zhenluo, the best private maternity hospital in Yuncheng. Lu Yan had already made an appointment with Professor Chen Huilan, the star expert there, through his connections at Waterfa Plaza. The two entered Professor Chen's consultation room directly through the VIP channel without queuing for long. Chen Huilan was in her 50s, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and had a serious and unsmiling demeanor. On the table in front of her were Zhang Yueshua's medical examination reports from the community hospital. Miss Jiang, Mr. Lu, please have a seat. Her attitude was professional, but also distant. Lu Yan helped Zhang Yueshua sit down and got straight to the point. Professor Chen, my wife is pregnant with quadruplets, and we would like to have a comprehensive checkup. Chen Huilan pushed up her glasses, picked up the ultrasound report, and glanced at it. When her gaze fell on the words for gestational sacs, her usually serious face finally changed. She raised her head and scrutinized Zhang Yueshua for a few moments, the scrutinizing look making Zhang Yueshua feel somewhat uncomfortable. When was your last menstrual period? Did you take any ovulation-inducing drugs before you got pregnant? Is there a family history of multiple births? Chen Huilan fired off a series of questions, displaying both professionalism and composure. Zhang Yueshua answered them one by one. After asking the questions, Chen Huilan wrote something in the medical record without looking up. Multiple pregnancies are high-risk pregnancies, with much higher risks than single pregnancies. Especially quadruplets, the probability of pregnancy complications is very high: gestational hypertension, diabetes, placental abruption, premature birth. Every word she said made Zhang Yueshua's heart sink. Lu Yan held his wife's hand tightly, signaling her to relax. So Chen Huilan put down her pen, filled out a long list of forms, and handed it to Lu Yan. All of these tests must be done. Lu Yan took the stack of forms. High-resolution color Doppler ultrasound, fetal echocardiography, non-invasive prenatal testing NIPT, complete blood count, urinalysis, liver and kidney function tests, coagulation function tests, thyroid function tests, trace elements. At the very bottom, there is also an amniocentesis. The sheer number of inspection items is dazzling. Zhang Yueshua looked at the long list, her face turning slightly pale. She wasn't afraid of spending money, but all these tests gave her a bad feeling. Lu Yan placed the list on the table, looked up, and stared directly at Chen Huilan. His expression was calm, but beneath that calm lay a sharp edge that could not be ignored. Professor Chen, I have a question. Chen Huilan looked up at him. Why are so many unnecessary tests being conducted? Lu Yan asked calmly, is this the standard procedure, or is it what you think? Chapter 20: The Quack Doctor Exposed. Is this what you call doing it for her own good? Is this the standard procedure, or is it what you think? Before Lu Yan could finish speaking, the atmosphere in the consultation room had already plummeted to freezing point. An impatient look finally appeared on Chen Huilan's usually stern face. She pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses and slammed the stack of medical reports on the table. Snap! The crisp sound was particularly jarring in the quiet consultation room. Mr. Lu, I need to remind you of something. Chen Huilan's tone was cold and hard, carrying an unquestionable arrogance. I am the chief physician of Haijia obstetrics and gynecology. In this field in Yuncheng, if I say I am second, no one dares to say they are first. With 30 years of clinical experience and thousands of successful cases, every test I order is for the sake of the pregnant woman and the fetus. She paused, then glanced at Lu Yan with disdain. As for what you call unnecessary, I'd like to ask which medical school you graduated from? Do you have a medical license? On what grounds do you question the judgment of a professional doctor? These words directly labeled Lu Yan as an amateur who pretends to know what he doesn't. Zhang Yueshua's fingers were slightly cold. She subconsciously tugged at Lu Yan's sleeve and whispered, how about we? Before he could finish speaking, Lu Yan took her cold little hand in his own warm palm. He turned to look at his wife, his eyes gentle yet firm. Don't worry, I'm here. Then, he raised his head and looked at Chen Huilan, a smile on his face, but his eyes were frighteningly cold. Professor Chen is right, I am indeed not a doctor, just a rough man. Lu Yan's tone was calm, so calm it was unsettling. But even a rough person can understand the instruction manual. He picked up the form and pointed to amniocentesis at the bottom. This examination is an invasive procedure with a 0.3% to 0.5% risk of miscarriage. My wife hasn't even had a non-invasive prenatal test yet, and you're already suggesting amniocentesis? Is this standard procedure, or are you in a hurry? Chen Huilan's expression changed. Lu Yan didn't give her a chance to speak and continued. And these are some imported nutrients. I specifically checked the ingredient list. The main ingredients are folic acid, vitamin D, and DHA, which are exactly the same as the multivitamins that cost tens of yuan a bottle in pharmacies. The only difference is that the price has increased 100-fold. He put the list back on the table, his voice still steady. Professor Chen, are you practicing medicine or doing business? The last sentence tore away the veil of pretense. Chen Huilan's face twitched violently, turning bright red. Mr. Lu. This is slander. I have practiced medicine for 30 years and have never had a medical accident. What right do you have to slander me like this? I now strongly suspect that you were sent by a medical dispute gang. Security. Security. She angrily pressed the call button on the table. Lu Yan did not get angry, he simply watched her quietly. Just then. Ding. Unscrupulous doctor detected attempting to swindle the host's family's property. Furthermore, it was detected that her medical practices may pose a potential risk to the protagonist and her unborn quadruplets. The host has keen eyes and promptly saw through the scam, successfully protecting their family. Dad's protective power is at its peak. Reward, 1 million wealth points. Bonus, 20% stake in Rinqin Maternity Hospital, a top-tier private hospital in Yunqing. Reward, a comprehensive package of top-tier obstetrics and gynecology medical knowledge. Loading data. A system notification sounded in my mind. 1 million has been credited to my account. There was indeed a problem. Lu Yan felt completely confident. He was about to continue his attack, tearing this unscrupulous doctor down to his last shred of decency. Bang! A loud bang. The heavy solid wood door to the consultation room was kicked open from the outside. The door slammed heavily against the wall with a deafening thud. A middle-aged man with disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes rushed in. His t-shirt was faded from washing, and he looked like a trapped beast cornered in a desperate situation. Chen Huilan. The man's roar was heart-wrenching. Behind him followed 7 or 8 equally emotional family members, instantly filling the small consultation room to capacity. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Chen Huilan's face, which had been so arrogant just moments before, turned deathly pale in an instant. What do you want to do? Her voice trembled, and she took 2 steps back. Security. Where are the security guards? Chaos erupted in an instant. And at this critical moment, Lu Yan reacted extremely quickly. He didn't look at the people who rushed in, he immediately stood up from his chair and stretched out his long arm. He pulled Jiang Yueshua, who was still in shock, up from her seat and wrapped her in his arms. He used his back to shield her from all the chaos and danger. Jiang Yueshua's face was pressed against his firm chest, and she could hear his steady and powerful heartbeat. Bang, bang, bang. That familiar warmth enveloped her entire being. The tension that had arisen from arguing with the doctor vanished in an instant. It was noisy and bustling outside. But in his arms, she found a peaceful haven of her own. Chen Huilan. You murderer. Give me back my wife. Give me back my children. The man in the lead rushed to the desk and swept everything off the desk. Medical records, receipts, water cups, pen holders. It shattered into pieces on the ground. My wife trusts you so much. The man pointed at Chen Huilan, his whole body trembling with extreme anger. I've had my prenatal checkups here since I got pregnant. You said she was at an advanced maternal age and there were risks involved, so you made us do all sorts of tests. Each one cost thousands, even tens of thousands. We did it all. We didn't miss a single one. His voice grew louder and hoarser. You said she wasn't getting enough nutrition, so you prescribed us all sorts of imported medicines, each bottle costing several thousand yuan. We bought it without even blinking. It cost almost 200,000 yuan in total. My wife won't even buy herself a new dress, she gives you all her money. Every word the man uttered struck the hearts of everyone present like a heavy hammer blow. Jiang Yueshua's body stiffened slightly in Lu Yan's arms. She remembered the long medical report on her desk. It reminds me of those so-called imported nutrients that cost thousands of dollars, how similar they are. But what was the result? The man let out a desperate roar. You said natural childbirth is good for the baby. As a result, my wife suffered a massive hemorrhage. You said a C-section wouldn't be enough time. And then what? His voice choked with emotion, and his eyes were red. 2 lives lost, 1 unborn. My wife is gone. My son, who hadn't even had a chance to see the world, is gone too. Chen Huilan. Give them back to me. The phrase 2 lives lost in 1 death was like a thunderbolt. It exploded with a loud bang in the small consultation room. Chen Huilan swayed and barely managed to stand by holding onto the table. Her lips trembled, and she couldn't utter a single word. The family members following behind the man completely erupted. Quack! Murderer! You're the one who killed my sister-in-law. Give me my money back. Or I'll pay with my life. The crowd was agitated, and the entire consultation room spiraled out of control. Several young family members started shoving and pushing, trying to rush up and attack Chen Huilan. The security guards who rushed to the scene were unable to stop the crowd, which surged forward like a tide. Lu Yan and Jiang Yueshue were squeezed backwards until they were pressed against the corner of the wall, where the space became smaller and smaller. Lu Yan remained calm, showing no sign of panic. He shielded Jiang Yueshue in front of him, then spread his arms and braced his hands against the wall. He used his own body to create an absolutely safe space for her. No matter how much people pushed and shoved, they couldn't touch her at all. Jiang Yueshue was firmly shielded by him between his chest and the wall, her nose filled with the faint scent of soap pods emanating from him. She could feel the strength in his arm, hear the angry shouts and curses from the crowd behind her, and hear the sounds of things being smashed. But she wasn't afraid at all, because he was there. The man who was leading the charge was pulled back. He couldn't break free and could only stare at Chen Huilan with his bloodshot eyes. He saw the ultrasound report, covered in footprints, on the ground. It was his wife's. He suddenly laughed, a laugh more painful than tears. Do you remember? The man pointed at the bill and at Chen Huilan, who was trembling. He spoke slowly and deliberately. You told me this with this very document in hand, with absolute certainty. All the tests are for her own good. Chen Huilan. You tell me. This is what you mean by doing it for her own good. Chapter 21. One phone call brought the entire hospital to its knees. Tell me. Is this what you call doing it for her own good? The man's roar shattered the last vestige of peace in the examination room. The question, etched with blood and tears, struck everyone's heart. Chen Huilan's body trembled violently, and her fingers, gripping the corner of the table, turned white from the force. Her once well-maintained face was now completely drained of color, her lips trembled, and she couldn't utter a single word. Nonsense! Utter nonsense! She finally regained some strength from her shock and retorted in a sharp voice. I understand the feelings of the patient's family. But you can't make baseless accusations. She is trying to regain the authority of a professional doctor. But her trembling voice betrayed her guilty conscience. Your wife's death was a complication of childbirth at an advanced age. It was an accident. I did everything I could. She turned to the bewildered security guards and shouted at them sternly. What are you all standing there for? Throw these troublemakers out of here. Call the police. Call the police right now. Lu Yan always used his body to shield Jiang Yueshue from all disturbances. He didn't even turn around to look at the excited crowd. He simply whispered in his wife's ear, Don't be afraid. Then, he spoke calmly. The voice wasn't loud, but it clearly drowned out all the noise. Does crying help? Lu Yan looked at the man whose eyes were bloodshot and who was on the verge of collapse. His voice was cold. What's the use of making a scene? She hides behind the security guard and can dismiss you with a simple medical accident. What you want isn't to vent, it's her life. The man suddenly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Lu Yan. Then what should I do? His voice was extremely hoarse. What can I do as a truck driver? Lu Yan did not answer. He protected Jiang Yueshue and walked out through the gaps in the crowd. His gaze fell on the medical records and receipts scattered all over the floor. In that very instant, a wave of intense dizziness washed over me, and countless unfamiliar pieces of knowledge flooded into my mind like a tidal wave. Pharmacology, pathology, obstetrics and gynecology clinical guidelines, medical malpractice identification standards. A vast amount of information is automatically categorized, indexed, and associated in his mind. Lu Yan's pupils contracted slightly. This feeling is like instantly gaining 20 years of clinical experience. He took a deep breath to suppress the throbbing pain in his head. Then he bent down and picked up a crumpled prescription from a pile of scrap paper. Did your wife experience any unexplained abdominal pain and light bleeding when she was 32 weeks pregnant? Lu Yan suddenly asked. The man was taken aback, then nodded subconsciously. Yes, it happened once. I even asked her about it, and she said it was Braxton Hicks contractions, and that it was normal. He pointed at Chen Huilan. Chen Huilan's face paled even more. Lu Yan waved the prescription in his hand. Li Tuo Jun. He read out the name of the medicine, then looked at Chen Huilan. A pregnancy-preserving drug, right? Chen Huilan nodded subconsciously. Then tell me. Lu Yan's voice was very soft. The mother has a history of gestational hypertension. Why did you still prescribe this for her? The latest obstetrics and gynecology clinical guidelines clearly state that rituximab is a contraindicated drug for pregnant women at risk of cardiovascular disease, because it significantly increases the risk of placental abruption. He paused. 30 years of clinical experience, and I haven't taught you how to read guidelines? There was a moment of silence in the consultation room. Chen Huilan's breathing quickened. You're talking nonsense. The dosage I prescribed was very small, within the safe range. Yeah. Lu Yan picked up another lab report, 36 weeks pregnant, blood routine report, platelet count only 80. He held the document up in front of the man and showed it to everyone. For pregnant women in their late pregnancy, the platelet count should not be lower than 100. This number has been declining for 3 consecutive weeks. Your wife has developed a serious problem with blood clotting. This is a clear warning sign of massive bleeding. Lu Yan turned his gaze back to Chen Huilan, his expression cold and devoid of any warmth. And you did nothing. No full set of coagulation function tests was arranged. No hematology consultation was requested. Just let her continue taking those you prescribed, the so-called imported nutrients that cost several thousand yuan a bottle. He stared at Chen Huilan and said, slowly and deliberately, how many lives could you buy with the kickbacks from those nutrients? You're spouting nonsense. Chen Huilan panicked completely. She pointed at Lu Yan, her finger trembling. Who are you? Who exactly are you? That's slander. Look everyone. He's slandering me. He's slandering me. The surrounding crowd erupted. Yeah. Who are you? What makes you say Professor Chen has a problem? Do you have a medical license? Questions and criticisms arose one after another. Lu Yan ignored the noise and threw the receipt in his hand on the ground. You still chose to have a vaginal delivery despite the mother already showing signs of placental abruption and coagulation disorders. Even when the fetal heart rate became unstable during labor, you still insisted on not having a C-section. The best time for rescue was missed. He looked at Chen Huilan and said, this is not a medical accident, it is professional negligence, it is disregard for human life. The entire consultation room was deathly silent. The man stared blankly at Lu Yan, then at the receipt on the ground. Although he couldn't understand the technical jargon, he understood the last sentence. A flame reignited in his cloudy eyes, not in desperate madness, but in the sharp blade of seeking justice. Jiang Yueshua leaned against Lu Yan, tilting her head back to look at her husband's profile. At this moment, he was neither that spoiled boy nor that mysterious, extravagant tycoon. He possesses a kind of light, a light that speaks out for the weak and draws its sword against injustice. Ding! The host has spoken out against injustice, exposing a quack doctor and upholding justice. The brilliance of stay-at-home dads shines not only on their families, but also on strangers. Hidden achievement triggered, the whistleblower of the medical community. Reward, Rinxin Maternity Hospital's original shareholding has been increased to 100%. From now on, you are the owner of another top-tier private hospital in Yunqing. The system's voice was incredibly cheerful. Just then, a portly man in a white coat finally squeezed in, surrounded by a group of security guards. What's going on? What are you all doing? The visitor was Sun Dihai, the director of Zhenluo Hospital. He saw the horrific scene in the consultation room, the emotionally distraught family members, and Chen Huilan's deathly pale face. Suddenly, he was at his wits' end. Sir, we understand the feelings of the family members. He tried to calm the man in the lead, but halfway through his sentence, he suddenly saw Lu Yan in the crowd. And Jiang Yueshua in Lu Yan's arms. Sun Dihai's pupils suddenly contracted. He recognized her. That woman was the Jiang family's daughter. He had seen the photo, and that man. Could he be the legendary son-in-law of the Jiang family? Sun Dihai immediately broke into a smile. Oh, isn't this Miss Jiang? He strode up to Lu Yan, completely ignoring the man who was still questioning him. Miss Jiang, why didn't you let me know you were coming for your prenatal checkup? I could have arranged for the best specialist. His attitude was extremely obsequious. Jiang Yueshue frowned slightly. She didn't recognize this person. Lu Yan suddenly laughed. Dean's son, right? His voice was very soft. Did you hear everything I just said? Sun Dihai paused for a moment, then chuckled awkwardly. Oh dear, the family members are emotional, and it's inevitable that they'll say things that are hard to hear. Our Professor Chen is a veteran expert with 30 years of experience. His medical skills are absolutely top-notch. He changed the subject. However, I will personally arrange Miss Jiang's prenatal checkups. I guarantee there won't be any problems. Lu Yan didn't say anything. He just took out his phone. In front of everyone, he made a phone call. And then, I pressed the speakerphone button. As Jiang Yueshue watched his movements, a sense of anticipation suddenly welled up in her heart. The call was quickly connected, and a calm, refined, and powerful male voice came from the receiver. Hello, Mr. Lu, I am Wang Buoluan. What are your orders? Chairman Lu? Wang Buoluan, the director of Rinxin Maternity Hospital? Sun Dihai's face turned deathly pale instantly, and he stared intently at Lu Yan. The son-in-law of the Jiang family whom he ignored. It's actually Chairman Lu that Wang Buoluan mentioned? Lu Yan had one arm around Jiang Yueshue's waist and the other holding a phone. He calmly spoke into the receiver. Dean Wang, my wife needs to have a prenatal checkup. Are you available to arrange it now? Convenient. So convenient. Wang Buoluan's voice was filled with surprise. I'll immediately clear out the VIP floor and personally bring the best team of experts to wait for you. Good. Lu Yan responded, then suddenly changed the subject. There's something else. His gaze swept over the pale-faced Sun Dihai and the trembling Chen Huilan, without a trace of emotion. Prepare top-notch obstetricians and gynecologists for me, as well as a professional legal team. He paused, then said, I think Xinliwa has no reason to exist in Yunqing anymore. Chapter 22. A single word decides life and death, the end of Xinliwa. I think Xinliwa has no reason to exist in Yunqing. Lu Yan spoke softly, without any ripples. But it was like a silent thunderclap that exploded in the deathly quiet clinic. Wang Buoluan on the other end of the phone was silent for a second. He then replied in an extremely solemn tone, Understood, Chairman Lu. I will arrange for someone to handle it immediately. The phone call ended, and the whole world went silent. The man in the lead, Zhang Wei, stared blankly at Lu Yan, forgetting to cry. The group of enraged family members stopped pushing and shoving and forgot to shout insults. Chen Huilan collapsed to the ground, her well-maintained face as pale as paper, her lips trembling, but she couldn't utter a sound. Everyone looked at Sun Dihai, the director of Zhenluo Hospital. His fawning smile froze. It shattered inch by inch, then collapsed. Large beads of sweat rolled down his fat forehead, and his pristine white doctor's coat was instantly soaked with cold sweat. Chairman Lu. Chairman Lu. Sun Dihai's voice trembled violently, and he staggered forward, almost losing his balance. You were joking just now, weren't you? He tried to force a smile, but it looked worse than a grimace. Lu Yan didn't look at him. He simply lowered his eyes and gently tidied Jiang Yueshue's slightly disheveled hair. That oblivious intimacy was, for Sun Dihai, a form of torture more cruel than any other form of torture. Chairman Lu. Please let me explain. Sun Dihai's psychological defenses completely collapsed. He turned around abruptly, pointed at Chen Huilan who was lying on the ground, and let out a hysterical scream. It's her. It's all that bitch's fault. She's blinded by greed and has ruined our hospital's reputation. I have absolutely no connection with her. I had no idea she did these things. I'll fire her right now. I'll kick her out. I'll make sure she can never be a doctor in Yunqing again. He roared incoherently, trying to shirk all responsibility. Chen Huilan looked up in disbelief at the man who had shared the spoils with her just yesterday, but now seemed to want to devour her alive. Lu Yan finally reacted. He raised his head, his calm gaze falling on Sun Dihai. You mean, as the hospital director, you know nothing about drug kickbacks and overtreatment in the hospital? He paused, then asked, is it mismanagement or collusion? Sun Dihai's body trembled violently. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Lu Yan ignored him and turned to the man who was already in a daze, Zhang Wei. Your name is Zhang Wei, right? Zhang Wei nodded blankly. Go to Rinxin Hospital. Lu Yan's voice was calm yet firm. Go directly to Dean Wang Guoluan and tell him that I sent you. Rinxin will arrange for the best experts to analyze the funeral arrangements for your wife and children, and all the truth will come to light. He paused for a moment, then added, in addition, Dean Wang will arrange the best legal team for you. How many people has Zhenluo Hospital harmed over the years? How much dirty money has it taken? Dig it all out, one by one. All victims will receive the compensation they deserve. Zhang Wei's lips trembled. He looked at Lu Yan, something shattering and something else coalescing in his cloudy eyes. He knelt down with a thud. This man, whose back had been bent by the weight of life, kowtowed heavily to Lu Yan. Thank you. His voice was hoarse, tinged with the strains of a sob. Thank you. You are a good person. You are a living bodhisattva. His family members behind him also realized what was happening and knelt down one after another. For a moment, the consultation room was filled with suppressed sobs and words of gratitude. Zhang Yueshua leaned against Lu Yan's chest, and she could clearly feel that the man's heartbeat remained steady and strong as he made these decisions. He wasn't flaunting power, he was exercising justice. Now she realizes that this man is the light that illuminates the darkness. Seeing this scene before him, Sun Dihai's last shred of hope vanished. He knew he was finished. Zhenliwa is finished too. Despair, like icy seawater, completely overwhelmed him. He suddenly rushed over and grabbed Lu Yan's leg without hesitation. Chairman Lu. I was wrong. I was really wrong. He burst into tears, completely abandoning his so-called dignity as dean. Please. Please give me another chance. I have elderly parents to support and young children to raise. I can't live without this job. You treat me like a fart, just let me go. I'll kowtow to you. I'll be your slave. He cried and wailed as he banged his head against the ground, making a dull thud. Lu Yan frowned. He looked down at the undignified man at his feet, his eyes filled with undisguised disgust. He didn't speak, but simply raised his hand and gently and tenderly stroked Zhang Yueshua's slightly protruding belly. There, for tiny lives are being conceived. His child. Then, he slowly began to speak. The voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. My child cannot be born in a place with quack doctors. In a single sentence, Sun Dihai and Zhenliwa were sentenced to death. Sun Dihai's wailing stopped abruptly, and he slowly loosened his grip on Lu Yan's leg. He slumped to the ground, his eyes vacant, his face ashen. Lu Yan didn't even glance at him again. He put his arm around Zhang Yueshua's waist and turned to walk out. The crowd automatically parted to make way for them, and everyone's eyes were filled with awe and gratitude. Stepping out of the chaotic consultation room, the corridor outside was bright and quiet. Lu Yan helped Zhang Yueshua sit down on a nearby chair. Are you tired? He asked softly. Zhang Yueshua shook her head, leaning on his shoulder, feeling the peace of surviving a disaster. Lu Yan. She suddenly spoke, her voice very soft. Shall we go home? I don't want to go to other hospitals for prenatal checkups. Zhang Yueshua was still shaken and hadn't recovered. You are my wife, the mother of my children. Your health is the most important thing. Don't worry. We won't go to any other hospitals this time. Let's go to our own hospital. Lu Yan cupped her face in his hands to comfort her. Our own hospital? Yes. We just acquired Rinxin. Honey, thank you. Zhang Yueshua's eyes suddenly reddened. She hugged Lu Yan's arm tightly and buried her face in his shoulder. Just then, at the end of the corridor, a series of hurried and chaotic footsteps suddenly came. A figure, filled with boundless rage, charged forward. Lu Yan. The newcomer shouted loudly, his voice booming so loudly that it made the entire corridor vibrate. Zhang Yueshua suddenly raised her head, and when she saw who it was, the color drained from her face instantly. Dad? Zhang Zhendong practically rushed up to the two of them. He first nervously looked Zhang Yueshua up and down. After confirming that she was all right, he suddenly turned to Lu Yan. Is this how you take care of my daughter? Chapter 23. My father-in-law is furious. I'll buy the entire hospital. Is this how you take care of my daughter? Zhang Zhendong's roar echoed through the corridor. Having held a high position for many years, his loud shout startled several security guards, causing them to take a half step back. Those eyes were fixed on Lu Yan, as if trying to see right through him. Jiang Yueshue was startled. She instinctively grabbed Lu Yan's arm, then stood up straight to meet her father's rage. "Dad! What nonsense are you talking about?" Jiang Yueshue's voice was filled with anger. "How did you find your way here? Things aren't what you think at all." "How did I find it?" Zhang Zhendong laughed in anger. He pointed to the crowd at the end of the corridor and then to the mess at the entrance of the clinic. "I called you but you didn't answer, so I called Aunt Li. She said Lu Yan brought you for a prenatal checkup. I saw someone live streaming a major medical accident at Zhenluo Hospital. I was worried something might have happened to you, so I rushed over." He turned to Lu Yan, his anger intensifying. "I entrusted my most precious daughter to you, and you brought her to a place like this? To let her live in fear?" Lu Yan didn't speak. He simply stood there calmly, his gaze steady, his aura as solid as a rock. Zhang Zhendong stared at him, but he couldn't see the slightest bit of panic in the young man's eyes. "This kid." Lu Yan gently patted Jiang Yueshue's hand. "Dad misunderstood." His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an indescribable certainty. "Please let Yueshue finish speaking." Jiang Yueshue took a deep breath and quickly recounted Chen Huilan's heartlessness, how Lu Yan saw through the scam, and how he helped that poor family get justice. "That quack doctor tried to trick us into doing risky tests and prescribing tens of thousands of yuan worth of useless medicine." Jiang Yueshue's face was full of pride. It was Lu Yan who stood up and exposed her. He wasn't causing trouble, he was doing a good deed. Zhang Zhendong was stunned. Following his daughter's pointing finger, he saw the man who had been looking at them with gratitude, Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei's family members all cast grateful glances at Lu Yan. That heartfelt respect cannot be faked. Zhang Zhendong, a seasoned businessman, had a natural talent for reading people, and he instantly realized that what his daughter said was true. So, it wasn't that this kid caused trouble, but that he prevented a tragedy that could have happened to his own daughter. And he also meddled in someone else's business? The anger on Zhang Zhendong's face slowly subsided. He cleared his throat, turned his head, and spoke somewhat awkwardly. "Ahem. So, I misunderstood you?" His tone had softened considerably. Lu Yan smiled. "Dad, I understand you're worried about Yueshue." That "dad" was delivered with both ease and affection. A simple "I understand" was enough to save face for Zhang Zhendong. Zhang Zhendong's last bit of unease dissipated, and he began to re-examine the young man before him. This young man, who was expelled from school a few days ago and is so poor that he only owns a villa worth 80 million, seems to be hiding a lot of secrets. Ding! The host has successfully cleared up his father-in-law's misunderstanding and gained initial approval. Family harmony is improving. Family status is steadily rising. Reward, 2 million wealth points. Lu Yan ignored the system's voice. He was now more concerned about Jiang Yueshue's health. "This is not the place to talk." Zhang Zhendong also realized what was happening, and with a wave of his hand, he regained his decisiveness as chairman. "We can't stay in this lousy hospital any longer. Yueshue, let's go." He took out his phone, ready to dial. "I know the vice president of the Municipal Women and Children's Hospital. I'll call him personally and have him arrange for the best specialist to examine you." "Dad, no need." Lu Yan stopped him. Zhang Zhendong paused, looking at him with a puzzled expression. "Not using it? Why not? Do you really trust this kind of private hospital?" "Of course not." Lu Yan, supporting Jiang Yueshue, spoke slowly and deliberately. "What I mean is, there's no need to trouble Vice Dean Lu." He paused, and under Zhang Zhendong's questioning gaze, offered a surprising answer. "We feel more at ease going to our own local hospital for a checkup." The air went still for a second. "My own hospital?" Zhang Zhendong wondered if he had misheard. He picked at his ear and glared at Lu Yan. "What nonsense are you spouting, kid? What do you mean by our own hospital? Are you even awake?" "A few days ago, I was supposed to manage one of his food companies, but he said he wanted to start his own company." "In just a few days, they even have their own hospital? Even printing money at home doesn't happen that fast." "That's not how you brag." Jiang Yueshue was also stunned. Lu Yan had already told her this, but she still had some doubts. "Lu Yan, you. Didn't I just tell you?" Renshin Maternity Hospital was just acquired. Lu Yan gave his wife a brief explanation. Boom! Jiang Jindong felt as if a bomb had been dropped into his mind. Renshin Women's and Children's Hospital? Of course he knows. That is the only top-tier private maternity hospital in Yunqing that can rival Zhenliwa. In some high-end medical fields, its reputation is even better than that of Zhenluo. I bought it. Looking at Lu Yan's calm face, he couldn't tell for a moment whether the kid was joking or serious. This was beyond his comprehension. You. Jiang Jindong pointed at Lu Yan, but after stammering for a long time, he couldn't utter a complete sentence. He has been a prominent figure in the business world for decades, and has seen all kinds of ups and downs. Today, however, he was completely stumped by his own son-in-law. In the corridor, several security guards looked at each other in bewilderment. They had just thought this young man was a gigolo. Now, buy Renshin Hospital? How much would that cost? Several hundred million? $1 billion or more? The security captain swallowed hard, and the way he looked at Lu Yan had changed. Lu Yan found it somewhat amusing to look at his future father-in-law's utterly bewildered expression. It seems that his father-in-law doesn't have a very good impression of him as a son-in-law. So be it. Facts speak louder than words. He offered no further explanation, but simply turned around and looked tenderly at Jiang Yueshue. Honey, let's go over there now and have Dean Wang and the others give you a full checkup, okay? Jiang Yueshue nodded obediently. Okay, whatever you say. Lu Yan smiled. He took his wife's hand and prepared to leave. He took 2 steps, then stopped and looked back at Jiang Jindong, who was still frozen in place. Dad! Jiang Jindong was startled and subconsciously responded. Ah! Seeing is believing. Lu Yan raised his chin at him, a sly smile on his face. If you're still worried, why don't you come with us to take a look? Perfect timing, it'll also give my new boss a chance to inspect the work. After saying that, he ignored his petrified father-in-law, protected Jiang Yueshue, and walked towards the elevator. Jiang Jindong stood still, watching her daughter nestled affectionately against the young man. Watching the two figures gradually disappear into the distance. His mind was a complete mess. Just who is this kid named Lu Yan? He feels that his worldview has been repeatedly shattered and rebuilt today. Finally, he gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. His face revealed a complex expression that mixed curiosity, doubt, and resentment. I'd like to see what you're up to. He strode forward, his face grim, and quickly followed. Behind them, several security guards were still in a daze. Captain, is what that young man said true? Did he really buy Renshin Hospital? Chapter 24 Father-in-law's questions. How could that be? My own hospital? Jiang Jindong doubted that he had heard correctly. He picked at his ear, his gaze falling on Lu Yan. Lu Yan, this is not something to joke about. His tone carried a hint of uncertainty, but more so, worry. Just a few days ago, you said you wanted to start your own company, and in just a few days, you even have your own hospital? Renshin Women's and Children's Hospital. This is no small matter. Even if you printed money at home, you wouldn't be able to do it this fast. Jiang Jindong's brow was furrowed. It's not that he doesn't believe in his son-in-law's abilities. However, this sudden and drastic change made him, as a father, feel uneasy. Jiang Yueshue was also stunned. Lu Yan had already told her this, but she still harbored a sliver of doubt. Lu Yan, didn't I just tell you? Renshin Maternity Hospital was just acquired. Lu Yan gave his wife a brief explanation. Boom! Jiang Jindong felt as if a bomb had been dropped into his mind. Renshin Women's and Children's Hospital? Of course he knows. That is the only top-tier private maternity hospital in Yunqing that can rival Zhenliwa. In some high-end medical fields, its reputation is even better than that of Zhenluo. I bought it. Looking at Lu Yan's calm face, he couldn't tell for a moment whether the kid was joking or serious. This was beyond his comprehension. You. Jiang Jindong pointed at Lu Yan, but after stammering for a long time, he couldn't utter a complete sentence. He has been a prominent figure in the business world for decades, and has seen all kinds of ups and downs. Today, however, he was completely stumped by his own son-in-law. In the corridor, several security guards looked at each other in bewilderment. They had just thought this young man was a gigolo. Now, to buy Renshin Hospital? How much would that cost? Hundreds of millions? Over a billion? The security captain swallowed hard, and the way he looked at Lu Yen had changed. Lu Yen found it somewhat amusing to look at his future father-in-law's utterly bewildered expression. It seems that his father-in-law doesn't have a very good impression of him as a son-in-law. So be it. Facts speak louder than words. He offered no further explanation, but simply turned around and looked tenderly at Jiang Yueshue. Honey, let's go over there now and have Dean Wang and the others give you a full checkup, okay? Jiang Yueshue nodded obediently. Okay, whatever you say. Lu Yen smiled. He took his wife's hand and prepared to leave. He took 2 steps, then stopped and looked back at Jiang Jindong, who was still frozen in place. Dad. Jiang Jindong was startled and subconsciously responded. Ah. Seeing is believing. Lu Yen raised his chin at him, a sly smile on his face. If you're still worried, why don't you come with us to take a look? Perfect timing, it'll also give my new boss a chance to inspect the work. After saying that, he ignored his petrified father-in-law, protected Jiang Yueshue, and walked towards the elevator. Jiang Jindong stood still, watching her daughter nestled affectionately against the young man. Watching the 2 figures gradually disappear into the distance. His mind was a complete mess. Just who is this kid named Lu Yen? He feels that his worldview has been repeatedly shattered and rebuilt today. Finally, he gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. His face displayed a complex expression, a mixture of curiosity, doubt, and unease. I'd like to see what you're up to. He strode forward, his face grim, and quickly followed. Behind them, several security guards were still in a daze. Captain, is what that young man said true? Did he really buy Rinshin Hospital? Captain, do you think we should consider changing jobs? A young security guard nearby muttered something under his breath. The security captain remained silent. He simply took out his phone and started searching for job postings at Rinshin Maternity Hospital. Jiang Jindong followed behind with a sullen face and long strides. His mind is still a complete mess. Acquiring Rinshin Hospital? What on earth is this kid up to? His decades of experience navigating the business world have honed his ability to judge people. But today, he realized that he could no longer see through this son-in-law in name only. In his heart, besides shock, there was even more worry about his daughter's future. The elevator doors opened. Several people walked in. Jiang Jindong's gaze was fixed on Lu Yen, his scrutiny so intense it seemed he wanted to see right through him. Lu Yen, however, was completely unaware. He was talking intimately to Jiang Yueshue, completely ignoring his future father-in-law's low spirits. Bite. The elevator takes you to the underground parking lot. Jiang Jindong took the lead and walked straight to his black Bentley Mulsanne. But after walking a few steps, he realized that his daughter and Lu Yen had not followed. Looking back, the 2 were walking to the other side and stopped next to a bright red Ferrari. Jiang Jindong's anger flared up again. Lu Yen. He walked over in a few steps and pointed to the sports car whose chassis was so low it was almost touching the ground. You're just using this car to take my daughter to prenatal checkups? She's pregnant. Quagmire. Is this car comfortable? Is it easy to get on and off? Jiang Jindong's questions came crashing down on him. His voice was filled with concern for his daughter. Before Lu Yen could speak, Jiang Yueshue became displeased. Dad. Please keep your voice down, this is a parking lot. She linked arms with Lu Yen, her protective stance quite obvious. We're just using this car temporarily, we're planning to change it. Change it? Change to another sports car? Jiang Jindong was so angry that his temples throbbed. He worried that Lu Yan's unreliability would affect the safety of his daughter and children. Lu Yan smiled. Dad, don't worry. He helped Jiang Yueshue to rest against the car door, while he went to greet Jiang Jindong. This car is really not suitable, so I have already ordered a new one. What car? Jiang Jindong asked suspiciously. A motorhome. Lu Yan spoke of it casually. Jiang Jindong was stunned again. He was stunned more times today than he had in the past year. RV? Right. Lu Yan started counting on his fingers. When we go out in the future, Yueshue, me, Antly, and I may need to hire 1 or 2 more nannies, which will make 5 or 6 people. There are also 4 babies, 4 infant car seats, 4 diaper bags, plus strollers. A regular 7-seater car is simply not enough. The RV has a bedroom and a living room, which makes it convenient to change diapers and feed the children when they cry. We can go wherever we want and rest in the RV when we are tired. He looked at Jiang Zhendong and shrugged. A mobile home, how wonderful. Jiang Zhendong fell silent. He imagined the scenario and found himself unable to refute it. This kid, he's even more thoughtful than I, his grandfather. The nameless anger in his heart inexplicably dissipated a little. Ding! Host's foresight and strategic thinking have successfully demonstrated the vision of a new father. Reward, 1 million wealth points. Zhang Yueshue added with a happy expression, Dad, this was Lu Yan's idea. He had thought of it a long time ago. Jiang Zhendong snorted and turned his head away. What's the use of having good ideas? It's still making my daughter suffer in this kind of car. He opened the door of his Bentley. Yueshue, get in my car, I'll take you there. Jiang Yueshue shook her head. No need, Dad, I'll just ride in Lu Yan's car. She stood on tiptoe and kissed Lu Yan on the cheek. I trust my husband. Jiang Zhendong felt as if something was blocking his chest, making him feel suffocated. My daughter was raised for over 20 years, and then she was taken by some guy who's all charm. He slammed the car door shut with a grim face. Fine. I'd like to see what tricks you guys have up your sleeve. He got into the driver's seat and started the car. Two cars, one in front of the other, drove out of the parking lot. A fiery red Ferrari led the way, followed by a composed black Bentley. Jiang Zhendong gripped the steering wheel, looking at the glaring red figure ahead, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He took out his phone, dialed Lu Yan's number, and put it on speakerphone. Kid, I'll ask you one more time, what exactly is going on at Rinxin Hospital? Lu Yan drove smoothly, with soothing music playing from the car stereo. Dad, it's just what you wanted, I bought it. Where did you get the money? Jiang Zhendong's voice was filled with suppressed anger. Don't tell me you won the lottery again. He was worried that Lu Yan's money was ill-gotten and would implicate his daughter. Dad, I made it from doing business. Lu Yan's answer was watertight. What kind of business can earn billions in just a few days? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Jiang Zhendong's voice rose 8 octaves. Dad, we are family. Lu Yan suddenly changed the subject. My businesses will naturally belong to Yueshue and the children in the future. You are my father-in-law, and you can see the accounts anytime you want. He spoke these words frankly and openly. Instead, Jiang Zhendong's punch landed on cotton. He wanted to get angry, but couldn't find a reason to. Jiang Zhendong fell silent. The convoy traveled smoothly and soon arrived at the entrance of Rinxin Maternity Hospital. From a distance, Jiang Zhendong noticed something unusual about the hospital entrance. The main entrance, usually bustling with traffic, was now largely empty. Several security guards stood on both sides and set up a temporary cordon. A row of people in white coats stood in front of the glass doors of the hospital building. Jiang Zhendong knew the one in the lead. Wang Buoluan, the director of Rinxin Maternity Hospital. He is also a well-known figure in the medical field of Yuncheng. Jiang Zhendong slowed down the car. He saw Wang Buoluan anxiously looking at the intersection, glancing at his watch every now and then. The group of people behind him also stood ramrod straight with respectful expressions. Who is this important person we're waiting for? Could it be that leaders from the city or province are here for an inspection? Jiang Zhendong was wondering what was going on when he saw the bright red Ferrari ahead turn on its turn signal and drive straight toward the cleared area. Jiang Zhendong's heart skipped a beat. Really? He instinctively slammed on the brakes, creating a slight distance between the Bentley and the Ferrari. He saw the Ferrari come to a smooth stop in front of the hospital. Wang Buoluan rushed forward almost the instant the car came to a complete stop. His face was beaming with smiles as he personally went to the passenger seat. But he didn't open the door. He simply stood there, slightly bowing, as if ready to open the door at any moment. The driver's side door opened first. Lu Yan got out of the car. When Wang Buoluan saw him, he bent down even lower. Jiang Zhendong could feel that respect even from dozens of meters away. Chairman Lu. Chapter 25 shatters the father-in-law's worldview. The father-in-law witnesses the birth of an empire. Chairman Lu. Wang Buoluan's voice was respectful, even carrying a hint of barely suppressed excitement. That address, Chairman Lu, struck Jiang Zhendong's heart like a heavy hammer. He stood frozen beside the Bentley, watching Wang Buoluan, who usually wielded considerable influence in the medical field, now bowing to his cheap son-in-law. That posture, so humble, was unfamiliar to him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Zhendong slammed the car door shut with a loud bang and strode over. Lu Yan helped Zhang Yueshua out of the Ferrari. His movements were very careful. He didn't even turn around to look at Zhang Zhendong, but simply nodded to Wang Guoluan. Dean Wang, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I won't wait any longer. Wang Guoluan quickly waved his hand, his face beaming with joy. It is an honor for Rinxin Hospital to have Chairman Lu grace us with his presence. Zhang Zhendong walked up and happened to hear those words. His face twitched. This guy, he's actually a kind-hearted boss? Lu Yan then turned to the side as if he had just noticed him. Dean Wang, this is my father-in-law, Mr. Zhang Zhendong. Wang Guoluan immediately turned to Zhang Zhendong and extended his hands. Chairman Jiang. I've long admired your name. Meeting you today, you truly possess an extraordinary bearing. Zhang Zhendong extended his hand and shook hands with Wang Guoluan. He wanted to say something, but found his throat dry and he couldn't utter a single word. He felt like an outsider, having stumbled into a world that didn't belong to him at all. Lu Yan didn't give them a chance to exchange pleasantries. Dean Wang, please arrange for the best team of experts to give my wife a comprehensive examination. His voice was unquestionable. Don't worry, Chairman Lu. Wang Guoluan immediately straightened his back. The VIP floor has been cleared out. The chief experts from obstetrics and gynecology, nutrition, internal medicine, and psychology are all waiting. The arrangements were meticulous and flawless. Zhang Zhendong's heart sank again. This was no longer something that could be faked. After settling Zhang Yueshuan, Lu Yan had her go to make preparations with the help of a nurse. He turned around. Let's talk in the office. The office of the president of Rinxin Hospital is decorated in a calm and sophisticated style. Wang Guoluan stood straight beside the desk, not daring to sit down. Zhang Zhendong sat on the sofa with a dark expression, not saying a word. Lu Yan poured himself a glass of water and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Dean Wang, have you heard about what happened at Zhenluo Hospital? Wang Guoluan immediately replied, I've heard. That idiot Sun Dihai really dug his own grave. I need you to do a few things. Lu Yan turned around. First, immediately establish a special task force to connect with all the victims of the Zhenliwa incident, especially the family of the man named Zhang Wei. Legal aid, psychological counseling, and subsequent compensation we at Rinxin will help you to the very end. I'll pay for it. Wang Guoluan nodded without hesitation. Clear. Zhang Zhendong sat on the sofa, listening to Lu Yan's arrangements, and the frown lines between his brows relaxed slightly. Regardless of where this kid got his money, his sense of responsibility shows he's a real man. The second thing. Lu Yan put down his water glass. Starting tomorrow, Rinxin Hospital will cancel all registration fees and outpatient consultation fees. What? This time, it was Zhang Zhendong who jumped up. He couldn't sit still any longer and rushed to Lu Yan. Are you crazy? Do you know what percentage of a hospital's total revenue is accounted for by registration fees and consultation fees? You're cutting off your own path to wealth. Lu Yan looked at him without flinching or avoiding him. Dad, a hospital isn't just a business. He extended his second finger. Secondly, the salaries of all medical staff, from top to bottom, will be doubled. Zhang Zhendong's breathing stopped. He has lived for over 50 years and has seen people spend money recklessly, but he has never seen anything like this. Eliminating the main source of revenue and doubling operating costs? Does this kid want Rinxin Hospital to go bankrupt within a month? Wang Guoluan, standing to the side, was also terrified as he listened. But he didn't dare to interrupt. Third. Lu Yan's voice remained steady. The procurement costs of all medicines are open and transparent. We only take 20% of the profits. The rest will be returned to patients in the form of medical vouchers. Zhang Zhendong was completely speechless. He looked at Lu Yan as if he were looking at a monster. He frantically calculated the consequences of implementing these three measures. The hospital was in a state of panic due to a broken cash flow and insolvency. It eventually went bankrupt. Zhang Zhendong forced himself to calm down. Lu Yan, I have a question for you. His voice was hoarse. What is your purpose in doing this? Is it for charity? Dad, what do you think a good doctor wants most? Lu Yan countered with a question. Zhang Zhendong was taken aback. Is it money? Is it status? Lu Yan asked and answered his own question. No, it's respect, a platform where one can realize the value of their medical skills. I'm eliminating the registration fee so that everyone can afford medical care. I'm raising the salaries of doctors and nurses so they can live with dignity and don't have to take kickbacks from pharmaceutical companies. By giving up the profits from pharmaceuticals, I am telling everyone that Rinxin Hospital is a hospital that treats and saves lives, not a store that sells medicines. He looked at Jiang Zhendong. What I want is a good reputation. When everyone in Yunqing gets sick, the first thing that comes to mind is compassion. When the best doctors in the country want to move to another place, the first thing they think of is compassion. When the best patients and the best doctors are all coming to us. Lu Yan paused. Are we worried about not making money? The office was deathly silent. Jiang Zhendong stared blankly at his son-in-law. He had always thought of him as a penniless loser who had been expelled from school. At this moment, someone is standing in front of him, depicting a business empire he had never imagined. This is no longer a simple business operation. This is about setting rules. It's disrupting the entire industry ecosystem. It took Jiang Zhendong a long time to find his voice. That's a great idea. His assessment was rather dry. But you've overlooked the most important point. You've doubled their salaries, but what makes you think they're good enough for the current medical staff? He pointed out the most fatal flaw. This will only create a bunch of highly paid quack doctors and lazybones. Ultimately, it bankrupted the entire hospital. Wang Boluan also looked nervously at Lu Yan. This is indeed an unavoidable issue. Lu Yan smiled. He was about to speak. In my mind, a cold, mechanical voice rang out. The host's business philosophy has been detected to be at an industry disruptive level. Detection indicates that Jiang Zhendong's cognitive system is beginning to reconstruct. Family status assessment, significantly improved. Rewards awarded, Rinxin Women's and Children's Hospital undergoes comprehensive upgrade. Medical equipment, mandatory upgrade to world-class standards. In-service medical staff, professional skills must be significantly upgraded. Hospital management and safety hazards, automatic elimination. Lu Yan felt a warm current welling up from the bottom of his heart. The system's rewards always come so unexpectedly, they're a real lifesaver. Jiang Zhendong noticed the fleeting smile on Lu Yan's face and was about to ask him more questions. Bang! 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 The office door was being pounded on loudly. The voice was filled with an urgent panic. Wang Boluan frowned. Who is it? So rude. The door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A chief physician in a white coat rushed in, his face pale as a ghost. Dean. Chairman Lu. Something terrible has happened. Wang Boluan's face darkened. What kind of behavior is this, all flustered and in such a hurry? The director was panting heavily, almost on the verge of tears. No, Dean. He pointed out the window, his voice trembling. Fire Department, Health Commission, Disease Control Center. People from several departments suddenly showed up at the door. They said they would conduct a joint surprise inspection of our hospital. Chapter 26. Dean Wang, want to play for the big prize? Fire Department, Health Commission, Disease Control Center. The chief physician rushed into the office, 2 buttons on his white coat popping open. People from several departments suddenly showed up at our door. They said they were going to conduct a joint surprise inspection of our hospital. Jiang Zhendong suddenly stood up and walked a few steps to the director. The oppressive feeling of being in a high position made the other person's throat tighten. A joint surprise inspection? Yes. The director's voice trembled. The one leading the group is Deputy Director Li from the Health Commission. He said he received a report from the public with their real names regarding fire hazards, irregular medical procedures, and shady drug procurement practices. Each word felt like a heavy hammer blow, and Wang Boluan's face turned pale instantly. This isn't an inspection, this is a court judgment. Lu Yan. Jiang Zhendong turned around abruptly. Look what you've done. He stared at the young man who was unusually calm from beginning to end. You made too much noise, and now they're retaliating. You brought Yueshua to this troublesome place. Dad. Lu Yan interrupted him, walked to Jiang Zhendong's side, picked up the water glass on the table, poured a glass of water and handed it to him. Please calm down. Jiang Zhendong couldn't drink anymore. He pushed the cup away and turned to Wang Boluan. What do you think about this? Wang Boluan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Chairman Liu, this stunt is aimed at destroying us. His voice was hoarse. The report was a pretense. The real purpose was to find fault. As long as they find a small problem, they can magnify it infinitely. Suspension of business for rectification is too lenient. Zhang Zhendong had already taken out his phone. I want to see who's so bold. He dialed the first number and put it on speakerphone. Old Su, this is Zhang Zhendong. A warm male voice came from the other end of the phone. Oh, Chairman Zhang. What brings you to this? What's the deal with this joint inspection organized by your health commission? The other person's voice changed immediately. Oh, Chairman Zhang is referring to the surprise inspection of Rinxin Hospital? This is routine work for us. When we receive reports from the public, we must investigate them thoroughly. It's also about being responsible for the health of the people. He spoke in such official jargon that it was impeccable. Zhang Zhendong's knuckles turned white. Old Su, give me some face. Oh, Chairman Zhang, you're putting me in a difficult position. The other party began to laugh it off. We act in accordance with the law and follow all the rules and regulations. Rest assured, as long as Rinxin Hospital is innocent, we will not be wronged. Before he could finish speaking, Chairman Zhang, I have an urgent meeting to attend to, so I'll have to go now. I'll treat you to tea another day. Beep beep beep. The call was hung up. Zhang Zhendong stood frozen in place, holding his phone. Wang Boluan's last shred of hope was shattered. This isn't a matter of showing leniency, it's a matter of someone above giving a death order. Dad, stop hitting him. Lu Yan's voice came from behind. It's no use. Zhang Zhendong didn't believe it, so he made 2 more phone calls. One is a fire protection system, and the other is a disease control center. The results were always the same, either they were in a meeting or the signal was bad in the countryside, so they were polite but distant. The core message is simple, it's uncontrollable. Zhang Zhendong slowly put down his phone, and for the first time, a look of defeat appeared on his weathered face. He had been a prominent figure in the Yunqing business world for decades, with connections spanning both the legitimate and underworld sectors, but he had never experienced anything like this before. He encountered setbacks at every turn, unable to even get a word in. Who is behind this? He turned to look at Lu Yan, the young man who was leisurely making tea for himself and his wife. To him, the menacing inspection teams outside were nothing more than a light drizzle outside the window. Dean Wang. Lu Yan picked up the teacup and handed it to Wang Boluan. Go. Wang Boluan was stunned. Chairman Liu, if they want to investigate, let them investigate. Lu Yan's voice was very calm. Open all doors and all areas. Give them whatever information they want to see. Record the whole process and cooperate fully. Wang Boluan looked into Lu Yan's unfathomable eyes, which showed no sign of panic. For some reason, his heart, which had been in his throat, calmed down. Yes, Chairman Liu. He straightened his chest and strode out. Only Lu Yan and Zhang Zhendong remained in the office. What exactly do you want? Zhang Zhendong's voice was hoarse. Are you that confident? Dad, let's go accompany Yushui to her checkup first. Nothing is more important than my wife and children. After saying that, he walked straight out of the office. Zhang Zhendong watched his retreating figure, his lips moved, but he didn't say a word. He followed, his mind in turmoil. Is this kid confident or just arrogant and ignorant? The VIP floor was so quiet you could hear your own heartbeat. It's a completely different world from the chaos and turmoil downstairs. The top-notch expert team at Rinxin Hospital is waiting. The nurse led Jian Yushui through the examinations one by one. The newly arrived chief obstetrician and gynecologist is a female doctor in her 40s, surnamed Lin. Mrs. Liu, Mr. Liu, Chairman Zhang. Dr. Lin greeted him with a smile. Her professionalism and composure calmed Zhang Zhendong's agitated heart somewhat. The inspection proceeded smoothly and systematically. When the real-time images of the 4D ultrasound appeared on the high-definition screen, Zhang Zhendong couldn't help but lean closer. On the screen, 4 tiny lives huddled together in a warm world. Although the face was still unclear, the strong and powerful heartbeat was amplified by the instrument. One sound, another, and yet another. Thump, thump, thump. Zhang Zhendong looked at the screen, his eyes welling up with tears. What business crisis, what the coldness of human relationships. At this moment, none of that matters. Chairman Jiang, what do you think? Dr. Lin pointed to the screen and explained in a professional tone. The position, size, and development of the 4 babies are all perfect. To be honest, in my 20 years of practice, this is the first case of quadruplets that have developed so evenly and healthily. She paused. Mrs. Lu's physical condition is a medical miracle. Jiang Yueshue listened, her face beaming with happiness. She turned her head and looked at Lu Yan, who was holding her hand tightly beside her. All of this was brought to her by this man. Inspection complete. Dr. Lin smiled and escorted them to the lounge. The report will be available soon, please wait a moment. The group had just sat down. Bang! Wang Guoluan rushed in. He was covered in sweat, and another button on his white coat popped open. His expression was extremely complex: exhaustion, ecstasy, and absurdity all mixed together. Chairman Lu. Chairman Jiang. He was panting heavily, so excited that he was incoherent. Zhang Zhendong's heart leaped into his throat. So, what did they find out? How much will the fine be? Wang Guoluan gulped down a large mouthful of water. Then he took a thin piece of paper out of his pocket and handed it over with both hands. The gesture was like delivering an imperial edict: gone. All gone. What's gone? Zhang Zhendong snatched the paper away. That was an official rectification notice. Wang Guoluan caught his breath, pointed at the paper, and his expression was somewhere between crying and laughing. They investigated thoroughly. They turned our hospital upside down. Fire hydrants, electrical circuits, medical waste sorting, drug inventory, medical records, they even checked the production date of the soy sauce in the cafeteria kitchen. And then what happened? Lu Yan asked slowly. Result. Wang Guoluan slapped his thigh, his voice trembling with tears. They found nothing. Our fire protection system is the best in the city. Our drug procurement process is completely transparent. Our medical waste disposal standards are even more standardized than textbooks. Zhang Zhendong was stunned for 3 seconds. And this rectification notice? Wang Guoluan's facial features contorted slightly. His expression was so captivating it defied description. They said. He took a deep breath. They said there was a fallen leaf on the welcoming avenue at the main entrance of our hospital that hadn't been swept away in time. This violates the regulations on urban appearance and environmental sanitation management. The office fell into a deathly silence. 10 seconds later. Put. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Yueshue was the first to lose her temper. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Zhendong let out a dry cough. He tried to keep a straight face, but the barely suppressed smile on his lips completely betrayed him. They came in a menacing manner, as if they wanted to raze Rinqin Hospital to the ground. When it left behind the sin of leaving behind a fallen leaf. This isn't a slap in the face. This involves pressing the other person's face to the ground and rubbing it repeatedly with the sole of a shoe. Wang Guoluan was still there, exclaiming in amazement, Chairman Lu, you're truly amazing. You didn't see their expressions at the time. He mimicked the inspection team, widening his eyes and slightly opening his mouth, looking as if he had seen a ghost. That deputy director held the testing equipment and looked at our fire protection system for 10 minutes. But he couldn't find anything wrong with it. Later, he had someone check the drug inventory, and it turned out that our inventory management system was intelligent, and it clearly showed the source, batch number, and expiration date of every box of medicine. The most ingenious thing is the sorting of medical waste. Wang Guoluan slapped his thigh. They specifically sought out an expert from the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. After reviewing the report, the expert remained silent for 3 minutes before finally uttering, your standards are high enough to qualify you for provincial-level demonstration status. As Zhang Zhendong listened, his mind was in a whirl. He finally understands. This kid isn't arrogant. He was truly fearless. Lu Yan ignored their shock. The system's reward had already upgraded the hospital to an impeccable level. He simply looked at Wang Guoluan and calmly asked, Dean Wang, they came with a knife, but they only managed to cut a little bit of our skin. He paused, then said, you're just going to let it go like that? Wang Guoluan was taken aback, and the smile on his face gradually faded. Chairman Lu, what do you mean? Lu Yan stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the bustling city below. They wanted us dead, but we survived. So, isn't it our turn next to kill them? His voice was soft, yet it carried a chill that seemed to lower the temperature of the entire room. He turned around, looked at Wang Buoluan, and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Dean Wang, how about we go all out? Chapter 27. My father-in-law kneels, give me a chance to invest. Dean Wang, how about we go all out? Lu Yan's voice wasn't loud, but it made the temperature in the entire office drop sharply. Wang Buoluan's breath caught in his throat for a moment. He stared at Lu Yan, his face flushed with excitement, a mixture of fervor and fear. Want to go big? What kind of magic is it? Jiang Jindong stepped in front of Wang Buoluan, standing between the two. Lu Yan. His voice was very low, but every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Yu Shui is pregnant and can't take your abuse. Lu Yan ignored him. He simply looked at Wang Buoluan and slowly asked a completely unrelated question. Dean Wang, have you ever heard of praise to death? Wang Buoluan was stunned. Jiang Jindong was also stunned. Praise to death? What approach? Lu Yan pulled out a chair and sat down, crossing his legs and leaning back in the chair. His posture was as relaxed as if he were drinking tea in his own living room. Dean Wang, go to the personnel department to select people. His tone was frighteningly calm. Choose young people who watch short videos every day and figure out how to shoot and edit them. It's best if they've done self-media account work before. Wang Buoluan nodded subconsciously. But my mind was a complete mess. What does this have to do with counterattack? Give them all the surveillance footage from when the inspection team entered the room to when they left, as well as the full video recording I asked you to prepare. Lu Yan extended a finger and pointed it in the air. Let them cut it. Cut as meticulously and carefully as possible. Cut that Deputy Director Li and everyone he brought into the picture of a discerning and dedicated public servant. The office fell into a deathly silence. Wang Buoluan's mouth was open, but he couldn't utter a single word. Cracks began to appear on Jiang Jindong's taut face. He vaguely grasped something. But the idea was too absurd for him to consider. Then, Lu Yan's voice continued. Write a self-criticism. Just for the fallen leaves in front of our hospital. Zhang Yueshue, who had been quietly leaning against the sofa, couldn't help but burst out laughing when she heard this. The laughter was particularly crisp in the quiet office. Lu Yan glanced at her, a slight smile playing on his lips, but quickly returned to his calm demeanor. A self-criticism should be at least 10,000 words long. The emotions are genuine, the attitude is sincere, and the reflections are profound. We must thoroughly analyze our complacency and oversights in management. He paused, a hint of mockery in his voice. We want to thank the leaders of the inspection team for helping us discover this major safety hazard that could have overturned the entire hospital. Cold sweat broke out on Wang Buoluan's forehead. He's not listening to a counterattack plan right now. He was listening to a fantastical tale. Jiang Jindong swayed. He finally understood. A chill ran from the soles of my feet straight to my head. This kid. It's not about retaliating. It's about destroying their spirit. The final step. Lu Yan stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Downstairs, the traffic is heavy and the crowds are dense. He had his back to everyone, and his voice was so calm it sounded like he was talking about the weather. Post the edited video and the written apology online together. Mobilize all resources and tag all relevant official accounts. Spend money to buy traffic and get this to the top of the trending searches in Yunqing and even the province. He turned around and looked at the two people who had frozen in place. By the way, we should also issue a public appeal to all medical institutions in the city in the name of Rinqin Hospital. We encourage everyone to learn from this joint inspection team. Learn from their dedication to high standards, strict requirements, and leaving no stone unturned. He paused for a moment, and the smile on his lips deepened. Especially fire safety and environmental sanitation, we must achieve the extreme level where not even a single fallen leaf can be found. Boom! Jiang Jindong's mind went blank. He understood completely. This is not a counterattack. This puts those aggressive troublemakers who came to cause trouble on a hot plate. Aren't you a cow? Aren't your standards high? Okay, I'll help you promote it. I'll spend money to make you the benchmark for the whole city, to make you a role model for everyone. From today onwards, you are the standard. If you're using the same standards you used to examine a single fallen leaf to examine me, then you should use the same or even higher standards to examine every hospital in the city. Can't find anything? That is dereliction of duty and applying double standards. Can you find out? That would offend the entire city's medical system. This move. That's incredibly toxic. Zhang Jindong looked at this cheap son-in-law. A harmless smile graced his young, handsome face. But behind that smile lies a ruthlessness that makes even someone like him, who has spent half his life struggling in the business world, feel a chill down his spine. Wang Buoluan also realized what was happening. Shock. Ecstasy. Then came a deep sense of awe. He looked at Lu Yan no longer as a young boss. Instead, they were looking up at a cunning and ruthless genius. Chairman Lu is brilliant. His voice was trembling. I'll take care of it right away. Besides, Lu Yan called out to him. Draft a public announcement of the reform plan we discussed earlier, and release it together with the proposal. Abolish registration fees, double the salaries of all employees, and make drug profits public and transparent. He looked at Wang Buoluan and added one last sentence. Let everyone know that our Rinxin Hospital is taking this as a lesson and is genuinely committed to making improvements. We want all the people of Yunqing to see our sincerity. Wang Buoluan nodded emphatically, his movement full of power. Clear. He turned and strode out. That silhouette exuded an unprecedented drive. Only the family remained in the office. Lu Yan walked over to Zhang Yueshue and squatted down, gently stroking her slightly protruding belly. The calculation and sharpness on his face vanished instantly. All that remained was tenderness in her eyes. Honey, are you hungry? Let's go eat. We can leave these trivial matters to them. The speed at which his expression changed made Zhang Jindong's eyelids twitch. He remained silent for a long time. Then he slowly walked up to Lu Yan. He didn't speak, but instead scrutinized his son-in-law with an extremely complex look. Shock, admiration, and fear. There was also a hint of pride that he himself was unaware of. This kid is a dragon. A dragon that the Zhang family's small pond could hardly contain. Zhang Jindong's fingers trembled slightly. He has been in the business world for 20 years and has met countless people. Ruthless, vicious, and insidious. But someone like Lu Yan, who has taken political maneuvering to such a level. This was the first time he had ever met him. This is not a simple act of revenge. This means calculating every single step the enemy takes to their death. It puts the other party in a dilemma, making them wish they were dead. Even more frightening is? This entire plan, from beginning to end, is based on the moral high ground. The self-criticism was written by us. We proposed the reforms. The initiative was launched by us. We are sincere, we are humble, and we are actively correcting our mistakes. No one can find fault with it. But those people? They will be nailed to the pillar of shame. Even. He also took advantage of this momentum to promote his hospital extensively. Zhang Jindong took a deep breath. He himself knew that his son-in-law was truly capable, and that his capabilities were beyond his comprehension. No wonder he was unwilling to take over Zhang's half-dead food company a few days ago, saying he wanted to start his own business. Lu Yan helped Zhang Yueshue to her feet, preparing to leave. Etc. Zhang Jindong suddenly spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. Lu Yan and Zhang Yueshue both stopped and turned to look at him. Zhang Jindong did not look at Lu Yan. His gaze fell on the office door that Wang Buoluan had just led him to. There was a full 10 seconds of silence. He seemed to be asking himself, or perhaps he was asking the air. Dr. Wang just said that Rinxin Hospital is now yours alone? Lu Yan nodded, yes. Zhang Zhendong fell silent again. His fingers tapped lightly on his side, a habitual gesture when he was thinking. Then, he did something that made Lu Yan and Zhang Yueshue's brains go blank. He turned to Lu Yan. A somewhat stiff smile appeared on that serious face that had been solemn all his life. That. He rubbed his hands together, adopting an extremely humble posture, even with a hint of negotiation. Does Rinxin Hospital need any more shareholders? Chapter 28 Father-in-law? One word, control. Does Rinxin Hospital need any more shareholders? This question carries the urgency and probing of a seasoned businessman who has sensed bloodshed. It felt like the air had been sucked out. Zhang Yueshue looked at her father in astonishment. This man, who is known for his absolute authority in the Yunqing business world and who never bothers to share the pie, is now actively seeking to invest in a hospital that is currently in the eye of a storm. Lu Yan did not answer immediately. He released Zhang Yueshue's hand, walked to Zhang Jindong, picked up the purple clay teapot on the table, and refilled his already cold cup of tea with boiling water. The hot steam rose upwards. Dad! Lu Yan pushed the teacup in front of him, his tone indifferent. Renxin Hospital does not distribute profits. Zhang Zhendong's hand, which was holding the teacup, stopped in mid-air. He looked up abruptly, his eyes, which had seen too many storms, filled with utter incomprehension. No dividends? He repeated himself slowly and deliberately, as if confirming a huge joke. An industry that's worth over $1 billion now, and could potentially increase tenfold in the future, you're saying we won't distribute dividends? Yes. Lu Yan's answer was firm and decisive. Then how do you survive? By feeding yourself into a bottomless pit? Zhang Zhendong's voice suddenly rose, an instinctive reaction from his 20 years as a businessman. Lu Yan, I admit you played a brilliant move this time, but this isn't how you do business. You're fooling around, burning money like paper. Lu Yan pulled up a chair and sat down opposite Zhang Zhendong, calmly meeting his gaze. Dad, I never considered it a purely business from the beginning. What I want is not money. Lu Yan tapped his finger lightly on the table. What I want is the power to define the standards. When benevolence becomes the sole standard of medical care in Yunqing, and even the entire province, when all doctors consider it a lifelong honor to wear the white coat of benevolence, when all patients believe that only by entering a place of benevolence can they truly feel at ease. He leaned forward slightly, staring into Zhang Zhendong's eyes. Do you think it will die? As for money, Lu Yan shrugged. When it's the standard in itself, will money be a problem? Zhang Zhendong fell completely silent. He looked at the young man in front of him. The words were calm yet arrogant, each one like a hammer blow to his preconceived notions of business. This is not the logic he is familiar with. This was a business strategy he had never encountered before, almost a matter of faith. Arrogant, yet possessing a damnably undeniable foresight. His decades of experience in the business world seemed so pale and vulnerable in the face of Lu Yan's theory of dimensional reduction attack. Lu Yan stood up and glanced at the wall clock. Dad, we can't finish discussing business. He walked over to Zhang Yueshue and naturally straightened her slightly disheveled collar with practiced ease. It's getting late, we should talk about something more important. Zhang Zhendong frowned. What could be more important than this? Lu Yan's gaze fell on Zhang Yueshue's slightly protruding belly, and the sharpness in his eyes instantly turned into tenderness. My wife and my 4 unborn babies are hungry. He turned to look at Zhang Zhendong, a harmless smile on his face. Dad, would you do me the honor of coming home for a simple meal? I'll cook. Zhang Zhendong's frustration and shock at having his worldview overturned were precisely punctured by this seemingly casual remark. He looked at Lu Yan, then at the undisguised happiness on his daughter's face. This kid. Slap me, then give me a piece of candy. No, he's using drastic measures to overturn your gambling table, and then using your most vulnerable point to force you to willingly sit down and have this victory celebration with him. Zhang Yueshue immediately ran over, took Zhang Zhendong's arm, and spoke in a soft and sweet voice. Dad, you have to try it. Lu Yan's cooking is amazing, even better than those Michelin-starred chefs. A daughter's tantrums are the last straw that breaks the camel's back. What else can Zhang Zhendong say? He could only keep a straight face and let out a muffled groan through his nose. Snort. The atmosphere was subtle on the way back. Zhang Zhendong's Bentley driver was reassigned to drive that conspicuous Ferrari. Lu Yan was driving. Zhang Yueshue sat in the passenger seat, chattering away to Lu Yan. Zhang Zhendong, the chairman of the Zhang Group, sat alone in the back seat, looking at the young man's profile with a complicated expression through the rearview mirror. Just who is this kid? He felt that he had wasted the last few decades of his life. The car drove smoothly into Bailing Villa. Aunt Li was already waiting at the door. When she saw Zhang Zhendong, her face was full of warm smiles. Mr. Zhang, you've arrived too. Please come in. Lu Yan helped Zhang Yueshue out of the car and handed her coat to Aunt Li. Aunt Li, prepare some fruit for dinner. I'll cook dinner. He glanced at Zhang Zhendong, who stood in the center of the living room like an outsider. Dad, please watch TV with Yueshue for a while. Dinner will be ready soon. After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves and went straight into the kitchen. Zhang Zhendong was left standing in the living room. He looked at the calm and busy figure in the kitchen, then at his daughter beside him whose eyes were filled with happiness, and felt a mix of emotions. There was a time when his daughter came home, he would sit in the main seat and listen to her reports. Now, he's like a guest, waiting for his son-in-law to start the meal. This role reversal made him feel very uncomfortable. Yu Shui. He couldn't resist in the end, pulled his daughter to his side, and lowered his voice. Tell Dad the truth, what exactly is this Lu Yan? Before he could finish speaking, an incredibly strong aroma suddenly wafted from the kitchen. The aroma seemed to have a life of its own, precisely penetrating the nasal cavity and stirring up the most primal hunger in the stomach. Just smelling it makes your mouth water. Zhang Jindong's remaining words were abruptly cut off by the aroma. He had lived half his life and tasted all sorts of delicacies, but he had never smelled such an enticing aroma. Jiang Yueshue proudly raised her chin. Dad, I didn't lie to you, did I? Zhang Jindong didn't speak, but his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. In the kitchen, Lu Yan's movements were completely devoid of any cooking fuss. Processing a freshly delivered grouper, the knife cuts right up to the bone, with perfect precision, like an art form. The control of heat and the proportion of seasonings seem more like an innate instinct. Less than half an hour. 4 dishes and a soup were served. Steamed grouper, the snow-white fish meat falls apart with a touch of chopsticks, so tender it seems to be alive. Buddha jumps over the wall in golden broth. The broth is golden in color, rich but not greasy. One sip and warmth goes straight to the top of your head. Blanched Chinese kale is emerald green, crisp, and sweet. There was also a plate of the most ordinary home-style mapo tofu, but it was bright red and oily, with a variety of flavors numbing, spicy, fresh, fragrant, hot, and tender exploding in the mouth layer by layer. Zhang Jindong initially maintained the airs of an elder and chairman. But when the first bite of fish slid down his throat, the face that had been serious all his life finally broke down. Tasty. It's so delicious. This is not food, it is a kind of magic that can soothe the soul. He abandoned the decorum he had maintained for half his life, and the chopsticks almost left after images. A very satisfying meal. After the meal, Aunt Li served fruit. Zhang Jindong leaned back on the sofa, rubbing his stomach contentedly. The frustration, shock, and confusion he felt when he arrived had largely dissipated without him even realizing it. He who eats another's food is bound to do so. The words of our ancestors are the truth. He watched Lu Yan slowly peeling grapes for Jiang Yueshue and suddenly felt that this son-in-law was pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at him. Entrusting my daughter to him might actually be a good deal. Just as the atmosphere in the living room was warm and peaceful. Lu Yan's phone rang. It was Wang Buoluan calling. As soon as the call connected, Wang Buoluan's incoherent voice burst out. Chairman Lu. Something terrible has happened. Pa. 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 It's great news. It's fantastic news. He was breathing heavily, his voice trembling with excitement. The internet is completely exploding. Our apology announcement has been pushed to the top of the national trending topics. Chapter 29. The Times abandon you without even saying goodbye. Our apology announcement has been pushed to the top of the national trending topics. In the living room, the warm and harmonious atmosphere seemed to have been paused. Zhang Jindong's hand, holding the teacup, froze in mid-air. Number 1 trending topic nationwide? Just because of a fallen leaf? He turned to stare at Lu Yan, wondering if there was something wrong with his ears. Lu Yan was gently wiping the grape juice from Jiang Yueshue's lips with a tissue, his movements so gentle that he didn't even raise an eyebrow. Don't worry, Dean Wang. Lu Yan's voice was calm, a stark contrast to the panic on the other end of the phone. Take your time, the sky isn't going to fall. Chairman Lu. You really have a lot of composure. Wang Buoluan's voice was almost breaking down in tears. It's not a question of whether the sky will fall or not, it's that even the gods in heaven have come down to watch us. Our announcement and that 10,000-word self-criticism were reposted by some influential blogger. Renxin Hospital is being discussed all over the internet right now. What are we discussing? Lu Yan asked the crucial question. Everyone's praising it. Wang Buoluan's voice rose 8 octaves. They praised us for our sincere attitude and for admitting and correcting our mistakes. They also praised the inspection team for their impartiality and strict enforcement of the law. That deputy director Li even has a nickname at Man. Investigate the leaf behind a fallen leaf, and hold those responsible accountable. Zhang Yueshue couldn't help but burst out laughing, leaning against Lu Yan's chest, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Zhang Jindong's face was twitching. Ip Man? What amazing talents these are! And our reform plan? Wang Buoluan's voice was filled with fervor. We've eliminated registration fees, doubled salaries, and made drug profits transparent. Now the whole internet is calling for hospitals in their cities to learn from us. Chairman Liu, that move of yours was too ruthless. Put them on a pedestal, then remove the ladder. Lu Yan smiled. Okay, I got it. Can the server handle it? We can handle it. I've had the tech department add 20 more servers. We'll be monitoring them 24/7. That's good. Lu Yan said calmly. Let them make a scene, the bigger the commotion the better. You don't need to do anything, just watch the show. After saying that, he hung up the phone. The living room fell into a deathly silence. Jiang Zhendong put down his teacup, looked at Lu Yan, and his eyes were as complicated as if a bottle of seasoning had been spilled. In the blink of an eye, this seemingly insignificant act sparked a nationwide media storm. Meanwhile, he himself was leisurely peeling grapes for his wife. You. Jiang Zhendong's throat was dry. You expected this all along? Lu Yan fed the peeled grapes to Jiang Yueshua before raising his head and shrugging. Dad, I just want to sincerely apologize. Jiang Zhendong closed his eyes and let out a long breath. Lu Yan picked up his phone, tapped a few times on the screen, and handed it to Jiang Zhendong. Dad, you can see for yourself. Jiang Zhendong took it. On the screen is the trending list of the most popular social media platforms in the country. The first item, followed by a bright red explosive word, is a headline. Hashtag Rinxin Hospital's 10,000 word self-criticism hashtag. He clicked on it. The first post, which has been forwarded millions of times, contains Rinxin Hospital's humble apology letter and the edited video of the inspection team. The comments section has been completely overrun. Holy crap! Are there still hospitals this honest these days? Just for a fallen leaf, they're making a huge fuss about self-criticism and reforms? I'm a fan. Upstairs, you're missing the point. The key is doubled salaries and no registration fees. That's true integrity in the industry. I'm in Shanghai, and I'm begging this benevolent hospital to open a branch here. The most impressive thing isn't their compassion, it's the inspection team from Yunqing. Brothers, type strict enforcement on the screen. We strongly urge the nationwide promotion of the Yunqing standard so that all hospitals can experience this leaf-dropping level inspection. That deputy director Li is amazing. He has sharp eyes. He truly deserves to be called the modern-day Ip Man. From today onwards, he is my idol. Jiang Zhendong's fingers scrolled through one comment after another. His hands were shaking. My heart is trembling. He finally understood what Lu Yan meant by what I want is the power to define standards. When everyone starts using your standards to judge the world, you become the world itself. This is no longer a business tactic. This is an open conspiracy. They crushed them squarely, leaving no room for any resistance from their opponents. He put down his phone and leaned back on the sofa, as if all his strength had been drained. He had been a prominent figure in the business world for decades, and considered himself the local emperor of Yuncheng. But today, he realized that his small fortune was ridiculously insignificant compared to Lu Yan's earth-shattering methods. Silence. A long silence. Jiang Zhendong stood up and walked to Lu Yan. This time, his back was no longer ramrod straight. For the first time, a pleading expression appeared on that face that had been serious all its life. Lu Yan. He spoke, his voice hoarse. Jiang Group is the culmination of my life's work. I don't want it to be eliminated by the times while I have it. He did not mention the matter of investing again. Because he knew he was no longer in a position to negotiate. Give me a chance. He looked at Lu Yan and spoke slowly and deliberately. Give the Jiang family a chance to keep up with you. Jiang Yueshua looked at Lu Yan nervously. She understands her father. Getting him to say those words was harder than getting him to kneel down. Lu Yan looked at the old man in front of him and smiled. He stood up, put his arm around Jiang Zhendong's shoulder, and pulled him down to sit. Dad, what are you saying? We are a family. What's mine is Yueshua's, what's the children's, and naturally it's also yours and the Jiang family's. This statement is a masterful example of using minimal force to achieve maximum effect. She accepted Jiang Zhendong's surrender and then put everything under the most unbreakable framework of family. It is beyond question and cannot be refused. Jiang Zhendong's eyes reddened. He opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, only patting Lu Yan's shoulder heavily. This transaction signifies recognition, entrustment, and the transfer of power. Just as the atmosphere in the living room reached an unprecedented level of harmony, Lu Yan's phone rang again. It was an unfamiliar number. Zhang Zhendong's face turned pale when he saw the number. Lu Yan glanced at him, pressed the answer button, and immediately turned on speakerphone. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone. Immediately, an old voice rang out. "Young man, you're quite good at playing with fire." The sound wasn't loud, but it made Zhang Zhendong's body suddenly stiffen. He murmured in a choked voice, "It's him." Zhang Yueshua looked at her father, puzzled. The person on the other end of the phone chuckled softly upon hearing Zhang Zhendong's voice. "Zhang Zhendong, you're here too. I raised a good son-in-law." After a pause, the voice turned cold. "Your childish tricks end here. Shut up your online farce, take your hospital, and get out of Yunqing. I can pretend nothing happened." A blatant threat. It comes from a being that even Zhang Zhendong fears. The air in the living room felt frozen. Zhang Yueshua nervously grabbed Lu Yan's clothes. Zhang Zhendong's lips were trembling. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't utter a single word. Lu Yan listened quietly, even with a smile on his face. He waited until the other person finished speaking before slowly opening his own mouth. "Sir, I think you may have misunderstood something." "Oh? Some things can't be stopped just because I say so." Lu Yan's voice was very soft. "The people don't want it to stop." He paused, then the smile widened. "As for getting out of Yunqing, have you ever thought about why it can't be you who gets kicked out?" On the other end of the phone, the breathing suddenly became heavier. After a deathly silence, the aged voice, filled with anger, spoke slowly and deliberately. "You're asking for it." Chapter 30, Flipping the Table. A citywide investigation of all hospitals. "You're asking for it." The voice on the other end of the phone was chillingly cold, followed by a busy signal indicating the line had been disconnected. The living room was so quiet that you could hear the ticking of the wall clock. Zhang Zhendong's hand, holding the teacup, froze in mid-air as scalding tea spilled onto the back of his hand, but he was completely unaware. His face turned pale at a visible speed. "Chu Huaishan." Hearing her father's trembling voice, Zhang Yueshua instinctively tightened her grip on Lu Yan's hand. This was the first time she had ever seen her father with that expression. It wasn't anger nor resentment, but a deep-seated fear. Zhang Zhendong suddenly stood up, and the teacup fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. "Lu Yan." His voice rose 8 octaves. "Do you know who you were just talking to?" Lu Yan slowly hung up the phone, placed it back on the coffee table with a crisp sound. He looked up, his smile unchanged. "Just an old man who's about to die." "Old man?" Zhang Zhendong was so provoked by these words that he almost pounced on him. "That's Chu Huaishan, the patriarch of the Chu family, the head of the 3 major families in Yunqing." He was breathing heavily, and his eyes were bloodshot. Back then, the Wang family in the south of the city was even wealthier than the Zhang family. Just because they contradicted him at a party, they went bankrupt and fled within 3 days, with the entire family escaping Yunqing overnight. Do you know what that means? Zhang Zhendong paced back and forth in the living room, his steps unsteady. "You've offended him. The Zhang family is finished, Yueshua is finished, and our whole family is finished." Zhang Yueshua's face also turned pale. She knew the Chu family's status in Yunqing. It was a true behemoth, an entity that all business people had to look up to. She gripped Lu Yan's arm tightly, her palms sweaty. "Husband." Lu Yan gently patted the back of her hand, stood up, and walked to Zhang Zhendong. "Dad, please sit down." "I can't sit here." Zhang Zhendong's voice was trembling with tears. "Do you know how many connections the Chu family has? They can shut down Rinqin Hospital in less than 24 hours. They can make Zhang's stock plummet without spending 100 million. Lu Yan's gaze sharpened as he looked at his father-in-law, who was in a state of disarray. Then why doesn't he just take action? Zhang Zhendong was taken aback. Why did he make that call? Lu Yan asked, enunciating each word clearly. To threaten me, to give me a chance to back out voluntarily? The air in the living room froze for 2 seconds. Lu Yan continued, if he really had the strength to crush me, why would he waste his breath talking to me? Why not just attack me directly? What kind of talk is it to call me and hurl insults? He paused for a moment. This is what you call having no other options. Jiang Zhendong stopped breathing. What did Chu Huaishan rely on to operate in Yunqing for decades? Power, connections, and unspoken rules. Lu Yan's voice was calm, but this time, I've set up the battlefield in the arena of public opinion. It's trending at #1 on the internet, with millions of people watching. His underhanded tactics are completely useless under this spotlight. Dare he forcibly shut down my hospital? Dare he use administrative means to suppress me? Dare he blatantly short-sell Zhang's company? Lu Yan smiled. Try making a move. The next day, the entire internet will expose the network of interests behind him, and all the reputation he has built up in his life will collapse overnight. Jiang Zhendong opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. He discovered that his thinking was still stuck 20 years in the past. Back then, Chu Huaishan could destroy a company with just a single sentence. But now, in the internet age, the power of public opinion has exceeded his understanding. Lu Yan picked up his phone, dialed the driver's number, and pressed speakerphone. Uncle Zhang, come to the door to greet Dad. Drive carefully, don't rush. Dad is tired today and needs to go home and rest. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhendong's face turned pale and then red. Tired? This kid is indirectly saying that he's too old to handle things. But he simply couldn't refute it. I really lost face because of my blunder just now. A few minutes later, the sound of a Bentley's engine came from outside the door. Lu Yan helped Jiang Zhendong walk outside. Just before getting into the car, Jiang Zhendong turned around and whispered, "Be careful of the Chu family's retaliation." Lu Yan smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "Dad, go back to sleep. The sun will rise as usual tomorrow morning." The car door closed, and the Bentley slowly drove away. Lu Yan turned around and went back to the living room. Zhang Yueshue immediately threw herself into his arms. "I'm still scared." Her voice trembled. "Is the Chu family really that powerful? What if?" Lu Yan picked her up and carried her to the bedroom. "There's no what if. He put her on the bed and covered her with the blanket. "All you need to do now is take care of yourself and the 4 babies in your belly. Leave everything else to me." Zhang Yueshue looked into his eyes. There was not a trace of panic in those eyes, only unfathomable confidence. Her heartbeat gradually calmed down. "And what about you?" "Me?" Lu Yan laughed. "I'm going to take care of the trash." He leaned down and kissed her forehead. "Good night, my queen." Lu Yan walked out of the bedroom and closed the door. The smile on his face disappeared. Back in his study, he turned on his computer and his fingers flew across the keyboard. 10 minutes later, Renqin Hospital's official account posted a new update. The title consists of only one line. Initiative on establishing the Yunqing Medical Industry Integrity and Self-Discipline Supervision Committee. The content is very concise. The proposal calls for the National Health Commission to take the lead in inviting representatives from the media, legal profession, and citizens to jointly form a third-party oversight committee. Responsibilities: to conduct unannounced surprise inspections of all medical institutions in the city. Inspection standards, based on the fallen leaf level standard adopted by the Joint Inspection Team for Renqin Hospital. Scope of inspection: drug procurement, medical charges, service procedures, hygiene environment. Not one less. It was posted in less than 3 minutes. The comments section exploded. Holy crap! They're going to flip the table. Support. Strongly support. All hospitals in the city should conduct investigations together. I just want to know, would some hospitals dare to perform the same tests? Renqin is going to smash the unspoken rules of the entire industry. The number of reposts exceeded 100,000 within 10 minutes. Half an hour later, it surged to the top of the trending searches. Hashtag citywide hospital checkup hashtag. Chu Family Manor, on the western outskirts of Yunqing. The study was a complete mess. The paperweight was shattered on the ground, the calligraphy and paintings were torn in half, and a Rukiln tea set worth millions was smashed to pieces. Chu Huaishan stood in front of the desk, his chest heaving violently. He was wearing a tang suit, his hair was gray, and his face was ashen. There were 3 or 4 middle-aged men in suits standing in the study, all with their heads down, not daring to breathe. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Chu Huaishan grabbed the Duan inkstone from the table and smashed it hard on the ground. Bang! The heavy stone inkstone broke in two. Several middle-aged men shuddered. After raising you all for so many years, you can't even handle a mere kid. Let him make this public knowledge known across the entire internet, putting our people in a very difficult position. He pointed to the man in charge of media relations. I told you to suppress the trending topics, and this is how you suppress them? You've managed to push them to #1 nationwide? The man was covered in cold sweat. Sir, it's not that we don't want to suppress it, it's that we really can't. This time the traffic has exploded, all platforms are reporting it, and if we forcibly delete the posts again, the servers will crash, and it will trigger an even larger scale. Shut up. Chu Huaishan slammed his hand on the table. Just then. Bang. The study door was kicked open. A young woman in a business suit rushed in, her face deathly pale. She is Qinyao, Chu Huaishan's chief secretary. Master. Something terrible has happened. Chu Huaishan was already furious, and seeing her lose her composure like this, he roared. What's the panic? Qinyao walked quickly to the desk and handed over the tablet she was holding. Sir, look. Renxin Hospital has issued another announcement. Chu Huaishan snatched the tablet away. The screen displays the latest updates from Renxin Hospital. His pupils contracted sharply the moment he saw the title. Initiative on establishing the Yunqing Medical Industry Integrity and Self-Discipline Supervision Committee. His fingers were trembling. After quickly scanning the contents, he suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot. He's gone mad. His voice was so hoarse it sounded like it was being squeezed out of his throat. He's trying to overturn the entire Yunqing medical system. Xinyao's voice was trembling. Sir, this post has been shared over 200,000 times, and the comments section is full of support. The Health Commission has received thousands of reports, and provincial leaders have also taken notice. She paused for a moment. If this oversight committee is really established, and all hospitals in the city are inspected according to leaf-level standards. She dared not continue. Because she knew very well how many networks the Chu family had established within the Yunqing medical system. Kickbacks in drug procurement, monopolies in medical devices, profit sharing from expensive imported drugs. Over the years, more than 1 billion yuan has flowed into the Chu family's pockets annually from the medical system. Once thoroughly investigated. It's not just a matter of money. The foundation that the Chu family has built up over decades in Yunqing will be uprooted. Chu Huaishan stared intently at the announcement on the screen. He finally understood. This young man named Lu Yan never intended to negotiate with him from the beginning. What he wanted was to smash the entire old order. Then, on the ruins, he established his new rules. The study fell into a deathly silence. A long time. Chu Huaishan put down the tablet, turned around and walked to the window. Outside the window, it was pitch black night. He gazed at the lights of Yunqing in the distance and slowly spoke. Go check. Investigate Lu Yan's background, the people behind him, and the source of his funds. I need to know who this person is. Xinyao responded and turned to leave. Etc. Chu Huaishan turned around, his eyes cold. Pass the word down. Starting tomorrow, cut off medication to Renxin Hospital. Chapter 31. The Chu family has a deadly killer. Lu Yan has two kings. The first rays of morning light had not yet penetrated the heavy curtains. Don't want. Jiang Yueshua sat up abruptly in bed, panting heavily, her forehead soaked with cold sweat. Lu Yan woke up at almost the same time. He sat up and pulled the trembling person beside him into his arms. Yueshua, did you have a nightmare? The person in her arms was still trembling violently. She gripped Lu Yan's arm tightly with her other hand, her nails almost digging into his flesh. Lu Yan, they've taken you away. Her jaw was chattering. The company, the Jiang family, everything is gone, and the children too, the water is so cold. Lu Yan's heart tightened. He tightened his arms around her, using his body heat to warm her cold body. After a long while, Jiang Yueshua's trembling subsided slightly. Lu Yan got out of bed, poured a glass of warm water, and held it to her lips. It's nothing, it was just a dream. Jiang Yueshua took 2 sips from his hand, her eyes filled with lingering fear, but it felt so real. I'm scared, Lu Yan. That old man from the Chu family, he won't let us go, will he? It's Chu Huaishan again. That name, as Zhang Jindong said last night, was the last straw that broke the camel's back for a business tycoon. Now, it has transformed into the demon that haunts his wife's midnight dreams. Lu Yen put down his water glass, sat down on the edge of the bed, and looked at her intently. Yueshua, I have a question for you. Before you came to me, you wanted to handle everything on your own, right? Jiang Yueshua nodded. Lu Yen adopted a serious, professional tone. Then you must have studied female fertility. A pregnant woman, especially a first-time pregnancy, and with quadruplets at that, has recently experienced dramatic emotional ups and downs, and then started having nightmares and felt extremely insecure. He paused. Dr. Jiang, based on your clinical knowledge, how should this be diagnosed? Jiang Yueshua was stunned. Following Lu Yan's train of thought, a professional term popped into her mind: pregnancy, anxiety disorder? Correct answer. The seriousness on Lu Yan's face instantly vanished, replaced by a relaxed smile. You see, you yourself know that this is just a very common pregnancy syndrome caused by hormonal changes. He downplayed the external threat that terrified Jiang Zhendong as an internal problem that could be understood and treated. Jiang Yueshua stared at him blankly. The tide of fear seems to have receded somewhat. Are you scaring yourself? Lu Yan stood up and extended his hand to her. So, in order to alleviate your anxiety symptoms, Dr. Jiang, I, as your husband and personal health consultant, am now going to prescribe a personalized treatment plan for you. Jiang Yueshua's cheeks flushed. What treatment plan? Lu Yan leaned down and whispered in her ear in a voice only the two of them could hear, a hot bath to soothe your nerves and relax your mind and body. And I will assist you throughout the whole process. Jiang Yueshua's heart skipped a beat, and before she could protest, Lu Yan swept her up in his arms. Hey! What are you doing? I'm following the doctor's orders, Lu Yan replied matter-of-factly. He carried her to the bathroom, looking relaxed and carefree, completely disregarding the Chu family and any threats. The spacious bathroom was bathed in warm yellow light. Lu Yan placed Jiang Yueshua on a stool covered with a soft towel, then turned to adjust the water temperature. He stretched out his arm and let the water flow over the inside of his wrist, again and again, until the water temperature reached the most comfortable setting. Then, he took a delicate little bottle from the shelf. Just then. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully calmed your frightened wife. The gentle glow of a doting father shines upon the earth once again. Textbook-level crisis management, turning external threats into internal care. I give this a 99 out of 100. I'm only deducting 1 point so you don't get arrogant. The system detected that the host is preparing a loving bath for his wife. As a reward, a hidden item is provided: mother and baby protection herbal bath oil for pregnancy support. Efficacy: when added to water, it creates a calming atmosphere that lasts for 1 hour, isolating the body from negative emotions and external disturbances. It has remarkable effects on pregnant women, deeply soothing nerves, stabilizing the fetus, and improving the baby's constitution. Caution: this product should not be used frequently. Once a week is recommended. Lu Yan raised an eyebrow. He unscrewed the bottle cap and dripped the pale gold bath packet into the water. A few drops of medicine fell into warm water and dissolved instantly, releasing a unique and elegant herbal fragrance that quickly filled the entire bathroom. It wasn't the scent of any particular flower or fruit, but rather a fragrance that brought a sense of peace and tranquility to the heart. Jiang Yueshua's tense nerves relaxed upon smelling the fragrance. Lu Yan walked behind her and helped her unbutton her sweat-soaked pajamas. His movements were gentle, carrying an untouchable reverence. As Lu Yan helped her into the bathtub, enveloped in the warm water and the strange fragrance, she closed her eyes in comfort. What is this? It smells so good. Exclusive formula. Lu Yan rolled up his sleeves, knelt down by the bathtub, and began to wash her long hair. His fingers ran through her dark hair, applying just the right amount of pressure as he massaged her scalp with his fingertips. Jiang Yueshua closed her eyes, leaned her entire body weight against the edge of the bathtub, and completely immersed herself in this tranquility. The coldness and fear of the nightmare were gradually dispelled by the warm water and the gentle people. She felt that as long as this man was by her side, even if the sky fell, there was nothing to be afraid of. At this heartwarming moment. Buzzing. The phone that Lu Yan had casually placed on the sink suddenly lit up. A series of rapid vibrations shattered the tranquility of the bathroom. On the screen, Wang Guoluan's name was flashing wildly. Immediately afterwards, a series of message previews popped up. Wang Guoluan, Chairman Lu. Something terrible has happened. Wang Guoluan, the Chu family has made their move. More ruthless and decisive than we anticipated. Wang Guoluan, they've cut off all our medication. Not a single supplier in the entire city dares to supply us. The hospital's inventory can only last for 3 days at most. Lu Yan's hand paused for half a second. However, he still had a gentle smile on his face and continued to rinse the foam off his wife. Jiang Yueshue closed her eyes, enjoying her husband's services with contentment, completely unaware of the turmoil unfolding on the small screen behind her. Half an hour later, Lu Yan wrapped Jiang Yueshue in a bathrobe and then thoughtfully dried her hair with a hairdryer. Okay, you can rest for a while longer. I'll go prepare breakfast. Jiang Yueshue nodded. At this moment, the color had returned to her face, and her overall mental state had clearly improved. Lu Yan, thank you. Lu Yan leaned down and gently kissed her forehead. Silly girl, don't be so polite with me. Ding. The host is giving his wife a loving bath and using maternal and infant protection medicinal bath oil to ensure a safe pregnancy. The 4 babies are in a very happy mood. Reward, 100% actual control of Hahobeo Pharmaceutical Group, which owns 3 pharmaceutical factories and is valued at 30 billion. Cash reward, 10 million. Upon hearing the system reward, Lu Yan felt an urge to jump up and run over to give Jiang Yueshue a passionate kiss. But seeing that she was resting with her eyes closed, I forcibly suppressed her. He turned and walked out of the bedroom, gently closing the door behind him. He walked into the living room and picked up his phone. On the screen, Wang Buoluan's messages had accumulated to more than a dozen, with the last one sent 3 minutes ago. Wang Buoluan, Chairman Lu, have you seen the message? The hospital is in complete chaos. The pharmacy director is pressing for help, the inpatient department is pressing for help, the emergency department is pressing for help. We must find a solution as soon as possible. Lu Yan did not reply immediately. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked out at the streets of Yunqing gradually awakening. Chu Huaishan's move was indeed ruthless. Cutting off medication is tantamount to cutting off the lifeline of a hospital. Without medicine, even a miracle worker can't save a person. If a solution cannot be found within 3 days, Renqin Hospital will be completely paralyzed, and all the reputation and trust it has built up will be destroyed. At that point, let alone a fallen leaf-level hospital, they won't even be able to keep their most basic business license. This is an open conspiracy. A blatant and above-board crushing. The Chu family used their decades-long foundation and connections within the Yunqing medical system to build an impregnable fortress. Any supplier who dares to supply Renqin Hospital is making an enemy of the Chu family. In this industry, offending the Chu family is tantamount to being blacklisted by the entire Yunqing medical circle. No one dared to take that risk. Lu Yan lit a cigarette. Smoke slowly rose in the morning light. A cold smile curled at the corners of his lips. Chu Huaishan, do you think you've got me cornered? He picked up his phone and dialed Wang Buoluan's number. As soon as the call connected, Wang Buoluan's anxious voice came through. Chairman Lu. You finally called back. The situation is extremely urgent, I know, Lu Yan interrupted him. I saw everything about the Chu family running out of medicine. What should we do then? Wang Buoluan's voice was filled with panic. I've contacted more than a dozen suppliers, and they've all refused. Some won't even answer the phone, and some said directly that the Chu family had spoken to them, telling them not to supply US. Normal. Lu Yan flicked his cigarette ash. The Chu family has been operating in the Yunqing medical system for so many years, they still have some influence. Is there really no other way? Wang Buoluan was almost in tears. Who says there's no way? Chapter 32. Who says I don't have medicine? I am a pharmaceutical factory. Who says there's no way? Lu Yan's voice came through the receiver, so comment was unsettling. Wang Buoluan almost jumped up. Chairman Lu. This is no time for jokes. All the suppliers in the city have blocked us. From large listed companies to small family-run shops, none of them are answering the phone. I sent someone to their door with cash, and they immediately called the police, saying we were harassing them. The operating room is waiting for life-saving anesthesia, and the ICU only has enough special drugs for 2 days. What about the daily medications for hundreds of hospitalized patients? Wang Buoluan's voice was trembling. We'll have to shut down within 3 days. The angry families might just tear the hospital down. Lu Yan sat down on the sofa with the freshly brewed coffee in his hand and added a sugar cube to his cup. Dean Wang, what's the panic? How could I not panic? It's a matter of life and death. Then let's shave our eyebrows first. Lu Yan took a sip of coffee. Go to the hospital's official account and post an announcement now. Wang Boluan was stunned. Announcement? What kind of announcement? For example, in response to the high standards of the municipal health system and to provide safer, more efficient, and more affordable drug services to the citizens of Yunqing, our hospital will be upgrading its internal supply chain system for 24 hours. Lu Yan stirred his coffee, his tone casual. During this period, non-emergency outpatient services and appointments will be suspended. 24 hours later, Rinxin Hospital will officially launch a new direct supply from pharmaceutical companies model, completely eliminating intermediaries and ensuring that every pill comes directly from the source. Wang Boluan was completely bewildered. Direct supply from a pharmaceutical factory? Chairman Lu, we can't even contact a small workshop selling band-aids right now. Where would a pharmaceutical factory be willing to supply us directly? The Chu family gives the order. Hahabeo Pharmaceutical Company, Ltd. Lu Yan uttered 5 words. Have you heard of it? Wang Boluan stopped breathing. Hahabao? One of the top 3 pharmaceutical giants in China. With a market capitalization of tens of billions. The company owns 3 large pharmaceutical factories, and its product line covers 70% of the commonly used and special drugs on the market. Such a behemoth would be treated with utmost respect, not just by a hospital director, but even by the top official of Yunqing. Wang Boluan couldn't wrap his head around it. Chairman Lu, you mean, we should ask Hahabao for help? But what about the Chu family? Beg? Lu Yan smiled. Dean Wang, that's too narrow-minded. We're just going to inform them. Notify? I'll give you a number. Lu Yan recited a string of numbers. This is the private phone number of Zhang Chengdong, CEO of Hahabeo Group. Call him and tell him I asked you to call, and he will arrange for delivery to you. Wang Boluan held his phone, his palms sweaty. Should I call Hahabeo's CEO? Should I notify him to deliver the goods? He thought Chairman Lu was joking. But, looking at Chairman Lu's composed tone, he felt that this was not a joke. When Chairman Lu acquired the hospital, he thought Chairman Lu was just a rich second-generation heir with some money. Later, Chairman Lu took out 3 billion yuan in cash, and he realized he had misjudged the situation. But now, Wang Boluan suddenly realized that perhaps he had never truly understood the young boss's capabilities. Chairman Lu, is this really going to work? Just keep hitting. Lu Yan's voice was flat and emotionless. If he dares to ask you any nonsense, tell him to come directly to me. The call ended. Wang Boluan stood in his office, staring at the number he had written down on his phone, frozen in place for a full minute. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. What if I call and they think I'm a scammer? What if the other party hangs up on you? What if we anger the higher-ups at Hahabeo and the hospital is completely doomed? But then I thought, since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well die a spectacular death. Wang Boluan gritted his teeth and pressed the dial button. The phone rang 3 times. The call was connected. A baritone voice, clearly impatient, came through. Who is it? Hello, are you Mr. Zhang Chengdong from Hahabeo Group? Wang Boluan's voice sounded weak and unsteady. It's me. Get to the point quickly, I only have 30 seconds. Hello, Mr. Zhang, I am the director of Yunqing Rinxin Maternity Hospital. My name is Wang Boluan. Mr. Lu Yan asked me to contact you. Wang Boluan was so nervous that he closed his eyes. He was prepared for the other party to hang up on him as if he were a scammer. However, an eerie silence fell over the other end of the phone. A full 5 seconds later. Who? Zhang Chengdong's voice suddenly rose, filled with shock. Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu Yan. Wang Boluan repeated it again. Oh, my dear Dean Wang. My beloved Dean. The voice on the other end of the phone instantly underwent a 360-degree turn. The previous authority and impatience vanished without a trace, replaced by an almost fawning enthusiasm. Why didn't you say so sooner? Look at my ears. The chairman gave me a death order before dawn this morning, saying that any need Rinxin Hospital has is a matter of utmost importance for Hahabao. Chairman? Wang Boluan's mind was buzzing. Dean Wang, listen up. Zhang Chengdong speaks extremely fast. 3 special transport convoys departed simultaneously from our 3 factory areas an hour ago. They're all using the military supply green channel, without stopping. They'll be at your hospital in 5 hours at most. The first batch of goods covers all categories of commonly used medicines in your hospital, and the quantity has been tripled. For subsequent medicines, you just need to make a list, and we will provide as much as you need and as fast as you need to deliver. You don't need to worry about the price either. The chairman said that Rinchin Hospital will be paid our production cost price. We won't make a single penny of profit. Zhang Chengdong added a final sentence, his words filled with determination. Dean Wang, remember this, from today onwards, you and Rinchin Hospital are the biological fathers of our Hahabao. Anyone who dares to cut off your medication, I, Zhang Chengdong, will be the first to lead a group to smash their factory. Wang Boluan is holding up his phone. I was completely petrified. As he listened to Zhang Chengdong professing his loyalty on the other end of the phone, only two words echoed wildly in his mind. Chairman. Chairman Liu. A terrible thought popped into his mind. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That's a pharmaceutical empire worth 30 billion. He hung up the phone with trembling hands and feet, crawled to his desk, and turned on his computer. He typed in Hahabao Pharmaceutical Group. The web page redirects. It appears at the very top, in the most prominent position, in the section introducing the group's senior executives. Chairman, Liu Yan. In the photo, the young man is dressed casually with a faint smile on his face. It was the same person he had just spoken to on the phone. Wang Boluan felt as if his skull had been ripped open. He slumped back in the chair, panting heavily, all his strength drained away. He finally understood what kind of person his young boss really was. Did the Chu family cut off his medication? He casually pulled out a behemoth corporation that could supply medicines to the entire province. This is not the solution. This is a dimensional reduction attack. Right now. Liu Yan was frying bacon in the kitchen. Ding. The host has successfully averted the medication shortage crisis. Reward, God-level financial trading skills. A second attack by Chu Huaishan has been detected. Host is advised to prepare. Liu Yan raised an eyebrow. He had just put the breakfast he had prepared on the table when his phone rang. It's Zhang Zhendong. Liu Yan pressed the answer button and turned on speakerphone. Liu Yan. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Zhendong's voice was more urgent than ever before. I just got the news. That old bastard Chu Huaishan has gone mad. He didn't just stop taking his medication. He's used all the connections he's built up in the banking system over the past few decades. Zhang Zhendong's breathing was frighteningly heavy. All of our Jiang Group's bank credit channels were frozen overnight. Chapter 33 What's 3 billion? Let's teach my father-in-law a lesson. All of our Jiang Group's bank credit channels were frozen overnight. Liu Yan brought the bird's nest to Zhang Yueshue's lips, watched her swallow it, and then spoke into his phone. Dad, be more specific. Specific? Zhang Zhendong raised his voice even higher. The bank called early this morning, saying that our corporate credit rating has encountered a major risk and needs to be reassessed. Several loans that are about to mature are demanding that we repay them in full immediately. And several other applications that are currently being processed have all been rejected. Zhang Zhendong's voice trembled. This is a fatal blow. He wants to completely cut off the Zhang family's cash flow. After listening, Liu Yan roughly understood the situation. My father-in-law is terrified. After retiring from his position as chairman of the Zhang Group, he enjoyed a few years of comfortable life. The fighting spirit I once had in the business world, ready to fight tooth and nail, has long been worn down by the leisurely life of tending flowers and walking birds. Now, he's more like an ordinary father who worries about his daughter's food and clothing than a powerful restaurant tycoon. Dad, did the bank just make a phone call, or did they send a formal letter? Zhang Zhendong paused, reminiscing. They always notified us by phone. Has the loan matured? 2 loans are due next week, but there are still several others, even though there are still 6 months left. That's it. Liu Yan's voice remained steady. The fact that no official letter has been issued means that the process has not been completed, and there is still room for maneuver. Collecting loans before they are due is a breach of contract, and they dare not put it on paper. In just a few words, he sorted out the complexities of Zhang Zhendong's volatile situation, which was on the verge of collapse. To put it bluntly, Chu Huaishan used his personal connections to have his subordinates make a phone call to scare you first. They're gambling, betting that you'll panic and lose your composure. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Zhang Zhendong's breathing was no longer so rapid. He was processing Liu Yan's words. When did I become so impatient? Back in the day, he started from scratch. For the sake of a store's territory, he dared to bring 2 bottles of liquor and drink with the local tyrant from dusk till dawn. To secure startup capital, he was willing to wait outside a bank manager's house for 3 days and 3 nights. Back then, he was fearless. But now, a threatening phone call has thrown him into a panic, leaving him completely disoriented. Zhang Zhendong slowly sat back on the sofa, looking at the mess on the floor, a bitter expression on his face. I am really getting old. Lu Yan, you're right. His voice lowered. I messed up myself. These past few years, I've gotten used to a comfortable life, and I can't even handle this little bit of pressure. Dad, it's not that you can't handle it, it's that you care too much. Lu Yan gave his father-in-law plenty of face. Are you worried that this matter will involve Yue and the children? Zhang Zhendong felt a warmth in his heart, and the last bit of awkwardness disappeared. He let out a long breath. So what do we do now? The Zhang Group has a funding gap. How much difference? Lu Yan asked directly. Zhang Zhendong gave a number. About 3 billion. After saying the number, he himself felt a little embarrassed. This is almost half of the Zhang Group's working capital, and it is nothing short of a pipe dream to raise it in a short period of time. I understand. Lu Yan's answer was understated. First, stabilize the company internally, prevent the news from leaking out, and appease the senior management. I'll figure out the money issue. You? Zhang Zhendong instinctively asked a question, but regretted it as soon as the words left his mouth. Even a huge hospital like Rinxin Hospital belongs to this kid, and a mere 3 billion. Dad, do you believe me? Lu Yan asked. Let her. This time, Zhang Zhendong answered without the slightest hesitation. That's good. You can get a good night's sleep. The sky won't fall down. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yan tossed it aside. Chu Huaishan's move was indeed ruthless, but it also exposed his trump card. Since you're going to wage financial warfare, then don't blame me for being impolite. An hour later, Zhang Yue slowly woke up. She walked out of the bedroom with sleepy eyes and smelled the tempting aroma of food. A beautifully presented breakfast is laid out on the table. Golden and crispy toast, perfectly cooked runny egg, served with a glass of warm milk. Lu Yan was sitting at the dining table when he saw her come out, so he immediately got up and went to greet her. You're awake? Come and have breakfast. He helped her sit down and considerately laid out a napkin for her. Zhang Yue felt a sweet warmth in her heart. She picked up a piece of toast, took a bite, and squinted her eyes in happiness. Lu Yan didn't eat, he just rested his chin on his hand and watched her eat. When she had almost finished eating, he suddenly felt playful, leaned over, and gently pressed his ear against her slightly protruding belly. Let me listen, what are our little ones doing? He pretended to listen intently. Oh, De Bao is practicing boxing, Air Bao is swimming, and San Bao and Si Bao are whispering to each other. Zhang Yue giggled at his joke and gently nudged him. It's not as exaggerated as you say. Just then. Ding. Dad's exclusive interaction time is now open. The intimate interaction between the host and the fetus allows the 4 babies to feel the deep love of their father. Interact closely with your baby. Reward, 800,000 points. Lu Yan's eyes lit up, and he moved the stick to a different spot. No, I need to listen again. I didn't hear it clearly just now. Ding. Interact closely with your baby. Reward, 800,000 points. Zhang Yue let him do as he pleased, her face full of doting affection. Lu Yan simply switched to the other side. We need to make sure everyone gets their share here too. Ding. Interact closely with your baby. Reward, 800,000 points. In just a few minutes, 2.4 million yuan was deposited into the account. This makes money faster than any other business. Ding. Today's critical reward triggered 10 billion in trading funds. 2 billion worth of Chujiang shares. Note, this system is designed to assist the host in repeatedly proving wrong. Just go for it. The system will provide the funds. Note, trading funds cannot be withdrawn. 100 billion in operating funds? I'm so annoyed. So annoyed. So annoyed. System, you're awesome. Lu Yan excitedly kissed Zhang Yue hard on the cheek, making Aunt Li blush with embarrassment. She couldn't stop smiling as she watched the young couple being so affectionate. After breakfast, Lu Yan wiped Jiang Yueshua's mouth. Honey, I need to go to the study to take care of some work. Let's go shopping together tonight and buy some things for the babies. Okay, go ahead and get busy, don't overwork yourself. Jiang Yueshua nodded obediently. Aunt Li quickly replied, Young master, please go ahead with your work. I will take good care of Mississippi. Lu Yan entered the study and closed the door. The gentleness and smile on his face vanished instantly, replaced by calmness and sharpness. The business world is like a battlefield, warmth belongs only to family. He never showed mercy to his enemies. He turned on his computer but didn't rush to deal with the Jiang Group's financial problems. Instead, he first quickly browsed through domestic and international financial news, and then skillfully opened a stock trading client. He typed 4 words into the search box. Chujiang Company, Ltd. On the screen, a red and green candlestick chart appeared, showing the recent trend of this stock. Lu Yan tapped his fingers lightly on the table, as if he were calculating something. Is Chu Weishan planning a financial war? Let him see what real financial trading skills are like. A moment later, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. The phone was answered after 2 rings. Dean Wang, who is the head of the special task force responsible for Jiang Wei's medical dispute. Send me his phone number, I need to talk to him. Chapter 34: A $1 billion sell-off, madness on the limit downboard. Lu Yan hung up on Dean Wang. He leaned back in his chair, the cold light from the computer screen reflecting on his face. The tenderness that was present at the dinner table has vanished completely. He dialed the phone number of Director Huang, the head of the special task force at Rinqin Hospital. The call was answered instantly. Chairman Lu. Director Huang's voice was filled with excitement. How's the matter with Sun Dihai going? Don't worry. The chain of evidence is complete. Director Huang spoke rapidly. The records of irregularities at Zhenluo Hospital, the dirt on Sun Dihai, the witness testimonies and physical evidence, we have everything. We can file a lawsuit at any time. Lu Yan only replied with 2 words, very good. Should we take it directly to court, or expose it to the media first? Director Huang is already eager to get started. No, not for now. Director Huang was stunned, then. Seal the evidence and encrypt it for backup. Lu Yan's tone left no room for doubt. You can only act when I tell you to. Before that, no one can leak the information. Clear. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yan found another number. The team leader of the pen-wielding squad temporarily assembled by Dean Wang is a young man from the publicity department who is in charge of new media operations. Chairman Lu. The other person's voice was filled with admiration. You wrote a good self-criticism last time. Thank you, Chairman Lu. We will definitely continue our efforts. We have a new task. Lu Yan tapped the table. Within 2 hours, search online for all the news about Chujiang shares, good or bad, true or false, as long as it seems reasonable and well-founded, compile it all. Chujiang shares? The young man clearly knew that this was the core business of the Chu family. Yes. Lu Yan continued, after you've finished organizing it, write 2 types of analytical articles for me, imitating the style of financial bloggers. The first category is Chujiang Company, Limited, which is suspected of financial fraud, chaotic internal management, and inflated stock price. The second type is Chujiang Company, Limited. Although it has suffered a short-term setback, its fundamentals are solid and there is a major positive announcement to be made soon. It is currently undergoing a technical adjustment, which is a good opportunity to buy at the bottom. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone. Chairman Lu, this. You don't need to understand, you just need to write. Lu Yan's voice was frighteningly calm. The more realistic and convincing the writing, the better. Once you're done, wait for my notification before sending it out. Yes, Mr. Lu. Remember, finish before 11 o'clock. Lu Yan paused for a moment, then said, if you do this well, I'll give your team a 3 million yuan bonus. Holy crap, the young man couldn't help but curse. No, Mr. Lu, I promise I'll complete the mission. After arranging these 2 steps, Lu Yan leisurely opened the trading software. He logged into his stock account. Enter the 4 characters Chujiang shares. On the screen, the stock code starts with 300. The Growth Enterprise Market GEM. Lu Yan tapped his fingers lightly on the table. 1 time. Another 1. Chu Huaishan thought that freezing Zhang's credit line meant he was a general. He didn't know that Lu Yan had no intention of playing against him on the original chessboard. He was about to flip the table over. Then they used the money to bury Chu Huaishan. Lu Yan picked up his phone and dialed Wang Buoluan's number again. Chairman Lu. Wang Buoluan's voice was still excited. He was clearly still immersed in the joy of having Hahabeo Pharmaceutical as a superbacker. Dean Wang, there is something more important that you need to do immediately. What are your orders? Wang Buoluan adopted an extremely humble posture. Lu Yan's voice was calm, yet it carried a hint of madness. Send a notice in all the work groups of Rinxin Hospital. Wang Buoluan immediately picked up a pen. Notify all employees that regardless of whether they have traded stocks before or know how to read candlestick charts, they must all open stock accounts by today. Wang Buoluan stopped writing. Opening a stock account? Everyone? What kind of instruction is this? Before he could figure it out, Lu Yan's next words made him drop the pen from his hand. Starting at 1 p.m. today, I will drive Chujiang shares down to its daily limit. Tell them to go all in near the limit down price, buy as much as you can, even if you have to take out a loan. Whether they can get rich quickly or not depends on themselves. Just tell them this is a perk I'm giving them, and if they want to get on the bus, they should hurry up and follow me. Lu Yan paused, then said, this matter is strictly forbidden to be circulated or leaked, otherwise. Buy what? Wang Buoluan wondered if he had misheard. Chujiang shares. Wang Buoluan's mind went blank for a moment. Chujiang shares? Which stock has been performing well recently? It's a strong stock. Why is Chairman Lu still trying to drive it down to the daily limit? How much money would that require? Could it be that all the doctors and nurses in the hospital would use their hard-earned money to buy stocks at the daily limit down? What kind of amazing move is this? Chairman Lu. Wang Buoluan's voice changed drastically. This isn't appropriate. Buying after the price hits the daily limit down. This will incite public outrage. Does he even want to keep his job as dean? Just pass on the word. Whether they can get on the bus or not is up to their fate. Lu Yan's voice brooked no argument. Since I've asked you to buy, I absolutely won't let you lose money. This statement was made with absolute certainty. It carries a certain domineering air of ruling the world. Wang Buoluan's mouth was open, but he couldn't utter a single word. Buying shares at the daily limit down price? This is no longer about stock trading. This is giving away money. But Chairman Lu, people might not believe it, Wang Buoluan said, voicing the most crucial question. As I just said, whether they can get on the bus or not is up to their own fate. Also, if you buy in after the price goes up, we will not be responsible for any profits or losses. That's all. After saying that, Lu Yan hung up immediately. Rinxin has given the notification, and the colleagues at Hahabeo Pharmaceutical Group shouldn't forget either. Lu Yan then dialed the phone of the CEO of Hahabeo Pharmaceutical Group and issued the same instruction. Compared to Wang Buoluan's rambling, Zhang Chendong was much more decisive, simply saying, I will resolutely carry out the order before getting to work. Wang Buoluan stared at the disconnected phone, his head buzzing. How insane. How domineering. He opened the kind-hearted family work group, which had over 1,000 members. Following Lu Yan's instructions, the text that was enough to cause a huge uproar within the hospital was typed in. Check it again. He pressed the send button. The moment the message was sent, the entire group fell into a deathly silence. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Then, the screen exploded. The dean wants us all to trade stocks? Or buy Chu family stocks? Or buy them when they hit the daily limit down? I just made a down payment, and I'm completely broke. Is the hospital director trying to get me to take out a loan at exorbitant interest rates? The speed at which messages flood the screen is getting faster and faster. But soon, the style of the painting changed drastically. Wait. This is Chairman Lu's intention? I believe it. At Xiechang, lend me 300,000 to invest in stocks. Chairman Lu said he wouldn't let us lose money, and he absolutely won't. Have you forgotten about the apology letter from last time? Chairman Lu always keeps his word. Yes. I trust Chairman Lu too. I'll go get a loan. The group chat was flooded with messages at a rate of more than a dozen per second. The dissenting voices were instantly drowned out. More people have already started taking action. Wang Buoluan looked at the chaotic group chat and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He opened his mobile banking app. I hesitated for 3 seconds. Gritting his teeth, he transferred all of his family's 2 million yuan savings into his stock account. His wife called immediately. Old Wang. What are you doing? That's our son's education fund. Honey, trust me this once. Wang Buoluan's voice was firmer than ever before. Chairman Lu told us to buy Chujiang shares, and I trust him. Are you crazy? Chapter 35 Fishing requires baiting the area with large baits. Wang Buoluan's wife's roar came from the other end of the phone, questioning him whether he had been bewitched. Honey, I'm telling you the truth. Wang Buoluan's voice was unusually calm. Honey, trust me, and trust Chairman Lu. Think about it, although he is young, he already owns a hospital that meets the standards of a provincial-level hospital and a pharmaceutical factory worth 20 billion yuan. I can't even imagine how many more are behind him. If Chairman Lu says he won't let us lose money, then we absolutely won't lose money. Even if I lose all 2 million, I'll accept it. There was a 3-second silence on the other end of the phone. Old Wang. His wife's voice choked with sobs. If you really lose money, you can forget about ever sleeping in my bed again. Don't worry, just wait to count your money. After hanging up the phone, Wang Buoluan looked at his bank account, which was now empty. Instead of panicking, he smiled. Just follow Chairman Lu and get it done. The A-share market opened at 9:30 a.m. In the study of the Chu family manor in Yunqing, Xu Huaishan sat with his legs crossed, leisurely sipping this year's pre-Qingming Longjing tea. On a screen covering an entire wall in front of them, 6 top traders sat upright. These people are all prominent figures in Yunqing's financial circles, managing the Chu family's billions of dollars in funds. Sir, the market is now open. As soon as the middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses finished speaking, the K-line chart on the screen suddenly jumped. Chujiang Company, Limited opened 3.14% higher in the pre-market auction. Pretty. The young trader couldn't help but high-five. The news that the bank froze Zhang's credit last night has spread throughout the industry. This is the market giving us a vote of confidence. We must lock the price at the daily limit today and show the whole of Yunqing who the real king is. Xu Huaishan nodded in satisfaction and took a sip of tea. That old bastard Jiang Changhe still wants to fight me? Lu Yan, that young upstart, is even more ignorant of his own limitations. Today's limit up is the first slap in their face. Study room in Villa A01, Biling Villa. On the computer screen in front of Lu Yan, the time jumped to 9:29. Chujiang Company, Limited's pre-market auction ended, and the red numbers were particularly eye-catching, opening 3.14% higher. Everything was under Xu Huaishan's control. Cutting off medication and freezing credit, these two drastic measures plunged Rinqin and the Zhang family into chaos. At this point, they can boost their own stock price to demonstrate the absolute strength of the Chu family to the entire Yunqing. A textbook example of making an example of someone to warn others. What a pity. He chose the wrong chicken. It was exactly 9:30. Market opens. The K line on the screen suddenly surged upwards, with a straight red bar shooting into the sky. In just 1 minute, the trading volume surged dramatically, and the stock price soared from 3% to 9%. It's only 11 points away from hitting the daily limit. Countless stock groups instantly erupted in excitement. Holy crap! Chujiang shares is about to take off. Yesterday's good news has already materialized today. The Chu family's move was brilliant. Brothers, let's go. Chase the limit up. Let's make a fortune today. Lu Yan stared at the glaring red pillar, his face expressionless. He typed in a string of numbers. Sold. 20 million lots. Press enter. The next second. On the trading board of Chujiang Company, Limited, a huge sell order that was dark green appeared out of nowhere. That string of numbers, so long it was almost suffocating, crashed down on the sell queue like a mountain. The stock trading group, which was just celebrating, suddenly fell silent. In the trading room of a top private equity firm in Yunqing, the fund manager's finger hovered over the confirmation button, completely frozen. Boss. Boss. The traders' voices were trembling. 20 million lots. Who's dumping shares? Are they crazy? The market crashed right after the opening? How much money is that? 2 billion? The fund manager's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. This is not normal market behavior. This is war. Someone is openly declaring war on the local tyrant of Yuncheng. Withdraw. Cancel all plans to buy Chujiang shares. Quickly. His roar echoed through the trading room. The appearance of huge sell orders instantly extinguished all enthusiasm for chasing the price up. The stock price's upward momentum came to an abrupt halt and then began to decline. Lu Yen withdrew his order and placed another 20 million lots. The mountain of orders crashed down once again. The stock price decline began to accelerate. It rose from 9%, then to 5%, then to 3%, and finally fell below the zero line. On the intraday chart, the originally smooth white curve was abruptly cut off, just like a broken willow branch. The Chu family manor. Chu Huaishan was about to take his second sip of tea, savoring the thrill of the massacre. Something terrible has happened, sir. The trader suddenly exclaimed in surprise. A huge amount of money is dumping shares. Chu Huaishan paused, his hand holding the teacup still. What? He put down his cup and walked a few steps to the screen. He glanced at it once, and his pupils suddenly contracted. The stock price has fallen 3% below the opening price. The intraday chart is behaving very strangely, with huge trading volume, but the stock price is being held firmly down. What's going on? Chu Huaishan's voice was filled with suppressed anger. There is a mysterious account that sold off 2 billion worth of stocks the moment the market opened. The trader broke out in a cold sweat. And he kept smashing. 2 billion? Chu Huaishan's temples throbbed. This is by no means a normal market adjustment. This was a premeditated ambush. The phone call from last night, the young man's eerily calm voice, suddenly flashed through his mind. Have you ever thought about why it can't be you who gets kicked out? Could it be him? Impossible. Where did a poor kid who was just expelled from school get 2 billion? Hold on. Chu Huaishan forced himself to calm down. Use the market stabilizing funds to bring the stock price back up. No matter how much it costs. Yes. The Chu family's counterattack has begun. Huge buy orders appeared on the trading screen, attempting to pull the stock price up from its lows. Biling Villa, study. Lu Yen smiled as he looked at the sudden appearance of red buy orders on the trading screen. The fish has taken the bait. His fingers flew across the keyboard. Place an order. Cancel the order. Place another order. He laid countless traps in the deep water. Just as the Chu family's funds rushed in to push the stock price up, Lu Yen placed a huge buy order at an even lower price, creating the illusion that there was strong support below. When the Chu family hesitated over their funds, thinking that the situation below was safe, he immediately cancelled the large purchase order. The stock price lost support and fell again. The Chu family gritted their teeth and continued buying, trying to absorb all the selling pressure. Lu Yen then countered by placing smaller orders one by one. I'll smash you to death. But it will hurt you, it will make you bleed. Throughout the morning, a thrilling battle between bulls and bears unfolded on the trading screen of Chujiang shares. Retail investors were dumbfounded. The stock price fluctuated back and forth between 2% and 3% below the opening price, making the intraday chart look like an electrocardiogram. Every time the Chu family tried to use their funds to pull the stock price back up, it was a mistake. There's always some mysterious force that uses perfectly timed sell orders to push it back up. Consumption. Torture. To destroy the spirit. 10:50 a.m. Renqin Hospital, Publicity Department Office. With bloodshot eyes, the young Wang Qianshu carefully saved the last document. He let out a long sigh, feeling completely drained. In those 2 hours, he and his team thoroughly searched the entire internet for information about Chujiang Company, Ltd. More importantly, they wrote 20 negative articles and 20 positive articles. An in-depth analysis questioning whether Chujiang Company, Limited committed financial fraud. There have been undercover reports exposing problems with the quality of its products. There were also insider revelations exposing insider trading by the Chu family. Every article is detailed and convincing, and every article can ignite public opinion. Captain, are we really going to send it? The intern asked in a low voice. What if the Chu family investigates these manuscripts? What are you afraid of? Wang Qianshu rolled his eyes at him. When have you ever seen anything go wrong with the things Chairman Lu asked us to do? He picked up his phone and sent a message to Lu Yen. Chairman Lu, mission accomplished. 20 articles in 2 categories, ready for publication at any time. After sending the message, he opened his trading software and cleared out all his holdings without hesitation. Next, we just have to wait for Chu Jiang shares to hit its daily limit down in the afternoon. Then go all in. This time, he's going to make a killing with Chairman Liu. In Liu Yan's study. He looked at the message that popped up on his phone screen and a smile appeared on his lips. On the computer screen, Chu Jiang Company, Limited's stock price was still struggling underwater. Chu Huaishan's funds for supporting the market have been almost exhausted. Liu Yan picked up his already cold coffee and took a sip. He replied to Wang Qianxu's message. Negative news will be released immediately during the midday market break. I'll transfer 5 million to you right now. Buy 2 million views to boost the article. I want Chu Jiang shares to plummet to its daily limit down when the market opens at 1 p.m. Remember to also prepare clarification articles and use external IP addresses for posting articles and videos to avoid leaving any evidence against you. Chapter 36 The Collapse of Chu Jiang. Old man, can you handle it? 11:25 a.m. There are only 5 minutes left before the A-share market closes. The Chu Family Manor, private trading room. On the monitoring wall composed of more than a dozen super large screens, the time-sharing image of Chu Jiang Company, Limited fluctuates violently like an electrocardiogram. Chu Huaishan stood in front of the screen, veins bulging on his face. Pull him up. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses had already shouted himself hoarse, Sir, the density of sell orders from the other side is too high. We just bought 1 order, and 3 more have appeared below. Now the followers are also frantically dumping shares, and the market panic is out of control. Then let's keep eating. Chu Huaishan's voice was icy. Immediately contact those old friends, Mr. Sun and Mr. Li, and ask them to help prop up the market. Tell them that I, Chu Huaishan, owe them a favor this time. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses gave a wry smile. I contacted them when things started to look strange this morning. They're all watching and saying they don't know who the opponent is and don't want to get involved. Chu Huaishan suddenly turned his head and stared intently at him. After a while, he closed his eyes. Keep buying. His voice was soft, but filled with despair. Biling Villa. The study was so quiet that the only sound was the clatter of the keyboard. Liu Yan's fingers flew across the mechanical keyboard, each keystroke precise. He placed a sell order trap every 0.5 points above the limit down price, totaling 18 million lots. These sell orders are like landmines, quietly waiting for their prey to step on them. After finishing all this, Liu Yan picked up his coffee. The coffee had gone cold. He took a sip and turned his gaze back to the screen. The next second, the bandwagon effect has gone crazy. Seeing the large sell orders, countless retail investors assumed that major funds were fleeing and joined the selling frenzy. The green sell orders flooded the entire trading board like a burst dam. The stock price began to freefall from a position 3% below the opening price. 5%. 7%. 9%. In the Chu family's trading room, a young trader suddenly stood up, his voice trembling. It's unstoppable. It's collapsed. The man with gold-rimmed glasses slumped in his chair, his face ashen. It was exactly 11:30 a.m. Market closed. Chu Jiang Company, Limited's stock price was firmly locked at a large negative line of 10.11%. On the huge display screen, that glaringly green number looked like a resounding slap in the face. Chu Huaishan stared at the number, his chest heaving violently. After a long while, he turned around. Telephone. Chief Secretary Qin Yao handed over the phone, trembling. Chu Huaishan took the phone and dialed the number. The phone rang 3 times before being answered. You did it. Chu Huaishan's voice was very calm, eerily calm. It's me. Liu Yan's voice came through the receiver, carrying a faint smile. Sir, did you enjoy the appetizer this morning? What do you want? Chu Huaishan suppressed his anger. I don't want anything. Liu Yan chuckled softly. I just wanted to let you know that I still have about 17 million lots of chips. I just cancelled them all. These shares are currently being offered at the afternoon's limit down price. He paused for a moment. Sir, the Chu family should be able to come up with over 1 billion, right? Chu Huaishan gritted his teeth and remained silent. Of course, you can also choose not to answer. Liu Yan's tone became more relaxed. Anyway, I absorbed another 1 million lots of new chips today. If I sell them all today, I'll have more tomorrow. If I sell them all tomorrow, I'll continue the day after. I will keep smashing. It will smash your stocks until they become worthless. Until Chujiang Company Limited is delisted from the A share market. You're asking for it. Chu Huaishan finally snapped. Sir, please don't get angry, it's bad for your health. Lu Yan's tone remained calm. Oh, by the way, lunch break is precious, you'd better use the time to think of a solution. After all. His voice suddenly turned cold. The real show has only just begun. Beep. The call was disconnected. Chu Huaishan held up his phone, his arm trembling. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Just then. Bang! The study door was kicked open. The executive director in charge of public relations stumbled in, his face deathly pale. Sir! Something terrible has happened. The internet is in an uproar. Chu Huaishan snatched the tablet computer. On the screen, the trending topics lists of major social media platforms across the country have been overwhelmed. Hashtag shocking scandal at Chujiang shares, suspected billions in financial fraud. Hashtag employees whistleblower alleges major quality defects in Chujiang products. Hashtag exposed. The Chu family father and son used insider information to cash out massively. Hashtag Chujiang shares stock price collapses, may face delisting risk. Hashtag. Each trending topic is accompanied by a screenshot of an internal document that looks incredibly real. Every news story includes tearful interview videos with the victims. This content spread like a virus across the entire internet in just over 10 minutes. All the stock trading groups exploded. Holy crap! Chujiang Group is a fraudulent company? It's over. I bought in at the peak this morning. Now I'm completely stuck. Run. Sell as many shares as you can when the market opens this afternoon. This stock is going to be delisted. Chu Huaishan's fingers turned white as he looked at the overwhelming negative news. He finally understood. Financial attacks are just the first step. A media frenzy is the real fatal blow. This young man named Lu Yan is not just trying to cause a market crash. He wants to completely destroy the reputation that the Chu family has built up over decades. Contact all major platforms immediately. Chu Huaishan's voice became hoarse. Spend money, delete the posts, and suppress all this news before the market opens this afternoon. The PR director said with a bitter face, Sir, we're already deleting them. But the other side is too well prepared. Many of their servers are overseas, so we can't delete them all. As soon as we delete one, 10 new posts pop up. The entire internet is criticizing us now. Chu Huaishan closed his eyes. His fists were clenched so tightly that his nails almost pierced his palms. This young man is named Lu Yan. It's not a dragon. It's an evil spirit. A demon that wants to drag him to hell. Renqin Hospital, Dean's office. Wang Buoluan stared at the bright green candlestick on the computer screen, his palms sweating profusely. Chairman Lu really did it. He said he would drive Chujiang shares down to its daily limit. Judging from the current trend, it seems like the market is really headed for a limit down move this afternoon. What level of strength is this? He opened the kind-hearted family work group with trembling hands. The group chat has gone crazy. Holy crap! It really dropped. A huge bearish candlestick, looks like it's definitely going to hit the daily limit down this afternoon. Whatever Chairman Lu says goes. I've lived for 30 years, and this is the first time I've ever seen such an amazing feat. Luckily, I trusted Chairman Lu. I've already prepared my wife's dowry, and I'm going all in this afternoon when the stock hits its daily limit down. Hey buddy upstairs, are you still alive? Wang Buoluan took a deep breath as he watched the enthusiastic discussion in the group chat. He felt he wasn't participating in a business war. Rather, we are witnessing the birth of a legend. At the same time, in the internal executive group of Haobao Pharmaceutical Group, CEO Zhang Chengdong sent a huge red envelope. The title is, Believe in Chairman Lu, and you will gain eternal life. Hundreds of executives were frantically posting on the screen below. The chairman is awesome. I've already prepared my son's education fund. I'm going all in this afternoon. Follow the chairman, and you'll own a villa by the sea. 12:50 p.m. There are still 10 minutes until the market opens. The air in the entire market was trembling. Countless eyes were glued to the trading software, waiting for that moment to arrive. Just then, messages popped up simultaneously in both the Rinxin family and Hahabeo core team groups. Sender, Lu Yan. Everyone, are all bullets loaded? When Wang Buoluan saw the message, his hand trembled. He quickly typed on the keyboard. Reporting to Chairman Lu. All funds for Rinxin Hospital have been secured. We are ready to deploy at any time. On the other hand, Zhang Chengdong's reply was more direct. Rest assured, Chairman. The shells are loaded. We await your command. Lu Yan looked at the replies in the two groups and a smile appeared on his lips. For those who have been trading stocks for more than 2 years, go all in on Chujiang shares when it hits the daily limit down this afternoon. The new comrade who just opened an account today, before 1:30, went all in on Chujiang Pharmaceutical regardless of the price. Remember, those who disobey orders will bear the consequences of their own actions. Chapter 37 Desperate Plunge. The old fox escapes. It was exactly 1 p.m. The A-share market opened on time. There was no warm-up or struggle. At the moment the market opened, both Chujiang shares and Chujiang Pharmaceutical were immediately hammered down to their daily limit. On the screen, the green numbers 20% and 10% stood out prominently. The study in the Chu family manor was completely silent. Chu Huaishan stared at the 2 lines of green numbers. The anger he felt that morning had vanished, replaced by a chill. What suffocated him even more was the massive sell orders on the limit down board. Reporting to Your Excellency. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses spoke in a hoarse voice, and he reported in a trembling voice, the sell orders for Chujiang shares have accumulated to 3.8 million lots. Another trader added, his voice trembling with emotion, Chujiang Pharmaceuticals also has over 400,000 sell orders, all huge orders are pressing down on it. 3,800,000 shares, with a market value exceeding 3 billion, were locked at the daily limit down, unable to move. The sale of Chujiang Pharmaceutical for over 1 billion yuan was also unshakable. Chu Huaishan hadn't experienced this feeling of helplessness being literally crushed to death by money for decades. Yunqing, a trading hall of a top-tier private equity firm. They've gone mad. Utterly mad. The fund manager, staring at the massive sell order numbers on the screen, couldn't help but swear. Boss, this is too cruel, a trader muttered to himself. What's the difference between this and delisting outright? It doesn't give anyone a chance to escape. Who dares to touch it? At this critical juncture, whoever buys it will die. This is no longer within the scope of technical analysis, this is a battle of gods. In the entire hall, dozens of top traders stopped trading and became spectators. The enormous sell orders on the screen alarmed them. However, under the pressure of these massive sell orders, sporadic buy orders began to appear. A buy order for 300 lots was completed. A buy order for 500 lots was completed. Another buy order of 800 lots was completed. These buy orders are insignificant compared to the massive sell orders, but they keep appearing. Who is it? So stubborn? Are you out of your mind? You still dare to rush in at a time like this? Look at these orders, hundreds of dollars at a time, it must be retail investors. They were tricked into buying at the bottom by the news this morning. Sigh, yet another group of pitiful people who have lost everything. Rinxin Hospital, Dean's office. Wang Buoluan stared intently at the screen, his fingers trembling as he hovered over the mouse. It really hit the daily limit down. There are so many sellers that it's despairing. The heads of the departments behind him were all deathly pale. Dean, are we really going to buy it? It looks like we're going to lose everything. Yes, Dean, that's money I'm saving for my son's wedding. Wang Buoluan didn't turn around, he opened the Rinxin family work group. Chairman Lu's instructions are still hanging there. The new comrade who just opened an account today, before 1:30, went all in on Chujiang Pharmaceutical regardless of the price. It is 20 minutes past 1. Wang Buoluan gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and clicked the mouse. I bought Chujiang Pharmaceutical with all my funds. Make a deal. Seeing the dean take the lead, the directors behind him also mustered their courage, took out their phones, and pressed the confirmation button on the trading software. At the same time, thousands of employees at Rinxin Hospital, including doctors and nurses, were performing the same operation on their mobile phones. They don't understand candlestick charts or price-to-earnings ratios, but they trust Chairman Lu. These people, whom professional traders consider easy targets, are pouring their entire fortune into this stock that has hit its daily limit down. He was also operating in Lu Yan's study. His orders were also small: 300 lots, 500 lots, 1,000 lots. He split the 10 billion yuan reward from the system into countless trading orders, disguised himself as a retail investor, and quietly accumulated shares at the limit down price. Every trade was perfectly controlled, no different from the actions of retail investors who were unwilling to add to their positions. The Chu family manor. Chu Huaishan looked at the unmoving limit down and suddenly smiled. The laughter was chilling, making the temperature in the entire study drop several degrees. What does he want to do? Chu Huaishan asked. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses was stunned. He wants to crush us to death and then buy all our chips at a low price. That's right. Chu Huaishan nodded, a smile spreading across his face. He wants to take over all the goods I have. But what makes him think I'd obediently let him take the call? He turned around abruptly and pointed at the screen. He has money and can manipulate the market, but can he buy up all the stocks I hold? Pass on my order. Chu Huaishan's voice was ruthless. Sell all the Chujiang shares we can use at the limit down price. What? The man with the gold-rimmed glasses exclaimed in shock. Sir, no. This is like cutting off your own arm. What do you know? Chu Huaishan shouted angrily. Lu Yan wants to take over? Fine. I'll throw my goods out too, and let him take them. If he can handle it, then he's got guts. If he can't, the stock price will continue to crash. Then I'll use the cash from the sale to buy back these shares at an even lower price, with interest. This is called shedding one's skin like a cicada's. He wanted to suffocate me inside, so I jumped out first to see how he and those retail investors would play around in there. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses opened his mouth, wanting to persuade him further, but seeing Chu Huaishan's crazed expression, he swallowed his words. With the Chu family's own funds entering the market. On the screen, the number of sell orders for Chujiang Company Limited that hit the daily limit down was scrolling upwards at an alarming speed. 4 million hands. 5 million hands. 6 million hands. In less than 5 minutes, the sell orders accumulated to more than 7 million lots. Stocks worth over 5 billion were piled up on the limit down board, with no one interested. The entire A-share market was in an uproar. My God! Over 7 million sell orders. If this continues for the next few days with consecutive limit down days, it could lead to delisting. Who exactly did the Chu family offend? They're going to be wiped out. Lu Yan looked at the sudden surge in sell orders on the screen and a slight smile appeared on his lips. The old fox finally couldn't sit still any longer. He opened two groups, Rinqing family and Haobao core team, and tapped his fingers lightly on the screen. A single line of text appeared in two groups simultaneously. Everyone, have you eaten yet? Wang Buoluan and Zhang Chengdong replied almost instantly. Wang Buoluan, reporting to Chairman Lu. We're out of ammunition. Everyone's fully loaded. Zhang Chengdong, Chairman. All the shells have been fired. Requesting further instructions. Lu Yan looked at their replies and glanced up at the wall clock. 1:25. He issued new instructions in both groups again. Everyone, are you ready to have your eyes pop out? Chapter 38. The entire internet is targeting Chu Jiang. Old Chu has run out of bargaining chips. Everyone, are you ready to have your eyes pop out? As soon as Lu Yan sent the message, both groups fell silent. The doctors and nurses at Rinqing Hospital, as well as the executives of Haobao Group, were all staring at their phone screens. No one knew what would happen next, but everyone sensed that the decisive moment had arrived. Lu Yan leaned back in his chair in the study and dialed Wang Qianshu's number. Chairman Lu. Wang Qianshu's voice was distorted with excitement. It really hit the daily limit down. We bought it all. Don't be so happy yet, Lu Yan said calmly. Now, immediately, right now, delete all negative articles, not a single one. Wang Qianshu was stunned. Huh? Delete? Yes. Lu Yan's instruction was not to be questioned. Then, send out all 20 prepared positive articles. The content should describe how Chujiang technology has achieved a major technological breakthrough, secured a huge overseas order, and that a mysterious foreign investor is preparing to invest a large sum of money. Write it as outrageous and exaggerated as possible. Wang Qianshu didn't react for a moment. First, use fake news to drive down the market, then use fake news to boost it to the sky? What kind of operation is this? Chairman Lu, this. How much of the 5 million I transferred to you before is left? Lu Yan interrupted him. There are still more than 2 million left. Not enough. Lu Yan opened his mobile banking app and transferred another sum of money. Here is another 10 million. Buy traffic, buy trending topics, buy every available space you can get. I want all the stock market investors in the country to see this good news within an hour. I want everyone to believe that Chu Jiang shares' current limit down is just a temporary correction, and there will be tremendous positive news later. Wang Qianshu felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. That's insane. Yes, Chairman Lu. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. He hung up the phone and yelled at his stunned team in the office, "Don't just stand there. Revise the draft. Change direction. We're not here to collect debts, we're here to deliver good news. Get the atmosphere going." The entire propaganda department immediately sprang into action. 1:28 p.m. Lu Yan looked at the unmoving limit down price on the screen and the huge sell orders, and began to operate. He no longer uses small orders of a few hundred lots to disguise himself. Fingers tapping on the keyboard. Buy 10,000 lots. Make a deal. Buy 30,000 lots. Make a deal. Buy 50,000 lots. Make a deal. Huge buy orders appeared without warning, beginning to devour the sell orders on the limit down board. Yunqing, a trading hall of a top-tier private equity firm. The fund manager was sipping his coffee, ready to see Chu Jiang shares make a fool of itself that afternoon. Suddenly, the trader next to him exclaimed in surprise. "Holy crap! Boss, look." The fund manager put down his coffee and leaned closer to the screen. He glanced at it, and the coffee cup in his hand wobbled, almost slipping from his grasp. On the screen, the more than 7 million sell orders at the limit down price of Chu Jiang Company Limited are rapidly decreasing. 7 million, 6,500,000, 6 million. The trader's voice trembled. Who's buying up everything? Are they crazy? How much capital is that? 1 billion? 2 billion? The fund manager's mind was racing. Something's wrong. The market was dumped in the morning, and then bought up stocks like crazy in the afternoon. This isn't market behavior, the fund manager immediately concluded. Someone is using money to forcibly reverse the trend. Pass the word. All researchers immediately analyzed Chu Jiang shares. I need to know what happened right now. Just then, another trader shouted, "Boss! There's news online." He projected a web page onto the big screen. The headline boldly proclaimed, "Breaking news. Chu Jiang Group reaches strategic cooperation with top European consortium, billions of yuan to be injected." The accompanying photos showed several blurry pictures of blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners chatting happily with Chu family executives in a high-end club. Is this really true? Whether it's true or not, the fund manager exclaimed sharply. If they dare to buy like this at the daily limit down, there must be some major positive news behind it. We have to follow this wave. Risk Control Department, he roared, give me authority to acquire 50 million worth of shares at the daily limit down. Quickly. The Chu family manor. The atmosphere in the study was extremely oppressive. Chu Huaishan stared at the rapidly decreasing number of closed orders on the screen. His smugness from the morning had vanished. What's going on? He roared at the man with the gold-rimmed glasses. Who's buying this? Investigate. Investigate. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses looked ashen-faced. Sir, we can't find anything. The payments came from hundreds of different brokerage seats across the country, making it impossible to trace. And the order book is almost empty. The moment he spoke, the stock price on the screen jumped suddenly. The 20% daily limit down has been broken. The stock price jumped from 20% to 19.8%. The change was insignificant, but it made everyone in the study feel suffocated. Push it down. Chu Huaishan's voice was hoarse. Use all our strength to smash the stock price back down to the daily limit. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses trembled as he uttered words that sent chills down Chu Huaishan's spine. Sir, we have run out of chips. In order to create panic this morning, we put all the movable stocks on the limit down price. Chu Huaishan swayed and took 2 steps back, managing to stay upright by bracing himself against the desk. He personally handed the chips to his opponent. Just then, Chief Secretary Qinya burst through the door again, her hand holding the tablet computer so fast she could barely hold it. Sir! You should check the internet. Chu Huaishan snatched the tablet away. On the screen, public opinion has completely shifted. Hashtag Chujiang shares clarifies, financial fraud is purely malicious slander. Hashtag official media get involved. Proving the superior quality of Chujiang products. Hashtag shocking reversal. Chujiang shares may be embarking on the largest restructuring in history. A series of positive news items, coupled with the evidence and in-depth analysis meticulously prepared by Wang Qianxu's team, are spreading virally across the internet. What made Chu Huaishan's vision go black was that he saw a somewhat familiar-looking anchor in a live broadcast room with a sign that read Yunqing Finance Observation, righteously refuting the rumors. Dear viewers, regarding the malicious short-selling incident involving Chujiang shares this morning, we have contacted the relevant departments. This was entirely a premeditated propaganda attack. We urge all investors to remain rational and not be misled by rumors. Damn it! Chu Huaishan trembled with rage. What is our company's public relations department doing? Why are they letting these rumors spread like this? Xinyao was almost in tears. Sir, our people have been deleting posts, but the other side has too much traffic. We just finished deleting them, and they're back up again. And that anchor who was debunking the rumors is from the National Health Commission's new media center. Chu Huaishan was completely speechless. He watched the curve on the screen slowly but steadily climb upwards, from 19% to 18%, and then to 17%. This is an elaborate trap. Lu Yan first created panic, tricking him into handing over all his chips. Then they reversed course and pushed the price up, leaving him helpless as others snatched away his shares. Sir? The man with the gold-rimmed glasses asked in a trembling voice, should we buy back the chips? The cost isn't too high if we buy them now. Buy it back? Chu Huaishan's heart was bleeding. Would you buy back the stocks you just sold at a higher price? This is tantamount to admitting defeat. But if I don't buy it? He dared not think about the consequences. Just as he was struggling with this dilemma, his personal cell phone, which he never parted with, suddenly rang. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number, but the string of numbers sent a shiver down his spine. He hesitated for 2 seconds before answering the phone. A dignified and steady male voice came from the other end of the phone, devoid of any emotion. Huaishan, that's me. A friend from the China Securities Regulatory Commission just called me to ask what exactly happened with Chujiang shares. Did you mess with someone you shouldn't have in Yuncheng? Chapter 39. A shocking 40 a.m. ground floor. Old man Chu wept with regret. Did you mess with someone you shouldn't have in Yuncheng? The voice on the other end of the phone was authoritative, flat, and devoid of emotion. Chu Huaishan's lips moved, but his throat was dry, and he couldn't utter a single word. Explanation is unnecessary. The person on the other end of the phone doesn't care about the truth. The voice continued, Huaishan, times have changed. Your methods are outdated. There was silence on the other end of the phone. That silence is more stressful than a roar. After a long while, the authoritative male voice rang out again, but this time it was filled with weariness. Huaishan, stop now. Chu Huaishan stood frozen in place, his mind blank. The other side is capable of stirring up such a huge storm, which is something your old methods can't handle. Times have changed. The voice on the phone was devoid of emotion, yet every word pierced his heart. He's not trying to sabotage your business, he's trying to build a platform for you. Set up a stage? Chu Huaishan muttered to himself, unable to understand. He dumped the shares to trick you into giving him your chips. Now he's rallied the price and even created hype for you, attracting attention from the entire market. You shouldn't argue with him now. The voice paused for a moment, then delivered its final verdict. Riding this wave, solidify the positive news. Push the stock price sky high, the higher the better. Then, find a good buyer and sell the entire Chujiang group. Cash out and leave, live out your old age in peace. This is the best ending for you. Sell the company. These 4 words dealt a heavy blow to Chu Huaishan. He has dominated Yunqing for decades, growing from a small workshop into a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. Chujiang was his life. Now, you want him to sell it himself? I'm not reconciled. He finally managed to squeeze out a few words, his jaw trembling. I've fought my whole life, I can't just be forced out like this without any explanation. A soft sigh came from the other end of the phone. Huaishan, you have no other choice. Your family's wealth is nothing compared to his. In the study, Lu Yan looked at the still struggling board on the screen and smiled. The old fox is still weighing his options. Unfortunately, he never gives people time to hesitate. Lu Yan leaned back in his chair and put his hands behind his head. He took a deep breath and stretched his neck and fingers. The time to witness a miracle has come. The next second, his fingers flew back and forth across the mouse and keyboard at an extremely fast speed. On the trading screen of Chujiang Company, Limited, a strong buying force intervened when the price was hovering around 15%. The transaction numbers at the top buy and sell positions fluctuated wildly. Lu Yan began placing high-priced orders in batches to buy up shares, and he frantically swept up the sell orders that appeared on the trading screen. His purpose was clear: to attract the attention of other major players, speculative funds, and private equity firms in the market with this assertive stance, and to entice them to follow suit and enter the market. At the same time, he also needs to retain enough funds to ensure that the price can be locked at the daily limit, so as to prevent some major players and speculative funds from causing trouble for him. With 10 billion in operating funds and the original 2 billion in stocks, after a day of maneuvering, 5.3 billion is now available. Yunqing, Haidong's top-tier private equity trading hall. Fund manager Li Xingang instructed his team to monitor the situation closely and refrain from making any rash moves. "Boss, something's wrong." A trader's exclamation broke the silence. Li Xin suddenly looked up. On the big screen, Chujiang shares is rising at an astonishing speed. "Who is this? Who's going on a shopping spree?" Li Sen's voice changed. "We can't find anything. There are over 200 payment slots across the country. All of them are super large orders. This is insane. They're trying to walk off the ground." Li Sen instantly realized that the morning's events were a trap, and this was the real killing move. "Buy," he roared into the microphone, "use all the reserve funds. Rob as much as you can." However, it was too late. The moment he gave the order, the intraday stock price chart spiked vertically. From 10% underwater, break through the zero axis, break through 5%, break through 10%. Finally, under everyone's stunned gaze, it firmly hit the daily limit up 20%. A long red bullish candlestick line runs through the entire intraday chart, floor to ceiling. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. Li Sen slumped into his chair in despair. Millions of buy orders were placed instantly on the limit up board, and he missed all opportunities. Holy crap! Who the hell did this? My order was just 1/10 of a second away. Just 1/10 of a second away. Inside the trading hall, the sounds of keyboard smashing and cursing rose and fell. The same scene played out in countless online groups of major speculative investors across the country. Who the hell has inside information and isn't sharing it? I put up 50 million, but I didn't buy a single share. I'm impressed. Is this bookmaker a god? The funds, the scale. This is the most amazing battle of the year, bar none. Countless retail investors who hesitated at the limit down price or cut their losses and ran away are now slapping themselves hard in front of their screens. Unlike the widespread lamentation outside, the two groups, Rinxin family and Haobeo core team, are completely buzzing with excitement. It hit the daily limit. It really hit the daily limit. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! 40 centimeters. I have an extra 400,000 in my account. That's a year's salary. Wah, Chairman Lu, you're like my own father. I love you to death. I just opened a new account and bought Chujiang Pharmaceutical, and I've already made 20%. 20%! Wang Buoluan stared at the glaring number in his stock account, so excited he could hardly breathe. His 2 million turned into 2,800,000 in a single day. His wife called again, and this time, her voice was unusually gentle. "Honey, what do you want to eat tonight? Honey, can I treat you to a big chicken leg?" In the president's office of Haobeo Pharmaceutical, Zhang Chengdong lit a cigar, looked at the screen full of Chairman is awesome in the executive group, and exhaled a smoke ring. Following Chairman Lu is just that simple, unpretentious, and boring. Just as the frenzied atmosphere reached its peak, Lu Yan's message popped up. Stay calm. Remember to do your job well and don't make any mistakes. One sentence instantly silenced the boiling group chat. Everyone immediately became serious. Received. Mission accomplished. Don't worry, Chairman Lu. There will be absolutely no mistakes. The atmosphere in the group instantly shifted from that of enthusiastic stock market investors to that of serious medical staff and senior executives. Lu Yan watched all this and then closed the chat software. On his computer screen, his personal account quietly displayed today's profit rate. Profitability, 33.47%. With a principal of nearly 10 billion yuan, there are still more than 3 billion yuan locked at the daily limit up price. He stretched and got up to go check on Zhang Yueshue. The Chu family manor. The study was deathly silent. Chu Huaishan was still in the position of answering the phone, but the call had already been disconnected. His eyes were fixed on the 20% daily limit up figure on the screen. The red numbers were more glaring and humiliating to him than the falling green. He lost. They suffered a crushing defeat. He personally delivered all his chips to his opponent at the lowest possible price. Then he watched helplessly as his opponent used those chips to nail him to the pillar of shame. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses and several traders stood aside, barely daring to breathe. Finally, Chu Huaishan let out a long sigh and slumped down. He issued the most humiliating order of his life. From now on. He paused, then said, all of you, switch to becoming financial self-media creators. Use whatever methods you have to leverage their influence to drive the group's stock price sky high. The traders looked at their boss and exchanged bewildered glances. After issuing the order, Chu Huaishan turned on his phone, and the screen was filled with congratulatory messages from various capital firms. Everyone is praising his amazing move. Those investors all believed that all of this was Chu Huaishan's doing. A bitter smile appeared on Chu Huaishan's face. But then, his eyes turned cruel as he looked at the congratulatory messages from the business tycoons. He replied to each person's congratulations and suggested that to celebrate today's great victory, he would travel to Shanghai that evening to host a banquet and invite everyone to join in the festivities. The A-share market closed at 3 p.m. He went downstairs to find Zhang Yueshue and went to be all lovey-dovey with her, thinking about how he had promised to take his wife shopping. Lu Yan then prepared to wash up and take his wife out. Then my father-in-law, Zhang Zhendong, called. Lu Yan. His father-in-law's tone was unfriendly. Don't you owe me an explanation? Explain what? You're making money with Dean Wang and the others, and you didn't even call me? Chapter 40. You want me, a guy over 1.8 meters tall, to wear little yellow duck underwear? You're making money with Dean Wang and the others, and you didn't even call me? Zhang Zhendong's questioning carried annoyance at being ignored, and there was a hint of sourness in his words. Lu Yan shook his head and smiled bitterly. He took the phone back and asked slowly, Dad, I have something to ask you. What's up? Do you have money? Lu Yan asked deliberately. How much readily available cash do you have in your account right now? There was silence on the other end of the phone. Zhang Zhendong was speechless at this question. Money? Of course he's rich. His shares in the Zhang Group and real estate add up to an astronomical figure. However, when it comes to readily available cash to inject into the stock market, especially given that the Chu family has blocked his access to credit, he really doesn't have much to offer. Zhang Zhendong hesitated for a long time, unable to utter a single word. Dad, see, that settles it. Lu Yan's voice remained calm. I can't possibly let you sell your retirement home to speculate on stocks, can I? Besides, this time the risk is high. You can stay home with Mom, take care of your flowers, and live a peaceful life. That's better than anything else. This statement both offered a way out and pointed out the truth. You have money, but you don't have cash. Zhang Zhendong sighed deeply, and his last bit of resentment dissipated. No. He uttered 3 dry words and hung up the phone. Lu Yan put down his phone, watched Zhang Yueshue finish the last bite of the orange, and took a tissue to wipe her mouth. All done? Zhang Yueshue asked, blinking. All done. Lu Yan flicked her nose. Come on, wash up, I'll take you out for a walk. Where to? I'll buy you things, and make up for all the things we didn't buy before, all at once. Zhang Yueshue's eyes lit up. The two did not drive. Lu Yan hailed a taxi on the roadside. Go to Waterfa Shopping Plaza. Upon hearing this, the driver glanced at them a couple more times through the rearview mirror, probably thinking it was a bit strange for people to take a taxi to such a high-end shopping mall. The car drove smoothly on the road. Zhang Yueshue leaned on Lu Yan's shoulder, watching the street scene rushing past outside the window, a smile always on her lips. Upon arriving at the mall, she immediately perked up and dragged Lu Yan straight to the home furnishings section on the 5th floor. There aren't many people here, the environment is elegant, and they sell imported high-end brands. Let's buy slippers first. Zhang Yueshue announced enthusiastically. She quickly picked out a pair of dark blue men's cotton slippers, which were soft to the touch and had a simple design. How about this? She asked, holding it up in front of Lu Yen. That's good. Lu Yen nodded. I think it's nice too, Jiang Yueshue said, putting the slippers into the shopping cart. But after taking only 2 steps, she suddenly stopped and stared intently at the other end of the shelf. Lu Yen followed her gaze. They were pink slippers with 2 fluffy rabbits with long, upright ears on the surface. Lu Yan's temple throbbed. Jiang Yueshue walked over quickly, picked up the pair of pink rabbit slippers, then ran back and, without saying a word, took the pair of dark blue slippers out of the shopping cart and put them back in their place. Then, she shoved the pink bunny slippers into Lu Yan's arms. Honey, I think this suits you better. Her eyes shone as she looked at him expectantly. Lu Yan looked down at the pair of pink slippers with 2 silly rabbits on them in his arms and fell silent. A tall man, over 1.8 meters, wearing this. He imagined the scene, but dared not think about it any further. Honey, isn't this? Don't you like it? Jiang Yueshue's lips turned down slightly, and her eyes immediately looked aggrieved. I like it. Lu Yan immediately changed his tune, putting the rabbit slippers into the shopping cart without changing his expression. I especially like it. The design is novel, the color scheme is bold, and it has great taste. Jiang Yueshue immediately laughed. Next, the items in the shopping cart started to increase in a strange way. The couple's pajamas, hers has a cute cartoon pattern, and his is the same style in men's size. She picked out the pink and blue toothbrushes, then designated the pink one for Lu Yan. The couple's towels are printed with the words husband and wife. Lu Yan's husband towel also has a small red flower embroidered next to it. Finally, Jiang Yueshue led him to the most private area. She picked up 2 beautifully packaged sets of men's underwear and began to compare them seriously. One set has a little yellow duck printed on it, and the other set has SpongeBob SquarePants printed on it. Lu Yan tried to struggle. Wife, this. Shoe. Jiang Yueshue gestured for him to be quiet, then decisively threw both sets into the shopping cart. I'll take them both, and we can wear them interchangeably. Lu Yan completely gave up resisting. He silently pushed the shopping cart filled with pink items, bunnies, rubber ducks, and SpongeBob SquarePants, following behind his contented wife. As long as she's happy, he'd accept anything, even wearing pink bunny slippers or having a Teletubby on his head. When it was time to pay, the cashier glanced at the items in the car, then at Lu Yan's expressionless face, and gave him a sympathetic look. Sir, the total is 53,680 yuan. Swipe your card. Lu Yan handed over the black card, entered the PIN, and signed it, all in one smooth motion. The moment the payment success notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered the sweet daily life of couples quest. Buying his wife items she likes. The host's pampering of his wife has reached its peak. The system highly praises this behavior. Detected that the host spent 53,680 yuan on his wife, successfully unlocking a special reward, Love Cashback. Reward, get 10 times your purchase amount back. Cashback amount, 536,800 yuan has been credited to your account. Please check. Lu Yan paused for a moment, holding the shopping receipt. He looked at the incoming bank transfer notification that had just popped up on his mobile banking app, and a thought popped into his mind. It turns out that spending money on your wife is the fastest way to make money. This rate of return on investment surpasses that of all other financial products on the market. He picked up several large shopping bags and took Jiang Yueshue's hand with his other hand. Let's go and see some other things. You're still buying? Jiang Yueshue asked, somewhat surprised. Buy it. Lu Yan's answer was decisive. We must buy it. The two walked out of the home furnishing store, and Jiang Yueshue happily looked through the spoils in her shopping bag, a happy smile on her face. Lu Yan looked at her, pondering what he should take her shopping for next time. Buy a car? Buy a house? Or just buy an island? Just then, Jiang Yueshue suddenly stopped. She turned around to face Lu Yan, her smile slowly fading as her expression turned serious. She held up the shopping bag containing the pink bunny slippers. Honey, she said softly, there is something I haven't told you yet. Chapter 41. My wife wants snacks, I have to arrange it. There's something I've been keeping from you. Jiang Yueshue hesitated, and Lu Yan's heart skipped a beat. Her expression was very serious, and her solemn demeanor made countless possibilities flash through Lu Yan's mind. What is she trying to say? Was there a problem with her prenatal checkup? Or has something else happened in her family? An even worse thought flashed through his mind, but he quickly shook it off. Husband, Jiang Yueshua's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable solemnity. Lu Yan held his breath, his heart clenching. Last night and this morning, I secretly ate potato chips when you weren't looking. After she finished speaking, she added another sentence. Also, spicy strips and a small cup of iced cola. Lu Yan. He stood there, stunned, his mind blank for 3 seconds. That's it? He looked at Jiang Yueshua, who looked like she had done something wrong and was waiting for judgment. Her clear eyes were filled with anxiety, and she regarded stealing snacks as a terrible crime. His tense nerves instantly relaxed, and the chaotic thoughts that had just crossed his mind seemed absurd and laughable. Puff. Lu Yan finally couldn't help but chuckle softly, and then the laughter grew louder and louder, his shoulders shaking. You're still laughing. Jiang Yueshua's cheeks flushed red, both angry and anxious. She punched him in the chest with her little fist. I'm serious. The book says pregnant women shouldn't eat junk food, it's bad for the baby. But I just can't help it. Her voice grew softer and softer as she spoke. I'm worried that my babies won't be smart or good looking in the future. Silly girl. Lu Yan stopped laughing, pulled her into his arms, and ruffled her hair, his actions full of doting and tenderness. His seemingly aloof and cold CEO wife, in front of outsiders, secretly lives in fear of sneaking snacks. Why didn't you tell me you wanted to eat it? Lu Yan asked softly. I'm afraid you'll scold me, Jiang Yueshua said sullenly, burying her face in his chest. How could I scold you? Lu Yan cupped her face and looked earnestly into her eyes. When my wife wants to eat, it's a huge deal. The snacks sold outside are unhealthy and have all sorts of additives, so we don't eat them. He paused, then flicked her nose. But your husband can do it. Jiang Yueshua's eyes lit up. You can make snacks? Of course. Lu Yan was bursting with confidence. If you want to eat potato chips, I'll make you non-fried baked potato chips, sprinkled with sea salt and rosemary. If you want spicy strips, I'll make you a secret sauce using bean curd sheets. If you want a Coke, I'll squeeze some fresh juice for you and make it into sparkling water. Guaranteed to taste better than what you buy outside, and absolutely healthy, plus plenty. Ding! The host has successfully appeased his wife and promised to make her some delicious snacks. The all-powerful aura of a stay-at-home dad shines once again. Reward: 1 Heart of the Chef Meal Kit. Note: using this cooking kit allows the user to automatically achieve perfection when preparing any dish, with impeccable ingredient processing, heat control, and seasoning ratios. Making every dish a work of art. Jiang Yueshua's mouth was practically watering as she listened to Lu Yan's description. She nodded vigorously, her eyes full of admiration. Okay. Let's go buy it now. Yes, Your Majesty. Lu Yan gave a gentlemanly bow, then took her hand. Let us go, let us raid the supermarket. I made so much money in the stock market today, I have to reward the biggest contributor. A romantic candlelight dinner should also be planned. The two returned to the boutique supermarket on the basement level of the mall. This time, Lu Yan had a clear goal. Pushing the largest shopping cart, he headed straight for the food ingredients section. 2 pieces of top-grade Wagyu beef, please, to make Wellington steak. The most lively lobster from Australia, I'll make lobster gratin with cheese. A dozen French oysters, please. And this too, Italian black truffles, Russian caviar. As Lu Yan read out each item, the supermarket sales assistant would respectfully take it down and carefully place it into the shopping cart. Jiang Yueshua followed beside him, watching the shopping cart fill up with more and more items, and whispered a reminder, Honey, this is too much, we can't finish it all. If we can't finish it, we'll leave it. A candlelight dinner should be a bit more elaborate. Lu Yan waved his hand and pointed to the other side. Give us a box of each of those fresh fruits over there. There are also nuts, various beans, flour, butter, these are all for you to make snacks. Half an hour later, the two stood in front of the checkout counter, looking at the 3 shopping carts piled up like a small mountain, both feeling somewhat troubled. How do I take this back? Jiang Yueshua looked at Lu Yan, and Lu Yan looked at the mountain of spoils. A miscalculation. Lu Yan stroked his chin. He took out his phone and made a call. Hello, Director Lin. A capable female voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Lu, hello, what can I do for you? Lin Xiaoya, Customer Service Director of Waterfa Shopping Plaza. I'm at the supermarket in the mall, Lu Yan said succinctly. Bring 10 security guards over, the tallest and strongest ones. Lin Xiaoya on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment. Chairman Lu, are you in trouble? No. Lu Yan glanced at Jiang Yueshua beside him and the 3 carts of things. My wife and I were shopping. We bought too much stuff and couldn't carry it all. Lin Xiaoya. She suspected she was hallucinating. A billionaire boss took his wife to the supermarket, and because they bought too much stuff, they had to call 10 security guards to help carry it. Okay, Mr. Lu, I'll be right there. Lin Xiaoya didn't dare to ask any more questions and immediately went to make arrangements after hanging up the phone. 5 minutes later. The customers in the supermarket all stopped and watched the scene before them with curiosity. A woman in a business suit, exuding a capable air, was leading 10 security guards, all over 1.85 meters tall and dressed in black uniforms, in an orderly line, briskly toward the cashier area. The group stopped in front of the cashier. Lin Xiaoya, who was in the lead, bowed 90 degrees to a young man pushing a shopping cart. Chairman Lu, the person has been brought. The 10 security guards saluted in unison, their voices loud and their movements perfectly synchronized. Hello, Mr. Lu. Hello, madam. The surrounding customers and cashiers were all dumbfounded. Lu Yan calmly nodded and pointed to the dozens of shopping bags. Sort them. Yes. 10 strong men immediately stepped forward, working in pairs, and carefully picked up the shopping bags, their cautious movements showing even more care than if they were handling precious cultural relics. Director Lin, could you please arrange a few more cars to take my wife and me home? Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Then, an even stranger scene unfolded in the mall. Lu Yan leisurely held Jiang Yueshua's hand and walked slowly ahead. Lin Xiaoya followed half a step behind them, respectfully reporting on the mall's recent operations. Behind them were 10 tall and imposing security guards, carrying shopping bags of various sizes, lined up in 2 rows, marching in neat steps, closely following behind. Wherever he went, everyone automatically made way for him, casting complex glances of curiosity, shock, and envy. My goodness, is this the heir of some family making a royal procession? This is quite a grand affair. What do you know? This is called life. What we did was just surviving. Jiang Yueshua was a little embarrassed, her cheeks flushed, and she whispered in Lu Yan's ear, Honey, isn't this a bit too much? Is that an exaggeration? Lu Yan asked innocently. I just asked a few people to help carry things. He is the owner of this shopping mall, so it's perfectly reasonable for him to hire a few employees. At this moment when everyone was watching, Jiang Yueshua suddenly stopped. She held Lu Yan's hand, unconsciously tightening her grip. Lu Yan noticed her unusual behavior and looked in the direction she was looking. Not far away, in front of a luxury store, a young woman dressed in fine clothes and dressed fashionably was walking out arm in arm with a slick-haired man. Lu Yan didn't recognize that woman. But Jiang Yueshua's body visibly stiffened the moment she saw that woman. Chapter 42 My cousin loves to compare herself to others, and my wife is a little unhappy. Jiang Yueshua stopped when she saw the 2 people and instinctively grabbed Lu Yan. She didn't want to go that way, and even wanted to turn around and leave immediately. That woman's name is Sun Feifei, and she is Jiang Yueshua's cousin. Lu Yan didn't recognize the woman, but Jiang Yueshua's instantly stiffened body said it all. The man next to Sun Feifei had his hair slicked back and was decked out in luxury brand logos. Oh my, isn't this Yueshua? What a coincidence. Sun Feifei's voice was high-pitched and thin, filled with exaggerated surprise. She let go of her male companion, walked a few steps to Jiang Yueshua, and her gaze fell directly on Jiang's slightly protruding belly. Such a big thing, why didn't you tell your family? Judging from your appearance, it's been 5 months, hasn't it? Her tone was strange, and her gaze shifted to Lu Yan, sweeping over his unbranded casual jacket with undisguised contempt. Who is this? Jiang Yueshua gripped Lu Yan's hand tightly and introduced him in a low voice, Cousin. This is my husband, Lu Yan. Oh, sir. Sun Feifei drawled, turning back to give the man a charming smile. Darling, come here and meet my cousin and cousin's husband. The man walked slowly over, stood next to Sun Feifei, scrutinized Lu Yan, and then extended a hand wearing a Richard Miller watch. Hello, Zhou Jieqi. Lu Yan did not respond to his actions, but simply shielded Jiang Yueshua even more tightly behind him, looking at her calmly. Zhou Jieqi's hand hung in mid-air, somewhat embarrassed. He snorted and withdrew his hand, saying to Sun Feifei, Feifei, your cousin-in-law is not very polite. Oh dear, don't say that, Sun Feifei said, but her face showed a smug smile. Our Yueshua has high standards. The person she chooses must have something special about him. By the way, Yueshua, are you guys shopping? Juchi just bought me the latest limited edition Chanel item. It's at that store, do you want to go check it out too? She shook the shopping bag in her hand. The double C logo was very eye-catching. Jiang Yueshua ignored him and tugged at Lu Yan's sleeve, saying, let's go home. Don't go. Sun Feifei stepped in front of them, her smile fake. It's rare to run into you. Juchi, didn't you say it's hard to get a membership card here? Why don't you get one for your cousin-in-law? So that he won't be unable to even get in the store later when we go shopping. A membership here? You can't get one if your annual spending isn't 3 million. However, for Feifei's sake, I can talk to the manager and give you a 2% discount. Zhou Juchi was very pleased with the compliments. He took out a black gold card from his wallet and flicked it between his fingers. He looked at Lu Yan with a condescending attitude. Brother, where do you work? Judging from your attire, you don't look like someone who works in the finance industry. Lu Yan finally spoke. He glanced at Zhou Juchi, then at the 10 security guards carrying large and small bags, and asked Jiang Yueshua, wife, do we look like we can't afford anything? Jiang Yueshua was amused by him, but also a little worried, and whispered, don't pay attention to them. No way. Lu Yan said seriously, they're blocking the way because they're being hospitable. Upon hearing this, Sun Feifei burst into laughter. Juchi, did you hear that? My cousin's husband is quite humorous. I wonder if he'll still be laughing when we pay the bill later. Just then, Lin Xiaoya arrived quickly in her high heels. The 10 tall security guards behind her immediately stopped and lined up, exuding an imposing aura. Chairman Lu. Lin Xiaoya ran up to Lu Yan and bowed at a 90-degree angle, her posture extremely respectful. Hello, Chairman Lu. Hello, madam. 10 security guards saluted in unison, their loud voices drawing the attention of everyone on the floor. The smiles on Sun Feifei and Zhou Juchi's faces froze instantly. Chairman Lu? Which Chairman Lu? Zhou Juchi's mind went blank. He knew all the important people in Yunqing with the surname Lu, but none of them were as young as the number one person in front of him. Lu Yan didn't even look at them, only nodded to Lin Xiaoya. Is the car arranged? It's all arranged. Your private parking space, 3 Mercedes-Benz S-Class cars, are ready to go at any time. Lin Xiaoya answered respectfully, then stepped aside to make way. Lu Yan, holding Jiang Yueshua's hand, walked past Sun Feifei and Zhou Juchi, who were standing there in a daze, without giving them a second glance. The 10 security guards, carrying shopping bags, followed closely behind in orderly steps. Sun Feifei didn't come to her senses until Lu Yan and his group disappeared from the elevator entrance. She grabbed Zhou Juchi's arm, her voice trembling. Juchi, what does that mean? Chairman Lu? Zhou Juchi's face turned pale, but he forced himself to say, pretentious. Who knows which company's department manager he is? The boss of Waterfar is surnamed Wang. When did it become someone surnamed Lu's place to point fingers here? He said that, but his evasive eyes betrayed his guilty conscience. The pomp and circumstance, the genuine reverence shown by executives and security personnel, are something an ordinary manager could never achieve. Sun Feifei's face was burning. She had just been showing off her limited edition bag, but her shopping at the supermarket had directly alarmed the entire mall's top management. She grew angrier the more she thought about it, so she took out her phone and made a call. Hello? Grandma. Her voice immediately trembled with tears. I saw Yueshua. She went too far. She found a man and got pregnant before they even got married. That man was dressed in rags, yet he dared to act all high and mighty in front of me and Juchi. You didn't see it, Yueshua is now infatuated with that wild man, she doesn't even recognize me, her cousin. Grandma, isn't this your birthday party this weekend? You absolutely have to stand up for me. She's made the Qin family lose all face. A loving yet authoritative voice came from the other end of the phone. Feifei, be good, don't cry. Come over this weekend, and Grandma will help you discipline her. After hanging up the phone, Sun Feifei's face broke into a cold smile again. Lu Yan? Chairman Lu? I'd like to see if you can still be so imposing at Grandma's birthday banquet. On the way back, the Mercedes convoy drove smoothly. Jiang Yueshua leaned against the window, looking somewhat downcast. Lu Yan pulled her into his arms. Are you unhappy? No, she answered in a muffled voice. Because of your cousin? Jiang Yueshua was silent for a while before whispering, I just find it really boring. From childhood to adulthood, she's always liked to compare herself to me, to compare grades, to compare how much the elders like her, and now she's comparing these things again. Then she's doomed. Lu Yan pinched her cheek. Is the man she found as handsome as me? Jiang Yueshue was amused by him and punched him lightly. You're being inappropriate. Will he make you non-fried potato chips and secret recipe spicy strips? Jiang Yueshue shook her head. Does he love you as much as I do? Jiang Yueshue shook her head again. I'd be beneath myself to argue with a gold digger, honey. What do you think? Jiang Yueshue raised her head and looked into Lu Yan's serious eyes, and her displeasure completely dissipated. She leaned in and kissed him on the lips. I also feel it's beneath me. Ding. The host has successfully resolved his wife's negative emotions and comforted her with love. Reward, God-level painting mastery. Note, the host gains the ability to capture the beauty of the world with a paintbrush. Hint, creating a set of pregnancy commemorative photos for your pregnant wife will trigger a special reward. Lu Yan raised an eyebrow. God-level painting? This is a great skill. I can draw picture books for children myself in the future. Before he could think about it, his phone rang. An unfamiliar number, originating from Beijing. Lu Yan walked to the study, closed the door, and pressed the answer button. There was silence on the other end of the phone. 3 seconds later, a dignified and steady male voice rang out. Lu Yan? It's me. Who I am is not important, the voice continued. Sell all the Chujiang shares you own. Immediately. Chapter 43 Michelin Night, a master chef takes the stage to open your stomach. Immediately. The authoritative male voice on the other end of the phone spoke in a commanding tone. Lu Yan took the phone away from his ear, glanced at the unfamiliar number from Beijing on the screen, and uttered 2 words softly. Idiot. He hung up the phone immediately. Less than 3 seconds later, the number called again. Lu Yan didn't even look at it, he simply dragged the number into the blacklist with his finger across the screen. The world is peaceful now. Jiang Yueshue remained nestled in his arms, feeling his body stiffen momentarily and then relax. She looked up, her eyes filled with worry. What's wrong? Lu Yan lowered his head and gently ruffled her soft hair. His previous coldness vanished, replaced by a doting expression. He said in a relaxed tone, It's nothing, he's just an insurance salesman with a Beijing accent, trying to get me to buy financial products. Jiang Yueshue didn't believe it, but didn't press the matter. She looked into Lu Yan's eyes, and Lu Yan was looking into her eyes as well, his gaze warm and firm. With me here, nothing will happen. He held her even tighter in his arms, and that feeling of security was transmitted through their pressed chests. Jiang Yueshue buried her face in his chest and hummed softly. That's the feeling. Just a few days ago, she was that female CEO who was at a loss looking at the ultrasound report late at night. The pressure from the company, her family, and the 4 unexpected babies in her belly all weighed on her shoulders. Now, this man has entered her life, shielding her from all the storms in an almost domineering way. She no longer needs to worry about the company's cash flow, pay attention to the Chu family's conspiracies, or even worry about the children's future. He arranged everything perfectly. Jiang Yueshue suddenly felt very fortunate that she had put aside her pride and found this man with that paternity test report. The convoy drove smoothly back to Bailing Villa. Lu Yan carefully protected her throughout the entire process, and when they got out of the car, his hand remained behind her waist. Because she was carrying quadruplets and was getting enough nutrition, Jiang Yueshue's belly was already quite noticeably protruding at just over 3 months of pregnancy, making her look about the same size as a typical pregnant woman who was 5 or 6 months along. Aunt Lee was already waiting at the door, and her face lit up with a smile when she saw the 2 of them return. Miss, sir, you're back. The things have all been delivered and put away. Lu Yan helped Jiang Yueshue sit down on the soft sofa in the living room, then turned to Aunt Lee and said, Aunt Lee, could you please prepare a basin for soaking your feet? After saying that, he went into the kitchen first. A short while later, he came out carrying a wooden basin filled with warm water, which emitted a refreshing herbal fragrance. He squatted down and personally tested the water temperature before placing the basin at Jiang Yueshue's feet. Honey, you must be tired after shopping all afternoon. Let's soak our feet to relax. Jiang Yueshue felt a sweet warmth in her heart and obediently put her feet into the water, the warmth dispelling her fatigue. Lu Yan then said to Aunt Lee, who was standing nearby, Aunt Lee, please be gentle and massage Mrs. Feet and calves. Okay, sure. Don't worry, son-in-law, I understand. Adley smiled and moved a small stool over to sit down, then began to massage Jiang Yueshua's feet. Seeing Jiang Yueshua comfortably squint her eyes, Lu Yan stood up with satisfaction, rolled up his sleeves, and walked into the kitchen. The top quality ingredients bought from the supermarket are lying quietly on the kitchen counter. Australian lobster, Japanese wagyu beef, French oysters, Italian black truffles. When Lu Yan's fingers touched the A5 grade wagyu beef, a voice rang in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host is about to cook a top-notch candlelight dinner for his beloved wife. The heart of the chef cooking pack effect has been fully activated. His doting on his wife has reached new heights. Hidden mission unlocked, Michelin Night. Task requirements: prepare a dinner that your wife will never forget and earn her a perfect score. Task rewards: 1 random skill upgrade card, 10 million wealth points. Lu Yan paused for a moment. There was also an unexpected surprise. He picked up the kitchen knife, and his advanced culinary skills were fully activated, making the complex cooking steps crystal clear in his mind. The blade fell, precisely slicing open the lobster's back shell. The wagyu beef sizzled on the hot plate, and a fragrant aroma began to fill the air. His movements as he handled the ingredients were fluid and rhythmic. The rich aroma quickly wafted out of the kitchen and filled the entire living room. Jiang Yueshue, who was enjoying a massage, couldn't help but sniffle. She opened her eyes and looked at the busy figure in the kitchen with a gentle gaze. An hour later, a sumptuous dinner was served. Golden Wellington steak, baked lobster topped with cheese, creamy mushroom soup garnished with black truffles, and several delicate side dishes. Looking at the setup and then at the candlesticks and red wine on the dining table, Adley immediately understood. She wiped her hands, smiled, and walked over, saying, "Miss, sir, I suddenly remembered I have an appointment to go square dancing, so I have to go out for a bit. Please enjoy your meal, don't wait for me." After saying that, she winked at Lu Yan secretly, then quickly changed her shoes and went out. In the huge villa, only Lu Yan and Jiang Yueshua remained. The lighting was warm, and the air was filled with the aroma of food. Lu Yan gentlemanly pulled out a chair for Jiang Yueshua, helped her sit down, and carefully laid out a napkin for her. "Wait a minute," he smiled mysteriously, "there's just one last step." He took out a silver candlestick from the sideboard, inserted 2 slender white candles, and placed it in the center of the dining table. He took out a metal lighter and held it up to one of the candles. With a soft click, a small flame leaped on the top of the lighter. The orange firelight illuminated his focused profile. Just as he was about to light the candle. Ring, ring, ring. A sudden, urgent cell phone ring broke the cozy atmosphere of the room. The ringtone came from Jiang Yueshua's cell phone, which was on the dining table. The screen lit up, displaying 2 words. Mom. Jiang Yueshua's smile froze at that moment. She frowned, revealing impatience and resistance, but did not reach for her phone. Lu Yan stopped moving, the lighter flame burning on his fingertip, only 1 centimeter away from the candle wick. He looked at Jiang Yueshua, somewhat puzzled. "Why aren't you answering?" Jiang Yueshua's gaze flickered. She stared at the constantly vibrating phone, pursed her lips, and whispered 3 words. "I don't want to answer." Chapter 44: Birthday Party? "If you're not happy with the food, I'll flip your table." "I don't want to answer." Jiang Yueshua stared at the phone vibrating on the dining table, her lips pressed into a straight line, and uttered 3 words. Lu Yan stopped moving. The metal lighter between his fingers snapped shut with a click. The flame of the candle, which was about to be lit, went out. He didn't ask any further questions, but simply put the lighter back on the table quietly. Then he reached out and covered Jiang Yueshua's constantly vibrating phone with his hand. The phone fell silent in his palm. "What's wrong?" Lu Yan asked softly. Jiang Yueshua looked up from her phone and at him. The light in her eyes dimmed, revealing weariness and resistance. "It's my mom," she said softly. Lu Yan nodded. "Why don't you want to accept?" Jiang Yueshua fell silent. She picked up her chopsticks and unconsciously poked at the rice in her bowl. After a long while, she finally spoke in a muffled voice. "The woman we met at the mall today, Sun Feifei, is my cousin." Lu Yan responded, patiently waiting for her to continue. "My maternal grandmother had 2 daughters. My mother was the eldest, and Sun Feifei's mother was my second aunt. From a young age, my grandmother favored my second aunt's family." Jiang Yueshua's narration was very plain, but the grievance in her tone could not be hidden. "Because my second aunt married better than my mother. She married into a well-known and scholarly family in Yuncheng. My father, on the other hand, was just a traveling peddler. So, my maternal grandmother always felt that my mother had made a bad marriage, and she always looked down on our family. Lu Yan listened quietly. He picked up the serving chopsticks, took a piece of peeled lobster meat, and put it into Zhang Yueshua's bowl. Sun Feifei has always liked to compete with me since she was little, whether it was grades, new clothes, or who could please her grandmother more. She saw us at the mall today and found out I'm pregnant, so she must have gone to tell my grandma right away. Zhang Yueshue gave a self-deprecating laugh as she said this. We haven't even had our wedding banquet yet. She'll definitely exaggerate and say that I got pregnant before marriage, that you're dressed plainly and are an incompetent man who has disgraced the Chen family. This weekend is my grandmother's 70th birthday. She finally got to the point. My mom is calling now, and it's definitely about this. Either she is going to interrogate me, or she is ordering me to take you back this weekend to give grandma and the Qian family an explanation. Seeing her frustrated and helpless expression, Lu Yan asked, So, you don't want to go? Zhang Yueshue raised her head, her eyes filled with pleading and uncertainty. I don't want to face those people's faces, I don't want to listen to their sarcastic remarks. But, after all, it's grandma's birthday. She was conflicted. Not going would be unfilial. Going there would only mean getting bullied. Who said we're going there to be bullied? Lu Yan suddenly spoke up. Zhang Yueshue was stunned. What else? We're going to eat, Lu Yan replied matter-of-factly. Have a meal? Yes. Lu Yan picked up his knife and fork, slowly cutting the Wellington steak in front of him, and then offered a small piece to Zhang Yueshue's mouth. Open your mouth. Zhang Yueshue subconsciously opened her mouth and ate the piece of beef. The outer crust is crispy, the inside is juicy, and the aroma of black truffle explodes in your mouth. Is it good? Lu Yan asked. Zhang Yueshue nodded vigorously. That's right, Lu Yan continued. Grandma's birthday banquet will definitely have a lot of dishes. Let us just treat it as a free meal. Think about it, when we get there, we'll sit down and eat. If the food is good, we can eat more. If it's not, we can just treat it as something new. As for those people, Lu Yan's lips curled into a smile. If they say nice things, we'll just smile. If they say unpleasant things, we'll just pretend we didn't hear them. If someone insists on coming up to you and making you unhappy. He paused, looked into Zhang Yueshue's eyes, and said, word by word, wife, just stand up. I'll take you home. Don't give anyone face. Nothing is more important than my wife's and the 4 babies in her belly. It's just a meal. If we don't enjoy it, we can just stop eating, right? Zhang Yueshue stared at him blankly. Those family obligations and face-saving issues that had troubled her for years became so simple in his words. It was just a meal. Eat when you're happy, leave when you're not. At that moment, her tense nerves completely relaxed. Put. She couldn't help but laugh, and the laughter grew louder and louder, sweeping away all the vexation in her heart. Why do you have so many reasons? Tears welled up in her eyes from laughing. This isn't fallacy, it's a philosophy of life, Lu Yan corrected her earnestly. Eating other people's food makes them envious. Zhang Yueshue was so amused by him that she doubled over with laughter. She picked up the phone on the table and, without hesitation, dialed her mother back. The call was answered quickly. Hello, Mom. Yueshue, why did it take you so long to return my call? You. The mother's slightly anxious complaint came from the other end of the phone. Mom, I was eating just now, Zhang Yueshue interrupted her. I understand about Grandma's birthday. We'll go there on time this weekend. Her answer was concise and to the point, giving the other party no chance to interrogate or lecture her. Zhang's mother on the other end of the phone was clearly stunned for a moment, and all the prepared explanations stuck in her throat. Oh, okay, then, remember to dress presentably, and don't make the gift you prepare for your grandmother too shabby. Okay, Mom. I'll hang up now if there's nothing else, the food's getting cold. After saying that, Zhang Yueshue hung up the phone. She put her phone aside, picked up her chopsticks, and took the piece of shrimp that Lu Yan had just peeled for her, feeling completely relaxed. Okay, all done. She winked at Lu Yan. Lu Yan smiled and poured her a glass of warm water. Come, Your Majesty, let's eat. That forgotten candle was never lit. The two chatted and ate their meal. From today's astonishing stock market reversal from limit down to limit up, to what kind of steamed buns we want to eat tomorrow morning. They started talking about Sun Feifei's seemingly unreliable male companion, and then moved on to the few fluffy rabbit slippers at home. Jiang Yueshua became noticeably more talkative, her eyes and brows full of smiles. Lu Yan would occasionally tell a joke or precisely place her favorite dishes into her bowl. After finishing her meal, Jiang Yueshua leaned back in her chair contentedly, rubbing her stomach. "Honey, I've noticed," she said earnestly, "that I seem to have an increased appetite since I started being with you. Being able to eat is a blessing." Lu Yan was clearing away the dishes. "You're eating for one person now, but 5 people are eating to make up for it, so you have to eat more." Just then, Lu Yan's phone, which was on the dining table, lit up briefly. "This is a new message." It came from an unknown number that wasn't stored. Lu Yan hadn't paid any attention at first, but when he caught a glimpse of the text out of the corner of his eye, he stopped. The message was very short, just one sentence. "Mr. Liu, Zhu Huaishan will also be attending the Qian family's birthday banquet. Chapter 45. The Queen's Ride must be a mobile fortress. Mr. Liu, Zhu Huaishan will also be attending the Qian family's birthday banquet." The text message was very short, with no salutation and no signature. Lu Yan's movements paused for less than half a second. He stared at the line of text on his phone screen, his eyes calm and unwavering, as if it were just a push notification ad. Jiang Yueshua leaned against him, but she keenly noticed the momentary stiffness in his body. "What's wrong?" she asked softly, looking up. Lu Yan casually locked the screen and placed the phone face down on the sofa, his actions as casual as if he were throwing away an insignificant piece of waste paper. "It's nothing, just a spam text message sent to the wrong number." He lowered his head, his nonchalant smile returning to his face, and reached out to pinch Jiang Yueshua's warm cheek. "What are you thinking about? We've finished eating, isn't it time for dessert?" Jiang Yueshua glanced at him suspiciously. She didn't believe it. But she didn't ask any further questions. It was pointless for her to ask about the things this man didn't want her to know. She pretended not to know anything he didn't want her to worry about. "I want to eat the potato chips you mentioned earlier." Jiang Yueshua followed his words, adjusted her position, snuggled deeper into his arms, and said in a soft, sweet voice. "And spicy strips too," she added, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Yes, Your Majesty." Lu Yan placed a light kiss on her forehead, then got up and went back to the kitchen. He rummaged through his shopping bag and pulled out several large, high-quality potatoes, quickly peeling and slicing them. Each piece is cut to a thickness so precise it's comparable to machine cutting. It's as thin as a cicada's wing and almost transparent. Soak the potato slices in water to wash away excess starch. After draining the water, he carefully spread the thin slices on the baking tray, ensuring that each slice did not overlap. A very thin layer of olive oil was evenly brushed on, giving it a subtle sheen. Finally, pinch freshly ground sea salt and rosemary flakes between your fingertips and sprinkle them lightly. Put it in the oven. Next, he found some dried bean curd sheets, soaked them in warm water to soften them, and began to prepare the sauce. Soy sauce, balsamic vinegar, chili powder, Sichuan peppercorn powder, cumin, sugar. In his hands, more than a dozen seasonings seemed to come alive, blending together in a mysterious proportion. He didn't even use measuring spoons, relying entirely on feel and intuition. That focus and confidence was a visual treat even for Jiang Yueshua, who was just standing at the kitchen door watching. Ding! Detected that the host is personally preparing healthy snacks for his beloved wife, perfectly embodying the doting husband-father's principles. The system highly appreciates your "My Wife is the Best" action plan. Special reward, God-level antique appraisal skills. Note, the host will gain extraordinary insight into all antiques and collectibles, able to distinguish authenticity at a glance and determine their age and value with a single thought. Finding a bargain? For you, it's as instinctive as breathing and drinking water. Lu Yan paused slightly as he stirred the sauce. Antiques appraisal? This skill came at just the right time. Now the birthday gift for my wife's grandmother is settled. He glanced at the little glutton peeking curiously out of the kitchen doorway, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. This is no wife. This is clearly his personal wishing well. 20 minutes later, the first plate of golden and crispy baked potato chips was freshly baked. Lu Yan picked up a piece with his chopsticks, blew on it to warm it up, and offered it to Jiang Yueshua's lips. Jiang Yueshua tentatively bit a corner of the potato chip with her front teeth. Click! The crisp cracking sound was particularly pleasant in the quiet living room. The caramelized aroma of potato chips, the salty freshness of sea salt, and the unique fragrance of rosemary instantly explode on the taste buds. There's no greasiness from deep frying, it only has the original sweetness of potatoes and just the right amount of seasoning. Delicious. John Yu's eyes narrowed into slits with happiness. Slow down, there's still some in the pot. Lu Yan picked up another piece and fed it to her. He looked at her chubby cheeks, like a hamster that had successfully stolen some food, and the softest part of his heart was completely melted. What Chu Huaishan? What threat from the capital? At this moment, everything else becomes insignificant background noise. The world is vast, but my wife's happiness is the most important thing. After we finished the potato chips, spicy strips were served. Every inch of the bean curd skin is soaked in chili oil, coated with fragrant seasonings, and exudes an irresistible aroma. Lu Yan deliberately made it less spicy, focusing more on the complex flavor of the sauce. Zhang Yue's lips were rosy from eating, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She kept breathing heavily, but she just couldn't stop eating. Honey, you should eat too. She picked up a piece and held it to Lu Yan's lips. Lu Yan smiled and opened his mouth to eat it. It tastes good. I really am a genius. Zhang Yue was amused by his self-praise and gave him a coquettish glare. The two of them took turns eating, and quickly finished off a large plate of snacks. After eating and drinking her fill, Zhang Yue leaned back on the sofa contentedly, gently stroking her lower abdomen with her hand. Honey, what do you think? We should prepare for Grandma's birthday, she asked, looking up at her. Don't worry, I'll handle it. I guarantee Grandma will be pleasantly surprised, Lu Yan said confidently. Oh, right, Zhang Yue suddenly remembered something. How are we going to spend the weekend? Take a car there. I mean, our house isn't far from Grandma's, only a 20-minute drive. But we can't exactly drive that Ferrari there, can we? Zhang Yue frowned slightly. The chassis is too low, it would definitely be uncomfortable to sit in, and it would be too flashy. Lu Yan deeply agreed. That Ferrari, as cool as it may be, is practically a mobile torture device to Zhang Yue right now. You're right. Lu Yan slapped his thigh. This car should be replaced. Not just this one, all the sports cars in your garage should be replaced. Change what? Get the most comfortable, safest, and most spacious car. Lu Yan's eyes became extremely serious. You're carrying 4 little babies right now, so travel safety is the top priority. He took out his phone and started searching. A Range Rover? It has plenty of space, but the comfort level is a bit lacking. Bentley Bentayga? It's luxurious enough, but the back seats are still cramped for pregnant women. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan? The top-of-the-line model is alright, but it still feels a bit lacking. What he wanted was not just a simple means of transportation. What he wanted was a mobile space where Zhang Yue and the children could enjoy the safety of a fortress and the comfort of home, even while on the road. Zhang Yue watched him swipe back and forth on his phone screen, seriously comparing the parameters of various car models. His earnest expression made it seem as if he were researching some national key project. Honey, isn't this a bit too much? A regular 7-seater SUV will do. No way. Lu Yan didn't even look up, rejecting the idea decisively. My wife and children must have the best. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and his finger froze on the screen. Got it. He turned his phone screen towards Zhang Yue. On the screen is a giant SUV, all black, with a rugged yet streamlined appearance. Zhang Yue didn't recognize the car logo. But its massive body, powerful design, and the long list of dazzling features listed below the image all proclaim its extraordinary nature. What kind of car is this? Zhang Yue asked curiously. Kaibai, Battle Shield. Lu Yan's lips curled into a smile. A full-size armored SUV, bulletproof. Zhang Yue. Bulletproof? Look at this, Lu Yan said, slid his finger across the screen. The car body is made of thickened steel plates, the glass has a multi-layered bulletproof structure, and the tires are military-grade puncture-proof tires. Even if it gets punctured, it can still run for another 100 kilometers. The interior space is even larger than the Cullinan. The seats are made of top-grade Napa leather and come with full heating, ventilation, and massage functions. The last 2 rows of seats can be folded down to create a double bed. He became more and more excited as he talked. Most importantly, this vehicle weighs 5 tons. When it's on the road, it's like a light tank. Who would dare to ram us? They wouldn't dare even if you gave them the guts. Zhang Yue was completely stunned. It's just buying a car. Is it really necessary to buy an armored vehicle? This man's thought process is definitely different from normal people. Isn't this a bit too much? No exaggeration. Lu Yan's tone left no room for doubt. Safety first, this is the one. He found the sales number for the China region directly on the webpage and dialed it. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone, as if they were stunned by this straightforward way of making the purchase. Sir, the top-of-the-line Battle Shield model is not currently available in China. It needs to be ordered from Europe, and the lead time is approximately. I don't care what methods you use, Lu Yan interrupted them directly. I must see the car in Yunqing by tomorrow afternoon. Money is not a problem. After saying that, he hung up the phone immediately, not giving the other party any chance to speak again. Zhang Yueshue couldn't help but laugh at his domineering manner. This man is sometimes as naive as a child, and at other times, he is so reliable that he puts people at ease. The next afternoon, the two were watching TV in the living room. Lu Yan's phone rang. Hello, sir. I am a sales consultant from Kaibai. The car you ordered has arrived at Yunqing Airport by chartered plane. Could you please provide an address? We'll deliver it to you right away. The voice on the other end of the phone was filled with utmost respect and excitement. Lu Yan gave the address and hung up the phone. Less than an hour. The security guard at the entrance of the villa area called the internal phone, his voice trembling with excitement and nervousness. Mr. Lu. A huge trailer has arrived at the gate, and on it's pulling an armored vehicle like the ones you only see in movies. They said, they're looking for you. Chapter 46 An 18 million yuan car. They said, they're looking for you. The security captain's voice came through the phone line, trembling with excitement. Lu Yan walked to the terrace on the second floor of the villa and looked towards the gate of the manor. At the edge of the road, a huge red flatbed trailer was blocking the imposing European-style carved iron gate of Bailing Villa, extremely conspicuous. On the trailer, a huge outline was completely covered by a thick black tarpaulin. Even through a layer of cloth, that powerful and domineering aura still made one's heart tighten. Let them in, Lu Yan said calmly. A few minutes later, amidst the watchful eyes of all the security guards in the villa area, the giant trailer slowly drove in and precisely stopped in front of the courtyard gate of Villa A01. The driver's side door popped open, and a middle-aged man in a sharp suit with slicked-back hair jumped out of the car with agility. He practically jogged to the villa's door, straightened his tie, and then solemnly rang the doorbell. The door opened. Hello, Mr. Lu. The middle-aged man immediately bowed, adopting an extremely humble posture. I am Wang Hao, the sales director of Kaibai China region. We have delivered your car to you. Lu Yan opened the door, and Wang Hao handed him a file folder and a car key with a mechanical design. Mr. Lu, this is the purchase contract and all vehicle documents. The full payment of 18.8 million has been confirmed. Thank you very much for your patronage. Fine beads of sweat even appeared on his forehead. He initially thought yesterday's phone call was a prank by some clueless colleague. It wasn't until he used his access to trace the number and found Haobeo Pharmaceutical, Rinxin Hospital, and that series of alarming business maneuvers that he realized he had almost offended a true god. He immediately used all his connections to coordinate a top-of-the-line car that had just rolled off the production line from the European headquarters overnight, and chartered an An-124 strategic transport aircraft at any cost to airlift it directly from Germany to Yuncheng. The exorbitant shipping cost alone would be enough to make any company's CFO resign on the spot. But it was all worth it. The big shots who can buy cars this way, once you can get in touch with them, the future rewards are immeasurable. Thank you for your hard work. Lu Yan took the document, glanced at it, and casually handed it to Zhang Yueshue beside him. Zhang Yueshue's gaze fell on the number on the contract 18,800,000.00. Her eyelid twitched involuntarily. 18,800,000, she whispered unconsciously. Although she was a rich woman herself, this way of spending money still shocked her. It feels like buying a top-of-the-line luxury car is no different from buying a head of cabbage at the supermarket. Mr. Lu, would you like one of our people to help you drive your car into the garage? Wang Hao's voice became increasingly respectful. No need. Lu Yan weighed the rather heavy car keys in his hand. I can do it myself. He took Zhang Yueshue's hand, and the two walked side by side toward the enormous thing. Wang Hao stepped forward personally, quickly untied the securing ropes, then took a deep breath, grabbed a corner of the black tarpaulin, and pulled it sharply backward. Sizzle! When the car body was fully exposed to the afternoon sun, Jiang Yueshua's breath caught in her throat. That wasn't ordinary black. It's matte black, a color that absorbs light, making the massive car body look even deeper and colder. The car's lines are sharply defined, exuding a muscular and angular feel. The exposed rivets at the armor seams gleam with a cold metallic sheen, and every detail proclaims a keep-away warning. Honey, go upstairs and take a look. Lu Yan opened the incredibly heavy car door, and there was a crisp mechanical click. The feel was like opening a blast door in a bank vault. He gentlemanly helped Jiang Yueshua sit down. The interior of the car contrasted sharply with its extremely hardcore exterior. Luxurious. Unparalleled luxury. Everywhere you look, you see the delicate texture of top-grade calfskin and the warm luster of rare solid wood veneers. The seats are spacious, and the soft leather gently wraps around the body, almost engulfing you. Lu Yan bent down and pressed a button. Buzz. A slight vibration came from inside the seat, and a just right force began to travel across Jiang Yueshua's back, making her so comfortable that she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Lu Yan chuckled softly and lightly swiped his fingertip across another touchpad. Whoosh! Between the front and rear rows, a huge high-definition LCD screen rises silently, completely isolating the cockpit from the rear cabin and creating an absolutely private and independent space. Home theater mode. He touched the button again. Countless tiny points of light instantly lit up the roof of the car, weaving together to form a dazzling and dreamlike galaxy. Starry Skytop can simulate a star map for you at any time and any place on Earth. Lu Yan's voice was tinged with laughter. For example, the star map on your birthday, or the star map on the day we first met. Jiang Yueshua was completely shocked. This is not a car, it is clearly a mobile, top-tier private palace that belongs solely to her. Do you like it? Lu Yan's voice rang in her ears. Jiang Yueshua nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with an unprecedented brilliance, filled with pure joy. No woman can resist the ultimate sense of security and luxury built from steel and money. I'm glad you like it. Lu Yan smiled. From now on, it will be your personal vehicle. I will be your personal driver. He helped Jiang Yueshua out of the car, and then got into the driver's seat himself. Press the start button. Roar! The V12 engine awoke from its slumber, emitting a deep and powerful roar, like the low growl of a beast stretching its limbs. Lu Yan maneuvered the behemoth, slowly driving it off the trailer and precisely stopping it in the center of the courtyard. Wang Hao and several staff members stood aside, clapping enthusiastically, their faces filled with admiration. Mr. Lu, this car is among the world's first to be equipped with the latest Level 4 autonomous driving assistance system, and we have also installed a full suite of active defense systems for you, including high-voltage arc, tear gas launchers, and... Understood. Lu Yan waved his hand, interrupting his rambling. You can leave now. Wang Hao wanted to say a few more words, but when he met Lu Yan's calm yet unyielding gaze, he immediately swallowed all his words. Okay, Mr. Lu. We won't bother you any longer. Please feel free to contact me anytime, 24 hours a day, if you have any questions. After seeing Wang Hao and his group off, Jiang Yueshua continued to curiously circle around the armored beast, touching the cold body and tapping on the thick bulletproof glass, clearly enamored with it. Honey, shall we take it for a drive now? She shook Lu Yan's arm, her eyes full of anticipation. Okay. Lu Yan affectionately flicked the tip of her nose. But it's not just about going for a drive. Where to? Go pick out a decent birthday gift for your grandma, Lu Yan said with a mysterious smile. And while we're at it, I'll take you to a fun place to find some treasures. Find treasures? Go to the antique street? Jiang Yueshua asked curiously. I've heard that those places are shady and full of scammers. Lu Yan smiled confidently, others go there to pay tuition, we go there to collect treasures. Don't worry, you won't lose out if you follow me. Half an hour later. In the western suburbs of Yuncheng, there is an antique street. This is the largest antique market in Yuncheng. The streets are lined with antique shops, and the roadside is crowded with stalls. The air is filled with the mixed smells of old wood, copper rust, and dust. It's hard to tell the real from the fake, it's a mixed bag. As the extravagantly designed KABH war shield slowly drove into the narrow street like a Land Cruiser, the noise of the entire street eerily fell silent. The next second, it exploded completely. Holy crap! What's that? A movie prop truck has come out? Props my foot. That's the KABH battle shield. A military-grade armored SUV. It can be registered. The starting price is over 10 million. A knowledgeable, bespectacled man screamed. Good heavens, what kind of dragon has come to patrol our little puddle? All the stall owners, tourists, and old men drinking tea in the tea house stopped what they were doing and all eyes were fixed on the steel behemoth. The car door opened. Lu Yan got off the bus first. He was dressed very casually today, in a plain white t-shirt and washed jeans, looking clean and neat. Immediately afterwards, he went around to the back seat, and very gentlemanly reached out his hand to carefully help Zhang Yueshua out of the car. Zhang Yueshua wore a loose, plain-colored dress and no makeup, yet her aloof and otherworldly beauty was still undeniable. Her appearance added a touch of elegance to this noisy and greasy antique street. An ordinary-looking young man, a stunningly beautiful woman, and an extremely imposing armored vehicle. This combination is full of strong visual impact and drama. Discussions arose again, but this time they were no longer cheap mockery. Instead, they were filled with awe and speculation. Who is this young man? He looks ordinary, but his car is so intimidating? I've never heard of such a person among the major families of Yuncheng. Could he be a top young master from Beijing or Shanghai, here to experience life? Damn, even though she's pregnant, that girl is so beautiful, with an otherworldly aura. She's even more beautiful in person than the stars on TV. Only a goddess like her deserves her. Various speculations and exclamations clearly reached their ears. Zhang Yueshua's cheeks flushed slightly. She was somewhat unaccustomed to being the center of attention. Lu Yan didn't care at all. He put his arm around Zhang Yueshua's slender waist and whispered in her ear with a smile, "Wife, look, they are all envious of me." Zhang Yueshua was taken aback. What do you envy? I envy that I was able to marry such a beautiful wife like you. With just one sentence, Zhang Yueshua's unease vanished, leaving only sweetness. She held his arm tightly, curiously looking at the street stalls on both sides of the street. The things on the ground were a motley collection, most of them covered with a thick layer of dust, making it impossible to discern their original appearance. Are the things here really valuable? Zhang Yueshua asked softly, her tone full of curiosity. It feels like a lot of them are deliberately aged. Most of them are, but you can always find gold in the sand. Lu Yan smiled. Whether you find it or not depends on luck and your eyesight. As he spoke, a thought subtly moved his mind, and a command was issued in his head. The world before my eyes was instantly filtered through an invisible lens. The street was still the same street, but the bottles, jars, books, and paintings on the stalls all had a new label that was invisible to the average person. On the vast majority of items, a line of cold, gray text appeared. Modern chemically aged resin, value, 3. Plaster casting and coloring, value, 2. Lu Yan escorted Zhang Yueshua as they walked slowly through the crowd, his gaze seemingly casually sweeping across the stalls. Countless gray labels flashed by in his vision. Occasionally, a few items will pop up with a pale yellow label. Late Qing Dynasty folk kiln small bowl, with cracks, value, 300-500. After walking about 100 meters, Lu Yan's gaze suddenly stopped. At the most secluded stall on the street corner, the stall owner was a thin old man wearing reading glasses and dozing off. The stall was deserted, with only a few pieces of junk on display, a chipped porcelain bowl, a few rusted copper coins, and a pile of dark, grime-covered debris. The entire stall, in his view, was almost entirely a gray expanse representing worthlessness. But among that pile of black junk, two things stubbornly shone with a different color. One is a pure, clean emerald green. One is a restrained and warm milky white. Although the light was very faint, almost obscured by the surrounding debris, it was clearly visible under Lu Yan's special vision. Found it. Lu Yan paused for half a second, and a genuine smile appeared on his lips. He pulled Zhang Yueshua along and naturally walked to the stall. Honey, look at this stall. Doesn't it have that hidden master craftsman vibe? He squatted down, half jokingly. This action made Zhang Yueshua curious and squat down as well. Lu Yan picked up the chipped porcelain bowl and pretended to be very interested as he examined it. Boss, wake up, ask me a price. He tapped the table and said to the dozing old man, this bowl of yours is quite special, how much? The old man groggily raised his head, before he could even speak. A mocking and arrogant voice rang out behind them. Oh, isn't this our esteemed President Jiang from Yuncheng? The person who made the noise deliberately raised the volume, drawing the attention of those around them. What? Has the Jiang Group's cash flow dried up? You've fallen so low as to scavenge for scraps with a pretty boy like you? Chapter 47. You want to be the father of my child? Are you qualified? What? Has the Jiang Group's cash flow dried up? You've fallen so low as to scavenge for scraps with a pretty boy like you? The voice was familiar, but the sharp and sarcastic tone made people extremely uncomfortable. Jiang Yueshue certainly remembered the owner of that voice. Li Jiucheng. That good-for-nothing from the Li Group thinks everyone should fawn over him just because his family is rich. He used to harass her relentlessly, but after she slapped him in public, they became enemies. Jiang Yueshue's beautiful brows immediately furrowed. She turned around, and a heavily made-up face appeared before her. Li Jiucheng's outfit today was particularly flamboyant. He unbuttoned 3 buttons on his Versace floral shirt, revealing his chest, and his Gucci belt buckle gleamed under the light. His Patek Philippe watch on his wrist was also very eye-catching. The moment Li Jiucheng saw Jiang Yueshue with her large pregnant belly, his pupils contracted sharply. But when his gaze fell on Lu Yan, who was squatting next to Jiang Yueshue and staring intently at the wreckage on the ground, his amazement immediately turned into deep contempt. So, President Jiang, you're out here with your gigolo, experiencing life, aren't you? Li Jiucheng's tone was drawn out, and every word was laced with malice. What? Not happy driving a Ferrari anymore, so you've switched to collecting junk? Mr. Jiang's tastes are getting more and more peculiar. Lu Yan ignored the surrounding noise and continued to hold the broken bowl, gently stroking the chipped area with his fingertips. Boss, wake up, I'm talking to you. He reached out and gently nudged the dozing old man. The old stall owner was startled awake. He groggily looked up, saw the bowl in Lu Yan's hand, and mumbled a few words. It's a family heirloom, from the Song dynasty, worth 50,000. Jiang Yueshue almost laughed at the price. This bowl has a chip so big you could fit an egg in it, and it's from the Song dynasty? And it costs 50,000? Li Jiucheng burst into exaggerated laughter, laughing so hard he was doubled over, drawing the attention of everyone around him. Ha ha ha. Did you hear that? 50,000. Pretty boy, do you even make 50,000 a month? Want me to lend you some? The people he knew behind him also joined in the laughter and jeers. Lu Yan frowned, put down the bowl, and looked serious. Boss, this bowl looks terrible, the chip is a major flaw. 500, that's the most I can give you. The old man instantly sobered up, his eyes widening. 500? Are you trying to fob me off like a beggar? The minimum is 48,000. 600. Lu Yan's voice remained completely calm. 45,000. 700, I'd like to look at a couple more items. As Lu Yan spoke, his hand naturally reached into the pile of dark, muddy junk and slowly began to search through it. His movements were casual, like that of an uninformed tourist from out of town, full of curiosity. Jiang Yueshue stood behind him, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Lu Yan wasn't the kind of person who would waste half a day arguing over a few hundred yuan. He must have had his reasons for doing this. Li Jiucheng crossed his arms, looking on with amusement. TSK, President Jiang, look at the man you found. He deliberately moved closer to Jiang Yueshue, lowered his voice, and thought he was very charming. Aren't you ashamed to waste your time arguing with this old geezer over a few $100s? Yueshue, dump him and come with me. I don't mind if you're heavily pregnant. I promise, I'll buy you whatever you want. I feel disgusted just looking at this garbage dump. Jiang Yueshue's eyes suddenly turned cold, and she took a step to the side, creating distance between them. Li Jiucheng, please speak with some respect. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chill. He is my husband. Husband? Li Jiucheng laughed out loud. A poor wretch who can't even afford a decent thing, does he deserve to be Jiang Yueshue's husband? Without further ado, Lu Yan stood up and slapped Li Jiucheng across the face. Smack! It was crisp and clear. Want to be the father of my child? Are you even qualified? The slap completely stunned Li Jiucheng. He covered his face, incredulous. Li Jiucheng realized what was happening, his face flushed red, and he pointed at Lu Yan's nose. You fucking dare to hit me? He took out his phone and immediately made a call for backup. Lu Yan didn't care at all, turned around and squatted down again, continuing to rummage through the stall. He painstakingly rummaged through the pile of junk and pulled out 2 items. A hairpin that is entirely black, with no discernible material, and whose tip is still covered in dried mud. There was also a similarly dirty thumb ring made of animal bone. Boss, I'll add another 100. These 3 items will make it 800 in total. Will you sell them to me? Lu Yan held up the 3 junk items in his hand, a smug look of satisfaction on his face. The old stall owner squinted at the hairpin and thumb ring, which he had picked up a few days ago while collecting scrap in the countryside for a few yuan. They didn't seem worth anything. He calculated for a moment, then held up 2 withered fingers. 2,000. Not a penny less. 1,000, that's the final price. If you don't agree, I'm leaving. Lu Yan said, making a move to get up. Hey, don't go. The old man grabbed him, afraid that his only buyer would run away. All right. 1,000 it is. Consider it my first sale today, and I'll give you good luck. Lu Yan readily took out 10 red bills from his wallet and handed them to the old man. Then he picked up the 3 items, found an old newspaper, and carefully wrapped them up. When Li Jiucheng returned after making the call and saw the scene, he shook his head dismissively. He let out a dismissive nasal sound, TCH. I thought he was some kind of tough guy. 1,000 yuan bought this pile of industrial waste. President Jiang, is there something wrong with your brain, you pretty boy? As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze inadvertently swept over the newspaper package in Lu Yan's hand, and his eyes suddenly stopped. He caught a glimpse of the dark hairpin. Although it was covered in mud, the hairpin had a unique shape and exuded a rustic charm. Li Jiucheng's girlfriend's birthday is next week, and he's worried about not having a gift. Although this hairpin isn't valuable, it's unique, and buying it to please a young girl would perfectly showcase one's taste. More importantly, he wanted to humiliate Lu Yan severely in front of Jiang Yueshue. Wait a moment. Li Jiucheng stepped forward, opened his arms, and blocked Lu Yan, who was about to leave. He raised his chin, pointed to the newspaper package in Lu Yan's hand, and said in a commanding tone, I've taken a liking to that hairpin. Lu Yan raised his eyelids, looked at him quietly, and didn't say anything. Sell it to me. Li Jiucheng pulled out a thick wad of banknotes from his wallet and slapped them in his palm. I'll pay you 10,000. If you sell it to me, I won't mind the slap you gave me earlier. Those who knew him behind him started to jeer. Damn! Brother Chang is so magnanimous. I admire his broad-mindedness. He bought something for 1,000 yuan, then spent 10,000 to buy it again, making that kid a full 9,000 yuan profit. Kid, you're in luck today. We've run into Brother Chang in a good mood. Hurry up and sell it, it'll be enough for you to live off him for months. The surrounding crowd, who were watching the spectacle, cast envious glances and began to discuss it amongst themselves. From 1,000 to 10,000, this young man has made a fortune. Exactly, just sell it already, only a fool wouldn't. Jiang Yueshue frowned even more. She tugged at Lu Yan's sleeve and whispered, Ignore him, let's go. Lu Yan laughed. The smile was faint, yet it carried a knowing, playful quality. He looked at Li Jiucheng and gently shook his head. Not for sale. The 2 words were spoken softly, yet they instantly darkened Li Jiucheng's expression. Kid, don't push your luck. 10,000 yuan isn't a small amount. It's not about the money. Lu Yan solemnly handed the newspaper package to Jiang Yueshue, gesturing for her to take it. Then, he turned around and faced Li Jiucheng, saying in an extremely solemn tone, This is a token of love I'm preparing to give to my wife. It has extraordinary significance and is priceless. Puff. One person couldn't hold back their laughter in the crowd, which then drew a burst of laughter from everyone. Is this tattered, dark hairpin really a token of love? Li Jiucheng was so angry he laughed. He pointed at Lu Yan's nose and said with a laugh, A token of love? Lu Yan, are you fucking joking? 20,000. He held up 2 fingers, his tone condescending. Lu Yan shook his head. 50,000. Lu Yan shook his head again. 100,000. Li Jiucheng's face began to flush red, and his voice grew louder. Today, he was determined to use money to crush Lu Yan's calm face under his feet. I said, I'm not selling. Lu Yan's tone remained calm, revealing no emotion. Even the old man selling things couldn't stand it anymore. He leaned closer, tugged at Lu Yan's sleeve, and whispered, Young man, sell it. That's 100,000 yuan. Your hairpin, it's really not worth that much. Jiang Yueshue also grew anxious, pinching Lu Yan's arm hard, her eyes filled with worry and urging, Lu Yan. Stop fooling around. Lu Yan felt no pain. He looked at Li Jiucheng, who was already somewhat intoxicated, and suddenly laughed. You really want it? Nonsense. Li Jiucheng roared, Name your price, stop fucking dawdling. All right. Lu Yen nodded. Since young Master Li is so sincere, I'll give you a chance. He paused for a moment, and under everyone's gaze, slowly extended one finger. Li Jiucheng shouted impatiently, 200,000? Here you go. Lu Yen looked at him and slowly uttered 3 words. 1 million. If you offer this price, I'll sell it to you immediately. The entire antique street fell into a deathly silence in an instant. 1 million. These 3 words were like 2 heavy hammer blows, striking everyone's heart and making their eardrums buzz. By a broken hairpin that was dug out of the ground? This kid isn't just desperate for money, he's genuinely insane. Li Jiucheng's face changed from flushed red to purplish brown, then from purplish brown to ashen, and finally as black as the bottom of a pot. Blood surged wildly across his face, almost dislocating his features. He can come up with 1 million. But if he really spends 1 million to buy such junk, he won't even have to wait until tomorrow. In less than 10 minutes, he, young Master Li, will become the biggest laughingstock and the most hopeless fool in the entire Yunqing high society. He stared intently at Lu Yen, his eyes bloodshot, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth with all his might. You're playing me? You said it yourself, name your price. Lu Yen shrugged, his expression as innocent as a child's. I've made an offer, what's wrong, young Master Li, you're not buying it anymore. He sighed with feigned regret, shook his head, took Zhang Yueshua's hand, and turned to leave. A voice, neither too loud nor too soft, yet crystal clear, entered the ears of everyone present. Oh, so he's just someone who can only fire blanks. Boom! Li Jiucheng felt as if a string in his brain had snapped completely. He felt as if he had been stripped naked in public and displayed in the square, and that his most prized weapon money had utterly humiliated him. Utter disgrace. You fucking stop right there. He roared, his eyes bloodshot, completely losing his mind, and clenched his fists, ready to charge forward. Just then, an old yet extremely penetrating voice overwhelmed all the noise. Young man, please wait. The restless crowd seemed to be parted by an invisible force, automatically making way for them. An elderly man dressed in a dark purple, hand-embroidered tang suit, leaning on a lustrous, warm-looking cane with a dragon head made of driftwood, walked slowly with the help of 2 people. His hair was snow white, but his complexion was ruddy, and his eyes were surprisingly sharp. When the antique dealers and regulars on the antique street saw him, the amusement on their faces vanished instantly, replaced by genuine respect and fear, and they all bowed and greeted him. Elder Huang. Why did you come in person? Hello, Mr. Huang. The visitor was none other than Huang Yongchang, a towering figure in Yunqing's antique world, known as Old Huang. Old Huang merely nodded slightly to the greetings around him, not even glancing at the furious Li Jiucheng. His gaze pierced through everyone and was fixed on the old newspaper package that Zhang Yueshue was holding. To be precise, it was nailed to the dark corner of the hairpin that peeked out from the gap in the newspaper. He stopped, his breathing suddenly becoming rapid. His eyes gleamed with the fervor of discovering a rare treasure, yet also with a hint of nervousness, as if he feared his old eyesight was failing. Miss, his voice trembled slightly with excitement, almost pleading. Could you please let this old man take a look at what you have in your hands? Chapter 48. A hairpin that astounds the world, a finger that captivates the city. May I take a look at what you have in your hand? Old Huang's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable air of authority. Zhang Yueshue subconsciously looked at Lu Yen, seeking his opinion. Lu Yen nodded to her. Only after receiving permission did Zhang Yueshue carefully hand over the item wrapped in old newspaper. A middle-aged man wearing white gloves immediately stepped forward, respectfully accepted the gift with both hands, and then turned to a nearby empty stall and slowly opened it. All eyes were focused on those hands. The newspaper was spread out, and 3 things were presented to everyone. A broken bowl with a chipped edge. A thumb ring covered in mud. And that dark hairpin that sparked all the disputes. Li Jiucheng stood to the side with his arms crossed, scoffing. He wanted to see what kind of tricks could be found in this pile of junk dug out of the ground. Old Huang's gaze swept past the broken bowl and the thumb ring, fixing intently on the hairpin. Instead of immediately starting, he took out a portable high-powered magnifying glass from the inner pocket of his tang suit, bent down, and examined it closely. Time passed by, second by second. The antique street was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath, their gaze shifting back and forth between Old Huang's solemn face and the black hairpin. Old Huang's expression gradually changed from calm to caution, then to shock, and finally, his hand holding the cane began to tremble uncontrollably. Water, quick, bring water and a soft cloth. Old Huang's voice was urgent. Immediately, someone handed over an unopened bottle of mineral water and a clean eyeglass cloth. The middle-aged man beside old Huang, his son Huangfeng, worked professionally and carefully, pouring water onto a cloth and then gently wiping the dark surface of the hairpin. As the soil and grime were gradually peeled away, an incredible sight occurred. A corner of warm, verdant green peeks out from beneath the grime. The green was lush and deep, carrying an imperial air of looking down upon the world. Next came a dazzling gold. When the hairpin was completely wiped clean, an uncontrollable gasp and commotion erupted from the crowd. That's not just a broken wooden hairpin. It was a gold hairpin made entirely of pure gold, with the head inlaid with a single piece of imperial green jade, carved into the shape of a phoenix spreading its wings. The phoenix's eyes are two tiny, rice grain-sized rubies, shimmering with light. The phoenix tail feathers are adorned with tiny gemstones, which refract brilliant light in the sunlight. The entire hairpin is elaborate and luxurious in design, with exquisite craftsmanship, and exudes a strong royal style. Oh my god! This is gold? And that green piece is jade? It's not just jadeite, look at the clarity and the color, it's imperial green. Li Jiuqing's cold smile froze completely. He opened his mouth wide, his eyes widened, and stared intently at the hairpin, making a hoarse, incredulous sound in his throat. The old farmer selling his wares rubbed his eyes hard and then pinched his thigh hard. A sharp pain shot through me. It's not a dream. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud, repeatedly muttering, my treasure, my. Old Huang ignored the commotion. He put on a brand new pair of white gloves, and with trembling hands, carefully held the gold hairpin in his palm. He turned the hairpin over and carefully examined an inconspicuous corner at the end of the hairpin with a magnifying glass. There, several characters smaller than a grain of rice were engraved. The Imperial Household Department's workshops. Old Huang's voice trembled, the 30th year of Qianlong's reign. He suddenly raised his head and looked around, his voice becoming unusually loud due to extreme excitement. Qing Dynasty. Mid-Qianlong period. Imperial, made by the Imperial Household Department's workshop, kingfisher feather inlay, jewel-encrusted, cloisonné enamel gold phoenix hairpin. These are from the palace. They are imperial gifts bestowed upon the emperor and his consorts. Boom! This statement caused a huge uproar among the crowd. Things from the palace? Or is it Emperor Qianlong's? All eyes instantly shifted from the priceless gold hairpin to Lu Yan, who stood calmly to the side. Those eyes held a mixture of jealousy and envy, which ultimately transformed into awe. I spent 1,000 yuan to buy a treasure used by Emperor Qianlong's concubines. What incredible luck! Li Jiuqing's face had turned from liver-colored to deathly ashen. He felt as if an invisible hand was gripping his heart tightly, making it difficult to even breathe. 1 million. Just now, this young man offered 1 million. If he agrees. No, even if he agreed, this kid would never sell. He knew from the beginning that this thing was a rare treasure. He's been playing himself the whole time. He's been playing himself the entire time. Li Jiuqing swayed, almost unable to stand, and the people he knew behind him were all dumbfounded, mouths agape, speechless. Old Huang! Old Huang! The old farmer scrambled over, grabbed old Huang's leg, and cried with snot and tears streaming down his face. Please give me an estimate. How much is this thing worth? Old Huang carefully placed the gold hairpin back on the silk-covered tray, without even glancing at him, and said in a deep voice, a royal treasure of this caliber, in such excellent condition, cannot be valued by simple monetary terms. He paused, then held up 5 fingers. 5 years ago, Sotheby's auctioned a similar Qing Dynasty Phoenix hairpin, but its condition and materials were far inferior to this one. The price at the time was... Old Huang spoke slowly and deliberately, his voice carrying clearly throughout the entire venue. 58 million. 58 million. The crowd erupted in cheers. Upon hearing the number, the old farmer's eyes rolled back, and he fainted from anger. Li Jiuqing felt dizzy and his vision went black. He almost fainted as well. 58 million. Just now, in order to humiliate a poor kid in his eyes, he personally pushed away an opportunity worth 500 million to that person. No, it was forced into the other party's hands. Zhang Yueshue was completely stunned. She covered her mouth, looked at the gold hairpin that gleamed in the sunlight, then at Lu Yan beside her who looked indifferent, her mind a complete mess. Finding a bargain in antiques? This isn't finding a bargain, this is robbing a bank. While everyone was still reeling from the shock, old Huang's gaze fell on the equally dirty thumb ring beside him. He seemed to remember something, and frowned as he picked up the thumb ring. Instead of washing it with water, he gently wiped it with a soft cloth. As the surface dirt was wiped away, a warm, creamy white substance, like mutton fat, was revealed. Old Huang's hands trembled even more violently than before. He brought the ring to his eyes and examined it closely in the sunlight. The inner wall of the thumb ring is also engraved with a line of extremely small characters. When he saw the words clearly, Huang, a veteran of the antique world who had seen many ups and downs, actually exclaimed "Ah," and his wrist went limp, almost causing him to drop the ring. Fortunately, his son Huangfeng reacted quickly and caught him. "Dad! What's wrong? Quick, quick, help me sit down." Old Huang's voice changed as he was helped to sit on the stone bench next to him. He pointed at the thumb ring, his lips trembling, and he could barely speak. Hatian, is the finest Hatian mutton fat jade. Look at this inscription. Prince Bao. It's for Prince Bao's personal use. Prince Bao. Isn't that the title bestowed upon Emperor Qianlong before he ascended the throne? In other words, this thumb ring was a personal item that Emperor Qianlong wore when he was a prince. Its historical and collectible value is even higher than that of the phoenix hairpin. This is insane. We've really stirred up trouble in the Qin court today. First it was the gold hairpin of the imperial concubines, then it was the emperor's own thumb ring. Is this young man the reincarnation of the god of wealth? The crowd was no longer just boiling, but completely exploding. If the gold hairpin represents luck, then the appearance of this thumb ring can only be explained by fate. Li Zhoucheng's expression was beyond description. He was completely disoriented, his eyes vacant, muttering to himself, "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." He couldn't accept this fact. A poor boy he looked down on, an ant he could trample under his feet at will. In the blink of an eye, he became a billionaire with a net worth of hundreds of millions. And all of this was brought about by his own efforts. This immense disparity and humiliation extinguished even his last shred of reason. It's fake. It's all fake. Li Zhoucheng suddenly went berserk, pointing at old Huang and roaring hysterically, "You old bastard! You're in cahoots with him. You've all conspired to scam me." He rushed forward, his target not Lu Yan, but the two priceless treasures. "This is mine. It should have been mine all along. He's going to take it back. Even if we can't take it back, we must destroy it on the spot. We absolutely cannot let Lu Yan get it." Chapter 49: A national treasure gifted to a beautiful woman, an emperor's admonition to enter the mortal world. Careful! The moment Huangfeng shouted "Watch out," Li Zhoucheng, who looked like a madman, pounced on him. His eyes were bloodshot, his face filled with jealousy and resentment, his goal clear: to destroy those two treasures that had humiliated him. Jiang Yueshue turned pale with fright and instinctively took a step back. However, another figure was even faster. It is Lu Yan. He didn't even turn around, but simply took a step to the left, slightly turned his body, and blocked Li Zhoucheng's path. This position was perfect, protecting Jiang Yueshue and Huangfeng and his son behind them. Jiang Yueshue was completely blocked by his tall figure, her back pressed against his warm chest. The sudden sense of security instantly dispelled the panic in her heart. Bang! A muffled thud. Li Zhoucheng's fist, brimming with rage, collided squarely with Lu Yan's raised palm. A bizarre scene unfolded. Li Zhoucheng's 160-pound body was abruptly halted as the hand pinned him to the spot, rendering him unable to move. Lu Yan's hand rested on his shoulder seemingly casually, his fingers slightly clenched. Li Zhoucheng felt an irresistible force coming from his shoulder, which instantly spread throughout his body, leaving him completely powerless. Immediately afterwards, Lu Yan flicked his wrist. Li Zhoucheng was thrown away by a tremendous force, arcing through the air before crashing heavily 3 meters away with a thud. Lying on its back, looking utterly pathetic. The entire room fell silent. Everyone was stunned. No one saw exactly how Lu Yan exerted his strength. All they saw was the result: the arrogant young Masterly was once again utterly crushed in front of everyone. Security! Where are the security guards? Where have they all gone? The security guards on the antique street then realized what was happening and rushed over with rubber batons, but they didn't dare to make any rash moves for the time being. With the help of his two companions, Li Zhoucheng scrambled to his feet, pointed at Lu Yan's nose, and completely abandoned all pretense of civility. "You fucking dare to lay a hand on me? You dare to hit me?" He roared at the top of his lungs, trying to regain his composure by using the background noise. Open your dog eyes and see who I am. My dad is Lee Jianjun. Lee Jianjun of Yunchen Construction Investment. You're dead. I'm telling you, you're not leaving this street today. Yunchen Construction Investment, Lee Jianjun. As soon as the name was mentioned, a collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the surrounding crowd. Lee Jiantu? That real estate tycoon? I heard he has connections in both the legitimate and underworld circles, and he's incredibly ruthless. This young man is in big trouble. He made a fortune by picking up a bargain, but he probably won't live to enjoy it. All eyes turned to Lu Yan, their eyes filled with sympathy and worry. However, Lu Yan's reaction once again exceeded everyone's expectations. He simply lowered his head and brushed his fingertips, which had just touched Li Jiuqing's clothes, as if they had been stained with something dirty. Then, he raised his eyelids and uttered a single word in a low voice. Oh. Li Jiuqing almost choked on his breath from that single "oh," his face turning a deep purplish red. You want to cause me trouble? Lu Yan interrupted him, a playful smile curving his lips. You're welcome any time. He looked at Li Jiuqing, his tone calm. I'm easy to find. Have you been to Watfa Shopping Plaza? Li Jiuqing was taken aback, then nodded subconsciously. Who in Yunqing doesn't know that top-tier shopping mall? That's mine. Lu Yan said calmly. If you're so capable, have your dad level it. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent at first, then erupted into a murmur of barely suppressed discussion. Li Jiuqing was stunned for a full 3 seconds before bursting into exaggerated laughter. Ha 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 ha. What did you say? The Waterfa is yours? Can't you at least write something before you start bragging? He laughed until tears almost streamed down his face, pointing at Lu Yan and shouting to the people around him, Did you all hear that? He said Watfa is his. This poor kid picked up 2 pieces of trash and thinks he's someone important. People around shook their heads, thinking the boast was outrageous. Waterfa Shopping Plaza is a commercial complex worth over $1 billion, and the owner behind it is mysterious and unpredictable. How could it be this young man in a white t-shirt in front of you? Don't believe me? Lu Yan picked at his ear, seemingly annoyed by his noise. You can call the management of your mall and ask. Fine, I'll ask. I'm going to expose you as a fraud in public today. Li Jiuqing actually took out his phone, dialed a number on the spot, and pressed speakerphone. The call was answered quickly. Hey. This is Li Jiuqing. I'm asking you, isn't your Waterfa boss a young man named Lu Yan? There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a voice that was trembling with fear and trepidation. Young Master Li. How do you know our Chairman Lu's name? Yes, our plaza is indeed wholly owned by Chairman Lu. What do you need Chairman Lu for? The awe and fear in that voice were clearly audible even through the phone. Li Jiuqing's smile froze on his face. The color drained from his face at a visible speed, turning him deathly pale. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. My hand trembled, and the phone fell to the ground with a thud, shattering into pieces. Watfa, is it really his? That billion-dollar business empire, does it really belong to this man in front of me? The surrounding chatter erupted again, but this time, no one dared to look at Lu Yan with the eyes of someone just watching the spectacle. That was reverence, fear, and awe. Li Jiuqing felt as if his worldview was being repeatedly rubbed into the ground. His family background, which he was so proud of, seemed utterly ridiculous in the face of the title owner of the Watfa Shopping Plaza. He picked up the shattered phone, and his last shred of reason prevented him from saying another word. You wait. He uttered this meaningless threat, and amidst the scornful gazes of the crowd, he led his equally dumbfounded companions, slinking into the throng and fleeing in disgrace. The farce has come to an end. Only then did old Huang recover from his great shock. He walked up to Lu Yan and bowed deeply. Mr. Lu, I was blind to your greatness and have been negligent in the past. Please forgive me. He pointed to the 2 treasures, his tone incredibly sincere. Mr. Lu, these 2 items are national treasures. On behalf of the Provincial Museum, I would like to earnestly request that you part with them. As for the price, it's absolutely negotiable. The Phoenix hairpin is worth 58 million, and this Prince Bao's thumb ring is worth even more. We are willing to offer 100 million. Our museum is willing to offer 100 million to acquire these 2 treasures. 100 million. The crowd was once again stunned by this number. Everyone held their breath and stared at Lu Yan. Turning $1,000 into $100 million is already a myth, and no one would refuse it. Lu Yan laughed. He shook his head and, amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, walked straight to the stall. He didn't look at the priceless thumb ring, but carefully picked up the dazzling golden phoenix hairpin. Then, he turned around and walked back to Zhang Yueshue. Zhang Yueshue was still in a daze. 100 million, Watford Square, it all felt unreal to her. She only snapped out of her daze when Lu Yan stood before her with a gentle smile. Husband? Lu Yan didn't speak, but simply raised his hand and brushed a strand of hair away from her ear. Then, he personally and gently inserted the Qing Dynasty Imperial Gold Phoenix hairpin, which carries hundreds of years of history and is worth $500 million yuan, into her dark hair. His movements were gentle, his expression focused, as if he were completing the world's most precious work of art. A golden phoenix spreads its wings, its emerald feathers shimmering. The ancient treasures blended perfectly with her cool and exquisite beauty, radiating a timeless aesthetic. The entire antique street fell into absolute silence once again. Everyone was stunned. Using a national treasure as a hairpin? He casually stuck 50 million into his wife's hair? What wealth and what pampering! Zhang Yueshue reached out and gently touched the gold hairpin in her hair. Feeling its cool and heavy texture, her eyes instantly reddened. Lu Yan looked at her, his eyes overflowing with tenderness. He leaned close to her ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. Others say it's priceless, but in my eyes, it's just a gift for my wife. Then, he straightened up, his gaze sweeping over all the astonished people present. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the room. In this world, only she is worthy of it. At that moment, Zhang Yueshue felt that nothing, not even 100 million or the waterfa, could compare to the weight of his words. Lu Yan took her hand, picked up the equally priceless Prince Bao thumb ring from the stall, and casually stuffed it into his pocket. Honey, let's go home. The two walked side by side, slowly departing as the crowd parted to make way for them. What remains is the shock of the entire street and a legend destined to spread throughout the city. In the corner, a young man quietly put away his phone. On the screen, a video that has just been recorded is being uploaded. He revised the title repeatedly before finally settling on it. Epic bargain. Mysterious tycoon buys two national treasures for 1,000 yuan, refuses to sell for 100 million, and gives them to his wife on the spot. Below the video is a comment he just typed. Guys, I think I've captured something amazing. If I don't capitalize on this wave of traffic, I'll be the father of everyone here. Chapter 50 Wife, there's something fishy about this hairpin. The heavy car door slammed shut. All the noise and excitement of the antique street were kept at bay. The interior of the mobile fortress immediately fell silent. Zhang Yueshue's fingertips trembled as she stroked the gold hairpin in her hair, her heart filled with happiness. That weighty significance, spanning hundreds of years, feels unreal. As Lu Yan sat in the driver's seat, before the car even started, an electronic voice rang in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the achievement, a hairpin that amazed the world, a pampered wife. Triggered top-tier wife pampering behavior, reward being distributed. Reward, mastery of divine-level Taoist arts, mountain, medicine, destiny, physiognomy, divination. Note, the host will master the supreme mysteries of the 5 arts of metaphysics. By observing mountains and rivers, one can discern dragon veins. By mastering medicine, one can heal wounds. By understanding destiny, one can predict fortune and misfortune. By understanding physiognomy, one can distinguish between good and evil. And by being skilled in divination, one can glimpse the secrets of heaven. Lu Yan's eyebrows twitched. Divine-level Taoist arts? The art style of this skill is completely different from the previous finance and medical skills. What is the system trying to do? The moment the thought crossed his mind, a scarlet warning flashed across his consciousness. Warning! The kingfisher feather inlaid gem cloisonné enamel gold phoenix hairpin has been detected to possess extremely strong yin energy and resentment. This object is extremely yin in nature. Prolonged contact will erode vitality, causing anything from prolonged illness to the destruction of one's family and death. Warning! Zhang Yueshue is currently pregnant with her 4th child, and her yang energy is weak, making her an ideal target for evil spirits. Please remove this item immediately. Otherwise, it will cause irreversible and devastating damage to both the mother and the fetuses. The smile on Lu Yan's face gradually froze. Blood rushed to my head, my mind went blank with a buzzing sound. He had just created a fairy tale for his wife that would be admired by the entire city, but the gift he gave her turned out to be a deadly weapon. A weapon with a special effect against pregnant women and fetuses? Is this system messing with him? In an instant, Lu Yan broke out in a cold sweat. He turned his head and stared at Zhang Yueshue beside him. She was holding her phone, admiring the gold hairpin in her hair with a happy expression in the light of the screen, her eyes crinkling with joy. No. It must be taken down immediately. How can I bring it up? You can't exactly say, honey, this 58 million yuan hairpin on your head is haunted. If you don't take it off, our child will die. Zhang Yueshue would be surprised if she didn't send him to a mental hospital. Wife. Lu Yan cleared his throat, forcing his voice to remain calm. Zhang Yueshue raised her head, her eyes filled with joy, so bright it was almost frightening. Let's take this hairpin off first. Zhang Yueshue froze, her smile fading slightly. What's wrong? Doesn't it look good? She subconsciously thought that she was not worthy of this treasure. No. You look the best in the world wearing it. Lu Yan immediately denied it, his tone very firm. His expression turned serious as he looked at her intently. But this thing is an antique from hundreds of years ago, and it's made of both metal and gemstones. No one can guarantee that there are no harmful heavy metal residues or dormant ancient bacteria on it. We are in a special period now, with 4 little ones in my belly, so we must eliminate any risks, right? After hearing this, the doubt on Zhang Yueshue's face disappeared instantly. Yes. I was so happy that I forgot about something so important. Honey, you're so thoughtful. She gently removed the gold hairpin from her hair, her eyes filled with affection and reluctance. She found a velvet jewelry box and carefully placed the gold hairpin inside. Only after doing all this did she feel at ease. Seeing her obedient actions, Lu Yan finally felt relieved. Fortunately, my wife is easy to please. He took the jewelry box, casually put it into the center console, and then started the car. Roar! With a low growl from the V12 engine, the KABH battle shield drove away from the bustling street. The car fell silent again. Zhang Yueshue didn't say anything more, nor did she ask any further questions about Waterfa Square. The secret this man held shocked her, but also put her at ease. She turned her head to look at Lu Yan's profile. He was focused on driving, and his strong profile took on a soft golden edge in the afterglow of the setting sun. This man, 3 years younger than her, was sometimes domineering and sometimes childish. But it gave her someone to rely on. Zhang Yueshue was very grateful for that unexpected night. Without that absurd moment, she might never have known what it felt like to be cherished and pampered by someone. Her heart softened. Husband, she said softly. Hungry? We'll be home soon. Lu Yan glanced ahead and replied casually. I love you. The 3 words were spoken softly, but they exploded in Lu Yan's ears. Creak! The 5-ton KABH battle shield braked suddenly, its tires screeching as they cut across the asphalt. Lu Yan froze. He turned his head, his eyes wide open. Honey, what did you just say? Zhang Yueshue's cheeks flushed red, but she didn't flinch. She mustered her courage and repeated each word carefully. I said, I love you, Lu Yan. This was the first time she had expressed her feelings so directly. Lu Yan felt numb all over. Then, he grinned foolishly. That smile was absolutely radiant. He. He chuckled to himself as he restarted the car, humming a tune. Today is a good day, all my wishes will come true. Zhang Yueshue looked at his silly expression and burst out laughing, her shyness turning into sweetness. She leaned back in her seat, watching the street scene rushing past the window, a smile never fading from her lips. At the same time, Yuncheng Antique Street. Although the car had driven far away, the turmoil it left behind grew ever larger. In the corner, a young man was recording the entire incident, his fingers trembling as he stared at his phone. Half an hour. His videos have received over 100,000 likes and over 5,000 comments. Holy crap! Which wish fulfillment novel's male protagonist has descended to Earth? I just checked, and Lu Yan really is the legal representative of Waterfa Plaza. This guy wasn't bluffing. Refusing to sell for 100 million, then putting a 50 million national treasure on his wife's head? Brothers, type the ultimate wife spoiling in the chat. Am I the only one who noticed my sister-in-law's stunning beauty? This is truly a match made in heaven. I've saved the video. If anyone asks me what love is again, I'll throw this in their face. Young people were trembling with excitement as they watched their fan count skyrocket. He knew he was about to become famous. Villa Garage. Lu Yan parked the car and helped Zhang Yueshua out. Honey, you go upstairs and rest first. I'm going to take care of something. He shook the jewelry box in his hand. Zhang Yueshua nodded obediently and didn't ask any further questions. As he watched her figure disappear at the top of the stairs, Lu Yan's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a cold expression. He went into the empty guest room on the first floor and locked the door. Placed the velvet box on the table. His gaze fell on the box, and the world in his field of vision changed. Wisps of black energy were seeping out from the cracks in the box, swirling in the air and emanating a chilling, malevolent aura. He opened the box. The golden phoenix hairpin lay quietly inside, but it was surrounded by thick, black mist. The woman's shrill cries and curses echoed directly in his mind. Sure enough, there was something there. Moreover, he harbored a great deal of resentment. Lu Yan's eyes were icy cold. How dare you touch my wife and children? No matter what kind of monster you are, I'll grind you to dust today. He reached out his hand, his 5 fingers almost touching the gold hairpin. Just then, a sharper, more venomous, and astonished voice exploded in his mind. You can see me? Chapter 51. This hairpin is poisonous. No, it's haunted. You can see me? The voice was shrill, making a buzzing sound in Lu Yan's mind, conveying the astonishment of someone who had been dead for hundreds of years. Lu Yan raised an eyebrow. Wow, this is fresh. He not only saw it, but he saw it very clearly. The velvet box in front of me didn't contain any glittering treasures. It was clearly a mass of dark purple resentment, inside which was the phantom of a woman dressed as a Qing dynasty concubine. The woman's face was deathly pale, with 2 lines of black, bloody tears hanging from the corners of her eyes, as she glared at him. What's wrong? Surprised? Lu Yan didn't say anything, but started talking to himself in his mind. Not only can I see you, but I also know that your thing is exposed to radiation, which is bad for pregnant women. This system grants God-level Taoist techniques. It's truly amazing. The relevant knowledge was directly instilled into my mind. Now, upon seeing it, he understood that the black aura was called Yin Sha, which was formed when a person's resentment before death was too great, condensed and not dispersed, and attached to the most cherished object in life. To put it bluntly, he's a person who carries a grudge with him everywhere. Who exactly are you? When the female ghost saw that he didn't answer, her voice became even more shrill. A cold wind suddenly rose up, making the curtains in the room rustle and the temperature drop several degrees. For an ordinary person, they would have peed by now. But who is Lu Yan? He possesses a cheat system and is a 105-level muscular man. He even found the cold wind quite refreshing, saving him money on air conditioning. He extended a finger and slowly poked it towards the wisp of black mist. You dare! The female ghost let out a shriek, and the black energy surged, transforming into a ghostly face that opened its blood-red maw to swallow his finger. Lu Yan's finger landed precisely on the ghost face's forehead. There was no dazzling golden light, nor any Taoist mantras. Just a light touch. Sizzle. A soft sound. The arrogant mass of black energy deflated rapidly. The ghostly figure let out a shrill scream, then curled up back into the golden hairpin, trembling uncontrollably. You possess the aura of a celestial master. Her voice was filled with fear. Can we have a proper talk now? Lu Yan withdrew his finger, pulled over a chair, and sat down with an air of authority. He crossed his legs, tilted his chin toward the box, and struck a pose as if interrogating a criminal. Name, place of origin, dynasty, how he died, and why he's stuck in the hairpin. And, most importantly, Lu Yan's eyes turned cold. Who gave you the audacity to touch my woman and children? The female ghost was almost destroyed by his finger, so she's much more docile now. She poked half of her illusory head out from the golden hairpin, her voice faint and tinged with the smell of decay. I am Wan Pin, a concubine appointed by Emperor Gaozong of the Great Qing dynasty. This golden phoenix hairpin was a token of love bestowed upon me by the emperor. Well, another female classmate with a story. Lu Yan picked at his ear, signaling her to continue. The rest of the story is similar to what's depicted in Qing dynasty dramas. It's nothing more than gaining favor, getting pregnant, and then becoming the object of jealousy from other concubines. Finally, she was framed using witchcraft, accused of cursing the crown prince. Emperor Qianlong was a ruthless man. In a fit of anger, he banished her to the cold palace without even conducting a thorough investigation. Her newborn child was taken away, and she herself was given a cup of poison. I hate it. Consort Wan's voice was filled with deep resentment and malice. I hate those treacherous concubines, I hate the emperor's ruthlessness, and I hate even more all the heartless men in this world, and those women who can give birth to children safely. I died with my eyes wide open in disbelief, and a wisp of my soul is attached to this golden hairpin. Any woman who wears it, if she is in a loving marriage and pregnant, will arouse my deepest resentment. I will drain her yang energy, make her terminally ill, and in the end, both she and her unborn child will die. As she finished speaking, her voice became shrill again, filled with a sense of vengeful pleasure. Lu Yan listened quietly, his face expressionless. After she finished speaking, Lu Yan slowly opened his mouth. Are you done talking? Consort Wan was taken aback. It's over. Oh. Lu Yan nodded and commented, the story is quite cliched. If it were made into a TV series now, it wouldn't last more than 3 episodes. You. Consort Wan was so angry that she trembled all over, and the dark energy began to stir again. Stop with the you and your dot. Lu Yan waved his hand and stood up. I've heard your story. To sum it up, you're unlucky, petty, and prone to taking your anger out on others. You were murdered, and instead of seeking justice, you're bullying people hundreds of years from now. What kind of skill is that? He walked to the table and looked down at the gold hairpin. My wife just gave you a little nudge, so let's call it even. Now, I'm giving you 2 choices. First, I'll send you into reincarnation. You'd better be obedient and be reborn properly. Be careful in your next life and don't go to the palace. The competition there is too fierce. 2. Lu Yan smiled, but there was no warmth in his smile. I will make your soul vanish and never be reincarnated. Consort Wan was completely dumbfounded. She had seen people who feared her, people who begged her, and people who invited eminent monks to perform rituals to help her pass on to the afterlife. But she had never met anyone like this before. When negotiating with her, he was both blunt and impolite. Why doesn't this person play by the rules? Just as Lu Yan was exorcising demons inside the villa. The internet outside has gone completely crazy for him. The video titled Epic Bargain Hunting topped the trending charts on major platforms within just 1 hour. Hashtag super rich husband gives wife a 50 million yuan hairpin hashtag. Hashtag real life version of spending lavishly for a woman hashtag. Hashtag a chosen one appears in the antique street hashtag. Each entry sparked a massive surge in online traffic. The scene in the video where Lu Yan casually inserts the gold hairpin worth $500 million yuan into Jiang Yueshua's hair has been captured by countless people and turned into GIFs. Guys, I declare this to be the best dog food of the year. This isn't just a hairpin, it's like wearing a house from a first-tier city on your head. Don't talk to me about love, it's so cliché. Unless you can also give me a hairpin worth 50 million. Wake up, upstairs. First of all, you need to have the goddess-like looks of the female lead. I hereby declare that Lu Yan is my new husband. Jiang Yueshua, step aside, let me have him. Numerous comments and reposts brought the name Lu Yan into the public eye for the first time in such a high-profile manner. The Li family of Yuncheng. Li Jiuqing stared at his phone with a deathly pale face. The screen was playing a loop of the scene where he was slapped away by Lu Yan and then slunk away. The comments section was filled with ha 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 and that feels so good. He was so angry that he was trembling all over, and he smashed the latest model phone against the wall. Lu Yan. He gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. If I, Li Jiuqing, don't kill you, I'm not a Li. His father, Li Jianjun, came out of the study and frowned as he glanced at the broken pieces of a cell phone on the ground. What's gotten into you now? Dad. Look. Li Jiuqing handed over another tablet, which displayed the equity information of Waterfa Plaza. The legal representative column clearly states 2 words, Lu Yan. Li Jianjun's pupils contracted slightly. The villa, inside the guest room. Consort Wan remained silent for a long time when Lu Yan presented her with 2 choices. Finally, she let out a miserable, cold laugh. Reincarnation? Soul annihilation? It's too late, it's all too late. Lu Yan frowned, sensing that something was wrong. What's the meaning? What I mean is, Wan Pin's illusory figure sprang out from the golden hairpin, her face contorted with rage as she stared at Lu Yan, that the moment your wife put on this hairpin, my resentment had already clung to her. This golden hairpin is my bone. And my resentment is blood. Our bones and blood are now intertwined. She burst into wild laughter, her laughter filled with a sense of utter schadenfreude. Even if you destroy me now, and destroy this hairpin, it won't make a difference. That deep-seated curse has been transferred to her. From now on, she is the new me. She will grow weaker day by day, plagued by nightmares, until finally, when her life is over and she is gone, she will go to hell with the bastard child in her womb. Ha ha ha. Don't you love her very much? Aren't you very capable? Go save her. Go save her. Consort Wan's voice transformed into a vicious curse, echoing throughout the room. Lu Yan's expression finally changed. He raised his hand and pinched the ball of black energy. Consort Wan's laughter abruptly stopped, turning into a painful scream. Say it again? Lu Yan's voice was eerily calm. But beneath that calm lay a raging inferno. Consort Wan was terrified by the terrifying aura emanating from him, but the thought that she had no way out only made her more frantic. I said, your wife is dead. Chapter 52. You call this reasoning? I said, your wife is dead. Consort Wan's voice was filled with resentment and venom, every word dripping with poison. She was certain that she had found the man's weakness. The curse of being bound by blood is one of the most unsolvable dead ends in metaphysics. However, Lu Yan's reaction was beyond her expectations. He neither flew into a rage nor begged. Those eyes were very quiet. A deathly stillness before a storm. Lu Yan released his hand. The dying black mist shrank back into the golden hairpin. Consort Wan stopped screaming, and only heavy breathing remained. She thought she had made the right bet. No matter how strong this man is, he's afraid of being caught in a dilemma. Have you figured it out? Consort Wan's voice was filled with the triumph of surviving a disaster. If you help me find the descendant of the treacherous concubine who harmed me back then, so I can take revenge myself, perhaps I can. She didn't finish her sentence. Lu Yan made a move. He casually pointed at the gold hairpin with his left index and middle fingers together. Come out. 2 words, words become law. Ah! Consort Wan's soul let out a miserable scream, out of control, and was forcibly pulled out of the golden hairpin. This time, it's no longer an illusion. A complete, semi-transparent soul dressed in Qing dynasty concubine attire crashed onto the room floor. She was horrified to discover that her connection with the hairpin itself had been severed. That hairpin was no longer her bone. And she became a homeless, wandering ghost. What did you do? Consort Wan panicked completely. This was beyond her comprehension. Lu Yan did not answer. The newly implanted divine-level Taoist knowledge was rapidly processing in his mind. Transfer of resentment? That sounds pretty intimidating. To put it bluntly, it's a kind of spiritual virus, like the flu. Find the source of the virus and format the file. As for the idea of being connected by blood, that's utter nonsense. To deal with disobedient people, you have to use physical means to reason with them. Smack! A crisp sound rang out, particularly abrupt in the quiet room. A handprint appeared on Consort Wan's pale cheek. She was completely stunned by the slap. Having been dead for hundreds of years, this is the first time I've been beaten. They were proven wrong again. Lu Yan raised his right hand, a golden light swirling around his palm. That last burst was made using this light fan. You dare hit me? Consort Wan snapped out of her daze and screamed as she lunged forward. Smack! Another slap. Clean and efficient. He slapped her so hard she spun around on the spot and fell back down. I am Consort Wan, personally appointed by Emperor Gaozong. You are but a mere mortal. Smack! He swung it backhand again. I bear a blood feud. Even heaven itself will forgive me. Smack! Stop! This is disrespectful to ghosts and spirits. Smack! Ah! Stop hitting me! Stop hitting my face! Slap! 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 Lu Yan didn't waste words with her and attacked from both sides. The Taoist energy transformed into slaps, making a continuous sound. With each slap, the black aura around Consort Wan faded a little, and her soul weakened a little. At first, she was defiant and said some harsh words. Later, all that was left was to run away in fear and cry for their parents. The entire guest room echoed with the modern-sounding wailing of an ancient concubine. I was wrong. Big brother. I was really wrong. Stop hitting him. If you keep hitting him, he'll lose his soul. Please. Give me a way out. Ding. Host is detected to be conducting education in love. The psychological trauma experienced by the ghost increases by 100%, 200%, and 10,086. Hidden achievement triggered, Master of Physical Salvation. A system notification sounded in my mind. Lu Yan stopped what he was doing. He shook his hands and loosened his wrists. Then look at Consort Wan on the ground. The soul is almost dissipated. It flickers on and off, and could go out at any moment. His palace attire was tattered, his hair was disheveled, and he was crouching in the corner, trembling and clutching his head. Those 2 lines of black blood tears flowed even more turbulently. She looks even worse off than when she was banished to the cold palace. Now, can we speak properly? Lu Yan pulled over a chair and sat down. Yes. Yes. Brother, please tell me, I'm listening. Consort Wan nodded frantically, her voice trembling with sobs. You just said that the curse has been transferred to my wife? Lu Yan asked. No. No. Absolutely not. Consort Wan shook her head desperately. I was just bragging to scare you. Your wife is blessed with immense fortune and protected by Phoenix energy. How could I, with my meager skills, dare to approach her? She only wants to survive now, so she doesn't dare to be stubborn anymore. The curse was planted, but it was only a seed of resentment. Before it even sprouted, Lu Yan discovered it. Lu Yan looked at her without saying anything. He raised his right hand, his index finger slowly drawing in the air. Golden threads appeared out of thin air, weaving together to form an intricate and majestic rune. Lightning flashed across the runes. It is the supreme thunder technique of Taoism, the 5 thunderbolts talisman. Consort Wan, standing in the corner, sensed impending doom. The runes emanated divine power, causing her soul to nearly vaporize. No. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. She scrambled to Lu Yan's feet and grabbed his trouser leg. That curse did indeed leave a trace of a trigger. However, it's very weak. As long as you can dispel the resentment in my heart, the trigger will naturally dissipate. Oh? Lu Yan stopped what he was doing. Your resentment? Yes. Yes. Consort Wan nodded. I hate the Emperor's heartlessness, and I hate even more that my child's whereabouts are unknown. As long as these 2 worries of mine can be resolved, I will immediately disappear and never bother you again. She thought it was an unsolvable problem. Centuries have passed, where can one find justice for the Emperor and the whereabouts of a missing prince? To everyone's surprise, Lu Yan laughed after hearing this. That's it? He stood up, walked to the window, and took out his phone. In front of Consort Wan, he made a phone call. The call was connected. Hello, is this Lao Huan? Consort Wan was stunned. Old Huang? Which old Huang? An elderly, respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. It was Huang Yongchang, the titan of the antique world, who was on the antique street before. Mr. Lu. You wanted to see me? Old Huang's voice was filled with flattery and surprise. Help me investigate something. Lu Yan spoke in a flat tone. During the Qing dynasty, around the 30th year of the Qianlong Emperor's reign, was there any concubine with the title Wan who was banished to the cold palace? Investigate what she did wrong back then, and what happened to the child. Old Huang was silent for a few seconds on the other end of the phone, digesting this absurd request. To uncover the secrets of the Qing dynasty? This. Mr. Lu, this is a bit difficult. I'll do my best. It's not about trying our best, it's about finding out. Lu Yan's tone left no room for negotiation. I'll give you 1 day. Use all your connections and resources. I found out. I'll give you something. What? Old Huang asked instinctively. Lu Yan glanced at his pocket. That thumb ring made of Haten mutton fat jade, which was used by Prince Bao. There was a series of rapid breathing sounds coming from the other end of the phone, then silence. Lu Yan even suspected that old Huang might have been so excited that he went over there on the spot. Half a minute later, old Huang's voice, trembling with ecstasy, finally rang out. Mr. Lu. Don't worry. A day. No. Half a day. Even if it means turning upside down the Palace Museum's archives, I'll investigate every single detail for you. Chapter 53, Wang Laosi, Cultivating Taoist Body in the Womb. Lu Yan hung up the phone, knowing what was going on. On Huan Lao's side, he's probably already frantically searching through old boxes and cabinets, just to find those old, trivial matters from the Qing dynasty. There's nothing we can do, we had to pay a high price. He refused 100 million, but casually gave her a thumb ring. What's this called? That's what you call vision. He turned around and looked at Consort Wan, who was trembling incessantly in the corner. The female ghost clutched her head, her spirit flickering between light and shadow. Did you hear that? Lu Yan asked. Consort Wan nodded vigorously. I heard that. Big Brother is very straightforward in his dealings. She's truly convinced now. This guy really doesn't play by the rules. Who sees a ghost and not only isn't afraid, but instead grabs it and beats it? This operation was something she had never heard of before, never seen before, and was completely devoid of completely devoid of ghostly methods. Okay, I'll take care of your matter. Lu Yan walked to the table and picked up the golden phoenix hairpin that had been purified by the 5 thunders. It feels warm and smooth to the touch, and all the negative energy and resentment on it have dissipated, leaving only pure pearly luster. But you can't stay with this hairpin any longer. Consort Wan's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, is this a case of using someone and then discarding them, like killing a ghost after using them? Brother, you can't do this. My wife is going to her grandmother's house for her birthday, so she has to wear this. Lu Yan interrupted her, a reason she couldn't refute. It's uncomfortable and unlucky for you to stay inside. Consort Wan was stunned. Barbecue had appeared, and she had nowhere to live. So you went through all this trouble just to make room for your wife to wear this hairpin and show off? What kind of mess is this? Then, where should I go? Consort Wan's voice was so weak it was like a mosquito's hum. Lu Yan glanced around, his gaze settling on the corner of the desk. There was a plastic pen holder with the words "Welcome to" hotel name printed on it, but the red paint had peeled off. He pointed. That. Consort Wan looked in the direction he was pointing. She saw the greasy, dirty plastic pen holder, and the tears that had just stopped flowing started flowing again. From a priceless Qing Dynasty Imperial Gold Phoenix hairpin to a broken pen holder given away for free at a hotel? This contrast is even greater than when she was banished to the cold palace back then. A scholar may be killed, but a ghost must not be humiliated. I don't. She was just about to reclaim the last vestiges of dignity of a former imperial concubine. Lu Yan impatiently raised his right hand, and the golden light in his palm that made her ghost tremble lit up again. One word. Consort Wan changed her tune, bursting into tears. I'll move right away. Thank you so much for finding me such a wonderful new home. After saying that, she turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared into the plastic pen holder. She even poked her head out from the pen holder and smiled ingratiatingly. Brother, look, this place is spacious, bright, and has good feng shui. I really like it. Thank you so much, your whole family. She didn't dare say the last sentence aloud, afraid that Lu Yan would pull her out and slap her again. Lu Yan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the truth is only clear when explained from the perspective of physical salvation. But when he looked down at the gold hairpin in his hand, he frowned again. The female ghost has moved away, but who knows if there are any remnants? What if? My wife and 4 children must be safe, there can't be any unforeseen circumstances. Thinking of this, Lu Yan's eyes hardened. Looks like a deep format is needed. He put the gold hairpin on the table and bit his right middle finger. A drop of blood seeped out. Inside the pen holder, Consort Wan was drawing circles and cursing Lu Yan. She saw Lu Yan bite his finger, and his ghostly body trembled. What are they trying to do? Blood oath? Wait a minute, isn't it already usable? She found out very quickly. Lu Yan extended his bloodied finger and quickly traced lines in the air. He moved with incredible speed, and streaks of blood-red silk intertwined in the air, forming a complex rune. In Taoist thunder magic, that's the most domineering and unreasonable move. 5 Thunderbolts Talisman. It's still painted with one's own life essence, so the power is doubled. The runes took shape, and the air in the room seemed to freeze. The wrath of heaven descended, pressing down on Consort Wan so that she could not lift her head. She hid in the pen holder, staring at the blood-red runes above the gold hairpin, terrified. Big brother. Ancestor. Surely not? I've already moved, what are you trying to do? This is ridiculous. Are they going to demolish my house and its foundation along with everything else? Fall. Lu Yan uttered a single word softly. The crimson rune, crackling with lightning, was imprinted on the golden phoenix hairpin. A flash of lightning streaked across the golden hairpin. The golden phoenix hairpin was completely enveloped in golden electric arcs for 3 seconds. Then, everything calmed down. That golden hairpin, tempered by lightning, shone even more brilliantly. But in Consort Wan's eyes, this thing is now more terrifying than the 18th level of hell. The remaining energy on it is the aura of the most powerful and young thunder magic. Let alone a little vengeful ghost like her, even a 1,000-year-old ghost king would lose a layer of skin if he touched her. This is not purification. This is clearly like putting a counter armor on this hairpin, and it even has true damage. Consort Wan abandoned all her petty schemes. This guy is a true god. I can't afford to offend them. I'd better stay put in the pen holder and wait for him to give me a message so I can be reincarnated. Lu Yan was finally relieved after doing all this. He picked up the gold hairpin, examined it for a moment, put it in his pocket, and turned to leave the guest room. He quietly pushed open the master bedroom door. Zhang Yueshua was leaning against the headboard, looking at her phone under the bedside lamp. She didn't sleep. Hearing the door open, she looked up, her eyes filled with worry. Honey, what's wrong? Have you taken care of it? It's nothing. Lu Yan walked to the bedside and sat down, his face bearing a familiar, gentle smile. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the gold hairpin. Look, it's clean now, absolutely sterile and pollution-free, green and environmentally friendly. Zhang Yueshua looked at the shimmering gold hairpin, then at Lu Yan, and burst out laughing. She took the hairpin, but instead of wearing it, she put it back in the jewelry box on her bedside table. Thank you, honey. She leaned over and kissed Lu Yan on the cheek. Lu Yan pulled her into his arms and placed his hand on her slightly protruding belly. The warm touch brought him peace of mind. Were you good babies today? Did you kick mommy? He pressed his cheek against Zhang Yueshua's belly and asked softly. This person is a completely different person from the ruthless individual who was constantly performing physical exorcisms in the guest room. Zhang Yueshua felt the warmth of his cheek and felt a sweet warmth in her heart. They were very well behaved and didn't cause much trouble today. Really? Let me hear it. Lu Yan pressed his ear against it. Suddenly, he froze. The ear was pressed against the belly for a moment. He clearly heard a faint response coming from his stomach. It wasn't fetal movement. It was a warm, comforting energy that flowed into his body through his ears. This energy is from the same source as the energy he uses to perform Taoist arts. Lu Yan looked up, his eyes filled with astonishment. At the same time, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! 5 interactions between the host and the fetus have been detected. You have gained 2,400,000 wealth. Ding! Energy resonance detected between the host and the fetus. Fetus number 4, influenced by the host's divine-level Taoist techniques, has prematurely awakened its innate Taoist body. Talent, familiarity with all laws, immune to all evil. Lu Yan was stunned and dumbfounded. What is that? I'm working so hard here, and my son started acting up even before he was born? This is unacceptable to everyone else. He looked down, staring blankly at Zhang Yueshua's belly, speechless for a long time. Innate Tao body? This sounds even more impressive than my own mastery of divine-level Taoist arts. Is this 4th child, who hasn't even been born yet, trying to win at the starting line? 4th brother. You're awesome. Chapter 50 For the Li family is furious. Lu Yan, what will you do? 4th brother. You're really awesome. Lu Yan sighed sincerely. This feeling is amazing. It's like when you were in school, you stayed up all night doing practice problems and finally got 2nd place in the class. Then you turn around and find that your deskmate, who sleeps in class and chases girls after class, has been directly admitted to the top university. Who can I reason with about this? He worked himself to the bone, dabbling in finance, showing off his medical skills, and even just now he performed a physical ritual of deliverance, all thanks to the system's cheat code. Good heavens! As a result, before he was even born, the fourth child had already developed the top-tier talent of innate Dao body while still in his mother's womb. This is no longer about winning at the starting line. This kid was born right at the finish line, and conveniently moved the finish line forward by 100 kilometers. Fourth brother, you are truly my good eldest son. Lu Yan secretly gloated. This talent definitely comes from your father, me. Back in the day, your dad was a real prodigy in school, making those guys question their existence every day. Lu Yan remained expressionless while inwardly boasting. He rolled it up? What exam paper did he take when he was expelled from a vocational school before graduating? Is it a rolling fitter or a rolling welder? But bragging doesn't cost anything, so as long as you're happy. Seeing him freeze for a moment, then grin foolishly, his expression constantly shifting, Jiang Yueshua couldn't help but reach out and nudge him. What's wrong with you? You're acting strangely. Fine. Lu Yan snapped out of his daze, looked up, and wore the contented smile of his father. I just suddenly realized that all our children will be outstanding individuals in the future. Especially the fourth brother, that kid is probably going to be a legend in the future. Jiang Yueshua was amused by his nonsensical words, and a sweet feeling welled up in her heart. She had no idea that her husband was having a spiritual connection with an undeveloped embryo in her womb. The atmosphere in the master bedroom is warm and peaceful. The atmosphere at the Li family residence in Kayun City was extremely cold. In the center of the living room of the Li family villa, a priceless Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase was shattered on the floor. Li Zhouqing's father, Li Jianjun, was holding his phone, his face ashen. The phone screen was playing that viral video on a loop. He watched the scene where Lu Yan slapped his son no less than 20 times. With each glance, the chill in his eyes deepened. Li Zhouqing knelt on the floor, his face covered in snot and tears. Dad! You have to stand up for me. That brat beat me up in front of everyone on the antique street. He single-handedly trampled on the face of the entire Li family. Li Jianjun ignored his wailing, swiped his finger across the screen, and looked at the comments section. Hilarious. This rich kid is such a loser, getting made a fool of like a monkey. Watfa Square belongs to other people, how can you fight them? I suggest that young Master Li go home and study for a couple more years, instead of making a fool of himself outside all the time. Each comment stung Li Jianjun's heart. He turned off his phone and finally looked up. There was no rage in his eyes, only a cold scrutiny. He looked at his good-for-nothing son and shook his head in disappointment. Face? Li Jianjun's voice is hoarse, with a metallic, grating quality. If our Li family still has any face, it's because I, Li Jianjun, earned it with my own fists and kicks, not because you earned it. Your face is worthless in Yuncheng. These words are more hurtful than any slap in the face. Li Zhouqing froze on the spot, even forgetting to cry. Dad! I'm asking you. Li Jianjun stood up, walked over to him, and looked down at him. Besides the Waterfa Plaza, do you know anything else about that Lu Yan guy? Li Zhouqing looked blank and could only shake his head helplessly. I don't know. Waste. Li Jianjun kicked him in the shoulder with such force that he tumbled and crashed into the leg of the sofa. Besides playing around with women and causing trouble, what else can you do? You dare to charge in without even figuring out who your opponent is? Li Jianjun has navigated the business world for decades, relying on both ruthlessness and meticulous caution. He knew better than anyone that the power behind the quiet change of ownership of Waterfa Square was extraordinary. Moreover, Lu Yan's nonchalant attitude in the video, as if he didn't care about millions of dollars, sent chills down his spine. This is not the magnanimity of a nouveau riche. This person is more likely to come from a top-tier family with deep-rooted wealth and no interest in money. If that's really the case, then the Li family's assets are nothing in their eyes. Dad, what do we do now? Li Zhouqing was truly frightened, his voice trembled. Are we just going to let it go like this? Never mind? Li Jianjun sneered, his eyes filled with malice. My son, Li Jianjun's son, may be useless, but he must never be bullied for nothing. You have to consider who the owner is before you beat a dog. He picked up his phone again and dialed. When the call connected, he spoke in a completely emotionless tone. Old M.O., help me find someone. His name is Lu Yan. Yes, it's the one from the internet. I want all his information, from birth to the present, going back 3 generations, I don't want to miss any clues. A cold glint flashed in Li Jianjun's eyes. Also, his wife, Jiang Yueshua, works for the Jiang Group, right? I remember, her maternal grandmother was the old lady of the Qian family? Her birthday banquet is the day after tomorrow? Make arrangements to take a few capable people to go and celebrate the birthday. No need for gifts, just convey my sincerity. Also, please tell Chen Xinghao that I can't give him that much face. Let him decide for himself. After hanging up the phone, Li Jianjun sat back on the sofa, picked up the cooled tea on the table, and slowly took a sip. He wouldn't be as foolish as his son, directly confronting Lu Yan head-on. It is better to cut off one finger than to injure all 10. He wanted to start by tearing a hole in the woman that the man cherished most, and then reclaim the Li family's territory. She's just a pregnant woman, what kind of power could she possibly have? The next day was sunny and breezy. Lu Yan got up very early and personally cooked an extremely sumptuous breakfast for Zhang Yueshue. Zhang Yueshue ate with a smile on her face, looking very happy. Honey, the food you cook seems to be getting better and better. That's right, don't you know who I'm making this for? As Lu Yan spoke, he handed her the peeled hard-boiled egg. Zhang Yueshue's eyes flickered, and she gave him a reproachful look. Who else do you want to make it for? Lu Yan immediately raised his hands in surrender, his face full of doting affection. I'll make this for you, in this life and the next, I'll only make it for you. Humph, that's more like it. Zhang Yueshue gave a soft hum, but couldn't help but smile. She opened her small mouth and took a bite of the egg that Lu Yan had fed her. Let me tell you, if my skills were in ancient times, I would definitely be at the level of a top chef in the imperial kitchen. The two were just getting affectionate when Lu Yan's phone rang. The caller ID showed it was Mr. Huang. Lu Yan placed the remaining half egg on the plate in front of Zhang Yueshue, made a gesture, and got up to walk towards the balcony. As soon as the call connected, Huang Lao's voice trembled with excitement. Mr. Lu. We've found it. We've found everything. The consort one you mentioned is indeed a real person according to historical records. Her original name was Ma Jia, and she was born into the Manchu-bordered yellow banner. She entered the palace in the 28th year of the Qianlong Emperor's reign and was greatly favored by the emperor because of her unparalleled beauty. In the 30th year of Qianlong's reign, a prince was born, who was the 16th in his family. But old Huang paused, his voice tinged with regret. Shortly after she gave birth, a major witchcraft case broke out in the palace, pointing directly to her practicing witchcraft in the palace and cursing the then 15th prince, who later became the Jiaqing emperor. Emperor Qianlong was furious, banished him to the cold palace, and ordered him to commit suicide. Lu Yan frowned and asked the question that the vengeful spirit in the pen holder was most concerned about. And what about her child? Well. Old Huang let out a long sigh. Historical records indicate that the 16th prince was born weak and sickly, and died before he was 3 years old. It was not recorded in the imperial genealogy, it was not posthumously granted a title, and it didn't even leave behind a formal name. And just like that, silently, it disappeared into the long river of history. Lu Yan fell silent. The outcome was even more brutal than he had imagined. But old Huang's tone suddenly changed, and he became excited. I asked an old friend at the Palace Museum to check the secret files of the Imperial Household Department from back then, and I discovered something strange. The cause of death of that 16th prince is recorded very vaguely, only using the words died of illness, and there is no record of even the burial place. On the contrary, a trusted eunuch of Consort Wan, shortly after Consort Wan's death, took a large sum of money far exceeding the usual amount and was allowed to leave the palace and return to his hometown in Jili, citing old age and poor health. This was very unusual under the strict palace rules at the time. Lu Yan's eyes lit up. There's a story behind this. You mean the child didn't die and was taken out of the palace by that eunuch? Pretty close. Old Huang's voice was filled with suppressed excitement. Following this lead, I had someone check the family genealogy of that eunuch's family. Guess what? That eunuch never married, but the year after he left the palace, he adopted a boy from a distant relative. And the boy was exactly 3 years old. Lu Yan's heart skipped a beat, and the astonishing answer was on the tip of his tongue. Go on. When that child grew up, he changed his surname to Jin. The Jin family later settled down in the area, and their descendants flourished, becoming a prominent family in the region. Their bloodline has continued to this day. I've found their descendants in this generation, and they're right here in Yuncheng. Lu Yan was completely stunned by this astonishing coincidence. This world is far too small. Who is it? Mr. Lu, you probably won't believe it if I tell you this. Old Huang's voice carried a strange undertone. The descendants of the Jin family are now a renowned family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in Yuncheng. The current head of the family is named Jin Shuren. His clinic is called Rengsentang. Chapter 55, Physique of 130, One Punch Destroys 3. His clinic is called Rengsentang. Old Huang's voice vibrated even through the receiver, his tone distorted with excitement. That jade thumb ring, made of Huten mutton fat and used by Prince Bao, was his lifelong dream. Okay, I understand. Lu Yan's voice was flat. I'll have someone deliver the things. After hanging up the phone, he turned and went back to his guest room, closing the door behind him. In the room, the cheap plastic pen holder hummed and vibrated slightly. A phantom-like figure peeked out from the pen holder. It was Consort 1. The Qing dynasty concubine, who had been trapped for hundreds of years, was in an unstable state of mind and looked nervously at Lu Yan. The two dried blood and tear streaks on the ghost's face deepened. Found it. Lu Yan only said 3 words. Consort Wan's soul flickered. Your son is not dead. He was taken out of the palace by a loyal eunuch and given a Han surname. The bloodline has continued to this day, right here in Yuncheng. Now we are a well-known family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, with a large and prosperous family, and we do good deeds and cultivate virtue. With each word Lu Yan spoke, Wan Pin's soul trembled a little more. Her deathly pale face shifted from bewilderment to ecstatic joy, and the black tears of blood that had been frozen for 100 years finally poured out. My son, my child is still alive. She wailed pitifully, her entire soul flickering and on the verge of dissipating. After crying for a long time, Consort 1 calmed down and transformed into a wisp of black smoke, rushing towards the door. My benefactor. Please. Take me to them quickly. Go back. Lu Yan didn't even raise his hand, he just glanced at her, and the wisp of black smoke was pushed back into the pen holder. Consort 1 slumped back to the bottom of the pen holder, her face completely bewildered. Lu Yan pulled up a chair and sat down, looking at her. What's the rush? You've waited 300 years, what's a little longer? His voice was calm, yet it carried a sense of authority. I still have things to do. You, stay inside and think carefully about what to say and what not to say to your descendants. Don't scare your descendants with your ghostly appearance. Consort 1 was stunned. So, this blood feud spanning hundreds of years and the separation of family members isn't even the highest priority on this guy's schedule? She wanted to argue, but when she met Lu Yan's gaze, she couldn't utter a single word. This guy really knows how to whip ghosts. She is now a hostage who has no right to negotiate. Yes, yes. My benefactor, please go ahead with your work. I'm not in a hurry, not at all. Wan Pin's ghostly figure shrank back into the pen holder, where it sadly drew circles. Lu Yan ignored her and walked out of the guest room. On the mahogany long table in the living room, the top-quality set of writing implements given by my father-in-law Jiang Zhendong still lay there. He spread out a sheet of Chengsentang Xian paper, picked up a wolf hairbrush, and looked out the window. The warm afternoon sun streamed through the clear French windows, turning the courtyard golden. Jiang Yueshua moved a rattan recliner and lay down in the sparse shade of the old osmanthus tree. She was covered with a soft, thin blanket and holding a parenting book, reading it intently. A gentle breeze blew by, and a few strands of hair clung to her smooth cheeks, making her profile look gentle in the halo of light. Lu Yan withdrew his gaze, the image in his mind already frozen in time. He picked up his brush and dipped it in ink. God-level drawing skills activated no need for mental sketching, the wrist moves automatically. As the brush touched the paper, the ink spread across the rice paper. There was no flamboyant or exaggerated movements, only precise control. A single stroke outlines the jawline, a touch of light ink captures the cool indifference between the brows and eyes, and then dry brushstrokes depict the fluffy texture of hair blown by the wind. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Lu Yan put down his pen. On the paper, the sparse shadows of the osmanthus tree, the warm sunshine, and the exquisite profile of a woman, like a fairy descending onto the paper. That's not a painting. That was frozen time, a captured tenderness. My damn talent. Lu Yan examined the painting and muttered a self-praise under his breath. Ding. Host detected expressing affection through drawing, triggering top-tier wife-doting behavior. Reward, Constitution plus 25. Reward, 10 million yuan. The system notification sounded in my mind. A strange feeling spread throughout my body. It's not a hot, dry current, but a sense of solidity with increased density. He felt his body, every muscle, every bone, was full of power. He clenched his fist, and a muffled popping sound echoed in the air. In his senses, the world became clear and slow. Physical fitness, 130. This number is beyond the scope of ordinary humans. So, I'm now a real-life Ip Man? Lu Yen muttered to himself. Taking on 10 doesn't seem like a difficult task. He glanced at the notification from his mobile banking app that his money had been credited to his account and smiled. Painting allows me to capture my wife's beauty, improve my skills, and even earn money. This system is amazing. He named the painting Moonlit Afternoon Retreat, carefully stored it away, and prepared to have it framed by the best craftsman and hang it in his master bedroom. Lu Yen then spread out another sheet of xian paper. Tomorrow is the 70th birthday of Jiang Yueshue's maternal grandmother, Su Guifan, the old lady of the Qian family. We need to prepare a birthday gift. He had an idea. Spring Mountains celebrating longevity. With the experience he had just gained, he was able to perform with even more ease this time. The mountains in his paintings are layered and undulating, with auspicious clouds swirling around them. The pines and cypresses in the mountain streams stand tall and straight, and a few cranes dot the landscape, stretching their necks and calling out. The painting is full of life and auspiciousness. He had just put down his pen when the doorbell rang. Lu Yen went to open the door. Standing at the door were his father-in-law, Zhang Zhendong, and his mother-in-law, Chen Xingwan. Xiao Yan. Zhang Zhendong carried 2 bottles of specially supplied mutai. Before he even entered the room, his loud voice rang out first. Your mom heard you're a great cook, so she insisted on coming over for a meal today. I even brought 2 bottles of good wine today. Let's test your drinking capacity later. Seeing his arrogant demeanor, Lu Yen quickly ushered them inside. Dad, you came all this way, but why did you bring alcohol? Are you trying to embarrass me? Please come in quickly. The mother-in-law, Chen Xingwan, with her gentle demeanor, smiled and patted her husband lightly. Don't listen to his nonsense, he just wants your cooking. Her gaze was drawn to the painting on the living room table. Shayan, are you practicing drawing? This drawing. Mom, I just drew it for fun, Lu Yen said. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Yueshue came in from the yard and asked, Dad, Mom, what brings you here? I came to see my precious daughter and also to discuss with Shayan about celebrating your grandmother's birthday tomorrow. Shen Xingwan held her daughter's hand, looking at her belly with concern. There will be a lot of people tomorrow, you have to be careful. As the family was talking, Lu Yen's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He walked to the side and answered the call. On the other end of the phone was a clear and polite male voice. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lu Yen? I am. Hello Mr. Lu, I am the client director for Greater China of the Earthly Palace brand. Your customized vehicle has arrived in Yunqing today. The vehicle is parked at the delivery center. When would you like us to deliver it to your home? Lu Yen raised an eyebrow. A palace on the ground. Oh, I remember now, that top-of-the-line RV worth 30 million that the system rewarded me with. That thing is a huge one. He glanced at the yard, at the spacious lawn. It should be able to stop. Send it over now. Lu Yen spoke in a flat tone. Address, Building A01, Bailing Villa. The account director on the other end of the phone spoke with even greater respect. Okay, Mr. Lu. The delivery team is expected to arrive within 40 minutes, at which time they will provide you with a one-on-one exclusive explanation service. Lu Yen hung up the phone and walked back to the living room. Zhang Zhendong was excitedly boasting to his daughter about how brave he was back then and how he built his family business step by step. Upon seeing his son-in-law return, he cleared his throat and put on a concerned expression. Shayan, is that a work-related call? Chapter 56 Father-in-law, are you having a mental breakdown? Shayan, is that a work-related call? That's not what he really thought. Goodness, answering a phone call is like a secret rendezvous between underground agents. He even went to the balcony and closed the door. There's nothing fishy going on here. Zhang Zhendong simply wrote his name backwards. Lu Yen smiled, walked back and sat down. Yeah, a delivery man. A delivery man? Zhang Zhendong almost choked on his own saliva. What kind of delivery is this? Why are you being so secretive? Is it worth being so wary of us? Qian Qingwan also looked over curiously. Jiang Yueshue, however, quietly poured Lu Yen a cup of tea, her eyebrows curving into a smile, looking both proud and sweet. Her feelings for Lu Yan now are purely those of a fan, filtered through an unrealistic lens. About 40 minutes later, a muffled rumble suddenly came from outside the villa. The noise was deafening, on a completely different scale from that of a regular truck. How can I describe it? It's like Godzilla having an upset stomach and burping. The whole family was drawn to the commotion and gathered around the French windows. Outside the courtyard, a colossal, jet-black vehicle was slowly driving in, guided by several security guards who were scrambling and stumbling along. The car's design is incredibly rugged, with sharp angles and a powerful presence. A massive front end, a long body, and 6 menacing tires underneath, comparable to those of a small car. 2 deep tire tracks were worn into the perfectly good lawn. Calling this thing a car is an understatement. This is clearly a mobile fortress that can be driven on the road. Zhang Zhendong's mouth was agape, big enough to fit an egg, and he even forgot to hold onto the bottle of special supply mitai he had prepared for a drinking contest with his son-in-law that evening. In his life, he's seen everything from the old Mercedes-Benz to the current Rolls-Royce. But this monster in front of him completely wiped out his decades of automotive knowledge. What the hell is this thing? He couldn't help but swear. Beside him, Lu Yan's voice rang out softly, calm and serene. A palace on the ground. I ordered it myself, and it just arrived. Thump! Zhang Zhendong's heart skipped a beat, his hand trembled, and the teacup in his hand almost broke on the spot. A palace on the ground. He had only heard of these 4 words at the drinking parties of some of the wealthiest people. Claiming to have a mobile presidential suite mounted on wheels, handcrafted, with a starting price of a terrifying 8 figures. He stared intently at the large creature in the yard, his throat suddenly going dry. With that size and that imposing presence, don't even think about it without at least 30 million. Shen Xingwan was also so shocked that she couldn't speak. She doesn't just not understand cars, she knows them too well. Therefore, she understood even more clearly that this car represented more than just money. That's a circle and status that ordinary wealthy people can never break into in their entire lives. At this moment, the car doors opened upwards in a gull-wing style, and a team dressed in sharp suits and wearing white gloves stepped out. The lead account director jogged up to Lu Yan and gave him a perfect 90-degree bow. Mr. Lu, your personal vehicle night patrol has been safely delivered. Now, I will give you and your family a detailed explanation of the functions. His attitude was so meticulous, as if he were there to hand over nuclear launch codes, without a trace of the slickness of a salesperson. Just kidding, anyone who can afford this car is a big shot who can shake the earth with a stomp of their foot. Lu Yan extended the invitation with a smile. Dad, Mom, Yueshua, shall we go and broaden our horizons together? The family stepped out of the villa to experience the imposing presence of this steel behemoth up close. Zhang Zhendong walked around the car like a country bumpkin visiting the Grand View Garden. He reached out and touched the cold, thick bulletproof steel plate, then tapped the bulletproof glass, which was thicker than his palm, with his knuckles. He felt as if he wasn't looking at a car, but inspecting a light armored vehicle that could be driven into battle at any time. The account director opened the car door, and an automatic retractable step slowly descended. Mr. Lu, please. The scene inside the car left Zhang Zhendong and Qian Xingwan speechless. This is not a train carriage. This is clearly a compressed version of the presidential suite of a 7-star hotel. The sofa is hand-stitched Napa leather, with a glossy ebony interior and a top-quality wool carpet that you can sink into underfoot. Starry sky ceiling, studio-grade sound system, integrated kitchen, wet and dry separation bathroom, everything you can think of is here. At the back of the carriage, there was even a separate bedroom with a 2-meter wide bed. It was more than enough to practice a set of military boxing exercises, let alone sleep on it. Considering that Ms. Jiang is pregnant, we have specially installed a medical-grade air purification system and an active hydraulic suspension for you. The account director looked very proud. It can filter 99.9% of allergens and minimize the feeling of bumps inside the car under any road conditions, making it as stable as flat ground. Every word of these words struck a chord with Chen Xingwan. She looked at the undisguised happiness on her daughter's face, and then at the details of the car that had been designed for her daughter. Well, this son-in-law really dotes on his daughter. Zhang Zhendong was numb. He sank into the sofa, which was supposedly worth 6 figures, and drank some chilled Perrier water from the car refrigerator, feeling that he had wasted the last few decades of his life. Back in the day, when I drove my first Santana, I felt like the coolest guy in the whole village. Compared to my son-in-law's palace, the luxury cars in my garage are just a pile of scrap metal. He put down his cup and looked at Lu Yan with a complicated expression. Xiao Yan. Tell Dad honestly, how many more surprises are you hiding? Lu Yan smiled but didn't reply. I can't very well say that I was unaware of this surprise, and that the system's reward was unexpected. After seeing the delivery team off, Lu Yan rolled up his sleeves and went into the kitchen. Jiang Jindong insisted on coming in to help, ostensibly to exchange culinary skills. As a result, while Lu Yan was stir-frying with a wok, creating a huge fire, he was chopping a scallion, and the pieces looked like they were chewed by a dog, with the length and thickness depending entirely on fate. Lu Yan looked at the pile of artworks on the cutting board with a helpless expression. Dad, why don't you go out and command the country? This kitchen is too small a place for you to be wasted. Ahem. Jiang Jindong blushed, trying to save face. I'm just giving you a chance to prove yourself. He put down the kitchen knife and asked in a serious tone, Xiaoyan, I heard from you Shui that the group, is it a bit tight on funds? He was still unwilling to give up and wanted to regain some of the sense of control that his elders had given him in the business field he was familiar with. Lu Yan didn't even look up, deftly making decorative cuts on a fish. Dad, don't worry. The group's affairs aren't really that troublesome. He added in a relaxed tone. In a couple of days, I'll put some money in, and it'll be pocket money for you and Mom. You can play it however you want. Jiang Jindong was speechless again. Pocket money? For playing? That's the culmination of half my life's hard work. That's enough. Jiang Jindong patted his son-in-law on the shoulder, sighed deeply, and walked out of the kitchen with satisfaction. This son-in-law is too amazing. As his father-in-law, I can just lie down and relax. Dinner was extremely lavish. Lu Yan's superb culinary skills completely won over his parents-in-law's stomachs. The atmosphere at the dinner table was harmonious. Xiaoyan, what are your plans for the future? Qian Qingwan asked softly. I'm planning to take Yue back to my hometown in a while, Lu Yan said. After all, I'm carrying 4, and in another month or 2 my belly will be bigger, making it inconvenient to move around. We need to let her get to know her family before she's born, and make the elders in the family happy. Hearing this, Zhang Yueshue felt a warmth in her heart and looked at him tenderly. Jiang Zhendong and Qian Qingwan exchanged a glance and nodded in satisfaction. This son-in-law is capable and thoughtful, there's nothing to complain about. Just then, Qian Qingwan's phone rang. She picked it up and saw it was her younger brother, Qian Qingshan. Hey, Aoyama? As soon as the call connected, Qian Qingshan's voice, on the verge of tears, came through the receiver. Qian Qingwan's expression changed, and she pressed the speakerphone button. Sis. Something terrible has happened. The sky has fallen. Just now, Chu Huaishan personally called our mother. Chu Huaishan? Jiang Jindong frowned. What did he say? Chapter 57, The Surface Palace, let's see if it's cool or not. What did he say? Qian Qingwan's voice was tense. On the other end of the phone, Qian Qingshan's voice was weak, like a deflated tire, carrying a sense of resigned despair. Sister, that old fox Chu Huaishan, I don't know where he got the information about Yueshue, he's dug up the whole story. He told Mom everything, not a single word. After hearing that, Mom smashed her newly bought Huawei phone. She cursed Yueshue for being shameless, saying that the Chen family had lost face and been fed to sharks in the Pacific Ocean. Qian Qingshan paused, then lowered his voice. Chu Huaishan was also stirring things up from the side, saying that as long as Yueshue's man, Lu Yan, returned Chujiang's shares, he would let bygones be bygones. Mom seems to be tempted. She wants you to give Chu Huaishan an explanation by tomorrow. By the end, Qian Qingshan's voice was almost inaudible. Sister, maybe you shouldn't come to the birthday banquet tomorrow. This is no birthday banquet, it's a trap set for you. I'm afraid Yueshue will be wronged if she comes. The meaning behind those words couldn't be clearer. In an attempt to appease a stranger, the old woman planned to offer her own granddaughter and 4 unborn great-grandchildren as a sacrifice to apologize to the stranger. Qian Qingwan's face instantly turned pale. Snap. The phone slipped from my hand and fell onto the carpet. It wasn't broken, but I was devastated. Her eyes reddened, and she looked as if her backbone had been ripped out. Jiang Yueshue's heart skipped a beat. She quickly put down her chopsticks and held her mother's cold hand. Mom! She turned to look at Lu Yan, her eyes filled with worry and self-reproach. Maybe we shouldn't go. Jiang Yueshue's voice was soft and pleading. I don't want you to get involved in this mess because of me. Smack! A loud bang. Jiang Zhendong slammed his hand on the mahogany dining table, causing all the plates on the table to shake. His chest heaved violently with anger. I'm not going. What a load of bullshit birthday banquet. When her own granddaughter suffers immense injustice outside, instead of protecting her, the grandmother helps outsiders to trample on her own family? Is this something a human being would do? Old Jiang had never felt so humiliated in his life, except in front of his son-in-law. Qian Xingwan also came to her senses, wiped away her tears, and her eyes became firm. Yue is right, we're not going. Over the years, apart from Qingshan, among the Qian family members, not one of them has ever genuinely associated with us? It's better not to go, so we don't have to see their snobbish and materialistic faces. Well, a perfectly good dinner suddenly took a turn for the worse. Here comes the interesting part. Of the 4 people present, 3 were emotionally agitated, while the other acted as if nothing had happened. Lu Yen. He was slowly sipping the soup in his bowl. The bone china spoon touched the rim of the bowl with a clinking sound, which was particularly clear in the dead silence. He put down the soup bowl, took out a napkin, and slowly wiped the corner of his mouth. His expression was so calm, as if he had just heard a weather forecast saying it would rain tomorrow, not a family crisis. Dad, Mom, Yue. As soon as he opened his mouth, 3 pairs of eyes shot towards him. We must attend this birthday banquet. Lu Yen glanced at his 3 family members, whose faces clearly said you're crazy, and spoke in a calm yet unusually composed tone. And it should be a grand and glorious affair. Jiang Zhendong's anger was forced back down by those words. Xiaoyan, what's wrong with you? Lu Yen smiled and began giving online lessons to his father-in-law's family. First, the Qian family may disregard rules, but we, as the younger generation, cannot be ignorant of etiquette. If we, as granddaughters and grandsons-in-law, don't go to my grandmother's 70th birthday celebration, we'll be drowned in gossip if word gets out. At that time, outsiders will only criticize us for being unfilial, and Yue's gossip will be even worse. That makes sense. Jiang Zhendong's brows were still furrowed. But what about Chu Huaishan? Lu Yen waved his hand, his smile clearly saying, it's not a big problem. Secondly, it's just Chu Huaishan, a minor matter, don't take it to heart. You don't need to think about anything, and you don't need to do anything. He paused, then added the most crucial sentence. Just think of it as going to see a play, and it's a 3D giant screen with front row VIP seats. I can handle this little thing. These words, spoken casually, are more effective than anything else. Jiang Zhendong and Qian Xingwan's hearts, which had been hanging in suspense, suddenly settled back into their stomachs. 2. Their son-in-law buys a 30 million yuan RV like it's nothing, and they can't even count all the properties he owns. Perhaps Chu Huaishan is no match for him. Dad, Mom, don't go back tonight, stay here. Lu Yen stood up and put a piece of donpa pork in each of their bowls. Tomorrow, our family will go to our own palace. The next day. A massive vehicle slowly drove out of Bailing Villa. This surface palace instantly became the king of the road once it hit the road. When other cars saw it, they slowed down and kept a safe distance of more than 3 meters, for fear of scratching it and getting themselves sold. Passers-by pulled out their phones and started snapping photos. Holy crap! It's alive. It's the car of that super rich guy from Douyin yesterday. The one who gave his wife a phoenix hairpin? Holy crap! Quickly tag your girlfriends who are always dreaming about love to see this fairy tale romance. Inside the car, Jiang Yue scrolled through the trending topics on her phone, looking helplessly at Lu Yen. Look, it's trending on social media, this car is so flashy. Lu Yen was lounging on the sofa, enjoying the cantaloupe his mother-in-law had cut herself, when he heard this and smiled lazily. There's no way around it, my strength doesn't allow me to be low-key. Inside the driver's cab, the ace driver sent by Jiang Zhendong had sweaty palms. Driving this car is even more stressful than driving for a high-ranking official back in the day. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city. Inside a black Maybach, Chu Huaishan hung up the phone, his eyes behind his glasses cold. The strategist beside him asked in a low voice, Chairman Chu, is everything arranged? Chu Huaishan looked out the window. That old lady from the Qian family is even more useful than I thought. The strategist immediately flattered, that's right. You promised to let the younger generation of the Qian family into your new project. Those down-and-outs will treat you like a living Buddha. Just then, Chu Huaishan's private phone rang. Caller ID, Li Jianjun. A nouveau riche who made his fortune through shady businesses is now trying to clean up his act and is shamelessly trying to curry favor with him. Chu Huaishan originally didn't want to pay attention. But considering that Lu Yan was the main character today, he accepted the offer anyway. Hello, Chairman Chu. Hello. The voice on the other end of the phone was so obsequious it was practically dripping with sycophancy. I heard you're going to a banquet at the Qin family's house today? Chu Huaishan gave a faint hum. Li Jianjun immediately got excited. What a coincidence! I'm also related to the Qian family, so I'm going to join in the fun today. Chairman Chu, let me tell you, that kid named Lu Yan is just a peasant. 2 days ago, he hit my son in front of everyone. I can't swallow this insult. Today, I brought some men with me and we're going to make him kneel down and kowtow to my son to apologize. As Chu Huaishan listened, a barely perceptible smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What an idiot! However, a stupid dog that bites on its own can be quite useful sometimes. He said sternly, Mr. Li, that's your family matter. But since we're all guests, let's keep things peaceful and make money together. That's as good as saying nothing at all. Li Jianjun, on the other hand, was so excited that his voice trembled as if he had received an imperial edict. Understood. I understand what Chairman Chu means. Don't worry, I'm just going to reason with him, I absolutely won't offend your eyes. Chu Huaishan hung up the phone and closed his eyes to rest. Lu Yan, whose background is unknown. Li Jianjun, eager for revenge. Add to that a bunch of Qian family members waiting to see the joke and eager to curry favor. Today's birthday banquet should be quite interesting. At the entrance of the Qian family manor. When Lu Yan's surface palace came to a stop in an absurd manner, all the Qian family members responsible for receiving him were dumbfounded. The gull-wing doors rose, and Lu Yan was the first to step out of the car. Behind him were Jiang Zhendong and his wife, dressed in haute couture suits, and Zhang Yueshue, whom he carefully helped down. This family, with handsome men and beautiful women, had such an impressive presence that anyone who didn't know them would think they were royalty on a foreign visit. A young man who was leading the group stood there for a long time before managing to force a smile and come forward. His gaze swept meaningfully over Jiang Yueshue's slightly protruding belly. Aunt Qingwan, Uncle Zhendong, you finally arrived. Grandma has been asking for you for so long. Finally, his gaze fell on Lu Yan, his smile as fake as could be, and he asked with a forced, insincere grin. This must be Sister Yueshue's boyfriend, right? Chapter 58. Anyone who insults my wife should be slapped. Kick away. Boyfriend, right? The young man who said this is Zhang Linfeng. The most shrewd one among the Qian family's collateral branches, he gets things done entirely through his smooth talk. Today I was assigned to stand at the entrance as the face of the store, to deal with any dissent. The moment those 4 words left his mouth, their meaning completely changed. It smelled like it had been pickled in the toilet for 3 days and 3 nights, both foul and rancid. It's obvious, she's pregnant before marriage, which is immoral and scandalous. This isn't a question, this is insulting Jiang Yueshue to her very nose. Qian Qingwan's face immediately fell. But since it was her parents' home, she forced herself to suppress her anger. Linfeng, watch your words. This is your cousin-in-law. Qian Qingwan's voice carried a warning. Zhang Linfeng acted as if he hadn't heard anything, scoffed, and his disdainful look almost popped out of his eyes. Brother-in-law? Aunt Qingwan, you're really joking. What kind of family is our Qian family? Don't you have any idea how much people are spreading rumors about Sister Yueshue? He raised his chin, his gaze sweeping over Lu Yan from head to toe like a scanner. Even if you're in a hurry to find someone to take over, you should at least find someone decent, right? This person looks unfamiliar. Which club did she pick as the top courtesan? She's so lucky to have climbed the social ladder to the Qian family. That's a venomous remark. He called Lu Yan a gigolo, and also subtly implied something about Zhang Yueshue. Zhang Zhendong's fist hardened with a crack. Qian Qingwan was so angry that her fingers were trembling. Zhang Linfeng. How dare you? Who gave you the audacity? Me, being presumptuous? Zhang Linfeng stiffened his neck, becoming extremely arrogant. Aunt Qingwan, don't take yourself too seriously. A married daughter is like water spilled from a bowl. It's the old lady's birthday today. It's all thanks to her kindness that you were allowed to enter. If you don't understand. He didn't finish his sentence. Snap. A loud bang. Crisp and clear. The entire entrance to the manor was instantly muted. The focus of the entire audience, Zhang Linfeng's foul mouth, was slapped hard to the side. He spun around halfway on the spot, almost performing a Thomas Flare for everyone. On the left cheek, a bright red five-finger mark quickly appeared, vivid and symmetrical. A trickle of blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. He was stunned. My mind is filled with the endless loop of that smack sound. Lu Yan slowly withdrew his hand, as if brushing off a speck of dust. He took a step forward, his tall figure shielding Jiang Yueshui and Chen Xingwan behind him. His eyes were calm, even with a hint of curiosity. Little friend, your mouth is for eating, not for venting a septic tank. Lu Yan's voice was not loud, and he spoke slowly and deliberately. Didn't your family teach you that bad breath can cause mouth ulcers? He turned his head, gently patted Jiang Yueshui's hand, and his gaze softened instantly. Fine. Then, he looked at Zhang Linfeng again, smiled slightly, and appeared harmless. It's okay, your brother-in-law will teach you today, for free. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered the hidden achievement Protective Wife's Mouth Substitute. Reward, 100.86 million renminbi in cash. A top-tier villa in Longjing Mountain. The host's quote, brother-in-law teaches you, for free, has been collected. Please keep up the good work and use physical methods to save all living beings. The surrounding guests were all dumbfounded. This script is wrong. Did they fast forward directly to a physics lesson during the birthday banquet? Was it the old lady's favorite grandson who got hit? This guy is really fearless. Zhang Linfeng covered his face, finally realizing what had happened, and a surge of humiliation and anger rushed to the top of his head. You fucking dare to hit me? His eyes were bloodshot, and he lunged forward with a howl. I'll kill you today. Lu Yan didn't even lift his eyelids. That rabid punch was about to hit his face. He moved. There are no frills or embellishments. Lift your leg and step out. His movements were clean and crisp, even a little bit cool. Bang! A muffled thud. Zhang Linfeng was lifted off the ground like a folded shrimp, flying 3 or 4 meters backward. Finally, it slammed heavily onto the marble floor, making a sickeningly loud, bone-crushing sound. He curled up on the ground, panting with his mouth open, and couldn't get up for a long time. The entire venue was deathly silent. If the slap just now was shock, this kick is fear. This isn't a fight, this is a professional beating. Xian Qingwan was also startled and tried to pull Lu Yan away. Zhang Zhendong grabbed her wrist, not only not stopping her, but his eyes gleamed with a sharp light. His inner voice was already roaring. Good son-in-law. Well done. I've been holding in this pent-up frustration for 20 years, and today you kick me all of it out. Awesome. That's fucking awesome. I feel like my high blood pressure, which I've had for years, has come down. The surrounding guests finally dared to whisper among themselves. Who is this? How could they be so ruthless? The Jiang family's son-in-law? Wasn't he supposed to be a gigolo? This rice is a bit hard, it's tough on my teeth. Oh no, he's hit the old lady's sweetheart. This young man is probably going to be kicked out today. Lu Yan ignored these discussions. He looked up at the main building deep within the manor, where a faint wisp of black mist hovered. A very bad omen. But it's none of his business. Zhang Linfeng, who was on the ground, finally caught his breath and struggled to get up. He pointed at Lu Yan with one finger, his eyes filled with resentment. Fine, you've got guts. You just wait. If I don't make you kneel down today, I'll change my surname to yours. After uttering those harsh words, he limped into the manor to fetch reinforcements. As the farce ended, everyone's attention finally shifted from the people to the silent, steel behemoth. Holy crap, this car, isn't that the 30 million yuan surface palace from the internet? Gull-wing doors, that design is absolutely amazing. My god. That mysterious tycoon is the son-in-law of the Zheng family? You call him a poor kid? If he's a poor kid, then what are we? Electric bikes on the side of the road? In an instant, everyone's gaze towards Lu Yan changed. From watching clueless idiots to watching wealthy tycoons pretending to be naive online. Lu Yan, as if nothing had happened, took Jiang Yueshua's hand again, while his other hand steadily supported the painting. Wife, Dad, Mom, let's go inside. The family was just about to take a step. A middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, who was in charge of registering the gifts, tapped on the table and slowly stood up. Hey, stop right there. He adjusted his glasses, giving a forced smile. That was pretty satisfying, buddy. However, when offering birthday wishes, there should be some etiquette to follow, right? His gaze fell on the scroll in Lu Yan's hand, and he curled his lips slightly. Let's register the birthday gifts first. How much money have you prepared for the wedding gift? Chapter 59. A fetus counts as a head? A god-level logic that stunned the audience. How much money have you prepared for the wedding gift? The man in charge of collecting the gifts was named Chen Dihai. He adjusted his glasses, revealing a shrewd look behind the lenses. The sound, neither too loud nor too soft, instantly drew the attention of all the guests who were listening intently. Jiang Zhendong's blood pressure spiked immediately. He clenched his fists, just about to tell the driver to move the jade sculpture from the trunk and smash it to death, these snobbish bastards. Chen Xinhuan also panicked, and her hand instinctively reached for the prepared check in her bag. Just then, a hand reached out and gently pressed down on them. It is Lu Yan. Dad, Mom, don't get agitated. I'll handle this little thing. Lu Yan's voice was calm, and he even had a smile on his lips. This composure completely stunned Jiang Zhendong and his wife, who were prepared to fight to the death. Lu Yan slowly pulled a wallet out of the inside pocket of his obviously expensive suit. The wallet has a plain design, and somewhere on the corners it's a typical straight man style. He opened his wallet and pulled out a stack of red bills. It doesn't look thick. Then, in front of everyone, he began to count the money. The movements were slow, even somewhat elegant. 1, 2, 3. The feeling wasn't like counting money, but more like counting your chips before playing cards. After counting, he took out 80 bills and put the remaining 1,000 plus yuan back into his wallet. Finally, he gently placed the 8,000 yuan in cash on the registration table. Smack! A soft sound. The surrounding air seemed to freeze. Chen Dihai was dumbfounded. The young bookkeeper next to him was also dumbfounded. The guests watching the play around were completely stunned. Driving a Cullinan worth 30 million. A gift of 8,000? Dude, are you serious? Is this something carbon-based life forms can do? Chen Dihai's eyes twitched violently as he stretched out his finger and poked at the stack of money with trembling fingers. It's still warm, really. Just 8,000? His voice was distorted, full of the absurdity of magical realism. Lu Yan nodded, his expression completely at ease. Yes, 8,000. He held up his finger and began to give everyone present a vivid math lesson. Look. Me, my wife, my father-in-law, and my mother-in-law, for adults. As he spoke, he lovingly touched Jiang Yueshu's slightly protruding belly. There are 4 more cubs here. 4 plus 4 equals 8. 8 heads, is that right? Lu Yan analyzed with a serious expression. According to the customs of Yunqing, it's not considered impolite for ordinary relatives to give a gift of 1,000 yuan per person when attending a banquet, is it? 8 people, 1,000 each, that's exactly 8,000. Not too much, not too little, fair and reasonable. After saying that, he shrugged and gave an innocent look that said, I'm practically a logic genius, you can do the math if you don't believe me. The entire venue fell silent once again. Fair and reasonable? You call this fair and reasonable? Is it customary to give gifts based on the number of unborn babies? Are you here to celebrate a birthday or to join in on a big meal? After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in chaos. Holy crap! Are you crazy? Driving a car that could buy half a building, and you only want 8,000? Are you trying to cause trouble? This is more than just disrupting the event, it's like rubbing the Chen family's face in the dirt and spitting on them. This guy is a genius. I've really seen something new today. The faces of Jiang Zhendong and his wife changed from pale to flushed, a truly fascinating sight. Jiang Zhendong, in particular, felt that his high blood pressure was no longer just high, but was surging through the top of his head. I've lived for over 50 years and have never been this humiliated. He was about to rush forward when he met Lu Yan's gaze. His eyes were calm, yet they seemed to say, Dad, believe me, the best is yet to come. Jiang Zhendong swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. His heart was pounding, and he decided to trust this strange son-in-law one more time. Meanwhile, Chen Dihai, after being utterly shocked, was practically grinning from ear to ear. Good heavens! It's like a pillow being delivered to someone who's just fallen asleep. They were originally worried about how to make a big scene and let the old lady and young master Chu laugh at the Jiang family. Unexpectedly, the other party offered themselves up. If we don't stomp on this a few times, we'd be doing a disservice to their generous gift. He was about to speak. Lu Yen, however, spoke first, his tone tinged with concern, and asked leisurely. What? You think it's not enough? He tilted his head and looked directly at Qian Dihai. Is this a birthday banquet, or is it an excuse to push for year-end KPIs under the guise of celebrating the old lady's birthday? If the Qian family is short of money and struggling to make ends meet, just say so. Personally, I can sponsor another 800 to make it an auspicious number for you. Consider it targeted poverty alleviation. To destroy their spirit. Every blow is like a knife to the heart. These words directly equated celebrating a birthday with profiteering, and also conveniently labeled the Qian family as a poverty alleviation target. Chen Dihai's face instantly turned purplish red, and his breathing became heavy. Admitting it's too little? That's just pocketing money. Deny it? Then you'll have to swallow your pride and accept this humiliation of 8,000 yuan. You're spouting nonsense. Chen Dihai was so angry that he was trembling all over. He decided to stop talking and unleash his ultimate move. He winked sharply at the young man next to him who was keeping the accounts. The young man understood immediately, and with all his might, he sang the rites. Zhang Group, distinguished guests from the Zhang family have arrived. This shout, deliberately drawn out, instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the manor. The young man, his face etched with undisguised sarcasm, raised his voice once more. A congratulatory gift. The gift money is 8,000 yuan. And another, broken painting, 1. This wasn't the time for chanting, but he did, even emphasizing the words broken painting with a heavy, loud tone, full of disdain. These days, if someone gives away paintings, they're either a fake intellectual or just throwing in some junk to make up the numbers. The sound of the salute echoed throughout the manor. The results were outstanding. All the guests' gazes turned into tangible knives, stabbing directly at the 4 members of the Zhang family. Disdain, ridicule, schadenfreude. Zhang Zhendong's face turned completely black, but he still forced himself to straighten his back. Qian Qingwan also felt dizzy, and only managed to stand up when her daughter Zhang Yueshue held her hand tightly. A family should always be together. However, Lu Yen, the instigator, acted as if nothing had happened. He even had time to help Zhang Yueshue tidy up her wind-blown hair. Honey, let's go inside. He took Zhang Yueshue's hand, his smile undiminished. Don't rush, this show has only just begun. Zhang Yueshue looked into her husband's deep eyes, which held an unprecedented confidence and sense of control. Her panicked heart miraculously calmed down. She nodded vigorously, letting Lu Yen lead her towards the banquet area. The crowd automatically made way for them. Those gazes were no longer directed at a fool, but rather at an incomprehensible, conspicuous bag. Lu Yen ignored this. He pulled Zhang Yueshue along, ignoring the ordinary seats, and headed straight for the table in the very center of the banquet hall with the best view. The main table. That was reserved for the core members of the Qian family and distinguished guests like Chu Huaishan. His actions caused another uproar. Just as Lu Yen pulled out a chair, preparing to let Zhang Yueshue sit down, a sarcastic voice came over. Mr. Lu, is that right? The visitor was Sun Miao, the Qian family's butler. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and had a smile on his face, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Your way of celebrating my birthday is truly ingenious and has opened the eyes of us ordinary people. Sun Miao adjusted his glasses, his tone full of superiority. Just now, the old lady heard about your kind intentions and was so moved that she almost couldn't recover. She specifically instructed me to come and invite you and Miss Yueshue to sit in the side hall. He paused, his smile becoming meaningful. The old lady said she has some family matters she wants to discuss with you. Let's talk privately. Chapter 60. Your breathing is so loud, it scared my wife. Shall we talk privately? Sun Miao's smile was the epitome of a cunning old man, practically as if the word scheming was etched onto his forehead. The word alone was emphasized, in particular. Lu Yen knew exactly what was going on. Isn't this the standard formula for online novels? They take you to a dark room, then a bunch of people surround you and start nagging and begging, making you feel utterly defeated on the spot. That's so outdated. Lu Yen didn't even bother to look at him, turning his head to look at Zhang Yueshue, his voice instantly rising 8 octaves. Honey, are you tired? Zhang Yueshue shook her head gently, but there was indeed a hint of fatigue in her eyes. After all, she was carrying 4 babies in her belly, so her fighting power was not as good as before. That's good. Lu Yen nodded, completely ignoring the butler's son Miao beside him, treating him like a life-size cardboard cutout. He stood up leisurely. Sit down for a bit, I'll go get you something nice to whet your appetite. After speaking, he strode forward with his long legs, and under the watchful eyes of all the guests, walked straight to the buffet table. Sun Miao was completely stunned. The professional fake smile on his face visibly cracked. Who am I? Where am I? Was I just ignored? He stood there, unsure whether to leave or stay, so embarrassed he almost dug a 3-bedroom apartment out of the Italian imported floor tiles with his toes. The surrounding guests were completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, this guy's really brave. The head butler of the Qian family, the old lady's favorite, is he just being left out like this? What's with the brave attitude? I think he's just a poor bully. Look at him, heading straight for the buffet. He's starving and ready to become a buffet assassin. Ha, that's right. I gave away a huge sum of 8,000 yuan, I have to eat my way back. Various sarcastic whispers were made without any attempt to conceal them. Zhang Zhendong and his wife felt a burning sensation on their faces, not because they felt ashamed, but because they felt sorry for their son-in-law being talked about like this. But Lu Yan's back view was calm and composed, as if he wasn't going to get food, but rather to patrol his territory. He walked to the food counter and glanced at it. The variety of fruits is all right. With his god-level culinary skills activated, he could tell at a glance which piece was sweet, which was sour, and which was perfectly cooked. He grabbed a fruit knife. The next second, under everyone's curious gaze, Lu Yan made his move. There were no fancy moves. A flash of light. An orange spun in his hand, and the peel fell into the plate, automatically curling into a rose. Another flash. He held up a watermelon, and as the knife sliced through it, it transformed into a phoenix spreading its wings. The whole process was ridiculously fast, taking no more than 10 seconds. The guests, who had been chattering away just moments before, suddenly fell silent, and Yama was stunned. Everyone craned their necks, their eyes widened, and their mouths involuntarily formed an O shape. Is this for food? This must be Michelin Man showing off his skills on site. Which 5-star hotel hired this chef? No, his skills are so good, even the head chef should offer him a cigarette. I recorded it. Is that hand speed even possible for a human? Soon, a crystal bowl was filled with various art-quality fruit cuts. Lu Yan picked up honey, lemon juice, and mint leaves, mixed them casually, and poured them over the mixture. Sizzle. An incredibly powerful and refreshing fragrance exploded out instantly. The smell was sweet, sour, and refreshing, like an olfactory bomb that instantly overwhelmed the smells of meat, alcohol, and cheap perfume in the room. Wow, it smells so good. Oh my god. It's that fruit salad. Just smelling it makes my mouth water. Many of the female guests had already begun to unconsciously swallow their saliva. Lu Yan carried the bowl of fruit salad that had made everyone drool, and walked back leisurely. He sat down, scooped up a spoonful of mango chunks, and gently offered it to Zhang Yueshue's lips. Come on, baby, open your mouth. That look in his eyes was incredibly doting. Ah! Zhang Yueshue was so happy she almost fainted, and obediently opened her little mouth. Her eyes lit up the moment she tasted the fruit. Sweet, sour, fragrant, and refreshing, the flavors explode on your tongue, so delicious you'll want to cry. Delicious, she exclaimed sincerely. Eat more if you like it. Your husband picked these out for you. Lu Yan smiled and fed him spoonful by spoonful. The two were oblivious to everyone around them, their sweetness bordering on cloying. Ding! Detected host's elaborate ways of pampering his wife, stunning everyone, earning the gourmet's captive achievement. Reward, 3 million renminbi in wealth. Lu Yan's smile deepened. Sure enough, making money is not as good as pleasing your wife. This scene caused the surrounding socialites and wealthy women to collectively break down. They looked at Lu Yan, then at their own male companions who were either drinking heavily or bragging, and felt a pang of jealousy. He drives a luxury car worth 30 million, has amazing craftsmanship, and dotes on his wife like a daughter. Is this really my husband? He's practically walking. Of course, this sweet scene is a knife to the heart for some people. Cousin, it's him. That bastard who drove the beat-up car hit me. Having just brought reinforcements, Zhang Linfeng led a young man with slanted eyes and charged over menacingly. The young man's name is Qian Jiafu, the eldest grandson of the Qian family. He has been arrogant and lawless since childhood. He saw Lu Yen and Lu Yen occupying the center position at the main table and still being all lovey-dovey from afar, and he was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Chen Jiafu rushed to the table and, without saying a word, kicked over the empty chair next to him. A loud crash. Where did this scoundrel come from, daring to sit here? He stretched out his finger, almost poking Lu Yan's nose, and roared arrogantly. Do you think you're qualified to sit here? Get the hell out of here. The entire room fell silent instantly. Jiang Yueshue shuddered in fright. Lu Yan's brows finally furrowed. He slowly and deliberately fed her the last bite of fruit, then took out a tissue and carefully wiped Jiang Yueshue's mouth clean. The whole process was as elegant as if it were some kind of sacred ritual. After doing all this, he slowly raised his head and looked at Chen Jiafu, who looked like a firecracker, with a smile on his face. Little friend, who are you? Chen Jiafu was stunned, and was quite taken aback by the term little kid. Lu Yan stood up, and the imposing presence of his height made Chen Jiafu subconsciously take a half step back. He extended one finger and slowly shook it. First, my wife is pregnant and easily frightened. What if you scare her by speaking so loudly? He then extended a second finger. Secondly, when adults are eating, children shouldn't be making a lot of noise next to them. It makes them seem very ill-mannered. So, Uncle is in a good mood today, so I'll give you a free lesson. Let me teach you what rules are. Chapter 61. What era is this? The old lady is an Empress Dowager Cixi. Let me teach you what rules are. Lu Yan's words were light and casual, but their destructive power was comparable to that of a cannonball. They didn't take Chen Jiafu seriously at all. They treated him like a spoiled brat who needed to be retrained. Chen Jiafu's face flushed red, turning as red as a monkey's bottom. Who is he? The eldest grandson of the Qian family. In Yuncheng, everyone who sees him must respectfully call him Young Master Fu. Today, not only was my spotlight stolen, but I also got a lesson in front of everyone. If he swallows this insult, how will he ever be able to hold his head high in front of his cronies again? Who the hell do you think you are, daring to lecture me? Chen Jiafu pointed at Lu Yan's nose, spitting out saliva like a small fountain. A gigolo who climbed the social ladder by relying on women, driving a beat-up car and actually acting like he's someone important? Let me tell you, if you don't crawl out of here on your knees today, I'll change my name, Chen Jiafu, backwards. That's really dirty talk. Jiang Zhendong, the father-in-law standing next to him, probably had a blood pressure monitor that was about to explode. If it weren't for his wife Qian Xingwan holding him back, he would have definitely shown his nephew what a slap in the face was today. However, Lu Yan, at the center of the storm, didn't even lift an eyelid. He turned his head to look at his wife, his voice so gentle it could melt your heart. Honey, it's too noisy here, it's affecting the babies listening to prenatal music. As he spoke, he naturally took Jiang Yueshue's hand. Dad, Mom, since the host thinks we're in the way, let's leave. It's better not to celebrate this birthday. After saying that, he actually grabbed Jiang Yueshue and turned to leave. The movements were swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Good heavens! This completely baffled Chen Jiafu. He prepared a whole set of Zhuan 18 styles of insults, but the other party just flipped the table and refused to play anymore. It feels like you've unleashed a powerful attack, only to have the opponent surrender immediately, like punching air and nearly straining your back. The surrounding guests were also dumbfounded. This guy, he's a genius. They don't give you any face at all. Their main focus is on doing whatever they want. Jiang Zhendong and Qian Xingwan exchanged a glance, feeling incredibly relieved. Let's go. We have to go. Why should my precious daughter and son-in-law have to put up with this humiliation? The elderly couple immediately followed, and the whole family walked out together without looking back. Hey! Hey! My dear-in-law! Xiao Yan! Don't go! An anxious voice came from behind the crowd. Jiang Yueshue's third uncle, Chen Xinghao, rushed over with small, quick steps, his path streaked with sparks and lightning. Without saying a word, he immediately gave his son, Chen Jiafu, a father's love is as solid as a mountain slap on the back of the head. Smack! The sound was crisp and clear. You scoundrel! How dare you talk to your cousin-in-law like that? Qian Xinghao looked at him with a disappointed expression. Hurry up and apologize to your cousin-in-law. With acting skills like that, it would be a waste not to go to film school. Everyone knows he's putting on an act for the whole audience, afraid that the scandal of the Chen family driving away their own granddaughter at their birthday banquet will get out. Chen Jiafu covered the back of his head, his face full of resentment, but under his father's murderous gaze, he still chickened out. Qian Xinghao then put on a chrysanthemum-like smile and stopped Lu Yan. "Shayan, look at the mess this has made. Jiafu has been spoiled by us since he was little. As his older brother, don't take it to heart. Your sister Qingwan was just saying that you finally came all this way, so we should have a proper get-together." He abruptly changed the subject and unleashed his trump card. Come on, the old lady has prepared tea in the side room, just waiting to have a private chat with you two young people." This rhetoric is flawless. They both gave her a way out and played the old lady card. The guests present all felt that it was time to back down now, since the elders had come to invite them personally. To continue arguing would be considered inconsiderate. To everyone's surprise, Lu Yan suddenly laughed after hearing this. He looked at Chen Xinghao with a playful expression. "Third uncle, right?" Lu Yan released Zhang Yueshue's hand, took half a step forward, and stood in front of his wife. "Look at what you're saying. It's the 21st century now, it's no longer a feudal society. Grandma is in good health, she is not Empress Dowager Cixi in the Forbidden City. As the younger generation, there is no need for us to do all that kneeling, kowtowing, and greetings, is there?" In one sentence, Chen Xinghao was rendered speechless by his words. "Are you trying to pressure me with the excuse of being an elder and adhering to rules? Okay, I'll just elevate it to the level of feudal dross for you. Let's see who loses face more." Lu Yan didn't give Qian Xinghao any time to react and continued to deliver the finishing blow. "As the younger generation, it's enough that we've shown our sincerity. When we present the gifts later, we will naturally be able to see Grandma and wish her a happy birthday in person. There are too many people around now, so we won't go to the side hall to disturb the old man's peace and quiet. We can't afford to take responsibility if he gets hurt." After saying that, he gracefully stepped aside and gestured for the others to make their way. Subtext: don't block the way a good dog doesn't block the road. The smile on Qian Xinghao's face froze completely, then cracked inch by inch. He had imagined a million possibilities, but he never expected Lu Yan to be so disrespectful, especially in front of all the celebrities in Yun City. This is more than just a slap in the face. This involved tearing off his face, throwing it on the ground, running it over with a leather shoe, and finally spitting on it. He stared intently at Lu Yan, forcing out a few words through gritted teeth. "Well. Then, do as you please." After saying that, with a dark face, he led his son away in a dejected manner, like a defeated rooster. This farce has finally come to an end. Lu Yan and his family sat down in the center of the main table without any qualms. The surrounding guests' gazes shifted from watching the spectacle to observing the big shot. This young man looks so refined, but I never expected him to be such a ruthless wolf, even more ruthless than a human. As noon approached, more and more guests arrived. The announcer's voice was practically hoarse from shouting. General Manager Wang of Changnan Construction has arrived. Chairman Lu of Tianhua Group has arrived. Although Qian Xinghao had just suffered a setback at Lu Yan's hands, he had already resumed his professional fake smile and was moving through the crowd with ease. The Chen family needs these people to return to its peak, and an even more important figure is on the way. Sure enough, not long after, the announcer's voice suddenly rose 8 octaves, filled with uncontrollable trembling and obsequiousness. Chairman Chu Huaishan of the Chu Group has arrived. Boom! That sound silenced the entire room instantly. All eyes turned to the doorway. A middle-aged man with a refined demeanor and wearing gold-rimmed glasses slowly walked in, surrounded by a group of bodyguards in black. It is none other than Chu Huaishan, the rising star of Yuncheng. Then something even more shocking happened. Inside the main building, the birthday celebrant of the day, Mrs. Su Guathan of the Qian family, was actually helped out by her younger relatives to personally greet everyone. When the old lady saw Chu Huaishan, she lowered herself so much that she almost crawled on the ground, and the wrinkles on her face smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. Oh my, Chairman Chu's presence is truly an honor to our Qian family. Even a blind man could see through their sycophantic faces. Zhang Zhendong's face darkened when he saw this. Good heavens! When his granddaughter and grandson-in-law came, he didn't even give them a friendly look. An outsider is treated like an ancestor. They're really good at using double standards. Just when everyone thought that Chu Huaishan was the most important guest of the day, another commotion arose at the entrance. This time, the officiant even forgot to shout. He just stood there with his mouth agape, dumbfounded. The two elderly men came side by side. The man on the left has an air of otherworldly wisdom, wearing a long linen robe and holding a string of shiny walnuts in his hand. The man on the right exudes a calm and composed aura, dressed in a traditional Chinese tang suit, and his gaze carries an inherent sense of authority. Holy crap! That's Master Zhang Daoshan? He's the #1 expert in traditional Chinese feng shui. Even billionaires have to wait in line to book an appointment to have their feng shui consulted by him. That guy next to him, doesn't he look like Ling Tianfeng, the sect leader of Xuanji sect? My god! Among the crowd, those who knew their stuff were already exclaiming in surprise. These two are not living gods that money can buy. Even Chu Huaishan, who had just been putting on airs, changed his expression instantly upon seeing these two. He quickly straightened his clothes and hurried forward to greet her with a respectful demeanor. Elder Zhang, sect leader Ling, I didn't expect you two to come as well. You're too kind, young brother Chu. Please come in, both of you. Anyone who didn't know better would think that Chu Huaishan was the main character of this banquet. Chu Huaishan greeted the two elders, but his gaze drifted intentionally or unintentionally toward Lu Yan. Ling Tianfeng seemed to see what was in Chu Huaishan's eyes and asked, Brother Chu, do you know that young man? Chapter 62 A Broken Painting, please kneel and admire it. Brother Chu, do you know that young man? Ling Tianfeng followed Chu Huaishan's gaze and asked a question. I would recognize you even if you turned to ashes. Chu Huaishan gave a forced smile and quietly leaned close to Ling Tianfeng's ear, his voice sounding like it was being squeezed out from between his back teeth. Sect leader Ling, that's him. They used underhanded methods to steal my Chujiang Group's shares. Don't be fooled by his respectable appearance, he's just a gigolo, a good-for-nothing who climbed the social ladder purely by relying on his wife. Really? When Ling Tianfeng looked at Lu Yan again, his eyes held a hint of consideration and an undisguised sharpness. The arrival of these two VIPs instantly enlivened the atmosphere of the birthday banquet. The guests whispered amongst themselves, and in doing so, they brought up all sorts of old, trivial matters concerning the Qian family. I heard that the old master of the Qian family was quite a figure back in the day, with superb martial arts skills. Yes, that's why the Qian family is inherently arrogant and looks down on people like Zhang Zhendong, who came from a humble background as a peddler. It's a pity that the old man was injured in a fight 8 years ago and passed away not long after. That's why the Qian family has been declining day by day. Lu Yan's gaze swept over the Master Zhang. Under the divine-level Taoist perception, the old man's magical aura was about the same as a leaky cell phone battery. A half-baked charlatan can only fool laymen. As for Ling Tianfeng next to him, his temples were bulging, and his breathing was steady, indicating that he was a trained martial artist. Among ordinary people, he would be considered a master. But in front of Lu Yan, it's probably at the level where you could solve it with one finger. These two, whom others see as living gods, are, in his eyes, just two slightly stronger grasshoppers. It's not worth mentioning, it's even a little laughable. Soon, the auspicious time arrived. The most important part before the banquet, presenting birthday gifts, officially begins. The person in charge of announcing the ceremony was still Qian, the one at the entrance. He cleared his throat, his face practically radiating schadenfreude, his eyes fixed precisely on Lu Yan's table as if they were equipped with GPS. Now, let's begin reading the congratulatory gifts. According to the Qian family's rules, we'll start with the lowest value. Whoosh! As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes in the room once again focused on the Zhang family of 4. As expected, Chen Dihai picked up the gift list and, at the top of his lungs, shouted in a volume as if he wanted everyone in the KTV room to hear him. Zhang Group, distinguished guest of the Zhang family. He deliberately dragged out the sound, whetting everyone's appetite. Gift, a cash gift of 8,000 yuan. He paused, enjoying the barely suppressed smiles on the faces of all the guests. Then, slowly and deliberately, he added the second half of the sentence, word by word. There is also a broken painting. Put. Ha 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 ha. The scene instantly erupted in chaos, with unrestrained laughter, as if it were Chinese New Year. 8,000 yuan? Did I hear that right? Is this for the old lady's welfare payment? And a tattered painting? Ha, is this a birthday celebration or a push to urge for more updates? Are you afraid the old lady won't leave quickly enough? Hilarious. They can afford a multi-million-dollar palace on the ground, but can't come up with an 80,000 yuan dowry? Are they trying to pull a fast one here? I told you that car was rented. You were trying to save face, and now you've been thoroughly humiliated. The Jiang family's shamelessness is completely welded to the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. At the head of the table, the face of the Qian family matriarch, Su Guifan, immediately fell, becoming so gloomy it seemed to drip water. Jiang Jindong and his wife's faces turned a deep purplish red, as if they wished they could disappear on the spot. Just then, a sharp, sarcastic voice rang out. Sun Feifei, the daughter of the second young lady of the Qian family, jumped up from her seat. She pointed at Jiang Yueshue's nose and screamed with utter contempt. Jiang Yueshue, is your family so poor they've gone mad? 8,000 yuan. A worthless painting. You've completely disgraced the Qian family. If you can't present something decent, don't come at all. Even beggars are more generous than you. Stop pretending. Jiang Yueshue was so angry that she trembled all over, her eyes instantly reddened, and she was about to stand up. Lu Yan gently pressed her cold hand and stood up himself. He looked at Sun Feifei jumping around and smiled. Cousin, don't get agitated. If you get sick from anger, you'll have to pay for your own medical expenses. Our family has only contributed 8,000 yuan, which isn't enough for one day in the ICU. Sun Feifei was so speechless by these words that her face turned green. You. Lu Yan's smile grew even brighter. Whether a painting is valuable or not is not up to you to decide. After all, just because you don't understand something doesn't mean it's worthless. Just like a QR code in a dog's eyes, isn't it just a piece of scrap paper with some scratches? Who are you calling a dog? Sun Feifei jumped up and down in anger. Lu Yan looked completely innocent. I was just using an analogy, why did you take it so personally? Could it be? Enough! The old lady, Su Guifan, slammed her hand on the table and shouted angrily. The scene fell silent immediately. But her cloudy old eyes, sharp as knives, scrutinized Lu Yan and Jiang Yueshue, while she didn't even glance at Sun Feifei, who had stirred up trouble. The ensuing ceremony was practically a public execution of the Jiang family of four. General Manager Wang of Changnan Construction presents a congratulatory gift, 380,000 yuan in cash and a jade ruby from the previous dynasty. Chairman Lu of Tianhua Group, congratulatory gift, 660,000 yuan in cash. A landscape painting by a famous artist. Each chant was like an invisible slap in the face, leaving Jiang Jindong and his wife unable to lift their heads. The surrounding jeers grew louder and louder. Master Zhang Daoshan, this is a consecrated jade amulet for your protection. Wishing the old lady good health and longevity. Sect Master Ling of the Xuanji sect presents this gift, a century-old wild ginseng. Wishing the old lady a long and healthy life. These two items are treasures that money can't buy. The gloom on the old lady's face vanished, and she smiled broadly. Finally, Chu Huaishan's gift made its grand finale appearance. Chen Dihai took a deep breath and shouted with all his might. Mr. Chu Huaishan, chairman of the Chu Group. Congratulatory gift, 8,880,000 yuan in cash. As a bonus, a piece of South China Sea blood jade coral, valued at 13.8 million. Boom! The entire audience erupted in uproar. A gift worth over 20 million. What an extravagant gesture! Thunderous applause erupted. Chu Huaishan stood up with a beaming smile, basking in the spotlight. His gaze swept over Lu Yan seemingly unintentionally, but his smugness and dominance were undisguised. Kid, do you see that? This is the difference between you and me. Faced with this stark contrast, the scales in the old lady Su Guifan's heart completely collapsed. Looking at Chu Huaishan, who was being fawned over, and then at the four members of the Jiang family, who had become a laughingstock in the corner, her anger and disgust finally erupted. She slowly stood up, her dragon-headed cane slamming heavily into the ground. Thump! The entire room fell silent. The old lady's gaze was like an icicle, piercing straight into Jiang Yueshue. That look contained not a trace of kinship, only icy resolve. Jiang Yueshue. Her hoarse voice resounded throughout the venue. You, come to the middle. Jiang Yueshue's heart skipped a beat, and she subconsciously gripped Lu Yan's hand tightly. Jiang Zhendong and his wife's expressions also changed drastically, and an ominous premonition welled up in their hearts. Lu Yan patted his wife's hand, gave her a reassuring look, and then stayed with her. He wanted to see what kind of fart this old lady could manage after holding it in all morning. Jiang Yueshue took a deep breath and, under the gloating gazes of everyone present, walked step by step to the center of the banquet hall. She straightened her back and stubbornly met the old lady's gaze. Grandmother! Su Guifan sneered, and suddenly raised the dragon-headed cane in her hand, pointing it at the ground. The gesture was filled with an unquestionable command. Kneel down. Chapter 63, Trying to get shares for free? Shameless. Kneel down. The words old lady were like a thunderclap from a clear sky, instantly silencing the entire banquet hall. The background music has stopped. Hundreds of people, thousands of eyes, were all focused on the center of the banquet hall. Sympathy, spectatorship, schadenfreude, all sorts of gazes, like searchlights, illuminated Jiang Yueshue and Lu Yan clearly. Mom! Jiang Jindong's eyes immediately turned red, and he wanted to rush over. Qian Qingwan also panicked and immediately went to protect her daughter. As soon as they made a move, several of Qian's relatives came up to them with smiles on their faces. Uncle, aunt, don't get so worked up. Grandma would just chat with the younger generation and teach them manners. They said nice things, but their bodies blocked the way like a wall, not letting anyone pass. Jiang Yueshua's body stiffened, and her face turned pale instantly. She felt her legs were a little weak and she could hardly stand up. Just then, a large hand firmly wrapped around her waist. The next second, she nestled into a warm and strong embrace. Lu Yan shielded her behind him, using his back to block all malicious gazes. He raised his head, looked at Su Guifan in the main seat, and slowly began to speak. Grandmother. Lu Yan's voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the deathly silent banquet hall. With a voice like yours, it's a shame you're not on the Voice of China. It's a bit hard on the ears, it even scared my wife. Puff. Su Guifan almost choked on her breath, her old face turning bright red. That's not how the script was written. This useless guy doesn't play by the rules. She has to get her revenge. Su Guifan took a deep breath and immediately switched to sad old mother mode, her voice even sounding like she was crying. Jiang Yueshue. How dare you say I scared you? Look what you've done. The old lady's finger, like a navigation system, pointed precisely to Jiang Yueshua's slightly protruding belly. Getting pregnant out of wedlock, how shameless. You've disgraced the Qin family's reputation for centuries. Today, you must be punished before your ancestors. Otherwise, my Qin family would not have you as our granddaughter. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding guests immediately began to whisper among themselves. Oh, it's true. You can't hide your belly anymore. TSK, what a misfortune for the family, the Qin family is really unlucky. That guy is really something. He got her pregnant and didn't even have a wedding. He still has the nerve to come along today? He's really shameless. Each comment was like a knife. Jiang Yueshue was so angry that she trembled all over, tears welling up in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Lu Yan gently patted her back and whispered in her ear, "Don't be angry. It's not worth getting angry with these old fogies." Then he smiled. She was smiling very brightly. I said. His voice silenced the entire room once again. It's the 21st century, how come there are still people who treat the old almanac like it's an imperial edict? Grandma, just a friendly reminder, the Qing dynasty has been gone for over 100 years, and it's time to cut off your cues long ago. He paused, his gaze swept around, and finally landed on Su Guifan's astonished face. In addition, who told you that we're not married? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yan pulled 2 red books out of his pocket. Snap. He casually slammed his hand on the table. The vibrant red almost blinded everyone. Look carefully. Lu Yan's tone carried a hint of amusement. Issued by the Ministry of Civil Affairs, valid nationwide, and verifiable online. We are a legally married couple and are protected by law. He watched as Su Guifan's face turned from red to green, then from green to white, and slowly delivered the final blow. But it is you who publicly spread rumors about my wife and damaged her reputation. Have you heard of defamation? That meets the criteria for filing a case. Marriage certificate. These 2 red certificates were like 2 resounding slaps to the faces of all the onlookers. Su Guifan, in particular, felt her face burning as if she had been slapped 100 times with a slipper. Her ultimate move, which she had prepared all morning, was just wasted. It's become a joke? Her lips trembled, and she couldn't utter a single word. Shu Huaishan, standing beside him, also froze, his smug expression gone. Get married? How can we stand on the moral high ground and criticize them now? Seeing that the performance was about to go wrong, Su Guifan panicked. Old ginger is spicier. With a fierce look in her eyes, she thought, if morality won't work, then I'll resort to force. Good. What a wonderful legally married couple. The old lady opened her mouth by gritting her back teeth. So what if you two are married? She slammed her cane down heavily and pointed it at Lu Yan. Don't think I don't know the dirty things you've been doing outside. A hostile takeover, a lack of sportsmanship, and a disruption of the business environment in Yunqing. My Qian family will never tolerate a black sheep like you in our family. Goodness, it jumped straight from a family drama to a financial news channel. Everyone present was a businessman, and upon hearing this, their ears immediately perked up. Lu Yan was secretly delighted. Oh, you're not pretending anymore? So you finally revealed your true intentions? He didn't argue, just watched the old lady leisurely, as if she were a monkey show. Really? Seeing that he didn't speak, Su Guifan thought he was scared. She walked up to Chu Huaishan, clearly intending to support him. Lu Yan. The old lady spoke in a commanding tone. Today, in front of everyone, you're going to reveal those tainted Chujiang Group stocks you own. She paused deliberately, her eyes filled with malice. Sold to Chairman Chu at a friendly price. Then, kowtow to Chairman Chu and apologize. The fox's tail has finally been fully revealed. Let's consider this matter over. Otherwise, neither of you will be leaving this room today. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Now everyone understands. After all that, family traditions and face saving are all nonsense. This is no birthday banquet, it's clearly a trap. The goal is to force this young man to vomit up the meat he ate, with interest. All eyes were once again focused on Lu Yan. This is a dead end, isn't it? Faced with the combined pressure from the Qian and Chu families, what other option is there but to kneel down and beg for mercy? In this deathly silence, Lu Yan suddenly moved. He wasn't angry at all. Instead, he pulled up a chair from the side and helped Zhang Yueshue sit down. Wife, you sit and watch the show. Pregnant women shouldn't stand for too long. Then, he pulled up a chair and sat down opposite the old lady and Chu Huaishan with an air of authority. He crossed his legs and casually dusted off non-existent dust from his trousers. Finally, he looked up at the two people opposite him performing a charade and smiled. That smile was incredibly irritating. Are you done talking? Lu Yan's tone was as relaxed as if he were asking, have you eaten? That's it? I thought they were going to give me a share of the family fortune. He pursed his lips, looking utterly bored. All right, now that your show is over. Well, now it's my turn to speak, isn't it? Chapter 64, if I tell you to kneel, you have to kneel. Well, now it's my turn to speak, isn't it? This casual remark silenced Su Guifan and Chu Huaishan, these two seemingly superficial allies. The surrounding onlookers also collectively crashed. Something's not right. The script says this kid should be pissing his pants, kneeling down and begging for forgiveness, crying and shouting. Why does he act like a GM about to announce game over? Lu Yan completely ignored the astonishment of the NPCs. He stood up leisurely, his gaze, as if guided by precision, locking onto the old lady in the main seat whose face was more wrinkled than a walnut. Grandmother? Lu Yan tilted his head, a smirk playing on his lips, a smile that was as sarcastic as could be. Oh dear, look at my memory, I almost forgot you're still alive. If I call you old man, I'm afraid you won't appreciate it. With just one sentence, the air in the entire room froze instantly. What happened just now was at most a verbal argument, but this action is like flipping the table at someone's birthday banquet and spitting a wad of phlegm in the birthday celebrant's face. In front of all the prominent figures in Yunqing, he pointed at the old lady of the Qian family and cursed her. Zhang Zhendong's heart skipped a beat. But the next second, a surge of pent-up frustration, suppressed for over 20 years, burst forth with a boom from that curse. Cool. That was fucking awesome. Shen Xingwan turned pale with fright and tried to pull Lu Yan away, but Zhang Zhendong grabbed her and held her down. Old Zhang shook his head at her, his eyes, which had been dim for years, now shone brightly as if they had been lit by two searchlights. At your age, you still haven't learned how to be a decent human being that perfectly describes you. Lu Yan's tone remained indifferent, but every word was like a steel nail, piercing Su Guifan's heart. When did it become your place, an outsider, to interfere with my things? Where did you get the courage to make me sell my shares to this old man? Are you two having an affair? He pointed to Chu Huaishan beside him. Is it because you're old? Or is it because you're shameless? Or perhaps you think your old face is good enough to exchange for 200 million at the bank? The three deadly questions were more piercing than the last. They stripped Su Guifan of her "I'm an elder, I'm awesome" facade, ripped it off to shreds, and even stomped on it twice. You little beast. You've gone too far. Su Guifan was so angry she looked like she had Parkinson's disease. She pointed at Lu Yan, her lips trembling, and she couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. The surrounding guests were in an uproar. Holy crap? The script's upside down? Did this guy buy a standing ticket and just go on stage to steal the show? This is insane. This kid must have a side job professional arguing. We're doomed. This feud has gotten out of hand. Nobody's leaving this room today. Lu Yan didn't even bother to glance at these discussions. When dealing with this kind of old hag, you try to reason with her? She'll just talk about seniority. You want to talk to her about the law? She'll roll on the ground and cry right there in front of you. The only way is to slap her face in public, so she'll know why the flowers are so red. After he finished cursing, he didn't even bother to look at the old woman again. An old, senile man being used as a pawn is not worthy of being his primary target. Lu Yan's gaze slowly shifted, finally settling on Chu Huaishan, who always wore a smile and exuded an air of superiority. He smiled. Then, with everyone wondering what this kid would do next, he strode over. Old man, you're all so old, and you're still playing these childish tricks of using someone else to do your dirty work? Lu Yan walked up to Chu Huaishan and looked down at him. The sound wasn't loud, but it was like a public address system broadcasting throughout the venue. That's fucking, utterly disgusting. One sentence can be more damaging than 100 swear words. This completely shattered Chu Huaishan's gangster boss persona, which he had cultivated in Yunqing for many years. Chu Huaishan's smile finally crumbled. His face turned ashen, and he slammed his hand on the table, about to stand up. Presumptuous. But just as he stood halfway up, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. That hand looked ordinary, but it was as heavy as if it were pressing down on Mount Tai, instantly draining all his strength. Chu Huaishan? Chairman Chu, don't be angry. Why bother arguing with a child? Zhang Daoshan and Ling Tianfeng, who had been standing in the background the whole time, finally spoke up. Ling Tianfeng took another step forward, exuding an aura of formidable fighting prowess, and shouted in a deep voice. Young man, don't be so arrogant. Who do you think you are in front of Chairman Chu and Master Zhang? Once these two spoke, the guests felt that things should finally quiet down. Big names in the feng shui and martial arts worlds have stepped in. This kid should at least give them some face, right? However, Lu Yan didn't even lift his eyelids. In his eyes, these two so-called titans of society were no different from two breathing cabbages. To everyone's astonishment, Lu Yan raised his other hand. Then, with a light touch, it slapped Chu Huaishan's old face. Smack! 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 The voice wasn't loud, and it even sounded somewhat friendly. But this scene is even worse than being slapped in public. It is extremely insulting. If you're so capable, then work with me in business and finance in a fair and square way. Lu Yan leaned down, whispered in Chu Huaishan's ear, and said casually in a voice only the two of them could hear. If you dare to resort to such underhanded tactics again, or harm my wife and family. His voice was devoid of emotion, yet as cold as the Siberian wind. I'll have your whole family gathered together and ready to go downstairs for the feast. A chill ran from Chu Huaishan's tailbone straight up to the top of his head. In his entire life, when has he ever been treated like this? His blood rushed to his head, and he trembled violently, his face turning a deep liver color. He wanted to yell, to jump up and fight Lu Yan to the death. But the hand on his shoulder was as if welded shut, making all his struggles look like a clown performance. With nowhere to vent his anger, Chu Huaishan's rationality was completely consumed. He suddenly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes staring intently at Su Guifan, who was already terrified. Su Guifan. His voice was as hoarse as a broken gong. Is this how the Qin family treats its guests? If I, Chu Huaishan, fall here today, your Qin family will not have an easy time either. Wow, that's a quick and accurate way to shift the blame. Su Guifan was so shocked by the shout that she nearly died on the spot. She knew that she had offended Chu Huaishan terribly. But for the sake of the Qin family's last bit of face, she had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue to confront Lu Yan. Lu Yan. No matter what, I'm still your grandmother. How can you talk to your elders like that? She is still trying to use her seniority to intimidate others. Lu Yan slowly straightened up, turned his head, and looked at her coldly. I'm only calling you grandma because I'm giving you face. He paused, and the indifference in his eyes made Su Guifan's heart stop. I won't give you face. Who do you think you are? The moment he finished speaking, he suddenly pressed down on Chu Huaishan's shoulder. Boom! A loud bang. Chu Huaishan was forced to his knees by an irresistible force. The mahogany chair and half of the table he was sitting on instantly exploded into a pile of rubble. Wood chips flew everywhere, and wine splashed all over the place. The entire room fell silent. Everyone was stunned by this scene. This is more than just a slap in the face. This is to trample on Chu Huaishan's dignity in front of all the celebrities of Yunqing. Lu Yan's atrocities finally ignited the last fuse for the Qian family. You dare to lay a hand on Chairman Chu. And you even dare to insult my mother. Qian Qinghao, the eldest son of the Qian family and the third brother of Qian Qinghuan, finally realized what was happening. His eyes were bloodshot, like a bull in heat, as he roared and punched Lu Yan in the back of the head. I'll fucking kill you. The surrounding guests gasped in surprise. Zhang Zhendong and his wife were also so frightened that they stood up. However, Lu Yan didn't even turn his head. Just as the fist was about to strike, he shifted his body to the side in a bizarre manner and extended two fingers with lightning speed. It gripped Qian Qinghao's fist perfectly, without missing a beat. Qian Qinghao felt as if his fist was being clamped by hydraulic clamps. He couldn't even tremble, let alone move forward. Lu Yan slowly turned his head. There was no anger, no murderous intent in those eyes, only the disdain of looking at trash. Third uncle, why are you in such a hurry? A playful smile curled at the corner of his lips. Want to go down and save a seat for your wife and daughter? Chapter 65. One slap for a kid, even a grandmaster can be slapped. Want to go down and save a seat for your wife and daughter? Lu Yan's casual remark detonated a bomb in Qian Qinghao's CPU. Buzz. He felt that what was gripping his wrist was not just two fingers. That's a fucking welded-on industrial-grade gantry crane. The excruciating pain from the dislocated and compressed bone shot through the nerves and into the brain like sparks and lightning. Ah! Qian Qinghao let out a pig-like scream. You little beast! Let go! Let go of me! He was still being stubborn, trying to save face. Lu Yan raised an eyebrow, almost wanting to laugh. She pinched his wrist knuckles and gave it a casual, gentle twist. Click! A crisp sound, like breaking a potato chip, echoed throughout the venue. Qian Qinghao's scream abruptly stopped, and he began to convulse, his eyes bulging as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. My wrist is broken. Lu Yan let go of his hand and shook it as if it had gotten dirty. He looked down at Qian Qinghao, who was curled up like a cooked shrimp, and spoke as if he were instructing an intern. Third uncle, let me tell you something. You can't just show your strength like that. The words had barely left his mouth. He raised his leg and kicked. There are no techniques involved, only emotions. Qian Qinghao, weighing over 160 pounds, was sent flying in a flash. Boom crash. He precisely smashed a dining table 7 or 8 meters away, smearing his face with a dish of Buddha jumps over the wall and Boston lobster. Its unique design is akin to performance art. Lu Yan turned around and, as if nothing had happened, took Zhang Yueshua's hand again. Don't worry, honey, it's just a little noisy. He turned to his parents-in-law, who were already stunned, and said, Dad, Mom, let's go home for dinner. Zhang Zhendong and his wife. Good grief, you call this a bit noisy? You're clearly here to demolish houses. The family was just about to leave. Stop. A voice, though lacking in strength, rang out. When everyone turned around, they saw that Li Jianjun, along with his son Li Zhoucheng and a group of tall, burly men, had blocked the road. Li Jianjun's calves were cramping at that moment. That's not how the script was written. If even a big shot like Chu Huaishan was beaten to a pulp, why is this little shrimp like him jumping out? But the underworld ace he'd hired at a high price today, Black Panther brother, was right beside him. Since we're already here, we can't just back down in public, can we? Beside him stood a man wearing a tight black tank top, with a muscular physique and a kitten tattooed on his neck. Oh no, it was the burly man with a Black Panther tattoo who came out. He cracked his neck, feeling quite pleased with himself. Kid, I heard you're pretty cocky? With a powerful backer, Li Jianjun's courage instantly increased by 100%, and he pointed at Lu Yan and roared. Lu Yan! You dare to cause trouble at the Qian family's house. Today, I, Li Jianjun, will be the first to object. His son, Li Zhoucheng, even hid behind brother Black Panther, brazenly threatening others. You surnamed Lu. Kneel down and kowtow now. And send your wife to keep me company for one more night, and I'll make sure Brother Black Panther leaves you with a whole corpse. He waved his hand at Black Panther and shouted at the top of his lungs, Black Panther. Cripple him. I'll cover all his medical expenses. Black Panther sneered and led 7 or 8 of his henchmen to pounce. Brothers, let's get to work. The guests were so frightened that they backed away, afraid that blood would splatter on their newly purchased limited edition suits. Zhang Zhendong and his wife were on tenterhooks. Lu Yan didn't even lift his eyelids. Just as Black Panther's fist, as big as a casserole dish, was about to slam into his face. He moved. It also seems like it hasn't moved at all. Snap. A resounding slap echoed across the face. Black Panther, who was charging at the front, froze on his fierce expression, spun around 2.5 times, and collapsed to the ground. He foamed at the mouth and was immediately logged off. Immediately afterwards. Slap. 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 Lu Yan's figure flashed past in the crowd. No one saw how he did it. All that could be heard was a series of rapid slaps, like firecrackers going off during Chinese New Year. 3 seconds later. The world is quiet. The elite team that Li Jianjun hired at great expense was lying scattered all over the ground. They were all in perfect posture, but remained unconscious. Lu Yan clapped his hands, emphasizing the principle of equal distribution of benefits and fairness. An eerie silence fell over the entire room once again. Li Jianjun and his son Li Zhouchang had their mouths agape, wide enough to fit an egg, and their bodies were trembling as if a cell phone were on vibrate. This is a human being? This looks like a humanoid Gundam. Black Panther bro, that's the legendary king who can beat an entire street. One glance, and he was packed up and sent away? Lu Yan strolled back to the father and son. He didn't say anything. Lift your foot. One person, 1 foot. Whoosh. Whoosh. The father and son perfectly replicated Qian Qinghao's flight trajectory, smashing over 2 other tables. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the daily task of garbage sorting. Reward, 5 million yuan in pocket money. It has been credited to your account. Please check your late-night snack delivery. Lu Yan was already used to the unserious system voice in his mind. He took Zhang Yueshua's hand again, and led his petrified parents-in-law out. This time, the crowd parted like Moses parting the sea, automatically clearing a wide road for them. Everyone's eyes were filled with the message, "Take care, brother." They were about to walk out the door. A figure appeared in front of them as if by teleportation. The newcomer was dressed in a tang suit, with slightly white hair and beard, and stood with his hands behind his back. He was none other than Ling Tianfeng, the sect leader of Xuanji sect. His face was very pale, and his eyes were like knives. The old master of the Qin family had been kind to him, and he was here today to keep things in order. Now the venue is almost demolished. If he doesn't step in, how will he continue to be the leader of the martial arts interest group at the senior university? Upon seeing him, Chu Huaishan and the Qian family, who were still kneeling on the ground, instantly felt a spark of hope ignite in their eyes. The ultimate savior, the answer to this version, is finally here. Young man, you've hit someone, torn up the feast, and you think you can just leave like this? Ling Tianfeng's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a high level of arrogance. Isn't this a bit too disrespectful to us old folks? Lu Yan finally stopped. For the first time, he frowned. Is this never going to end? Get out of here. He uttered 2 words, devoid of any emotion. Ling Tianfeng's face instantly darkened. He's been famous for decades, when has he ever been treated like this? What an arrogant brat. Today, I, on behalf of Brother Qian, will teach you what it means to respect the elderly and care for the young. Before he finished speaking, he flashed forward, his right hand forming a claw as he grabbed at Lu Yan's shoulder. This claw strike, accompanied by the sound of wind, looks like it has amazing special effects. Everyone held their breath. This is a true martial arts master. This kid is dead meat. However, faced with this earth-shattering claw strike, Lu Yan neither dodged nor avoided. He even lazily raised his right hand, as if swatting a fly, and went to meet it. 1 claw, 1 pong. I touched it lightly. There was no loud noise. Time seemed to freeze for a second. The next second, Ling Tianfeng looked as if he had been hit head-on by a dump truck. Thump! 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 He uncontrollably staggered back 7 steps, each step leaving a cracked footprint on the marble floor. Finally, he swayed and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ling Tianfeng stared at Lu Yen with disbelief, looking at him like he was an alien, and pointed at him with trembling eyes. You're cheating. This isn't scientific. Before he could finish his sentence, he could no longer hold on, his knees buckled, and he knelt down. The entire system crashed. If I was shocked before, now I'm questioning the meaning of life. Ling Tian Peak, the pinnacle of martial arts in Yuncheng. He was slapped to his knees by this young man? This isn't martial arts, it's cultivating immortality. The joy on Chu Huaishan's face froze into the scene of a large-scale horror movie. The smiles on the faces of the Qian family members were more like cries. Their last trump card, their biggest backer, just like that, went down? A wealthy man's wine glass clattered to the ground without him noticing. In the corner, a strong woman covered her mouth tightly, afraid that she would scream. A devil, this is a devil. Someone's murmured words became the sentiment of everyone. Lu Yen didn't even bother to look at the old man again. He pulled the completely numb Jiang Yueshua along, and let his equally petrified father-in-law and mother-in-law out. This time, the banquet hall was so quiet you could hear your own heartbeat. No one dared to block the road anymore. Just as they were about to step out the door, behind them came Su Guifen's furious, hysterical screams. The sound was so sharp it could shatter glass. Chen Qingwan, if you dare to walk out this door with this beast today, I'll pretend I never had a daughter like you. From this day forward, we sever our mother-daughter relationship. Chapter 66 200 million? Sorry, my hand slipped and it was cremated. From this day forward, we sever our mother-daughter relationship. Su Guifeng used every ounce of her strength to shout out this ultimate killing move that she had used for half her life. Qian Qingwan's body stiffened for a moment. Just for a moment. She suddenly found it a little funny, wondering what she had been persisting for over 20 years. To be treated like an ox or a horse, to swallow one's anger and keep quiet. And what was the result? My husband was almost beaten to death, and my daughter was verbally abused. And his own mother was still threatening him with an outdated script from decades ago. If you're tired, then let's destroy it. Qian Qingwan turned around and didn't even glance at Su Guifeng again. She held her husband's and daughter's hands tightly, her voice trembling with relief. Let's go home. I'm tired. I can't stay here for another day. Zhang Zhendong gripped his wife's hand tightly in return, saying nothing, but the warmth of his palm spoke volumes. Jiang Yueshua also rested her head on her mother's shoulder. At this moment, the hearts of the family of 3 were brought together more closely than ever before. Seeing that his last trump card had been played as a miss, Zhang Linfeng, who had just recovered, completely lost his composure. Today, in front of all the celebrities of Yuncheng, his face was utterly humiliated. He could never swallow this insult. Stop. He scrambled to the long table where the ceremony was being held, like a stray dog whose tail had been stepped on. He snatched the painting that had been thrown away in the corner like trash. Lu Yen. Jiang Yueshua. Zhang Linfeng's features were all scrunched up, and with a ferocious expression, he raised the scroll and slammed it hard onto the marble floor with all his might. Get out of here with your junk. Bang. The scroll bounced open on the ground and slowly unfurled. A painting titled Spring Mountains Celebrating Longevity was presented to everyone. The mountains, rivers, clouds, and cranes in the painting are lifelike, as if they possess some kind of unique vitality. The air in the entire banquet hall seemed a little fresher. Wow, this painting, it's something special. The brushwork, the artistic conception, it's the work of a master. Look at those clouds, why do I feel like they're drifting? The guests let out a small gasp of surprise. But soon, a knowledgeable person stepped forward. It's a good painting, but unfortunately, the paper is too new. A greasy, wealthy businessman shook his head, looking disdainful. It doesn't even have a signature or seal. It's a typical modern high-quality fake, designed to fool laymen. Hilarious. I thought it was some kind of treasure, but it turns out they're just using a fake to pretend to be something they're not. The mocking laughter resumed. Lu Yen and his family stopped in their tracks. Lu Yen turned around, looked at the painting on the ground, and instead of being angry, he showed a playful smile. He bent down to pick up the painting. After all, it was just a casual drawing I did, so I can't let these people's opinions taint it. But just then, Zhang Daoshan, the master of Chinese studies who had always been like a background figure, suddenly sprang up from his chair as if he had a spring in his butt. He stared intently at the painting on the ground, his body trembling like a leaf. A painting! This painting! Zhang Daoshan's voice cracked as he staggered over, showing no trace of his former masterly demeanor. He rushed to Lu Yan, his eyes burning with fervor, his voice trembling with tears. Young man! Young man! Is this painting for sale? I'll offer 100 million. No. 200 million. I'll offer 200 million. Boom. The words 200 million exploded like a depth charge in the banquet hall. Everyone's brains went blank instantly. 200 million? Buying a modern counterfeit painting without a seal? Is Master Zhang getting senile, or did he forget to download the National Anti-Fraud app today? The sinister smile on Zhang Linfeng's face froze completely. He looked at the painting on the ground, then at Zhang Daoshan, who seemed to have gone mad, and felt that his worldview was being repeatedly trampled on. However, this offer was enough to drive anyone crazy. Lu Yan simply looked at Zhang Daoshan quietly, and then gently shook his head. He was too lazy to even bend over anymore. To the utter astonishment of everyone present, Lu Yan raised his hand. He snapped his fingers at the void. Smack! A crisp sound. The next second, a scene that shattered all expectations appeared. Call! The Spring Mountains celebrating longevity painting on the ground spontaneously combusted without any fire. A cluster of golden flames appeared out of nowhere, instantly engulfing the painting without even emitting a wisp of smoke. In just a few seconds, the painting, valued at 200 million, turned into a small clump of fine gray. No! Zhang Daoshan let out a blood-curdling scream, his face turning pale. He wanted to rush over to save him, but Lu Yan only glanced at him indifferently. That look was as if he were looking at a spoiled child who was making a scene. Zhang Daoshan was instantly frozen in place, his body ice-cold, unable to move. He felt like he was facing a non-human being. It is God. A god deleting files. The entire venue was deathly silent. If the initial shock was overwhelming, the current reaction is one of collective existential doubt. Snapping fingers and burning a painting. Is this some kind of magic or cultivation? After Lu Yan finished doing all this, it was as if he had just dusted off some dust. He strolled over to the table where the gifts were being presented and casually grabbed a stack of red bills from a pile of cash. He slowly counted out 80 bills and stuffed them into his pocket. Then, he took 2 more bills from the $8,000 and threw them back on the table. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the entire venue. I just ate some of your pastries and grapes. This is the money for the meal, 100 yuan. Keep the change, there's still 100 left as a tip. After saying that, amidst the collective stunned gazes of all the guests, he took Zhang Yushu's hand, along with his equally bewildered parents-in-law. He walked away without looking back. This time, not even one of them could catch their breath. Until the family's figure completely disappeared. The terrifying aura that made people feel oxygen-deprived slowly dissipated. Thump! Zhang Daoshan's knees buckled, and he knelt upright before the handful of ashes. 2 lines of tears fell plop plop. I regret it so much. I'm kicking myself. I should have known better than to act all high and mighty. I should have just rushed up and fawned over him from the very first glance. That's not a painting. That's the Tao. That's the Dharma. That's a treasure that can prolong life. Under the astonished and uncertain gazes of the crowd, with trembling hands, Zhang Daoshan reached out and, with utmost reverence and care, gathered the handful of ashes into his palms. Then, he made a move that made everyone's eyes nearly pop out. He opened his mouth. Adam's apple bobbed. Holy shit! Someone couldn't help but blurt out a curse. Master, what is Master going to do? Is he going to end up eating dust? A rich kid in a corner muttered to himself unconsciously, expressing what everyone was thinking. Could this be the legendary, hardcore gamer? Chapter 67 I fuck your mother's unfilial son, die. The entire room fell silent. All eyes were fixed on Zhang Daoshan and the handful of ashes in his palm. Holy crap? Really? You really want to eat it? This soul-searching question has been relentlessly circulating in everyone's mind. However, Zhang Daoshan seemed not to hear. He didn't even glance at the group of ordinary people around him. His gaze was as solemn as if he were facing his own ancestral tablets. He carefully brought his palm to his mouth. Look up. He drank it all in one gulp. The movements were fluid and without hesitation, as if it were not ashes, but a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Hiccup. Zhang Daoshan closed his eyes, smacked his lips, and the deathly gray on his face quickly faded, replaced by an unnatural blush. Cool. Transparent. A surge of heat exploded from his dantian, instantly rushing to his limbs and bones. That feeling was even better than drinking iced cola on a sweltering summer day. It's even more energizing than sleeping in until you naturally wake up after staying up all night. He could even feel that the bottleneck that had kept him stuck for 10 years was loosening. Master Zhang, what's wrong? Chu Huaishan, still kneeling on the ground, was practically burning out. Is the ashes from a counterfeit painting really that delicious? Is this some kind of new performance art? Or has the master become so hungry that he started eating dirt? Zhang Daoshan slowly opened his eyes. The cloudiness in his eyes vanished, replaced by a sharpness as if a blade had been drawn. He glanced contemptuously at Chu Huaishan, then swept his gaze over the group of dumbfounded high society members. His eyes were filled with pity for a group of frogs in a well. A counterfeit? Zhang Daoshan laughed, his laughter filled with sarcasm. A bunch of blind fools, do they dare to talk about truth and falsehood in front of me? He raised his hand and pointed to the open space in front of him. That's not a painting. That's a painting. A sacred object created with supreme mental power to ward off evil spirits. The businessmen present all believed in metaphysics to some extent. A billionaire tycoon asked tremblingly, Master Zhang, is it really that miraculous? God? Zhang Daoshan chuckled. Let me tell you, if you take this thing to those circles in Beijing, it wouldn't even be qualified to get an appraisal. Anyone who wants a painting has to come and line up themselves, bringing all their savings, and it depends on whether the owner is in a good mood. Starting price, 10 billion. 10 billion. These three words are even more fantastical than the snap of fingers and burning of the painting. The air in the entire banquet hall was sucked out. 10 billion? By a handful of ashes? The world has finally gone mad into a state I can't understand. $10 billion, just to buy a number in the queue. Zhang Daoshan looked at the astonished expressions on everyone's faces and sneered inwardly. A bunch of idiots. Do you think those truly important people are just buying paper with their money? What they're buying is luck. It's their destiny. The righteous spirit depicted in the painting can protect a family for 1,000 years. It can keep all evil at bay. That's not a work of art, that's a heaven-reaching insurance policy that will make your ancestral graves emit auspicious smoke for 1,000 years. These words were like hundreds of slaps to the face of everyone who had mocked Lu Yen. It's burning hot. The Qian family members, in particular, were as white as if they had just been pulled out of a pile of flour. Grandma Su Guifen's body went limp, and she almost died on the spot. 10 billion. The family has protected its wealth for 1,000 years. The old lady felt a tightness in her chest, and before she could catch her breath, she almost followed her husband to the afterlife. Zhang Linfeng, the instigator, is completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the ground, mouth agape, drooling all over the floor without him even noticing. Smack! A sharp, ringing sound rang out, startling everyone. His father, Zhang Zhixiao, slapped him so hard that he spun 720 degrees on the spot, landing face down. You son of a bitch! Zhang Zhixiao's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like a madman. He kicked Zhang Linfeng on the ground repeatedly. Serves you right for being so cheeky. Serves you right for having such a sharp tongue. Your mother's billions in assets. Your mother's Qian family's 1,000-year fortune. All of it was wiped out by you, you beast, with just one sentence. If I don't beat you to death today, I'm not your father. None of the other members of the Qian family stopped them. The way they looked at Zhang Linfeng was more ruthless than when they looked at their father's killer. Chu Huaishan knelt on the ground, listening to Zhang Daoshan's words, his heart sinking to the depths of the Mariana Trench. He finally realized who he had messed with. A casually painted picture can be worth billions and can determine the fate of 1,000 years. Such a deity would make even the top wealthy families in Beijing kneel and beg. What about myself? They actually want to use the Qian family's broken knife to stab the southern heavenly gate? I'm a fucking genius. Just as the Qian family was filled with wailing and howling, Zhang Daoshan suddenly sighed. He looked at Su Guifan, whose face was ashen, and lowered his voice. Madam, out of consideration for our old friendship, I'll say one more thing. Your Qian family is haunted by something evil. Upon hearing this, the Qian family's weeping abruptly ceased. Master Zhang, what do you mean by that? Su Guifan's voice trembled. 8 years ago, old man Qian did not die of illness. He was fighting with someone and his life force was severed. Over the years, your family business has declined and your younger generation has run into trouble. It's all because that thing is draining your luck. With my level of cultivation, I can only see it, but I can't solve it. Every word Zhang Daoshan uttered was like a nail driven into the coffin lid of the Qian family. Originally. He glanced at the empty space with a pained expression. With that Taoist painting protecting us, the evil spirits will surely perish within 3 years, and the Qian family will prosper. What a pity, what a pity. He shook his head, his face full of sorrow. A tremendous opportunity was presented to you, but instead of taking it, you spat on it and smashed the bowl. Even if a god came, he couldn't save you bunch of fools. After saying that, Zhang Daoshan turned and left. He needs to find a place to retreat and digest this immense wealth as soon as possible. In the banquet hall, only the Qian family members, overwhelmed by despair and regret, remained. In the surface palace where I returned home, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Zhang Zhendong hummed a little tune, crossed his legs, and his face practically screamed triumphant. Chen Xingwan leaned against the car window, looking out at the scenery, feeling somewhat lost. Zhang Yueshue clung to Lu Yan like a kitten, clearly still reeling from the fantastical scene. Lu Yan patted his wife's hand, then looked at his mother-in-law and said with a smile, Mom, I'm sorry. On my first visit, I ruined your family's birthday banquet. These words were spoken lightly and with a touch of sarcasm. Qian Xingwan snapped out of her daze, looked at Lu Yan, and suddenly smiled. In that smile, the grievances and frustrations of more than 20 years vanished in an instant. Silly boy, what are you apologizing for? The one who should apologize is never you. She sighed, her tone one of relief. I always thought that tolerance and sacrifice could earn me some family affection. I only realized today that some people, even if you take your heart out and give it to them, they will still find it disgusting. You did the right thing. She looked at Lu Yan with the admiration of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. A man should protect his wife like this. Mom has never benefited from her family's influence in her life, but having a son-in-law like you makes it all worthwhile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhendong, who was standing next to him, immediately sat up straight. Did you hear that? My wife is right. Those snobbish bastards deserve to be taught a lesson like this. Good son-in-law, you really nailed that performance today, I give you full marks. Come on, I'll toast you with a Coke instead of alcohol. As he spoke, he actually took a can of Coke from the refrigerator and chugged it down in one go. Zhang Yueshue also looked up at Lu Yan with her big, bright eyes full of admiration. Honey, you were so cool just now. The support from his family warmed Lu Yan's heart. He gripped Zhang Yueshue's hand tightly in return and smiled. Dad, Mom, don't worry. It won't be long before they come back crying and begging us. Qian Xingwan shook her head subconsciously, her face full of bitterness. Beg us? Impossible. My mom, and my brothers, value their reputation more than their lives. With things turned out like this today, it's already a miracle they're not seeking revenge. How could they possibly turn back? Lu Yan looked out the window, a playful smile curving his lips. Face? Chapter 68. A 20 million yuan bounty. I want the Chu family wiped out. Face? Face is worthless in the face of life and the troubles of one's family. After Lu Yan finished speaking, Zhang Zhendong and Qian Xingwan looked at each other, both feeling a chill. Zhang Yueshue looked at Lu Yan with admiration. From the initial panic and helplessness upon hearing that he was pregnant with quadruplets and about to become a father, to his current calm and composed demeanor. How much time has passed? It seems like it's only been less than a month, but the changes are enormous, the growth rate is too fast. This is what fascinates her more and more. The surface palace smoothly glided into the night of Yuncheng. Inside the car, Zhang Zhendong hummed an off-key tune, while Chen Xingwan leaned against her daughter, her face showing relief at surviving the ordeal. Zhang Yueshue nestled in Lu Yan's arms, her eyelids already feeling as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Everything that happened today felt like a bizarre and fantastical dream to her. Lu Yan asked the driver to take his parents-in-law home first. He then carried the sleeping Jiang Yueshua back to the Biling villa. Lu Yan gently placed his wife on the large bed in the bedroom and was just about to get up. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Bite. Achievement completed, the end of the Qian family birthday banquet. Overall rating, S+. The host, with divine bearing, wields swift and decisive power, subtly displaying superiority and silently humiliating others. Rewards being processed. Reward 1, 100 million yuan in funding. Reward 2, God-tier skill miraculous healing hands. Lu Yan paused for a moment. A miraculous cure? On the system panel, a skill icon lit up, the pattern of which was two hands surrounded by a faint light. Skill description: a massage technique imbued with a sense of vitality. It can improve blood circulation, relieve muscle tension, and greatly alleviate physical fatigue. It has remarkable effects on pregnancy symptoms. Note: purely natural physical therapy. Lu Yan's gaze fell on Jiang Yueshua's peaceful sleeping face. Her brows were slightly furrowed, as if she still felt a little tired in her dream. A thought struck him. So be it. He bent down, picked up Jiang Yueshua, and carried her into the bathroom. Warm water cascaded over her long, flowing hair, and Jiang Yueshua let out a soft moan of comfort, groggily opening her eyes. Husband. Her voice was soft and sweet, with a hint of drowsiness. I am here. Lu Yan's voice was deep and gentle as his fingertips ran through her hair. He instantly grasped the knowledge of miraculous healing hands, and every movement he made was precisely applied to the acupoints on the head with just the right amount of force. Jiang Yueshua squinted comfortably, like a cat being petted by its owner, completely relaxing. Honey, your technique seems to have gotten better. She mumbled incoherently. Lu Yan simply smiled and offered no explanation. After taking a shower, he carried Jiang Yueshua back to bed. She had fallen into a deep sleep, and even her breathing had become steady and long. Lu Yan could feel that the fatigue in her body was rapidly dissipating. Bite. Host detected using the skill of caring for their partner affection value plus 100. Hidden reward triggered, 5.2 million yuan. System notification: if you love her, spend money on her. Lu Yan stared blankly at the text message that his money had been credited to his account on his mobile banking app. He had long since become numb to numbers. He got up, gently closed the bedroom door, and walked towards the study. Clatter. The only light in the study was the moment a Zippo lighter ignited a cigarette. Lu Yan stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, the scarlet cigarette but flickering in the darkness. Outside the window lay a sleeping city, but in his eyes, a crumbling business empire was reflected. Today is just the beginning. He took out his phone and dialed Wang Qianshu's number. The call was answered almost instantly. Chairman Lu. Wang Qianshu's voice was filled with suppressed excitement, like a shark that had smelled blood. Did you find something? Lu Yan's tone was completely calm. We've got it. Chairman Lu, it's a bombshell. Wang Qianshu's voice was trembling. Chu Huaishan is meeting with Sun Liqing from Shanghai tomorrow to sell off the Chu Jiang Group as a strategic move to escape unscathed. A cold smile curled at the corners of Lu Yan's lips. Trying to run away? He exhaled a smoke ring, the smoke blurring the cold glint in his eyes. Wang Qianshu. Exist. I'm giving you a task now, or rather, an opportunity. Lu Yan's voice seemed to come from the depths of hell. Before dawn tomorrow, I want to see a report that will send the Chu family to hell. The fake drug chain of Chujiang Pharmaceutical, the financial black hole of Chujiang shares, the ironclad evidence of medical accidents at Zhenluo Hospital, and Chu Huaishan himself, all those shady deeds, leave no stone unturned, nail them all down. There was a deathly silence on the other end of the phone, with only Wang Qianshu's heavy breathing remaining. This is no longer a commercial attack. This is going to uproot an entire family. Chairman Lu, this workload. 20 million. Lu Yan interrupted him. You and your team, bonus of 20 million. Wang Qianshu gasped sharply, as if a boulder had struck his chest. The next second, he roared as if he'd been injected with adrenaline. Don't worry, Chairman Lu. Even if it means not sleeping, even if it means risking my life, I guarantee I'll complete the mission. More than. Lu Yan stubbed out his cigarette, his voice growing increasingly cold. Contact Director Zhao, the one who helped Wang Wei protect his rights, and share your materials. He has a knife, and you have a gun. With both weapons combined, let us ignite the powder keg of public opinion. Clear. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yan didn't hesitate for a moment before dialing Director Zhao's number again. Mr. Lu. Director Zhao's voice carried the rigor of a legal professional. Director Zhao, prepare to close the net. Lu Yan got straight to the point. Tomorrow, await my instructions to push this rights protection incident to the forefront. I will have Wang Qianshu hand over all the dirt on Chu Jiang Group to you. Turn them into every bullet that is fired at Chu Huaishan. Director Zhao remained silent for a full 3 seconds before asking in a deep voice, Mr. Lu, are you sure? This will be a war. War? Lu Yan smiled. No, this is a trial. I want the entire Yin City, no, the entire Dragon Kingdom, to see what happens to those who mess with my family, Lu Yan's family. The overwhelming killing intent contained in those calm words sent a chill down Director Zhao's spine on the other end of the phone. I understand. Director Zhao took a deep breath. Mr. Lu, our team will do anything, even risk our lives. Your group's prize money is also 20 million. Varied. Director Zhao's voice abruptly stopped, replaced by an uncontrollable gasp, trembling with immense joy. Mr. Lu, you can rest assured. We will definitely do it beautifully. Chapter 69 Chu Huaishan, I'll pay for your funeral. It was exactly 9 o'clock in the morning. Lu Yan sat in his study, his fingertips typing a string of words on the keyboard. Before 9:25, all shares of Chujiang Company, Limited and Chujiang Pharmaceutical Company, Limited were sold at the daily limit down price. The message was sent to the internal groups of Rinxin Maternity Hospital and Haobeo Pharmaceutical. The group chat exploded instantly. Chairman Lu, what are you trying to do? It's hitting the daily limit down? Aren't we making money? I don't understand this operation. Lu Yan ignored these questions and simply added another sentence. Disobeying orders will result in consequences. After he finished speaking, the group chat was silent for 3 seconds. Immediately afterwards, a veteran stock investor jumped in to explain, you newbies, placing a limit down order doesn't actually mean you have to sell at the limit down price. It's to ensure that the order can be executed as soon as the market opens. Yes, I get it. They're afraid that if the market crashes after it opens, there won't be enough time to escape. Chairman Lu is brilliant. Lu Yan closed the chat window and opened the trading software. His current holdings have increased by 91.3%. With a principal of 12 billion, the unrealized profit has already exceeded 11 billion. He picked up his teacup and took a small sip. This money is for Chu Huaishan's funeral expenses. At 9:15, the opening auction began. Lu Yan stared at the betting odds. Chujiang shares, with 30,000 lots of buy orders, densely packed green numbers, like a flock of chicks eagerly awaiting food. Chujiang Pharmaceuticals saw even stronger buying interest, with orders starting at 50,000 lots. Selling? Sparse, only a few thousand hands. Lu Yan smiled. The leaks are still dreaming. He started placing orders. It's not a large order, just a few thousand lots each time. It looks like it's being traded by retail investors. But within the 10-minute bidding period, he had quietly placed a third of his holdings. He stuffed 4 billion worth of chips into the mouths of the buyers in batches. At this moment, in the trading room of a private equity fund in Shanghai. Boss, there's something unusual about Chujiang shares. The young trader stared at the screen, his brow furrowed. During the bidding phase, the number of sell orders suddenly increased. Although the orders were not large, the frequency was very high, as if they were being sold off in a rhythmic manner. The private equity fund manager walked over, glanced at the scene, and his expression changed drastically. Some major players are selling off their holdings. His voice was very low. And place the order immediately, and run as many orders as you can. Meanwhile, in the villa of a major speculative investor in Yuncheng, a bald man, smoking a cigar, stared at a computer screen. He is the big-time speculator known in the investment world as Master Niu, famous for his ruthless trading style. This time, the company invested 1 billion yuan in Chujiang Company, Limited because it was eyeing the resources and connections behind Chu Huaishan. In his view, this is a stock that can soar to great heights. Boss, there are quite a few sell orders during the bidding phase. The assistant whispered a reminder. Chief Miao glanced at it and exhaled a smoke ring with disdain. It's just retail investors selling off their shares, which is perfect for me to accumulate more. He accessed his bank account and placed an additional order for 200 million yuan. Place the order at the daily limit up price and eat it up like crazy. The market opened at 9:30. Chujiang Company, Limited and Chujiang Pharmaceutical Company, Limited both opened with a limit up price. The envelopes were piled up like a small mountain. Chief Nyo nodded in satisfaction. See? I told you so. However, only 18 minutes later. The stock hit its daily limit up, but then it crashed. A huge sell order landed on the top buyer. 50,000 hands. The price limit was instantly breached. Then came the second, the third, and the fourth. The sell orders were coming in like they were free. Chief No's expression changed instantly. Damn it! Which bastard is dumping shares? He frantically typed on the keyboard, mobilizing funds to support the market. Buy it! Buy it like crazy! Besides him, other speculative investors also panicked and placed orders to support the market. But Lu Yan's selling pressure exceeded everyone's expectations. Before the auction, he had already profited from a 91.3% increase. With the additional 20% increase during the auction, he had profited from a nearly 120% increase. Although he has already sold off 1/3 of his holdings, he still has nearly 10 billion worth of shares. These chips, at this moment, have transformed into sharp knives, frantically slicing through the limit up price. The stock price fluctuated wildly between hitting the daily limit and then falling back to the limit. The stock hit its daily limit up, then opened. It was sealed off again. It opened again. Retail investors were completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, what's going on? Who's dumping shares? Are they crazy? Run! Run! It's going to collapse. Panic began to spread. Some speculative investors who wanted to take profits also started dumping shares. Cold sweat broke out on Chief Nyo's forehead. He has already poured another 500 million into the market, but the supply of shares is like a bottomless pit, and he can't seem to absorb them all. Boss, should we leave? The assistant's voice was trembling. Withdraw? Chief Nyo gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. He stared at the betting odds, his mind racing. Such a large sell order could mean either the major shareholders are unloading their shares or there is a significant negative event. But there was no word from Chu Huaishan. They were still discussing the acquisition yesterday. There can't be any negative news. There's only one possibility: then someone is manipulating the market. Thinking about this, he calmed down. We won't retreat. He stared intently at the betting odds. This is a shakeout. Chu Huaishan has powerful backers in Shanghai. The stock is definitely safe. I'll take over anyone who dares to smash my goods. He continued to mobilize funds and bought aggressively. Lu Yan, meanwhile, was leisurely drinking tea in his study. He looked at the densely packed buy orders on the betting screen, and a smile crept onto his lips. Thank you for your generosity. He continued to place orders. 10,000 hands, 20,000 hands, 30,000 hands. They were unhurried, but each order was precisely placed on the most vulnerable spot in the buying market. 11 o'clock. There is still half an hour until the midday close. Lu Yan glanced at his holdings. Reset to 0. The principal of 12 billion was all converted into cash. Account balance, 26.57 billion. Net profit, 14.57 billion. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. 14.5 billion. This number is truly enviable. And now, all this money is harvested from Chu Huaishan stocks. He picked up his phone and transferred 100 million yuan to his private account. Then, he dialed Wang Qianshu's number. Is everything ready? Chairman Lu, everything is ready. Wang Qianshu's voice was a mixture of excitement and exhaustion. The counterfeit drug chain of Chujiang Pharmaceutical, the financial black hole of Chujiang shares, the ironclad evidence of medical malpractice at Zhenluo Hospital, and all of Chu Huaishan's shady dealings have been compiled into a book. It's a total of 372 pages, and every single page is evidence that could get him in jail. Lu Yan nodded. Send this to Director Zhao and tell him to prepare to close the net. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yan dialed Director Zhao's number again. Director Zhao, we can begin. On the other end of the phone, Director Zhao's voice betrayed suppressed excitement. Mr. Lu, rest assured, we have already contacted the media and relevant departments, and we have also invited several popular live streamers. The press conference on Wang Wei's rights protection case will be held at 1 p.m. today. 2 points, Chu Jiang Group's dirty secrets will be fully exposed through major platforms. 3 points, the relevant departments will formally open a case for investigation. Chu Huaishan, he cannot escape even with wings. Lu Yan leaned back in his chair, looking at the sunlight outside the window. Very good. He paused. Remember, this is not a business war. This is a trial. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yan got up and walked out of the study. At this moment, Chu Huaishan was unaware that a storm powerful enough to destroy his entire empire was brewing. He sat in a conference room at a commercial hotel in Shanghai, beaming with joy. This hotel is owned by Sun Licheng. Across the conference table lay the acquisition contract he had meticulously prepared over the past week. Mr. Sun, I have prepared the contract. Please take a look. Chu Huaishan smiled broadly. If there are no problems, once you sign and pay, Chu Jiang Group will be yours. Sun Licheng took the contract and glanced at it. The company acquired 70% of Chu Jiang Group's shares for 13.5 billion yuan. In his opinion, this price was already very cheap. After all, Chu Jiang Group has 3 major sectors: pharmaceuticals, stocks, and hospitals, with a combined market value of over 30 billion yuan. Mr. Chu, you're too kind. It's been a pleasure doing business with you. He picked up the pen, ready to sign. Just then, his secretary rushed in and handed him his phone. Mr. Sun, I received a call from you. You said it's very important. Sun Licheng frowned and took the phone. Hello, this is Sun Licheng. Who is this? My name is Lu Yan. A young man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Calm and indifferent, yet carrying a chilling sense of oppression. Sun Licheng was stunned for a moment. Lu Yan? He had never heard of this name before. Mr. Lu, is there anything I can help you with? Chapter 70: The Empire Collapses, the Villain's Fury Counterattack. Mr. Lu, is there anything I can help you with? Sun Licheng's tone was polite, but his eyes held a hint of doubt. He didn't know this Lu Yan. I have no idea how the other party got my private number. On the other end of the phone, Lu Yan's voice was very calm. It was so calm it was unsettling. Mr. Sun, I advise you not to sign that contract. Sun Licheng was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously looked at Chu Huaishan, who was looking at him expectantly. Mr. Lu, what do you mean by that? It doesn't mean anything. Lu Yan's tone was indifferent. Just a reminder, some things can choke you if you eat them too fast. He paused, then added, read the news more often when you have time. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Sun Licheng stared at his phone screen, his brows furrowed. Who is this Lu Yan? How did you know that you were going to acquire Chu Jiang Group? More importantly, why did he make this call specifically? Sun Licheng has been navigating the business world of Shanghai for over 20 years. He's seen it all. No one who has managed to establish themselves in this city is a fool. He looked at Chu Huaishan. That smiling face, as bright as a chrysanthemum, looked particularly jarring at that moment. Chairman Chu, let me take this contract back and take a look. Sun Licheng closed the contract with a natural movement, but the distance in his tone was clearly discernible. I'll contact you again if there are any problems. Chu Huaishan's smile froze. His heart sank, and alarms blared in his head. Wrong. That phone call just now was definitely suspicious. Mr. Sun, what's wrong? Chu Huaishan tried hard to maintain his smile, but his voice was already starting to waver. We've been negotiating this contract for a week, and the terms are all fine. Wouldn't it be easier to sign it today? Sun Licheng glanced at him. That one glance sent a chill down Chu Huaishan's spine. The previous politeness was gone from his eyes, only the scrutiny and suspicion typical of a businessman remained. Chairman Chu, we've known each other for so many years, I won't hide it from you. Sun Licheng stood up and straightened his suit. That phone call just now was from a man named Lu Yan. Lu Yan. These 2 words struck Chu Huaishan's ears, and his face instantly turned deathly pale. Not that kind of paleness. It was a deathly pale color, devoid of any blood. Sun Licheng saw his reaction and his doubts deepened. Chairman Chu, what's your grudge against this Lu Yan? Chu Huaishan opened his mouth, as if to say something. But it felt like there was a stone stuck in my throat, and I couldn't say a word. His mind was filled with images from last night. The scene of that young man slapping Ling Tianfeng to his knees was replaying wildly in his mind. And those eyes. Eyes that were eerily calm. Chu Huaishan's hands began to tremble. Looking at him like this, Sun Liqing already knew the answer in his heart. Chairman Chu, you don't seem to be feeling well, let's call it a day. He picked up the contract, turned around, and left. Etc. Chu Huaishan suddenly stood up, his voice changing tone. Mr. Sun, can't you really reconsider? The price is negotiable. 13 billion is too high, 10 billion. I'll sell for 10 billion. Sun Liqing stopped and looked back at him. The meaning in his eyes was clear. You're panicking. Chairman Chu, when it comes to business, I value stability. Sun Liqing's voice was very calm. I don't care what grudges you have with that Lu Yan, but since he specifically called to remind me, I have to be careful. We've known each other for years, I don't want to take advantage of you. He paused. But I don't want to be tricked by you either. After saying that, he left without looking back. The meeting room door closed. Chu Huaishan slumped in the chair, his whole body feeling like his bones had been pulled out. It's over. These two words echoed wildly in my mind. What exactly is that beast Lu Yan trying to do? How did he know he was going to sell the company? How did he get Sun Liqing's phone number? Chu Huaishan's phone suddenly rang. He looked down and the name displayed on the screen made his pupils shrink sharply. Lu Yan. He stared at those two words, his finger hovering over the screen for a full 10 seconds. He answered the call with trembling hands. Lu Yan. Chu Huaishan's voice was hoarse, filled with barely suppressed anger and fear. What exactly do you want? Do you really want to wipe them all out? On the other end of the phone, Lu Yan's voice was very calm. Chu Huaishan, your memory isn't very good. Your death was imminent the moment you plotted against my family. That's a very casual statement. But to Chu Huaishan, it felt heavier than 1,000 pounds. You. Chu Huaishan wanted to say something, but the call had already ended. He was holding his phone, his whole body trembling. It's not from anger. Yes, I'm afraid. Biling Villa. Lu Yan hung up the phone and turned to go downstairs. He was no longer interested in Chu Huaishan's affairs. Wang Qianxu and director Zhao will perform very well in the following script. All he wants to do right now is spend time with his wife. Downstairs, Jiang Yueshue was sitting at the dining table eating breakfast. She was wearing a loose white nightgown, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders, and her face still had the languid look of someone who had just woken up. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows and fell upon her. Lu Yan walked over and sat down next to her. Honey, do you want to go see the sea? Jiang Yueshue looked up, a look of surprise flashing in her eyes. See the sea? Now. Yes, now. Lu Yan smiled and reached out to pinch her cheek. Didn't you always say you wanted to go to the beach? Let's go today while the weather's nice. Jiang Yueshue's eyes curved into crescent moons. Okay. I'll go change my clothes. She put down her chopsticks and ran upstairs with light, quick movements. Lu Yan watched her retreating figure with tender eyes. This is the life he wants. Quiet, cozy, and free from all that messy, annoying stuff. Unfortunately, there are always some blind fools who insist on running into the line of fire. Meanwhile, online. A media storm targeting Chu Jiang Group has officially begun. It was exactly 1 p.m. A press conference regarding Wang Wei's rights protection case was held in a conference hall of a hotel in Yuncheng. Director Zhao, along with Wang Wei and several family members of the victims, sat on the stage. The audience was filled with reporters from major media outlets. Even more outrageous, several influential figures with millions of followers were live streaming the event. Dear media friends and netizens, hello everyone. Director Zhao stood up, his voice steady. Today, we are going to expose a medical malpractice case that involves hundreds of families. Zhenluo Hospital, under the Chu Jiang Group, has concealed at least 123 medical accidents in the past 3 years. Of these, 37 died due to medical malpractice. 68 people have been left with lifelong disabilities due to medical malpractice. And these victims have not received any compensation to this day. Below the stage, flashbulbs were going off like crazy. The chat room exploded with comments. Holy crap! More than 100 cases? Is this a hospital or a slaughterhouse? Chu Jiang Group? Why does that name look so familiar? Didn't we hear about the Qian family's birthday banquet yesterday? It seems like it mentioned the Chujiang Group too. Director Zhao continued, I have a complete chain of evidence. He held up the thick stack of documents. Medical records, surgical records, internal emails, and recordings from staff at Zhenluo Hospital. This evidence is sufficient to prove that the senior management of Chujiang Group was aware of these medical malpractice incidents. He paused, then raised his voice. Even tacitly approved. The reporters below the stage were frantically taking notes. In the live stream, the chat was so full of comments that the screen was no longer visible. This is insane. Chujiang Group is finished. This is a total disaster. Wait, let me search for who the owner of Chujiang Group is. Found him. Chu Huaishan. Holy crap, this is the guy who caused trouble at the Qian family's birthday banquet yesterday. Good heavens, is this karma coming back to haunt us? 2 o'clock in the afternoon. On major platforms, a barrage of negative information about Chujiang Group has exploded. Chujiang Pharmaceuticals' counterfeit drug supply chain has been exposed. The document details the sourcing channels, sales records, and profit data for 17 types of counterfeit drugs. Each one is shocking. The financial black hole of Chujiang Company Limited has been exposed. Over 3 years, a total of 4.3 billion yuan was misappropriated, involving 12 related companies. Ironclad evidence of medical malpractice at Zhenluo Hospital has been exposed. 123 complete medical records, 37 death certificates, and 68 disability assessments. Even Chu Huaishan's own shady dealings were thoroughly exposed. 7 out of the top 10 trending topics on Weibo are related to Chujiang Group. Chujiang Group dominated the trending topics on Douyin. On all major news apps, the headlines are all about Chujiang Group. Chu Huaishan's phone was ringing off the hook. The company's public relations department is completely paralyzed. The online backlash against him was overwhelming. Scumbag. Brute. This kind of person should be shot. I still hold shares in Chujiang Group, now it's all over. I want to call the police. I want to sue. Even worse, Chujiang Group's stock price began to plummet. At 2:10 p.m., it hit the daily limit down. At 2:20 p.m., it hit the daily limit down again. At 2:30, it hit the third consecutive daily limit down. Its market value evaporated from 30 billion to 18 billion. And it continues to fall. Countless stock investors lamented in online stock forums. Oh no, my life savings are gone. Chu Huaishan, you will die a horrible death. I even added to my position yesterday. Chu Huaishan sat in his hotel room in Shanghai, looking at the flood of calls and text messages pouring into his phone. My whole body went numb. His phone screen was full of missed calls. From company executives, partners, and even relevant departments. He dared not accept it. Because he knew that accepting the call would be pointless. This time, he's really finished. Outside the window, the sky over Shanghai was overcast and gray. Chu Huaishan sat on the sofa, his eyes vacant. His empire is collapsing at a visible rate. And all of this is because of that young man named Lu Yen. Lu Yen, do you want me, Chu Huaishan, dead? I'll make sure you suffer a terrible death too. He took out his phone and made a call. Hey, help me one last time. What's up? Contact the Blood Slaughter Sect for me, and name your terms. Blood Slaughter Sect. Well. There was a pause on the other end of the phone. My condition is that secret treasure you obtained from the ancient tomb back then. Make a deal. Is it worth it for a mere kid? Worth. Okay, you'll receive the goods within 24 hours. Chapter 71 Ambush by the Sea. Qian Dalu's fatal blow. The stock market closed at 3 p.m. Chujiang Group's stock price hit its third consecutive daily limit down. The market value evaporated from 30 billion to 15 billion, a full 15 billion, just like that, gone. The stock forum was filled with cries of despair. Lu Yen glanced at his phone and closed the trading app. Everything that needed to be done has been done. Next, we'll just have to wait and see how Chu Huaishan dies. Honey, what are you looking at? Zhang Yueshua sat on the soft sofa and turned her head to look at him. She wore a beige long dress today, her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and she exuded a gentle aura. Nothing, just checking the stocks. Lu Yen put his phone away and reached out to hold her hand. I'm taking you to the beach today to relax and have some delicious food. Aren't you happy? I'm so happy. My husband is the best. Jiang Yueshua's eyes curved into crescent moons. She hasn't left the house in a long time. She was busy with the company's affairs before, and now she's staying at home to rest during her pregnancy, which is indeed a bit boring. She was very happy to be able to go out for a walk. The Surface Palace drove smoothly along the coastal highway, and they had arrived at Haicheng, the neighboring city of Yuncheng, after a 3-hour journey. Outside the window was the azure sea, with sunlight shimmering on its surface. Jiang Yueshue got up and leaned against the car window, looking at the scenery outside. "Honey, look. There are so many seagulls over there." Lu Yan looked in the direction she was pointing. A flock of seagulls were circling over the sea, occasionally swooping down to catch fish. "When we get to the beach, we can feed them." "Aha!" Jiang Yueshue nodded, her face full of anticipation. Looking at her like this, Lu Yan's heart melted completely. This is the life he wants. Wife and kids, simple life. As for those messy, trivial matters, let whoever wants to meddle take care of them. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in my mind. Byte. Detected sweet daily life between the host and the destined heroine, harmonious family life. The quadruplets were overjoyed and in high spirits. Reward, ancient martial arts skill Mount Tai collapse. Lu Yan's eyes lit up. Mount Tai collapsed? He now has a physique of 130, and his strength and speed are not weak, making him comparable to a true martial arts master. The problem is that he doesn't have a decent martial arts skill. When facing a true master, the outcome is unpredictable. With this Mount Tai collapse technique, he's confident he can easily defeat any master. "Honey, what are you laughing at?" Jiang Yueshua looked at him curiously. "Nothing, I just think the weather is nice today," Lu Yan said with a smile. The car soon arrived at Jintan Beach in Haicheng. Uncle Fugue parked his car in the seaside parking lot. "Mr. Lu, madam, you go and have fun. Aunt Li and I will wait here." "Okay, Uncle Fugue." Lu Yan led Jiang Yueshua out of the car. The sea breeze, carrying a salty, damp smell, swept over me. Jiang Yueshua took a deep breath and relaxed completely. "This feels so good." She took off her shoes and walked barefoot on the beach. The fine, soft sand squeezed out between my toes, making me feel itchy. "Honey, look. There are seashells." She crouched down and picked up a small seashell from the sand. "This is for you." She put the conch shell into Lu Yan's hand. Lu Yan held the conch shell, his heart filled with warmth. He suddenly bent down and picked Jiang Yueshua up in his arms. "Ah!" Jiang Yueshua exclaimed in surprise and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. "What are you doing? I want to hug you and spin you around." Lu Yan smiled and spun her around several times in his arms. Jiang Yueshua's laughter drifted away on the sea breeze. The two stood on the beach, hand in hand, watching the distant waves. This scene is so beautiful it seems unreal. However, this wonderful feeling didn't last long. "Lu Yan!" A shrill female voice rang out. Lu Yan frowned and looked in the direction of the sound. Not far away, a girl wearing a crop top and hot pants was walking towards them. Behind him were 5 or 6 girls dressed in flamboyant attire. Lu Yan recognized that face. Yi Shina. The students of the elite excavator class, Class 3. He called me saying he had been kidnapped by loan sharks and asked me to give him money to rescue him. He ended up getting himself arrested with a single call to the police. Lu Yan remembered. That phone call was a setup, a trap set by Qian Dalu. As for what role Yi Shina played, Lu Yan was too lazy to investigate. Anyway, it has nothing to do with him. "How dare you stand here?" Yi Shina walked up to Lu Yan, her eyes red-rimmed. "Lu Yan, are you even human? I begged you so much back then, why didn't you come to save me?" Her voice was choked with sobs. Lu Yan looked at her calmly. "Save you?" He paused. "Are you worthy?" These 3 words left Yi Shina speechless. How can you be so cold-blooded?" Her tears fell in a steady stream. "I was captured by those people, and I was almost killed by them." She couldn't continue speaking and covered her face, crying. The girls behind him immediately surrounded him. "Lu Yan, you've gone too far. They begged you so much, and you just stood by and watched them die." "Exactly. Are you even a man?" The accusations came from all sides, like a swarm of flies. Lu Yan looked at them, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Is the performance over? His voice was calm, but carried an indescribable sense of pressure. Get out of here after you're done performing. Don't disgust me here. Yoshina's crying stopped abruptly. She looked up, her eyes filled with astonishment. What do you mean? What's the meaning? Lu Yen smiled. You know the answer in your heart. When Dalo asked you to make that phone call, did you think about the consequences? Have you ever thought about what would happen if I actually went? Shina's expression changed instantly. She opened her mouth, wanting to explain, but found herself unable to utter a word. It seems you knew. Lu Yan's voice grew even colder. Since you know that, then stop playing the victim. You got arrested, beaten, or whatever happened to you, it's all your own fault. It has absolutely nothing to do with me. Shina's face flushed red, and her tears flowed even more fiercely. I was forced. Forced? Lu Yan sneered. Does being forced into a situation justify harming others? Being forced into a position means I'm supposed to go and die? Do you know that if I had actually gone that day, Dalo had prepared more than a dozen people, and they even brought their weapons? Even if I don't die, I'll be crippled. And you are an accomplice. Yoshina was speechless. Of course she knew. She just didn't expect Lu Yan to expose her so directly. Sorry, she said, crying. If sorry was enough, what would we need the police for? Lu Yan showed no mercy. Now you know how to apologize? Why didn't you think about the consequences back then? Yoshina was so ashamed that she couldn't lift her head. The girls behind him didn't dare to say another word. The atmosphere froze. Just then, a burst of laughter came from not far away. Hey, isn't this Lu Yan? A nonchalant voice rang out. Lu Yan turned his head and saw Dalo leading 7 or 8 henchmen walking towards them. Dalo's face still bore the bruises from the last time he was kicked. But those eyes were filled with resentment and malice. Lu Yan, we meet again. His smile was sinister. It's time to settle the score from last time. Lu Yan looked at him calmly. Settle the accounts? He paused. You? Dalo's face darkened. Lu Yan, don't be so arrogant. In this place today, even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come to save you. Chapter 72 Assassin? An experience pack delivered to your doorstep. In this place today, even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come to save you. After Dalo finished speaking, the fierce look on his face became even stronger. He came prepared today. Yoshina, this pawn, had been won back by him a week ago, first by coercion, then by enticement, using both soft and hard tactics. This kind of person is the easiest to control. I originally came to play in the group with Yoshina today, but I unexpectedly ran into Lu Yan. Lu Yan, I remember that kick you gave me last time very clearly. Dalo moved his neck, and the bones made a cracking sound. We have to pay it back today, with interest. 7 or 8 henchmen surrounded him, each holding a dagger. Lu Yan glanced at it and a smile appeared on his lips. In his eyes, these things were no different from paper. His physique is 130, and his strength and speed are several times that of an ordinary person. Even if you put 10 or 20 of them together, they wouldn't be enough to fill a tooth gap. However, he didn't rush to make a move. Aunt Lee had already taken out her phone to call the police, and Uncle Fugue also quickly walked over. What do you want to do? Uncle Fugue stood in front of Lu Yan and Zhang Yueshue, his voice steady. He wasn't tall, but his posture exuded the toughness of a soldier. Dalo glanced at him and let out a cold laugh. Old man, don't meddle in the affairs of young people. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. Uncle Fugue didn't say anything, but took 2 steps forward, completely blocking Lu Yan and Zhang Yueshue behind him. Dalo's face darkened. Damn it, you're asking for it. He raised his hand and threw a punch straight at Uncle Fugue's face. The movements were quick and powerful. However, before the fist could even touch Uncle Fugue, it was firmly caught by him. Dalo froze, instinctively trying to pull back. I can't pull it out. Uncle Fugue's hands were like iron clamps, gripping his fist tightly. You. Before he could finish speaking, Uncle Fugue twisted to the side. Dalo was spun around halfway and took a kick to the back of his knee. With a thud, he knelt down on the ground. Damn it! Get them! Qiandalo roared. 7 or 8 henchmen rushed forward. He swung his fist and dagger at Uncle Fugue's head. Uncle Fugue dodged to the side, raised his hand to grab the wrist, and pulled it. The henchman lost his balance and was pulled off a tumble. Uncle Fugue delivered an elbow strike to his chest. With a muffled groan, he collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. Seeing this, the other henchmen rushed forward together. Uncle Fugue moved his feet and passed through the group of people, then turned around and kicked the man in front in the waist. The person was sent flying 2 meters away. The remaining henchmen were completely dumbfounded. How come this old man, who looks to be in his 50s, is so good at fighting? Uncle Fugue didn't give them time to react. He took 2 steps forward, delivering a clean and swift punch to each of them. In less than 3 minutes, all 7 or 8 henchmen were lying on the ground. Qiandalo knelt on the ground, completely dumbfounded. The men he brought were all from the underworld, and they were used to fighting and brawling. As a result, he couldn't even last 10 rounds against this old man? Yishina and the other girls turned pale with fright. Stop hitting me," Yishina said, trembling. "If we keep fighting, someone will die." Lu Yan looked at Uncle Fugue with eyes full of admiration. "Uncle Fugue, that's quite a skill." He walked over and patted Uncle Fugue on the shoulder. Uncle Fugue waved his hand and took a breath. "Mr. Lu, you flatter me. These are all old skills I used to have, they're no longer effective." Lu Yan shook his head. "Your skills are better than many young people's." He paused. "However, I noticed that your right rib area was a bit stiff when you made your move just now. Were you injured before?" Uncle Fugue was stunned for a moment. How could Lu Yan see that? Mr. Lu has a good eye. He sighed. "I served in the army when I was young. I was wounded during a mission and a bullet is still lodged in my ribs. It can't be removed. So my hands and feet aren't as nimble as before." Lu Yan nodded. "When you turned around just now, there was a clear pause on your right side. If the bullet could be removed, his skills would improve even further." Uncle Fugue gave a wry smile. "I've been to many hospitals, and they all say there's nothing they can do. The bullet is lodged too deep, close to the lung, and surgery would be too risky." Lu Yan thought for a moment. "I'll take a look for you when I have the chance." Uncle Fugue paused for a moment, then shook his head. "Mr. Lu, please don't trouble yourself with this matter. With my health, it's already a miracle that I've lived this long." Lu Yan didn't say anything more. He already had a plan in mind. Once the system rewarded him with more medical skills, he would help Uncle Fugue remove the bullet. At that moment, police sirens sounded. 2 police cars were parked on the beach, and 4 police officers got out. Aunt Lee immediately went up to them and showed them the video she had just taken. The video clearly shows Qiandalo and his group making the first move. After the police finished reading, they immediately handcuffed Qiandalo and the others. "You are suspected of provoking trouble. Come with us." Qiandalo tried to struggle, but was restrained by the police. "Behave yourself." Yishina and the other girls were also taken away for investigation. The police took a brief statement from Lu Yan and his companion, and released them after confirming that there were no problems. The whole process took less than half an hour. Lu Yan held Jiang Yueshua's hand and watched the police car drive away. Jiang Yueshua leaned on his shoulder and whispered, "Honey, I'm a little tired." Lu Yan looked down at her, his eyes filled with heartache. "Let's go get something to eat and then go home." Jiang Yueshua shook her head. "I don't want to go for a walk anymore." Lu Yan thought for a moment. "Let's go to the night market and eat seafood." Jiang Yueshua's eyes lit up. "Okay." The night market is located in the old town of Haicheng, about a 20-minute drive from the beach. The surface palace is parked in the parking lot outside the night market. Lu Yan led Jiang Yueshua into the night market. The night market was bustling. There were stalls on both sides selling all sorts of things: seafood, barbecue, fried noodles, sweet soup. The air was filled with the aroma of food. Jiang Yueshua pulled Lu Yan along and stopped in front of a seafood stall. "Honey, I want to eat this." She pointed to the large lobsters on the stall. Lu Yan smiled. "Boss, 2 lobsters, steamed." "Okay." The boss deftly grabbed 2 lobsters and began processing them. Lu Yan led Jiang Yueshua to sit down at a small table next to the stall. Uncle Fugue and Aunt Lee also came over and stood to the side. Lu Yen greeted them. Uncle Fugue, Aunt Lee, please sit down and eat with us. Uncle Fugue waved his hand. Mr. Lu, we don't need it. Sit. Lu Yen's tone was firm. If it weren't for Uncle Fugue today, I would have had to take action, which would have been troublesome. We must eat this meal together. Uncle Fugue and Aunt Lee exchanged a glance, and finally sat down. The lobsters arrived quickly. It's bright red and looks very appetizing. Jiang Yueshue picked up a shrimp claw and took a bite. Delicious. Her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Looking at her like this, Lu Yen felt a warmth in his heart. He peeled a shrimp and put it into Jiang Yueshue's bowl. Eat slowly, be careful it's hot. Jiang Yueshue nodded and ate happily. Lu Yen picked up another lobster and ate it while observing his surroundings. The night market was crowded. The sounds of various vendors hawking their wares and haggling filled the air. But Lu Yen's attention was not on these sounds. His gaze swept across the crowd. Then it stopped. At the 3 o'clock position, a man in a black hoodie leaned against the stall, glancing in their direction from time to time. Lu Yen continued eating the lobster, his expression unchanged. But his peripheral vision had already locked onto that person. At the 9 o'clock position, a woman wearing a baseball cap is looking at her phone. But her position was subtle, she could see Lu Yen's table, yet leave at any time. At the 6 o'clock position, a middle-aged man in a floral shirt is eating barbecue. But his gaze would sweep towards Lu Yen every few seconds. Lu Yen put down the lobster, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. His brain was working at lightning speed. The three people's positioning was very deliberate, they formed a perfect triangular encirclement. Moreover, their eyes were very professional, they weren't staring directly at each other, but rather observing with their peripheral vision. Ordinary thugs couldn't do that. Lu Yen scanned the area again. At the 12 o'clock position, behind the barbecue stall, there was a young man wearing a gray t-shirt playing on his phone. But his phone screen was black. At the 7 o'clock position, next to the fried noodle stall, a man in jeans was smoking. But he didn't realize that his cigarette had burned down to the filter. Lu Yan's heart sank. 5 people. And they are all at the professional level. He put down his teacup and whispered to Uncle Fugue. Uncle Fugue, do you feel like something's off around you? Uncle Fugue was stunned for a moment. He looked up, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. A few seconds later, his expression changed. Mr. Lu, you mean? He lowered his voice. The one in the black hoodie at 3 o'clock, the one in the baseball cap at 9 o'clock, and the one in the floral shirt at 6 o'clock? Lu Yen nodded. More than 3. His voice lowered even further. At the 12 o'clock position, behind the barbecue stall, the one in the gray t-shirt. And at 7 o'clock, next to the fried noodle stall, the guy in the jeans. Uncle Fugue looked in the direction Lu Yen indicated. His breath hitched. He didn't even notice those 2 people. Mr. Lu. Uncle Fugue's voice sounded a little tense. These people. Lu Yen interrupted him. Don't panic, keep eating. He picked up a shrimp claw and took a bite. Since they haven't made a move yet, they must be waiting for the right opportunity. Uncle Fugue took a deep breath and nodded. He picked up his chopsticks and took a piece of lobster meat. But his hand had already quietly moved to his waist where a folding knife was hidden. Jiang Yueshue was still happily eating lobster, completely unaware of the danger. Lu Yen looked at her, feeling somewhat conflicted. He didn't want Jiang Yueshue to get involved in this kind of thing. But given the current situation, he probably has no choice in the matter. Lu Yen glanced around again. The 5 people remained in the same spot, showing no signs of approaching. But Lu Yen could sense that their encirclement was slowly tightening. He put down his chopsticks and took out his phone. Boss, another 2 pounds of mantis shrimp and 10 oysters. He spoke loudly, deliberately making sure everyone around him could hear him. The boss responded and began preparations. Lu Yen took the opportunity to type a line on his phone and then handed it to Uncle Fugue. Uncle Fugue, go settle the bill. All right. Uncle Fugue took the phone, got up, and walked towards the cashier inside. As he walked, he looked down at his phone, which displayed a single sentence, create chaos. Chapter 73 Sniper? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Uncle Fugue took the phone and glanced at the 4 words on the screen. He looked up at Lu Yan, said nothing, and turned to walk towards the cashier. Halfway there, I suddenly stopped. Boss! The sound wasn't loud, but several tables around the area heard it. The owner, busy grilling skewers, didn't even look up. What's up? Your lobster isn't fresh. Uncle Fugue's voice suddenly rose in pitch. The boss froze, then looked up. What did you say? I'm telling you, these lobsters aren't fresh. Uncle Fugue pointed to the lobster shells on the table. The meat is black, they've obviously been sitting there for several days. What nonsense are you talking about? These lobsters were all delivered this morning. The boss's expression changed. The goods arrived this morning? Uncle Fugue sneered. Then explain why the shrimp meat is black? Black my foot. That shrimp vein, the shopkeeper snapped. If you don't know, don't talk nonsense. People around were drawn to it. Some people were watching the spectacle, some were filming videos, and a few customers who were eating lobster began to examine the lobster meat in their bowls. The shop owner, his face flushed with anxiety, said, If you don't think it's fresh, I'll give you a refund. Refund? Uncle Fugue slammed his hand on the table. I suspect these are dead shrimp. What if they make you sick? You're talking nonsense, the shop owner snapped. I've been running this stall for over 10 years and I've never sold a dead shrimp. The two argued more and more fiercely. The boss's wife rushed out from the kitchen. Uncle Fugue then knocked over the barbecue grill. With a loud crash, the embers were scattered all over the ground. The night market was in complete chaos. Lu Yan watched this scene with a slight smile. He turned to look at Jiang Yueshua, his voice gentle. Yueshua, Antli, let's get in the car first. Jiang Yueshua was stunned. Aren't we waiting for Uncle Fugue? I won't wait any longer, he'll be back when he's done. Lu Yan took Jiang Yueshua's hand and winked at Antli. Although Antli didn't understand, she still stood up. The three walked towards the parking lot. Lu Yan glanced around out of the corner of his eye. The 5 people did indeed move. The woman in the black hoodie followed 10 meters behind, the woman in the baseball cap went around to the side, and the man in the floral shirt walked in front. The man in the gray t-shirt and jeans attacked from both sides. Lu Yan sneered inwardly. They were definitely after him. But the skill level of these 5 people is too weak. Given his status, it's impossible that someone who wanted to kill him would only send someone like this. Therefore, these 5 people were just bait. The real killer is still lurking in the shadows. Lu Yan gave Jiang Yueshua a princess carry, quickened his pace, and pulled her towards the parking lot. Oh dear, honey, what are you doing? Put me down right now, there are so many people watching. It's getting late, let's go home. Lu Yan's voice was calm, but he increased the pressure on his hands. Jiang Yueshua sensed something was wrong, but didn't ask any further questions. The 3 quickly left the night market. The parking lot is just 50 meters ahead. Lu Yan glanced around. There are far fewer people here, and the streetlights are dim. The 5 men tightened their encirclement. Lu Yan quickened his pace and arrived at the surface palace, where he put Jiang Yueshua down. Yueshua, Antli, you two get in the car first, lock the door, and don't get out. After saying that, he unlocked the door with his fingerprint, helped Jiang Yueshua into the car, and after the 2 of them got in, he turned around and walked towards the group of people. Jiang Yueshua turned to look at him, her eyes full of worry. Husband, what about you? I'll be right there. Lu Yan smiled at her. Don't worry, they're just a few petty thieves. Before Jiang Yueshua could say anything more, Antli had already pulled her towards the parking lot. Madam, let's get in the car first. Mr. Lu will handle it. After walking about 10 meters, Jiang Yueshua couldn't help but turn back. Lu Yan stood still, surrounded by 5 people. Black hoodie, baseball cap, floral shirt, gray t-shirt, jeans. 5 people stood in a circle, surrounding Lu Yan in the middle. Jiang Yueshua's heart tightened suddenly. Husband. She tried to rush back, but Antli held her back tightly. Madam, please don't go. Mr. Lu knows what he's doing. Antli pulled Jiang Yueshua into the car and locked the door. Antli, let me go. Jiang Yueshua pounded on the car window. Antli shook her head and took out her phone to call the police. Outside the car, Lu Yan looked calmly at the 5 people who had surrounded him. 5 people, that's quite a grand display. The man in the black hoodie didn't say anything, but pulled a dagger from his waist. The other four also pulled out their weapons. 2 daggers, a switchblade, and a baton. Lu Yan glanced at the weapons in their hands and shook his head. That's it? The man in the floral shirt sneered. Kid, don't be so arrogant. I'm arrogant? Lu Yan laughed. 5 of you surrounding me, and you're armed with weapons. Who's arrogant here? Enough with the nonsense. The man in the black hoodie moved. With a flash, the dagger aimed straight for Lu Yan's chest. It's very fast. But in Lu Yan's eyes, it was as slow as a slow-motion video. He dodged to the side and grabbed the other person's wrist. Twist it. Click. The man in the black hoodie's wrist was twisted off, and the dagger fell to the ground. Ah! He screamed as Lu Yan kicked him away, sending him flying into a trash can. The other 4 were stunned. So fast? The woman in the baseball cap reacted the fastest, her switchblade aimed straight at Lu Yan's back. Lu Yan didn't even turn his head, but instead swung his elbow back. It hit her in the chest. The woman in the baseball cap groaned and flew 3 meters away, curling up on the ground. Floral shirts and gray t-shirts rushed up at the same time. Lu Yan moved his feet and passed between the two. He turned around and punched the back of the man in the floral shirt. Floral shirts are a complete flop. The baton in the gray t-shirt was already being swung over. Lu Yan raised his hand, grabbed the baton, and pulled it. The man in the gray t-shirt lost his balance and was pulled off a tumble. Lu Yan kicked him in the back of the knee. With a thud, the man in the gray t-shirt knelt on the ground. Lu Yan raised his knee and slammed it into his face. The man in the gray t-shirt collapsed to the ground and didn't get up. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. All 4 of them collapsed. Only the man in jeans remained standing. He stared at Lu Yan, his eyes filled with terror. Who exactly are you? Lu Yan did not answer. He walked over and grabbed the man in jeans by the collar. Who sent you? The man in jeans gritted his teeth and remained silent. Lu Yan sneered and punched him in the stomach. The man in jeans bent over, looking like a boiled shrimp. I'll ask you one more time, who sent you here? I don't know. Lu Yan threw another punch. The man in jeans vomited. I really didn't know. We were just doing our jobs for money. Lu Yan narrowed his eyes. Doing things for money? He let go of the man in jeans and turned to walk towards the parking lot. He took 2 steps and then suddenly stopped. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. They've arrived. The real killer has finally appeared. Lu Yan's senses had detected the killing intent coming from the rooftop 300 meters away in that instant. It was an extremely faint, yet precisely targeted killing intent. Sniper. Lu Yan remained calm and continued walking forward. I took 3 steps. His steps suddenly stopped. Almost simultaneously, he lunged to the side. Bang! A muffled thud. The bullet grazed his shoulder, struck the ground, and sent sparks flying. Lu Yan rolled on the ground and hid behind a car. He looked up at the rooftop 300 meters away. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Pity. You don't know that behind the oriole, there is a hunter. Inside the car, Jiang Yueshua was stunned by what she saw. Husband. She frantically pounded on the car window. Aunt Lee's face turned deathly pale, and her phone fell to the ground. Mr. Liu. Chapter 74. A deadly shot from 300 meters. Even a silver-ranked assassin has to fade. The bullet grazed Lu Yan's shoulder, sending up blinding sparks on the ground. Lu Yan rolled over and hid behind the car, then raised his hand to touch his shoulder. The clothes had a hole in them, and there was a bloody scratch on my skin. Almost there. It was just a little bit short. Husband. Jiang Yueshua's heart-wrenching screams came from inside the car. She frantically pounded on the car window, tears streaming down her face. Lu Yan turned around and made a "it's okay" gesture to her. But Jiang Yueshua simply couldn't stop. She saw it. In that instant, she clearly saw the bullet graze her husband's body. If it had been half a second slower, my husband would have died. Aunt Lee's face was ashen, and her phone fell to the ground. She had seen many grand occasions in her life, but she had never witnessed a sniper assassination. This is going to kill people. Lu Yan leaned against the back of the car, his eyes narrowing. the rooftop 300 meters away. He had just located the sniper's position. A silenced rifle, professional technique, a single shot aimed straight for the head. This is no ordinary killer. The moment this thought crossed Liu Yan's mind, the name of an organization flashed through his mind: Blood Slaughter Sect? That was one of his childhood friends, who was working abroad, but Liu Yan didn't know exactly what he did. But one day he got drunk and started bragging, saying how awesome the Blood Slaughter Sect was. He even posted information about the blood-killing sect on his dark web for Liu Yan. This Chu Huaishan really knows how to spend money. Blood-killing sect is a top-tier assassin organization in the underworld, with clearly marked prices and fair dealings for all ages. The starting price for a bronze-level assassin is 1 million. The starting price for a silver-level assassin is 5 million. The starting price for a top-tier assassin is 20 million. As for the legendary diamond killer, that's something that exists in the hundreds of millions. Those who can use sniper rifles are at least silver medalists. Liu Yan's lips curled into a cold smile. Does Chu Huaishan still have money? Chujiang Group's stock price plummeted to its daily limit, wiping out 15 billion yuan in market value. Chu Huaishan's shares were only worth a few billion yuan, but they were impossible to sell. Anyone who wanted to buy them now would be a fool. The cash available is at most a few hundred million. Hire a top-tier assassin for 5 million to kill me? Liu Yan touched his pocket. The little conch shell that Jiang Yueshue had just given him was still there. He took it out and looked at it. It is about the size of a palm, hard in texture, and has sharp edges. Liu Yan weighed it in his hand. That's enough. On the rooftop, the sniper codenamed Ghost Eye lay prone behind cover, his eyes fixed on the scope. He is a silver-ranked assassin of the blood-killing sect, having carried out 37 missions with a 100% success rate. Never failed. But he missed with that shot. The target's reaction speed was too fast. It's faster than a human. Ghost Eyes adjusted his breathing and relocked the scope to Liu Yan's hiding place. The target was hiding behind the car, with only half of his head showing. This angle is not good for shooting. But Ghost Eyes wasn't in a hurry. He had seen too many targets who thought they were safe once they had escaped one disaster. They will always slip up. Time passed second by second. 30 seconds. 1 minute. The target remains unchanged. Ghost Eyes frowned. This guy is very calm and collected. But it didn't work. Ghost Eye's finger rested lightly on the trigger, ready to fire at any moment. He can kill the target with a single shot if the target shows any weakness. Edge of the parking lot. The crowd at the night market began to stir. Although the gunshot was suppressed by the silencer, the sparks that flew up on the ground still caught the attention of some people. What happened over there? Does it sound like there's a fight going on? Call the police immediately. The crowd began to surge in this direction. Liu Yan frowned slightly upon hearing the noise. We must not let innocent people get involved. He took out his phone and sent a message to Uncle Fuguei. 300 meters northeast, on the rooftop, a sniper. Less than 5 seconds after the message was sent, Uncle Fuguei replied with a single word. Receive. Liu Yan put away his phone. Uncle Fuguei can take care of the sniper, but it will take time. What he needs to do now is stall the assassin. We can't let him get away. We must not let him hurt anyone else. Liu Yan took a deep breath and recalled the Mount Tai collapse skill that the system had rewarded him with a few days ago. He had practiced this skill several times. It can concentrate the power within the body into a single point and then unleash it instantly. When used in a fist, it can smash through a brick wall with a single punch. If used on the leg, it can break a steel pipe with a single kick. Used on projectiles. Liu Yan glanced at the small conch shell in his hand. That can turn into bullets. No, faster, more accurate, and more deadly than a bullet. Power surged from the dantian and flowed along the meridians to the right arm. The little conch shell gradually warmed up in his palm. Liu Yan could feel the power gathering within his body. 100 points, 110, 120. When the power was concentrated to its limit, Tao Yan suddenly stood up. Ghost Eye's pupils contracted. The target has moved. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. But Liu Yan was faster. The instant he stood up, his right hand had already swung out. Whoosh! The small conch shell tore through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound. It traced a path across the night sky that was almost invisible to the naked eye. 300 meters, gone in the blink of an eye. The bullets in the ghost eye have all been fired. Lu Yan had already squatted back behind the car. Ghost eyes paused for a moment. What did that guy throw? The next second, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. The ghost eyes lowered their heads. A small seashell was deeply embedded in his chest, and blood gushed out. How could that be? 300 meters away. Throwing barehanded. Is this even human? Ghost eyes wanted to say something, but the blood rising in his throat choked him up. His body swayed, and the scope slipped from his hand. With a thud, Ghost eyes lay on the concrete ground on the rooftop. Blood slowly flowed out. Lu Yan leaned against the back of the car, silently counting the time. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. There was no second shot. Done. He dusted off his pants and stood up. Husband. The car door was suddenly pulled open. Jiang Yueshua rushed out of the car and hugged Lu Yan tightly. She trembled all over, and her tears soaked Lu Yan's clothes. I thought you. Jiang Yueshua cried so hard she couldn't speak. Those last few minutes were the most agonizing moments of her life. She watched helplessly as her husband was targeted by a sniper, and there was nothing she could do. That feeling of powerlessness almost tore her apart. Lu Yan reached out and hugged her, gently patting her back. It's all right, I'm perfectly fine. You still say you're fine. Jiang Yueshua raised her head, her eyes red. Do you know how dangerous that was? That was a gun. A real gun. I know. Lu Yan wiped away the tears on her face. But I also know that the shot won't hit me. Jiang Yueshua was stunned. She looked into Lu Yan's eyes. There was not a trace of falsehood in those eyes. He was truly confident. Husband, what exactly are you? Yu Shui. Lu Yan interrupted her. There are some things I will explain to you. But not now. He glanced around. The crowd at the night market had already gathered around. The sound of sirens rang out in the distance. Shall we go home first? Jiang Yueshua bit her lip and nodded. Aunt Li got out of the car, her legs still a little weak. Mr. Lu, that person. Dead. Lu Yan's voice was calm. Aunt Li shivered. When Mr. Lu said I'm dead, it was as casually as if he were saying, the weather is nice today. Is this still the Mr. Lu she knows? On the other side of the night market. After receiving Lu Yan's message, Uncle Fugue threw the skewers in his hand into the trash can and ran wildly in the northeast direction. For Uncle Fugue, 300 meters was just a warm-up. When he was young, he was a reconnaissance soldier, and completing a 5-kilometer cross-country run in under 15 minutes was a basic skill for him. 1 minute and 40 seconds later, Uncle Fugue rushed to the rooftop. On the rooftop, a man in a black combat suit lay prone on the ground. Uncle Fugue walked over, squatted down, and examined him. They're completely dead. His chest was pierced by a hard object, and his heart was shattered into several pieces. Uncle Fugue's pupils suddenly contracted. How exactly did Mr. Lu manage to do that? He glanced around. There was a sniper rifle on the roof, along with a scope and magazines. Uncle Fugue put away the guns and equipment, and then searched the corpse. Soon, he found a silver badge inside the collar of the corpse. The badge features a skull and a seal script character for kill. Uncle Fugue's expression changed drastically. Blood slaughter sect. And he's a silver level killer. He took out his phone and called Lu Yan. Mr. Lu, the person is dead. He is a silver-ranked assassin from the blood-killing sect. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone. Bring everything back, clean up the scene thoroughly, and leave no trace. Clear. Uncle Fugue hung up the phone and began cleaning up the scene. 12 minutes later, Uncle Fugue returned to the parking lot. He handed the sniper rifle and badge to Lu Yan. Mr. Lu, the scene has been cleared. Lu Yan took the badge and looked at the skull on it. Blood slaughter sect. Chu Huaishan, you're courting death. Lu Yan put the badge in his pocket and opened the car door. Go home. Jiang Yueshua sat in the back seat, holding Lu Yan's hand tightly. Her palms were sweaty. The car drove onto the highway. The carriage was very quiet. Uncle Fugue was driving, and Aunt Lee was sitting in the passenger seat. Neither of them spoke. What happened tonight is beyond their comprehension. Lu Yan looked down at Jiang Yueshue in his arms. She leaned against his chest, her eyes red and swollen. Moon Snow, don't be afraid. Jiang Yueshue shook her head. I'm not afraid. She looked up at Lu Yan. I just feel like I don't recognize you anymore. Lu Yan remained silent for a few seconds. So, do we get to know each other now? Jiang Yueshue nodded. We've met. She buried her face back into Lu Yan's chest. My husband is very strong. Lu Yan smiled. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Go to sleep, I'll wake you up when we get home. Jiang Yueshue closed her eyes. This time, she fell asleep quickly. Perhaps she was tired from crying, or perhaps she was finally relieved. As Lu Yan watched the streetlights rushing past outside the window, a system notification sounded in his mind. Bite. The host has successfully killed a blood-killing sex silver rank assassin, protecting the safety of the destined heroine. The quadruplets exclaimed, Dad's amazing. Reward, 100 million renminbi in cash. Reward, God-level driving skills. Reward, combat mastery +1 current level, Grandmaster. Lu Yan's eyes lit up. God-level driving skills? A flood of information rushed into my mind. Drifting, tail sliding, cornering, braking, all sorts of high-difficulty maneuvers were instantly mastered. He can even drive helicopters, speedboats, and motorcycles. Lu Yan was very pleased. This wave of rewards from the system has come at just the right time. He took out his phone and sent a message to Wang Qianshu. Investigate the blood slaughter sect's stronghold in Yun City. Wang Qianshu replied less than a minute after the message was sent. Chairman Lu, the blood slaughter sect is very mysterious, and I can't find any information about it right now. However, I can use some special channels, which should take about a day. Just as Lu Yan was about to reply to the message, his phone suddenly vibrated. An encrypted text message. Lu Yan clicked on it. The text message contained a photo. The photo shows a manor. The estate covers a vast area, with towering walls and fully armed security guards standing at the entrance. The text message was accompanied by a line of text. The blood slaughter sect's contact point in Cloud City is right here. If you're so capable, go and challenge it.